I stood under the moonlight, looking at my fellow werewolves, my heart filled with anticipation. Tomorrow was the meeting, and I was finally allowed to go. But when I saw that man, my world shattered. He was the person I hated the most, and yet, he was my destined mate. Chapter 1. The moon shone bright and nearly full in the sky, its radiance giving the forest an ethereal glow. These woods were normally dark, but the silvery light brought definition to everything, making the winding path through the undergrowth clearly visible. Truthfully, I didn't need the light of the moon to see. Not only had this path been worn down by the paws of many wolves before me, I also had extremely enhanced senses in my wolf state. My paws thudded against the ground in time with my beating heart as I shot through the forest. To a human observer, I would just be a large silver blur shooting by. But there were no humans in these parts. Their natural instincts and fear of predators kept them away. Not that I had a particular inclination to feed on human flesh. It was forbidden by werewolf law. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichut's enthusiasm. Or it was supposed to be, but a predator. Indeed, I was at the top of the food chain, the odd stillness of the surrounding forest, devoid of animal life as they crawled away in their holes to hide, was evidence of that. Grinning a wolf grin, I finally slowed my pace to a quick walk. Now that I moved more slowly, my large paws made almost no noise on the thick bed of leaves below me. Although we looked like wolves, my kind was much larger and moved with an abnormal grace that natural wolves did not possess. All animals in the forest feared us, even the bears. A wolf even bigger than a lion could strike fear into almost anyone. I stopped my walk as I entered a clearing, sitting back on my haunches and gazing up at the moon. It would be full tomorrow. I could feel it. Everyone in my pack could. The full moon did something to us. It made us stronger, faster, wilder as the blood burned through our veins. Most full moons we ran free in the woods, my entire pack, yipping and chasing each other like pups. However, was the meeting. Thinking about it brought a strange mix of nervousness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and determination. I had never been allowed to go to a meeting before, but I had been meeting my father and the beta for weeks, begging them to let me accompany them. I was pretty sure they were about to cave in at last. I was 19 years old. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I should be allowed to go. Almost everyone else had had a chance. Within my consciousness and my soul, I felt my wolf's agreement. She was even braver than I and far more stubborn. And she'd been wanting to go for years. I mentally reassured her that we'd find a way this time. The curiosity was nearly killing me. Skylar. I heard the voice through my mental link. Couldn't you let my father's tone? He wasn't the alpha of the pack, but he was well respected, being the pack doctor and all. He really could adopt the authoritative tone when he needed to. Coming, I replied irritably. My wolf and I wanted to run. I sounded a bit petulant, and wrinkled my snout, knowing he wouldn't like that. My father just sent an irritated noise through our mental link before closing it off, and I stood up, shaking out my thick silver coat before turning to head back to the pack. All of us could communicate telepathically when we were arrow wolf forms, but direct family members in the alpha, of course, could willingly communicate mentally whenever we wanted to. Even in human form, came in quite handy when one of my parents needed to shout at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our communication abilities took more effort at a greater distance, and I could always raise my mental barriers to block my parents out. If I wanted to get an even worse lecture once, I lowered them again. Sighing, I trotted again through the undergrowth, mentally apologizing to my wolf. I knew she liked to stay in this form as long as she could, as she was more constrained when I was in my more human state. She grumbled a bit but subsided as we exited the thickest part of the woods and made our way to the set of houses sprawled across the large valley. At this distance, The pack village looked quiet and peaceful, lights winking in the otherwise impenetrable darkness. Every muscle in my body relaxed just looking at the tranquil scene. I was home. You shouldn't take off like that when you know I might need your help. My father scolded, though his eyes were fixated on the patient he was currently tending to. He was pressing a damp cloth against the small girl's forehead as she tossed and turned in her bed. Meanwhile, I stood in the corner. I loved to watch my father work, and I often helped out with the more menial tasks. I narrowed my eyes as I carefully observed. This seemed like a normal healing that my father had no need to use his affinity for. Pack doctor was something a wolf was born into. As they grew up, they would notice that they had an affinity, or a particularly strong connection to the life force of the world all around us. In times of need, they could utilize the Earth's energy to help with the healing process. It was a special and magical ability, and only 1 or 2 wolves in a pack could have the pack doctor affinity at one time, depending on if the doctor had a child. The affinity was usually genetic to the firstborn child. Usually, I winced as I thought about it. The majority of the time the gift would be inherited, but I had not received it. I was completely and utterly ordinary. It had been a source of great embarrassment for me for a long time, and I was sure my dad had been disappointed, but he never said anything. Others in the pack had made some cruel comments when I was younger before the alpha put a stop to it. Some vestiges of the insecurity still linger to this day. Snapping out of my daze, I realized my father expected some sort of apology. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, parts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I needed to run, I muttered. Even to me, my apology wasn't very convincing. My father turned to me and sighed, running a hand through his thick hair, which was a shade of color identical to my own dark brown curls. I didn't tell your mother, he admitted, and I smiled slightly. My mom freaked out over almost anything. She had always been the high-strung type, which likely explained why we frequently butted heads. I was laid back and much less assertive. Thanks, I replied, idly drumming my fingers against each other so. I wanted to talk about what we were discussing earlier, I finally said, eyes on the ground. I sounded nervous, which I knew he wouldn't like, but I couldn't help that this was a sensitive conversation. Sighing yet again, my father returned his gaze to the sick patient as he pulled out a few instruments to examine her further. You've been bugging me for weeks, Skylar. I've been thinking about it. I discussed it with Jack. I couldn't help my lips from quirking up. Jack was our beta, one of my father's best friends, and he had always treated me well. This was a good sign. We finally decided to let you come to the meeting tomorrow, and the alpha gave the all clear after we told him. He finally mumbled, a bit begrudgingly. I could tell Jack had helped convince him. I took a deep breath, resisting the urge to jump up and down. Thank you. I promise I can handle myself. I'm 19. I know it's dangerous, but... His green eyes snapped to my face then, his countenance hardening as his jaw clenched. Not liking the expression, dangerous, he asked softly, Skylar, I know you're excited because you haven't gotten to go yet, but you're underestimating this. Dangerous is an understatement. The Black Mountains pack is. He trailed off, an expression of pure hatred flitting across his features. I could tell that my own expression had soured at the mention of our worst enemies. Unfortunately, while the Black Mountains pack was our greatest threat, they were the most powerful pack on this continent. They practically owned us and have for the last several years. Through threats and not idle threats, either bullying and fear-instilling tactics, they had already taken over a large amount of our land. We called these twice-a-year reunions with the Black Mountains pack meetings, but really, they were negotiations. Negotiations in which we attempted to prevent them from infringing upon our territory anymore. Not that we could stop them if they chose to attack. We still had miles upon miles of land. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was plenty for our pack, but it was nowhere close to what it used to be. Our territory used to stretch all along the Rockies in Colorado, but now a huge chunk of that had been forcefully taken. Werewolf packs were scarce, so each pack was supposed to have a large swath of land, but the Black Mountain Pack's territory was ridiculously expansive, in my opinion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With all of those mouths to feed, I begrudgingly admitted to myself that they needed large hunting grounds. Okay, the Silverwoods pack was powerful. We had about 60 wolves running with us. But their pack, they had well over 100. Trained warriors, all of them. They were relentless and cruel. They didn't restrict their hunting grounds to the forest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There were many rumors that some of them wandered into nearby towns and preyed on the humans. Completely helpless humans that should not be prey at all. According to Werewolf Law, the thought made a low growl rumble in my chest. Skylar, I was aware that I had spaced out as my father snapped to get my attention. I shook myself of my dark thoughts and turned back to him, lowering my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just got distracted. You're right. I need to take this more seriously. I was just excited about finally getting to go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Admitting it to myself, I had been nervous all along. He nodded, understanding in his eyes. I know, but he trailed off, unsure what to say. It just isn't fair. I responded. I hate them for taking half of our land and killing those who opposed them. They make us live in fear, in our own territory. I hate them too. We all do, but we know much. My father said sadly. Why do they follow him? I whispered quietly, not clarifying further, but he knew who I meant. The Alpha of Black Mountain's pack. He was as relentless and horrible as they came, according to my fellow pack members that had been around him. His name was Gabriel, but I knew nobody called him that. He had followed in his father's footsteps as Alpha 4 years ago when he turned 21, and he was just as big of a tyrant as his father was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fortunately, it had been a couple years since the Black Mountains pack had outright killed anyone in my pack. They seemed to have eased up a bit on that tactic since Gabriel became the new Alpha. There was a moment of silence before my father spoke again. They're scared of him, but it's more than that. He's powerful, intelligent, ruthless. To us, he may be cruel, but to them, he's loyal to his pack and he leads them to victory, so I can only imagine he's like a visionary to them. My father said finally, and I could tell he thought about this before. I looked away, my eyes burning in disgust. Well, I despise him. I wish we could run them out of our territory. And soon, I muttered spitefully, a manner in which I didn't normally speak. When it came to the Black Mountains pack, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hatred coursed through the veins of my family and my pack. They had ruined our lives for the last 15 years. I couldn't remember the time before they started taking over. I was too young. Some of the wolves that had been killed as punishment for territory infringement had been family friends. My heart clenched as I remembered Dan, another of my father's best friends, whose neck had been snapped a few years back when he was found half a mile into the Black Mountains territory. And Honor, a rebellious young she-wolf who had shown disrespect at a meeting, and I couldn't even think about it. I turned back to my father, who had a half-smile gracing his angular features. I don't blame you. You've got pride running through your veins. You're a werewolf. I blushed slightly at his tone, which seemed to be leaning towards complimentary. My father wasn't exactly full of compliments nowadays. There were a few more minutes of silence as he measured the girl's heart rate, pulse, And temperature again. A light frown on his face. I examined the girl for a moment. It was rare that any adults were in the infirmary as werewolves matured. We developed immunity against nearly every disease and sickness in existence. As children, however, we were still somewhat vulnerable, like the pale girl trembling in the bed. My father began to put a few instruments away and pulled out a couple more. "You're good to go, Skylar. I have work to do, and I don't think I'll need your help after all." I looked at him a moment, then nodded, exiting the small room with the sick patient and leaving the building that housed the pack infirmary. "There you are, Skylar." My mom's relieved voice emanated from the hallway as I opened the door to our house. Closing the door behind me, I forced a smile as she strode over and gave me a quick peck on the cheek. Because she was tall, curvy, and blonde, I didn't look too much like my mom. Our eyes were the exact same shade of blue, but the similarities ended there. I was average height and skinny with almost no curves to speak of. My angular features and brown, curly, often frizzy hair came straight from my dad. I wasn't bad looking, I knew that much at least. But I was no supermodel like my mother with her heart-shaped face and perfect hair. She was stunning. She began to make her way up to the second story of our sizable house, beckoning gracefully for me to follow. I grimaced but did so, wondering what this was all about as she led me down the hall into my room. So I was out shopping in that human town today. I proceeded to make a face behind her when she wasn't looking. And I just came upon this beautiful blue dress that will match your eyes perfectly. As we entered my cozy room, she indicated the bed, and I walked over there warily. "Just came upon," I thought to myself with amusement. Right. As if it wasn't just as likely that she planned the trip specifically to find it worse for me. The dress was knee-length and silky, with a dip in the front. Skinny straps studded with gems would help hold it up on my shoulders. It was quite a pretty dress, really, but I didn't get the chance to wear them often. I turned to my mother, raising an eyebrow. "It's beautiful. Lol, when will I have the occasion to wear this?" I regretted my question immediately as my mom beamed a bright smile, eagerness plain in her expression. "Well, honey, you're 19 now." I could see where this was going, Mom. "And there are plenty of other packs around us with men you haven't met, Mom." I repeated, and I couldn't help but give her a wry expression. Other than the Black Mountains pack, we were quite far from any other werewolves. My mother just wanted an excuse to dress me up like a doll. Not that I minded dresses, but she was relentless about it. "Okay, perhaps there aren't a lot of others around, but still, you're over 18 and haven't met your mate yet. Don't you want something nice when you finally meet him?" I was getting uncomfortable now, my cheeks burning. I didn't want to think about the mate subject. "Skylar, you know werewolves usually find their mates within a couple years after turning 18. I want you to look presentable when the time comes." She finished impatiently as I sank down on my bed, putting my head in my hands. Not this again. Every month or so since I turned 18 my mom would get on the whole "oh, you can find your mate now" topic, while my father just stared at me with a mixture of nervousness and amusement. She would ramble on about how we'd find the perfect werewolf, the one that was born to be my other half. I knew everyone had a mate, although there was no telling why fate matched us up. Our inner wolves inside of us matured as we did, and as soon as they were old enough, they would recognize their mate, the ideal specimen with which to breed. Survival of the species was the priority. It was true what my mother was saying, that most wolves, although not all, mature enough at 18 to recognize their mate. I was within the prime age range to find mine. It was actually pretty rare for mates to find each other after their early 20s. Wolves like to identify the compatible breeding partner and lifelong companion as soon as possible. Still, there were exceptions, where mates found each other later in life. However, I knew it ran deeper than just animal instinct. I had seen the glowing silver sheen in werewolf eyes as to individuals that were meant to be mates met for the first time, and the magic of the mating bond coursed deep through their bodies. The two wolves put together by fate were destined to fall in love, to perfectly balance each other out, and to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. Create the optimum bloodline. It was a beautiful thing, and everyone dreamed of finding their other half, for your soulmate was out there somewhere. I was just nervous, not completely ready, despite the fact that I was pretty sure my wolf had matured enough to recognize her mate when the time came. A werewolf learned their most innate qualities and weaknesses when they met their mate. A mate could see right down into your soul, and after the two mates marked each other, they could telepathically sense one another's thoughts and feelings. I didn't know if I was ready for that experience. Besides, I'd had very little experience with men, so it was still difficult to believe that someone could think of me as the center of the universe. Skylar, at least think about it. My mom's chipper voice brought me back to the present. Looking at her glowing expression, my parents were so happy together, and I was glad. But the opposite was true too. Someone that lost their mate never truly recovered. Part of their soul was gone and they were empty shells, only able to communicate with their lost mate during the first moon ceremony, which nobody understood except the wolves who participated. I hoped I was never put in that position. On top of that, there were a few werewolves that never even found their mate at all, and they were left half completed their whole life. This was rare, but what if I was one of them, even though a large part of me felt that I was not ready for a mate? I couldn't imagine not having one at all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. It was a depressing notion. I huffed out a breath. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, I replied tiredly. This was how the conversation ended every time. Her radiant smile returned and I looked away, not even wanting to know, although I could probably guess what was going through her head. I think I should go to bed now, I muttered, nervousness erupting in the pit of my stomach as I thought about the next day. I admitted it to my wolf. I was terrified of meeting the Black Mountains pack and seeing the Alpha and Beta for the first time. My wolf shifted inside of me, wondering aloud how she would manage to keep her fangs retracted during the meeting. I saw her point, as I'm sure my pent-up hatred would rush to the surface as soon as I met the dreadful pack. I'd have to ask the others how they controlled themselves while in the presence of my pack's worst enemy. I hugged my mom and kissed her cheek as she bid me good night and left my room. Closing my door tightly behind her, I quickly hung the dress up in the closet, wondering when I would ever wear it. Then, returning to my bed, I leaned back, staring up at my boring grey ceiling as I tried to find the courage for the next day. What would tomorrow bring? Chapter 2. My dreams were dark and twisted that night. I tossed and turned in my bed, my already hot blood running even hotter, burning and searing through my veins. It wasn't like I had a fever now. I was burning in expectation. I just knew something was going to happen, as I was forced to give up on sleep around 6 a.m. I knew it had to do with the meeting. I slowly sat up in bed, pressing a hand to my burning forehead. My wolf was agitated. I could feel her growling and pacing deep within my mind. I attempted to reach out and soothe her, but I doubted it had much effect, as I was unsettled myself. I sat there for quite a while, breathing deeply and attempting to calm my burning nerves. What was wrong with me? Was I really that nervous? I flipped on the TV and mindlessly watched the programs for a couple of hours, not really sure what I was watching, that anything was better than letting my mind take over. After a time, I felt my wolf settle slightly, though she still felt a static anticipation. We must just be frightened of the meeting. The Black Mountains pack isn't to be taken lightly, I whispered to her, feeling a lot like my father. I swung my legs off the bed and stood up. Stretching, I padded down the stairs to meet the fresh aroma of bacon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. And toast that was wafting throughout the house. I grinned slightly. We would have a long run to get there by evening, as the meeting was at the far edge of our territory, and we needed all the energy we could get. Despite the fact that the Black Mountains pack had encroached upon so much of our land, it was still a vast amount of distance to travel until we reached the location of the meeting. It was a good thing we could run so much faster than normal wolves. My dad tossed a smile over his shoulder in my direction. I observed him as he cooked, stopping only to greet my mother as she came downstairs. I noticed the tense lines in my father's broad shoulders, and the way his movements were stiff. He was nervous, too, I could tell. Being pack doctor, he had to go. It was his obligation. Our pack doctors were trained in battle as healing, but it was a sign of extreme disrespect to attack one. My father was high, ranked in the pack and a good negotiator, but he needn't worry about being in danger unless the Black Mountains pack wished to insult all werewolves by attacking him. Then again, I thought as I chewed on my bacon, they didn't seem to care much about respecting our laws. They attacked humans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Werewolves may be of superior strength and speed, but humans vastly outnumbered us. If it came to all, out war we wouldn't stand a chance. I scowled into my plate as another round of bacon was shoveled on. I shouldn't think about such things now. I think I'll go see Maria before we leave. I informed my parents after I was done with breakfast. My father glanced at me quickly. We are leaving into hours. It will take us until after dark to get there. Even at our speed. Was you going? There are 14 of us. I nodded, glad there would be so many of us, but not too many to leave the pack unprotected. It was necessary with Black Mountain's pack's superior numbers. I hurried upstairs and showered, putting on a fresh set of clothes and attempting to tame my frizzy, wayward hair before giving up and exiting the house. My best friend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was the baker's daughter and lived several houses down in the valley. Her house was much larger than mine, being that she was of higher rank. It had never bothered me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As she didn't treat me any differently, unlike the Alpha's daughter. I growled under my breath at the thought, my wolf feeling a surge of irritation. My wolf didn't like me either. She took her rank very seriously, and was condescending to many wolves in our pack, except Maria. Oddly, I always wondered if Anne treated Maria more respectfully because the latter was the baker's daughter, or if Maria was just so nice that their personalities did not clash. Unfortunately, today was not my lucky day, for as Maria's mother greeted me and led me to her daughter's room, my sensitive nose picked up the dreaded scent there. I scowled, fighting back my irritation as I stood in the doorframe. The two looked up at me then, Maria with a friendly smile, Anne with a smile that held thinly veiled contempt. Maria had very dark hair and eyes with olive-toned skin. She was muscular and tall, unlike me, and was blonde and slender, though still taller than me, and her delicate and dazzling looks reminded me of my mother. Unlike my mother, she had quite a mean streak. Hey Maria. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice sounded slightly different when I said her name, as much as I tried to hide it, and her eyes narrowed, noticing it. Unfortunately, I couldn't disrespect her outright, as she was the Elf's daughter Sky. Maria said excitedly, bouncing over to me. I heard that you're going to the meeting tonight. She knew how much I'd wanted to go. I smiled slightly, my nerves jumping into overdrive. Yeah, they decided to let me. They must have heard my heart rate increasing because it smirked slightly while an understanding look appeared in Maria's eyes. Maria indicated her blonde friend. It's Anne's first time, too, she said, trying to lighten the mood. Anne stood up smoothly. Fortunately, my father has been well preparing me for this for a while. Wouldn't want to go in scared, she said lightly, staring at me with a knowing expression. Her eyes flicked to Maria. I've got to go. Father will want me to help with the preparations. Higher up stuff. She tossed me one more look, this one with scarcely concealed dislike, before exiting the room, leaving me to scowl after her. She's just wonderful, I muttered under my breath. my fists clenching. Maria rested a hand on my shoulder. Ignore her. Let's watch TV until it's time to go. Smiling at her. I was grateful for the distraction and I eagerly lost myself in some crime show for the next hour and a half. Oh, the joy of running. Despite the sense of seriousness and nervousness that was pressing down on our group, I knew the wolf running beside me could also feel it. It was the full moon, and our senses felt even more alive than normal. Our wolves howling with joy within us. As I glanced up into its silvery brilliance, I wondered if we were the only creatures that loved the moon so much. I knew instinctively that we were not the only supernatural beings in the world. I'd heard whispers of others. Although I'd never encountered them, I figured they were rare and I would cross that bridge when I came to it. Still, I couldn't help but consider the idea of other powerful beings. We did not bother to hide the noise our paws made as they crashed against the ground, for nothing would dare approach us. We took pleasure in each other's company, in the thrill of having large muscles and nearly endless endurance, in the thrill of being more alive than any other creature could imagine. My blood ran hot and my pounding was loud, but I welcomed the smells and sensations. One could almost have forgotten the reason for our journey during a time like this. We had been running for hours now, stopping only twice to rest, eat, and drink. In our wolf forms we burned 4 times as many calories as a normal human and frequently needed sustenance. It was worth it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For we could run in wolf form for a couple of full days without tiring when properly nourished and rested. I knew we were only an hour away now. As I thought about it, I felt the nervousness rise despite the joy of my run. I glanced up at the moon, as if for guidance, but it did not hold the answers I sought. I knew a few other wolves had not yet been to a meeting and I could smell their wariness around me. Even the veterans had reason to be scared. I closed my blue eyes briefly and bared my long canines in irritation. I was a werewolf. For crying out loud. I should not be dwelling on weak emotions such as fear. I knew it was my wolf that was guiding these latter, braver thoughts, but I didn't think she had convinced herself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sighed and then turned my head, ears swiveling as a large brown wolf ran up to my side. It was Will, a pack member about my age and one of my best friends. I had a crush on him when I was younger due to his innocent, charming looks, but I had grown out of that phase and just considered him a friend, and a good one at that. I spent a lot of time with him and with Maria. They had never been cruel to any of the other wolves and had never thought it strange that I hadn't inherited my dad's affinity. I could never appreciate them enough. Will had his mouth open and his tongue hanging out in a wolf smile, and I returned the gesture. Nervous, he asked me. I wrinkled my snout. That obvious. If he was in his human form, he would have shrugged, and I could almost sense the action. This is only my second meeting. I was nervous my first time. To still Anne. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My wolf noticed that his wolf grew slightly embarrassed at that admission. I made a huffing noise, amused, before quickly growing serious again. Is there anything in particular I should know? Any advice? Will's blue eyes narrowed thoughtfully for a moment, and the only sounds were our beating hearts and the thudding of paws. Be careful about eye contact. Be careful what you say. We're werewolves. And we're prideful. And it's in our nature to hold our own. I could sense my wolf's agreement and pride before he continued. But whether we want to admit it, they're more powerful than us. They're alpha. He trailed off, and I sensed a series of dark emotions flitting through him, as my wolf detected the fury of his. Yes, I prompted, shuddering at the thought of the dark looming figure. Truthfully, I had no idea what he looked like, but I'd heard he was huge and frightening. Pretty much fit his actions. Will's fear was palpable. I don't think he has a soul. When we made eye contact, there was so much rage, hatred. It was terrifying. He snarled at me and I wanted to turn and run. Werewolf or not, Surprisingly, his wolf was silent, and I was surprised that he would shoot down his own pride like that. The thought made tingles shoot up my spine, and it was not a pleasant sensation. You'll be able to understand why their pack is so dark when you see them, especially him. Just don't look at him. I don't know how Alpha Brett does it. I nodded my head, accepting this. I wasn't planning on ogling the other clan. I wanted to observe what was going on, but I knew it would be safer to stay out of it. Will was continuing, and I snapped back to attention to catch his words. They say he doesn't have a mate. Not that he hasn't found one, that he doesn't have one at all. It would make sense why his soul is so fractured. Once again I shuddered. Sure, I wasn't ready for a mate, but knowing there wasn't anyone out there was something different entirely. Okay, new subject, I finally said, as my nerves were becoming explosive at this point. Shooting me another wolf grin. Will happily complied. We could smell them. Over a dozen wolves, gathered in a clearing a few miles up the path. Judging by a low howl that came from the distance, they had discovered our scent too. From the front of the pack, Alpha Brett began to slow his pace. He was a dark grey wolf, larger than the rest of the pack, a deferred but great alpha. I liked him, except for the fact that his daughter was, well, horrible. I noticed her sleek form standing next to him, her fur even darker than his. All right, pack, it's time to stop and shift to our human forms, he instructed calmly. Both sides chose to appear in their human forms because they were less of a threat and less likely to violent outbursts. In the wolf form, our inner wolves were much more difficult to restrain from completely taking over our human side. While shifting in front of your own pack was common, it was considered inappropriate to show a bare body to a wolf from another pack, especially an enemy pack. Closing my eyes, I willed my human body back. I felt the dizzying and contracting sensation of fur and claws receding, my bones shifting and melding back into their original form. Originally the process had hurt, now it felt as natural as breathing. We always tied our clothes to our ankles before shifting, as the size increase in our ankles was less drastic between forms and it was a convenient way to bring clothes along. Quickly, each wolf began to dress. I swiftly maneuvered into my bra and panties, followed by a loose pair of pants and shirt. We very rarely wore shoes, unless venturing into human settlements. I turned to the others as they finished the process. Once we were all clothed, we faced Alpha Brett. He was a large, muscular man with golden, brown hair and piercing hazel eyes that his daughter had inherited. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He called out, and we nodded in unison. Through my erupting nervousness, I noticed Will's lanky figure come stand by my side. I smiled up at him, grateful for the reassurance. As a group, the 14 of us began a brisk walk down the path, moving much more quickly than humans would have been able to. As we approached, something began to tickle my nose. Frowning in confusion, I tilted my head and sniffed the air. Several different scents mingled in the air along with my packs, so it was hard to differentiate. But one in particular stood out. Well, that was strange. It smelled of musk and pine trees and spices, and I found it strangely alluring, drawing me towards it. I couldn't stop sniffing as we continued to approach. It was like all of my favorite scents rolled into one. After a moment, I noticed Will was looking at me strangely. What the hell are you doing? Eyes glimmering with amusement. I felt my pale cheeks flush and I instantly looked down. I don't know, I muttered truthfully. I decided to stop breathing so deeply, for the scent was incredibly intoxicating and distracting, and I couldn't fathom what would cause it. I heard the different voices before I saw them. My nervousness spiked and I heard heartbeats all around me increasing. I mentally chastised myself I couldn't let them smell my fear. We had to be strong and keep our pack formidable. I took a few deep calming breaths through my mouth and hoped the others would do the same. The voices of the Black Mountains pack were relaxed and amused, which was completely unexpected. Then again, they knew they'd be coming out of this ahead. We entered the clearing. It was bathed in bright silver moonlight. A small stream trickled nearby, and there were a few assorted rocks and boulders around the clearing, which was plenty big to hold all of us and more. In the middle was a slightly tall rock. I assumed that's where the Alpha would stand. I snarled inwardly thinking about it. And still, the intoxicating sex it pressed in all around me, that I couldn't think about that. There were more than a dozen Black Mountain's pack members scattered in a half-circle, and their hungry eyes were fixed on us. Some stood while some lounged on the boulders nearby. We spread apart slightly, forming our own half-circle. Alpha Brett taking a few steps forward while Jack, the beta, strode over to stand near him. My father, who had checked in with me numerous times during the journey, shot me a reassuring look before standing near the other two. I tried to relax slightly. I noticed Will standing close to me, and he briefly grabbed my hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. I smiled up at him again. He really was a good friend to have. Slowly, forcing my heartbeat to slow down through my controlled breathing, I turned back to observe the Black Mountain's pack. I'll admit, I was curious what they were like. Most of the people in the clearing were males, although I did spot a few women. They all were very tall and muscular, with a hard glint in their eyes. Almost every single one had one or multiple visible scars on their tan skin. They looked like they could weather any hardship thrown at them. The smirks on their faces, combined with their menacing stunts, proved that they had absolutely no fear of us. And why should they? I thought bitterly. They could wipe us out by sheer numbers. Will leaned in close to my ear, his voice barely a whisper so they wouldn't hear, as they were only about 30 feet from us. I don't see the Alpha or Beta. He trailed off as suddenly. In one motion, the Black Mountain's pack stood up and straightened, looking at attention. Their eyes were wary but respectful, and their posture was stiff, which could only mean their Alpha was approaching. Footsteps came from the trees from behind them, and two men emerged. I was forced to hold my breath as the intoxicating scent became overpowering, which left me furrowing my brow in confusion. I couldn't focus on it for long. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As I honed in on the Alpha and Beta, the Beta alone was as big as Alpha Brett, but he paled in comparison to their Alpha. Gabriel, I remember hearing. He had to be several inches over 6 feet tall, and even from this distance I could tell he was built of solid muscle, but it was as if his body was carved from stone. He wore a tight shirt, which further displayed his musculature, and I could see several visible scars. His hair was as dark as midnight and tousled. Really a good look on him, but I couldn't think of it in an admirable way knowing who he was. He had high cheekbones and a strong jawline. If it were anybody else, I would have been dazzled at just how stunningly attractive this werewolf was. He looked almost surreal. The moonlight reflected off of his taut muscles and gave him a nearly unearthly glow, and I hoped I didn't look like I was drooling over the monster. I was expecting to feel a rush of hatred from my wolf upon seeing him for the first time. But instead, my stomach clenched in a strange way, and I felt fear strike me as I quickly looked at the ground. Glad he hadn't looked our way and caught me staring. My wolf was oddly silent, withdrawn, and I could tell something was wrong by the tension that crackled within me. What the hell was going on? My breaths came rapidly, but I forced myself to stare at the ground, grateful when Will took my hand again. I heard the Alpha address his pack and then climb onto the rock. I peeked up just enough to look at his pack, forcefully keeping my eyes from him, remembering Will's warning. The Boucher was standing by the rock. He had chocolate skin and a shaved head, his eyes regarding us coldly. Then the Alpha spoke. His voice was a very deep timbre and incredibly husky. I swallowed hard, feeling my knees turn to jelly and a strange mix of fear and something else stir within me. I was a whirlwind of emotion and couldn't figure out what was going on. I had to brace myself against Will, who thankfully just assumed I was terrified and wrapped his arm around me, holding me close. That was it, right? I was just terrified. I hated and despised this man after all, and he was incredibly imposing. All of this emotion was just building up. He began to address us formally, about how this was a ritual and it was our duty to negotiate and such. but I couldn't listen to his words. I was too distracted by the sound of his voice. My various emotions were derailing my coherent thought, and I was unsuccessfully trying to encourage my wolf to come out of her dazed state. But to no avail. I glanced up at his pack. They were staring up at him with admiration written plain on their faces. So my father had been right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was a visionary to them, and we despised all of them. I continued to look around the clearing as he spoke. Anything but focus on the Alpha, for something was seriously wrong with me and I had to just pretend he wasn't there. I had to stare at something else, so I resolved to deliberately avoid glancing anywhere near him, instead focusing on inanimate objects around the clearing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anything. I began to mindlessly count the trees, aware how stupid it was. As the minutes passed by, I just knew that I couldn't look at the Alpha on the rock. Hopefully he wouldn't notice my inattention. I figured it was safer to space out during the meeting than lose my mind by staring at his perfection again. I could figure out what the hell was wrong with me later. Another minute or two trickled by. I began to scuffle quietly at the grass beneath my feet. I felt Will glance at me once or twice, clearly confused by my lack of interest as the meeting continued. I vowed to explain everything to him later when I had figured it out myself. I just couldn't look up at the Alpha's rock right now. I inherently knew that would be a dangerous action, but I wasn't sure why. So I studiously looked away during the entire meeting. The minutes slowly passed by in agony. It was actually a concerted effort to avoid looking at him, and I was shocked that my wolf was so distant and confused. I clenched my fists, immensely uncomfortable, still trying to ignore the compelling scent. I dimly registered Alpha Brett's voice as they discussed something, and sensed an angry ripple run through my pack. The feeling of static anger snapped me to attention. I shifted my gaze to Alpha Brett. His face was darkly angry as he stared up at Gobby Alpha. We have given you everything you wanted. We have showed you the utmost respect, Alpha Brett began, his authoritative voice ringing out towards the Black Mountains pack, but the other Alpha cut him off. The utmost respect. The hint of a snarl in his voice. I was listening to him this time, and the sound of his gravelly voice again made me shudder. Though it wasn't entirely unpleasant. What the hell was I doing? My wolf had made an odd noise deep in her chest at his husky snarl, and I forcefully pushed her to quiet down. You say you respect us? Gabriel continued, voice steady. Yet one of your pack members has not been paying attention to anything we have been saying so far this meeting. Her deliberate disinterest is a direct insult to this meeting. My heart froze. Everybody in the clearing froze. I could sense their confusion. My gaze quickly dropped to the ground as I took a shaky breath, trying not to shiver in horror. I felt his burning gaze on me. I didn't know how, but I somehow knew that Gabriel. Why the hell was I calling him that was staring me down? Slowly, my packmates turned to face me. I couldn't look up. I wouldn't look up. My wolf was whimpering deep within me, though I couldn't interpret her tone. Something was telling me to look up at him, but I was too horrified and stunned to move. Skylar, my dad began warning me, confusion in his tone. He spoke aloud for the benefit of the other pack. Is it true? Alpha Brett demanded. I knew it was true. I knew it was incredibly rude to be playing games in my head instead of paying attention. But if they only knew what I was feeling. But I had no explanation. I managed to stutter out, face burning, throat dry. I was visibly shaking now, and I could feel Will staring at me in horror. He was no longer touching me, though he still remained deliberately close. I heard the soft noise of someone landing on the ground and I tensed up. Anger was radiating in the air, and this time I could tell it was from the enemy Alpha. He was approaching. Goddamn it. My feet were glued to the ground. I wanted to turn and run, as Will had said, but I couldn't move. Panic struck me. and I locked my legs till I would not visibly shake. Sweat beaded on my forehead. A second passed. Then, another. I heard the footsteps stop a few feet in front of me, an angry, deliberate snarl that made me inwardly cringe and renewed my shaking. Despite my effort not to show my fear, my wolf made the odd noise now, almost like a "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Why was she reveling in the alpha's anger? "Look at me." The husky voice snapped. I felt a strange pull, as if a hand was grabbing at me, trying to force me to look at him. I squeezed my eyes shut. He wasn't using a command in his tone, yet my wolf was urging me to respond. She desperately wanted to obey his order, even though he wasn't our alpha. "Skylar, do as he says." My dad snapped as Alpha Brett chimed in. I felt their anger through our bond. They didn't understand. Look at me. There was a command in this one. An alpha command I could ignore. My head snapped up and my eyes met his. I knew something big was going to happen as I finally made the dreaded eye contact with my worst enemy, and my world stopped. My inner wolf jumped out of her daze then and began to howl triumphantly, pouring every ounce of joy she had into her howl. I just stood there, still, unable to comprehend what was happening until my wolf started forcefully pushing one concept into my brain. "Mate. Oh, Nate." She crowed repeatedly, as I stared blindly at the alpha in front of me, blinking in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be him. But deep down inside, I knew otherwise. He was my mate. Chapter 3. I stood rooted to the ground, staring at the being in front of me that I had now identified as my other half. It was as if the world had stopped and Gabriel and I were the only two in existence. I could feel my wolf's triumphant howling in leaps of joy, but I remained riveted by my mate's stare. His eyes were so incredibly dark that they were nearly black, matching the color of his hair and contributing to his intimidating appearance. Yet, in this moment, I could read every expression on his face. I saw shock and disbelief that were so strong that they completely overshadowed any other emotions in his gaze. His mouth was slightly open as if he had been about to say something when he realized who I was. The recognition was definitely there, as I knew it would be, but the strength of his disbelief was astounding to me. He was beautiful, perfect, a god-like creature that was unrivaled. I knew my wolf was encouraging these thoughts, but I had to agree. I had never seen anything so wonderful. Every nerve in my body was on fire and my heart was beating rapidly. And yet, amidst these happy thoughts that surfaced whenever a wolf found their mate, the discordant notes of my distrust and hatred for Gabriel remained, marring the experience. This was my mate. The most horrible tyrant on the continent was my other half. What did that say about me? Why was it him? I could sense my own disbelief present on my face. My wolf snarled at my deprecating thoughts of her mate. I could feel her powerful emotions for him threatening to overwhelm my own. All of these things registered in a few short seconds, and then the magic of the mating bond made itself known as a silver sheen began to appear in Gabriel's black eyes. I felt the magic of werewolves coursing through my veins as my expression mirrored his. Any doubt that remained for either of us was now erased. This silver tinge always appeared in a werewolf's eyes shortly after it recognized their mate for the first time. Although discoloration was brief and temporary, it was the physical manifestation of the recognition of the bond. Dimly, I registered the shocked intakes of breath from the wolves around us that just now realized what was going on. Surely they were as surprised as we were that Gabriel had found his mate in the enemy pack. "Skylar, Skylar," I heard my father shouting in my mind, but for once I pushed it aside, focusing on Gabriel as my whirlwind of emotions continued. I immediately set up a mental barrier so I wouldn't hear the distracting voices of my pack members. It was too much right now. Half of me wanted to leap at him right then and there, shifting into my wolf form. Many pairs consummated the mating process as soon as they met, and there was no denying that my body was burning as I registered that the god, a creature in front of me, belonged to me. But the other half of me was contrasting sharply with this as my fear and dislike of Gabriel remained. I was still trying to accept the fact that this powerful and terrible werewolf was my mate. "No, it can't be." Gabriel finally spoke, quietly, but I knew those around me would be able to hear. The werewolves in the clearing still hadn't moved, and I wondered if he had commanded them to remain still. Disbelief colored his husky tone deeply, and he remained rooted to the spot. A strange expression lingered in the depths of his eyes now. It was something almost akin to awe. I noticed that he was trembling slightly, and I wondered if he was restraining his wolf. The alpha mating pull was stronger than a normal one, and I had to admire his self-restraint. No self-restraint. My wolf articulated in my mind as she pushed lustful impulses into me. I shook as I resisted my urges. No, I couldn't do it now. I still felt my intense dislike for him despite my simultaneous desire to let him claim me. My natural mating instinct swore with my better judgment as I continued to stare at him, not saying a word. It was as if I was completely divided in half, and I felt a slight ache in my chest as I continued to resist my natural urge to approach him. I was about to lose control. My wolf was snarling at me. I had to get out now. I knew it was cowardly and pathetic, but I needed to think, and I couldn't with my mate so close. If I joined with Gabriel now, I would be turning against my family and my pack, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't trust my own judgment so close to him. I knew that running away might insult him, but either rejecting him on the spot or claiming him would be so much worse in this moment. I had to get out of here. With every ounce of mental force in my mind, I roughly shoved my wolf's impulses to the back of my conscience and wrenched my gaze from Gabriel's. His scent still imposed upon my senses, but I was free of his black eyes now. It had to be now, before I did something I may regret later. I had to think clearly and remember what a horrible creature he was. My human side wanted to reject him, which would probably make him snap and take it out on my pack. My wolf wanted him as hers, and she wanted to claim him, which would effectively result in my betrayal of my own pack. How could I make that decision in an instant? With that thought powering me on, I knew I had to get some distance away from Gabri, the alpha. I couldn't shift to wolf form or my wolf would take over. I forced my feet to move and utilized my werewolf speed to dash away from Gabriel and the rest of the pack, heading towards the woods. The branches and leaves whizzed by as I entered the fringe, part of me hoping he would follow and the other half praying he wouldn't. I felt a strangled sound escape my throat as I defied nature and ran away from my mate. Despite my hatred, I felt a sharp pang in my chest and I clutched it as I sped through the trees. It felt like part of me was pulling out of my chest as I left him behind. My wolf was howling her fury and grief in the back of my mind. You're a coward. You left our mate. Our mate. She was roaring, and I whimpered softly. I was a coward, but how could I stay there? How could I stand there and want to be with such a cruel person? Why had nature given me Gabriel as a mate? Was there something wrong with me? I was completely ordinary, yet my other half was anything but. Maybe we are supposed to balance him out. My wolf snapped. You hated him 2 minutes ago. I retorted sharply. She growled in aggravation. I panted as my frantic run continued, thorns ripping at my skin as I paid no heed to obstacles around me, bursting through in a crazed fashion. Inside I cowered and winced at the pain. The bond wasn't being broken, but putting distance between you and your mate after your first meeting wasn't supposed to happen. I was denying nature her greatest gift. I was a horrible werewolf, but I couldn't do that to my pack. I couldn't be their worst enemy's mate. What would my family say? Did Gabriel even want me? He had been resisting the urge to shift and claim. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, hearts outside her unfailing enthusiasm. He may have been disgusted by nature's choice of a mate, since I was from the pack he considered as weak. Surprisingly enough, I felt a sharp pain in my chest at that thought, and then knew I was being a hypocrite. I was the one that ran. I finally slowed down when I realized I had no idea where I was going. Panting, I lowered my pace as I heard a trickling stream nearby. I knew I would be easy to track, and wasn't sure if I should cross here. I could now think more clearly despite the pain in my chest and my wolf's growls in my mind. She was angry, but she'd adjust. She would have to. Why did you leave him? His wolf wanted us. She whined, her sadness clouding her tone and almost completely masking the anger that simmered underneath. What did you want me to do? Before we saw him. You hated him. I snapped in reply. But he's ours. His wolf too. We can't abandon our mate. We can't abandon our pack or our family. To my agent extraordinaire, Mayen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés, enthusiasm. I replied angrily. My wolf huffed in frustration. Knowing how stubborn I could be once I made a decision, she knew that I wouldn't be returning to the meeting tonight. I entered the cool waters of the stream, grateful that I was barefoot as my toes sank into the mud. It was crisp but refreshing, and I hoped it would throw anyone off of the trail. I couldn't have anyone coming to retrieve me until I was ready. Especially not him. I wouldn't know how to handle myself if I saw Gabriel again. I began to walk downstream, attempting to avoid the rocks that jutted out from the bottom. I knew I couldn't stay out here. Technically, it was near the border of the two packs' territory, but it wouldn't exactly be safe sleeping this close to the Black Mountains pack's land. They were known to attack without provocation. Then again, I was their alpha's mate now. I shuddered thinking about it. What would Gabriel do if his mate was attacked? Will had said that the alpha had no soul, partially because he didn't have a mate. Now that he found me, would he act differently? I brushed the question aside. I hadn't even decided what to do about that yet. If I accepted him as my mate, I would go live with him and become the Luna. The thought of that made me snort. Me, a Luna? I was a pretty decent fighter, but I didn't have the authoritative nature for that sort of thing. Nature deemed us worthy of being his mate. You don't know what you're capable of. My wolf replied. I ignored her. I glanced around the moonlit forest and sniffed the air a few times. I had never been to this part of the woods before. I knew now that I needed to get back to familiar territory, but I wasn't quite sure which direction I was heading. My pack's territory and home was set in an ideal location. A circular valley almost completely surrounded by some of the largest and most formidable of the Rocky Mountains. At the south end of the valley was a break between mountains, the main exit in and out of the valley. Our territory had once stretched beyond the valley but now was constrained. The meeting was held in the dense forest between the mountains at the valley's entrance. If one continued on out of the valley, the forested terrain became rockier and much harder to traverse. Further on were high cliffs with rolling hills interspersed. This area was partly inset with some of the highest mountains in the range, which we werewolves had deemed the Black Mountains. This gigantic area was the territory of our worst enemies. Past the rock crags, the ground gently sloped down into rolling plains as one approached human territory. The Black Mountains pack had captured this area too. There was supposedly a smaller werewolf pack as one continued south past the ridge of Black Mountains, but from what we understood, the pack was also under the dominion of the Black Mountains pack. Like us, they were forced to give up their land, and did not fight back because it was home. Werewolf packs clustered together, but the clusters themselves were far apart. I didn't know of any other werewolf packs within hundreds of miles. And, of course, our valley was our perfect home. We had mountains at our back to defend us from invasion, and there was only one way in. That's why the Black Mountain pack wanted our land so badly. I scowled, kicking a pebble as I continued down the stream. My mate was the same wolf trying to take away our home. Just my luck. I attempted to focus on the task at hand instead of moping. Getting home was more important. My wolf senses had told me that I was currently heading west, and I knew I would need to exit the stream and head north soon to get back to the valley. If the terrain grew too rough, I knew I was dangerously close to leaving the valley. As I continued my trek, I couldn't help but notice a growing pressure on my mental barrier. I knew it was my other pack members attempting to speak to me. If I were in wolf form, the alpha would have no trouble breaking down my mental barriers. But, in human form at this great of a distance, Alpha Brett would have to use considerably powerful alpha command to do so. I assumed that because it was still silent in my head they were at least making some attempt to respect my space. Still, my father must be worried sick. I could at least inform him where I was. Sighing, I tentatively lowered my mental barrier. Instantly, I felt the alphas in my father's mental presence slam into my brain and I winced. Skylar, where the hell are you? My father spoke first. Surprisingly, I could sense Alpha Brett, too, although his presence wasn't simmering with anger like my father's. I had to get out of there. Dad, I had to think. You didn't think to at least warn us first. He was still shouting. Alexander, calm down. We were all surprised at the events. That was Alpha Brett, attempting to soothe my father. That's putting it lightly. My father snapped. It wasn't your daughter that found out that Alpha is her mate. What the hell do we do now? It isn't completely up to us. That's Skylar's decision. I'm assuming you ran off to clear your mind. I ran into the wood. I'm in a stream now. I didn't want to be. I quickly added before my father could retort. Skylar. Alpha Brett began, and there was something in his tone I didn't like. What? I replied tentatively. There's a reason we've been trying to get your attention. My father replied, speaking over Alpha Brett. If it were any other situation, it would be considered especially rude to treat an alpha like that, but I figured these were extenuating circumstances. If you hadn't ignored us for so long, we could have warned you sooner. Warned me about what? I replied with a tinge of irritation, growing impatient. He's coming after you. Gabriel. He told his beta to take over the meeting and left a few minutes after you. I'm assuming he hasn't found you yet because you're hiding your scent, but I didn't hear anything he said after that. My blood had gone cold, and my stomach was churning in a mixture of dread and anticipation. My wolf was making her presence known again through triumphant yips, but I could only freeze mid-step as the water of the stream rushed around me. What do I do? I replied weakly, my voice thick with conflicting emotions. That's up to you. We can't help you, Skylar. Gabriel commanded us to stay here. Not even I can ignore his alpha command. Brett's voice was thick with worry and shame. I was abruptly confused. How could an alpha use a command on another alpha? It shouldn't be possible. I had never heard of such a thing. I thought all along that Brett was being polite by obeying Gabriel, but it appeared he had no choice. I couldn't dwell on it. Shit. Not caring that my father was listening, I left because I don't know what to do. My wolf already wants him. I practically wailed, panic rising in my chest. Skylar, calm down. I know the situation isn't ideal, but you can't panic. He knows where to find you, so it wouldn't matter if he got away. Alpha Brett said, and he still sounded tense. He's your mate. My father's voice seemed very strained when he said that. And mates don't hurt each other. You must talk with him sometime. You can't ignore your mate, no matter how horrible he is. I felt my wolf snarl in anger at the insult to her mate, but I was too distracted to notice. I tilted my head into the air and took a deep whiff, digging through all of the scents. Sure enough, I caught a faint trace of Gabriel's intriguing aroma. He was hot on my trail. I knew I couldn't run. Not again. I wasn't ready to deal with this now, but better here than in front of the pack. I couldn't let Gabriel know just how terrified I was of this whole situation, even though my heart was threatening to burst out of my chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can do this, but I have to talk with him alone. It's too confusing with other voices in my head. I finally said after a minute of silence, Are you sure? Feeling my father's reluctance but Alpha Brett's reassurance. I have to be sure of it. I can't make him angry, or others could be hurt. Before they could reply, I blocked them out with my mental barriers once again. Then I stepped out of the stream. There was no point in hiding. I took another deep inhale. The scent was much stronger now, and it made me weak at the knees. Hopefully I could look at Gabriel without wanting to jump him or run away. My wolf's excited noises were definitely not helping the situation. I mentally shushed her, although it did little good. A minute trickled by, and then another. The scent was nearly overpowering now, but I stood my ground. After a few more seconds, I heard rustling to my left, and I sensed Gabriel's emergence from the undergrowth as my nerves caught on fire and my heartbeat increased tenfold. Slowly, I turned to face him as he spoke one word. Skylar. When I first heard his deep, husky voice call my name, my body trembled involuntarily, as if drawn by the magic of fate. Chapter for Skylar. Hearing that deep, husky voice speak my name sent shivers down my spine and made me tremble in a way I never would have anticipated before. My wolf purred deep within me, and I had to bite my lip to keep myself from making a similar sound. The moonlight made Gabriel look ethereal, bringing definition to the strong bone structure on his face and his sculpted muscles. Once again, I simply couldn't believe that fate had given me such a physically perfect other half. Although I felt lust stir within me, my rapid heartbeat could be partially attributed to nervousness. I could not forget my dislike for him, and I was unsure how to act or respond. Gabriel had made no move to further approach me, and was simply standing several yards away, studying me. His deep black eyes and facial expression were unfathomable as he examined me. I felt he tries on my skin as our eyes met again. Was I passing his inspection? Was I good enough? The petty part of me wondered if he was disappointed that I wasn't a stunning beauty. Perhaps someone like him would be better for him in that regard. My wolf snarled at the notion, and I winced inwardly, unsure what else to say. I merely echoed his statement. Gabriel. The name felt delightful on my tongue. I noticed Gabriel tense, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. My wolf's spurring grew louder. She much enjoyed saying her mate's name aloud. I had no doubt that he wasn't used to people calling him by his name. To everyone else, he was just Alpha. Even with the mere handful of words that had passed between us, I felt the inevitable sense of familiarity that came with discovering one's mate. A few more seconds passed with Gabriel remaining unusually still. The normal sounds of the forest seemed to have dimmed in comparison to my racing heartbeat. Gabriel slowly took a step forward, then another, before stopping again. He stared at me, his dark eyes reflecting the unusual emotion I had seen in them earlier. It was disbelief and relief, almost as if he had found something that had once been lost. I couldn't help but feel perplexed at his reaction. My nervousness increased again, and I shifted position. The silence was becoming oppressive, and my lust was unfurling once more as my body recognized a closer distance. I knew I had to say something to break the heavy quiet between us. Without thinking, I blurted out the first thing I thought of. I'm sorry I ran. It was a simple apology, but I meant every word. Despite my dislike and distrust for the hungry leader in front of me, the logical side of me knew it would have pained me to see him run away if our roles were reversed. Mates were not supposed to run in opposite directions upon meeting. I was surprised at the lack of anger on his face. I had abandoned him in front of both packs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel's stare intensified as he took a couple steps closer. We now stood less than 10 feet apart. I could see every detail from his high cheekbones to the contours of muscle beneath his clothing. My wolf was pushing to get out as I felt the crackling tension between us. Why did you? He finally said, voice low. There was no anger or hurt in his voice, and despite the question, he did not look confused. A small part of me suspected that he knew my motivation for running. I broke eye contact then, staring at the ground. I wanted to make up a feeble excuse, but doubted I could lie to such a powerful alpha, even if he wasn't my mate. I didn't know how to react. I had to clear my head. My cheeks reddened as I thought of how he must have reacted after I took off. He likely thought I was a coward. I wasn't expecting to discover something like that tonight. I don't think that fully explains your reaction to finding your own mate. Gabriel's voice had hardened considerably. I still could not look up at him. The word mate, in association with him, pleased my wolf and made a warm feeling unfurl deep within me despite my misgivings. However, had me on edge. I was conflicted. My wolf and I were in disagreement, and I didn't trust myself around you. I replied back, trying hard to keep my voice even. Why? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Once again, I had a suspicion he already knew and wanted me to say it aloud. I paused, taking a deep breath, Because you're the alpha of the pack that is taking our land. I wanted to add that I disliked him for years but was afraid of his reaction. Slowly, I raised my gaze to look Gabriel's mesmerizing but haunting eyes. His expression had hardened yet again, and I saw steely anger hovering on his face. So you're predisposed to despise me, as my pack is the enemy, he replied coolly, attempting to mask his irritation. I gritted my teeth and looked away, staring into the trees. I was unable to deny his claim. The silence stretched between us for a moment. So I take it you're rejecting me then? His voice was icy now, and my eyes snapped back to him in surprise as I felt my wolf's horror within me. What? I stuttered it in shock, my heart racing. His furious gaze was fixated on me, but I thought I could detect another emotion shimmering underneath. Or a mixture of both. Don't you dare reject him. My wolf hissed, her anger permeating my entire being. I knew that if I told Gabriel I didn't want him, she would never forgive me. Could I do that to her? Part of me was screaming at me not to. And despite my distrust and dislike, I wasn't sure I could do that to myself. I knew the pain would be unbearable. Plus, I tried to reason, what would happen if I rejected Gabriel? He would be furious, and his rejection was a rare thing, but rejected wolves almost never recovered. There was a chance he would take it out on my family and pack. Even if I didn't want him at all, which I knew wasn't true, I knew I couldn't risk that chance. Even though my human side disliked and distrusted him, my wolf was still half of me, and she desperately wanted her mate. I should have known from the beginning that rejecting him wasn't an option for her. Realizing he was still staring at me with his body tense and fists clenched, I quickly shook my head. No, I am not rejecting you. I thought you wouldn't want me because of my pack affiliation. I blinked rapidly as that last sentence slipped out. I hadn't really thought about it until I said it, and I now felt oddly vulnerable expressing such sentiment with this powerful wolf in front of me. His expression changed then as shock and disbelief marred his features. You thought I would reject you. The thought seemed repulsive to him. Once again I was struck with surprise at his reaction. You're one of the most powerful alphas in the country. I'm a completely ordinary she-wolf, from an enemy pack. It doesn't make sense that fate put us together. I couldn't help the bitterness from leaking into my tone. It was surprisingly easy to express the truth in front of Gabriel, even though I found him intimidating and barely knew him. Perhaps part of my subconscious realized the mating bond even more than I did. In the blink of an eye, Gabriel was standing in front of me. My heart jolted in my chest. Even for a werewolf, he had moved unusually fast. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms due to his proximity. We were only a foot apart, and I had to crane my neck to peer into his eyes. This close, I could see the swirling depths of his dark gaze in every long, dark eyelash. I wanted to reach up and stroke his face. My wolf wanted to do a lot more than that, and she was making it quite apparent. Worried I would begin to furiously blush, I quickly looked away as I attempted to slow my racing heart. I furiously reprimanded myself, reminding my subconscious that I was supposed to dislike him. Unfortunately, it was near impossible with him standing so close. I could feel electricity between us, and I clasped my hands behind my back so I wouldn't do anything rash. You aren't completely ordinary. You can't be, he said softly, confusion evident in his voice. I felt his gaze burning into the side of my face as I avoided looking at him. I am, I replied coolly, inwardly fearing his disappointment and ultimate rejection when he realized I was nothing special. Then I reminded myself that I didn't care. Everything would be much easier for my pack and I if he just left me alone. My wolf whimpered at the thought of her mate not wanting her. You're not supposed to exist, because it's supposed to be impossible for me to have a mate. Gabriel continued. My gaze snapped to his face as my brows furrowed in confusion. Every wolf was supposed to have a mate. What was he talking about? Slowly, Gabriel lowered his head to the side until his face was a few inches from my neck. My awareness of his proximity spiked, and I felt he rushed through my body. My wolf wanted me to grab him and force him against the nearest tree. Such thoughts were causing warmth to blossom in the lowest regions of my body, and I gritted my teeth to resist my more basic instincts. Gabriel inhaled, slowly, taking in my scent. I heard a soft, low sound of approval deep in his chest as he did so. The husky noise only made my bodily sensations worse, and I quickly took a couple of steps back. He raised his head to meet my gaze then, his eyes darker than usual. He opened his mouth to speak but then froze. Listening, I perked my ears as well. Was someone nearby? After hearing nothing, I determined that someone in Gabriel's pack must have been trying to get his attention, judging by his facial expression, which shifted from mild irritation to furious anger. It was something important. I waited, shifting from foot to foot and trying to get a hold of myself as Gabriel continued his telepathic conversation. I should be grateful for the distraction. Gabriel's proximity had been driving me crazy, causing me to temporarily forget my strong feelings of dislike. What the hell was wrong with me? You are designed. We are designed to want it. Don't fight it. My wolf cautioned, and I have been led to despise him because of what he is doing to our pack. How can you despise what fate has demanded you to love? She replied softly. I was saved from responding by Gabriel, who swiveled his head back to face me. There is a pack emergency. I'm going back. I blinked in surprise and felt a mild surge of frustration. I still had no idea what I was supposed to do next. In a traditional relationship, the female would join the male's pack and live with him after they mated, but I was nowhere close to ready for such a thing. The thought of living in the Black Mountains pack territory was horrifying. I needed some more time to figure things out. To make matters worse, our conversation had only served to muddle my emotions even more. Truthfully, a large part of me didn't want him to go. There was still so much left to discuss. And on top of that, my wolf would pine after him the second he left. I knew, but if Gabriel thought the emergency was important enough to return to his pack, I was going to make no attempt to dissuade him. I can't wait here. Alpha Brett and my father expect me home, I replied, infusing my tone with finality. He wouldn't order me to return with him. Would he? I would have no idea how to handle such a situation. I saw a glimmer of irritation in Gabriel's eyes, but then it was gone. He slowly took a step forward. With his hulking height and muscled physique, the action almost looked menacing, especially with the light of the moon throwing his face into a sharp contrast of light and shadow. For a moment I thought he was going to force me to come with him. From what I had been told, he was merciless and demanding. It wouldn't be out of character. The moment stretched on until the tension was nearly unbearable as he stared me down. Deliberating. Very well. I won't make you return with me, he finally said, his tone devoid of emotion. I blinked in surprise. Part of me hadn't expected such consideration. I just need to think, I muttered as he stared at me. The excuse sounded feeble even to me, but I had no clue what else to say. Then think. But in the meantime, Skylar, don't forget that fate has determined you to be my mate. I expect your pack to respect that. The last part came out nearly in a growl, his eyes flashing. Some part of me idly wondered if he meant that generally, or if he was referring to anything in particular. For instance, if he'd noticed while comforting me in the clearing. The whole meeting was a blur now. I couldn't remember if we had maintained the contact in Gabriel's presence. My wolf yipped in excitement, and I felt a strange mix of fear and pleasure as he verbally determined me as his. Although my logical side recoiled from such a cruel wolf claiming me, the rest of my being could not help but feel elated at the proclamation. It was a confusing mix of feelings. Before I could retort, Gabriel had moved to the edge of the clearing in the blink of an eye. He made to enter the woods but then turned back over his shoulder. His gaze fixated on me and held me in place as I was mesmerized once more by the black pools of his eyes. We stood there, motionless, for a few seconds. I couldn't help but feel as if the world had stopped around us and was holding its breath. He had a strange look on his face as he stared at me, his eyes rising over my figure then rising again to my face. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought his expression was one of barely concealed longing. The logical side of my brain tried to convince me that was impossible. I know you dislike me, but I will not apologize for my pack's actions against yours. His tone was clipped, without remorse. I opened my mouth without thinking, feeling a surge of anger at his brusque and unfeeling comments, but he cut me off. I will be seeing you very soon. Skylar, and with my name hanging from his lips, he vanished into the trees. I stood there for several minutes, staring after him. My mind was a complete mess, muddled with so many thoughts and emotions that I did not even know where to begin. Gabriel was as infuriating, cold, and demanding as I had thought, but I had seen real emotion a few brief instances, like when he asked if I was going to reject him, when he took in my scent, and even that look on his face before he left. I couldn't help but feel that there was a lot more depth to him than anyone in my pack had ever realized. But I shouldn't be thinking such things. Should I? He had caused death and destruction in our pack. He was my mate. I'm not sure as hell confused things. But it didn't erase the past. I was supposed to feel only hatred for him, and here I was transfixed by his power and beauty. I'm pathetic. I thought miserably. My wolf attempted to soothe me, liking these newfound ideas about her mate, but it did little to help because I already knew her thoughts on the matter. I had to get back home. Perhaps getting away from here would help my mind be free of the thoughts of Gabriel. My parents and Brett could help tuck some sense into me, or at least distract me. I needed to contact them and inform them that I was coming home. I opened my mind once more, expecting Brett's and my father's presences to once more enter in a rush. To my surprise, they were there, but my father seemed much more restrained and in control of his emotions than last time. Dad, Brett, I'm coming home. I'll leave now. I just talked to him and he said, Skylar, I think home would be a better place to talk about this. My father replied calmly. I could sense Brett's agreement. There is a lot to discuss. Your mother still has to hear about this and it would be better to go over it in person. I did not want my mother to know about this, but there was obviously no way around it. I sighed in resignation. I'll be there as soon as I can. I glanced up. It was a while until sunrise and our pack village was hours away at a wolf speed. It'll likely be morning or afternoon. Hunt along the way, my father replied, focusing on him more. I could tell that his mental state of calm was more forced than I previously thought. It wouldn't be good to push him now. Keep your eyes and ears open. Skylar, let us know if you run into anything. That was Brett. And with one last mental goodbye, they were gone. After shifting into wolf form, heading west for a bit and catching a quick meal of rabbit, I decided I was in roughly the right position to head directly north, which would take me to our home on the far side of the valley. I was still relatively close to the meeting place and it was best to just put all of that behind me. No sense in wasting any more time. I began to run in full wolf speed, forcing all of my doubts and confused emotions into fuel to increase my pace even further. The undergrowth thrashed by in a blur beside my powerful figure as I leapt over rocks and logs in a single bound, thrilling in the joy of running completely free. It was true that running free was the best therapy, and with the haunting promise of Gabriel seeing me again soon, my wolf at least was letting me be. I ran like that for a long while before deciding to take a break. For all I knew, the meeting wasn't even over yet. They could often last hours because of negotiations. It seemed more likely that the pack emergency Gabriel had was enough to cause an end to the meeting, but I couldn't be sure. And I definitely did not want to beat my father home and encounter my mother alone. I had just lowered my head to a nearby creek in order to clench my when I felt it. Somebody or something was watching me. The fur on the back of my neck stood up with awareness and I quickly swiveled my head from side to side, trying to catch a glimpse of whoever was nearby. I saw nothing except the trees swaying with the breeze, leaves rustling, pricking my ears. I listened intently. Nothing. That was unusual in itself. Usually, if I listened hard enough, I could hear the faint cries of small animals, the chirping of birds, or even the noises of various insects. However, the forest around me was oddly still. It wasn't the same feeling I'd had in the clearing with Gabriel. This time it was the forest was hiding from something. A deep growl emanated from my chest as I raised my head, sniffing the air. If anyone was close by, I would be able to smell them with my overly keen senses. For half of a second, I caught a whiff of something unfamiliar. It didn't smell like anything I recognized, animal or human. And it definitely didn't smell like a werewolf. Even with such a brief whiff, I could tell it was dangerous. And I growled louder, lowering myself into a crouch. I sniffed once more, first standing on end. Again. I detected nothing. A growl continued to emanate from my throat as my claws dug into the ground. I remained in that position for a few more moments, but I could not catch the scent again. Whatever had been nearby was gone. My first Lodi lay flat again as my sense of awareness disappeared. Whatever the hell it was had left me alone, but I was paranoid now. I needed to get home before it came back. I had no idea what had been watching me, but I knew instinctively that it was highly dangerous. I took off running for home again, my wolf and I both on high alert. I tried to put the thoughts of the unknown creature and Gabriel's dark eyes out of my mind as Aston the sun finally rose. Tendrils of color stretched across the sky, turning at brilliant hues of orange, yellow, and pink. The forest around me was thrown into sharp relief, every leaf and twig defined by the bright light of the sun. I was trekking downhill now into the gigantic valley we called home. I could see the entire lay of the land thanks to the beautiful sunrise. I was struck by a pang of possessiveness as I gazed at our territory, the territory my mate was trying to take away. What would Gabriel do now? I still felt my dislike and distrust for him, but I was unsure if my original idea of his character was accurate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If he was as cruel as they said, he would have claimed me without my permission or forced me to come along with him. Yet he didn't. That meant he had a selfless bone somewhere in his body. Right. After stopping once more to rest for a while and dine on another rabbit I found nestled in a burrow, I started on the final leg of my trip. I kept a slower pace now to assure that I wouldn't beat everyone home. The slow trot had my wolf pacing in anticipation. She didn't like moving at what felt like a snail's speed. However, it did allow me to appreciate the full beauty of the morning as I watched the sunrise in the sky and morning turn to early afternoon. Fortunately, a couple hours later I caught my father's scent on the wind and knew they had beaten me home. I picked up my speed again, then stopped at the fringe of the trees before shifting back into human form. I had tied my clothes tightly around my ankle before shifting, and I retrieved them now, swiftly donning them and exiting the shelter of the forest. I smelled them before I saw them. As I turned the corner, I came face with Alpha Brett. He and all of the others from the group that attended the meeting were standing around nervously, talking amongst themselves and waiting for my arrival. As soon as I entered the peripheral, all heads turned to face me. I detected a wide range of expressions from nervousness to outright disapproval. "Skylar, we've got to talk about this." That was my father, stepping forward and speaking softly. It was time to face my pack. But instead of looking at me as Skylar, they were looking at me as their worst enemy's new mate. Chapter 5. I sighed, fighting the urge to sink to the ground. Some part of me had known I wouldn't be able to avoid this confrontation, but I still had no desire to deal with it right now. "I know," I replied quietly, my wolf whining in the back of my mind. She disliked the looks on some of my packmates' faces. Tentatively, I raised my head up and scanned the group, making eye contact with each one of them. Fortunately, some of the looks seemed closer to concern and downright animosity. Perhaps pack affection was winning out. My gaze finally met Will's. To my relief, his blue eyes contained worry for me and nothing else. He gave me a slight nod of reassurance and I tried to force myself to relax. If Will was on my side, then surely some of the others would understand too. In an instant, Alpha Brett and my father were standing on either side of me, eyes roaming over me to assure that I wasn't injured. My father gently took hold of my hair and moved it to the side, examining my neck. He didn't claim me, I muttered self-consciously, aware of the many pairs of eyes fixated on my pale skin. A murmur rippled through the group and I detected their relief intermingled with confusion. Did you RAJ? My father began before Alpha Brett could speak, then abruptly cut off. I sensed my father's hesitation to say the word rejection. Even with his hatred for Gabriel, he knew that one wolf rejecting another was an excruciating process. No, we just talked. Then he said he had a pack emergency and he left. Alpha Brett's mouth hardened into a grim line. He left his beta to continue the meeting after he followed you. The beta had to call it short because of an emergency. Must be serious if they would leave so abruptly. I noticed some of the other wolves whispering and grumbling among themselves. To force us to attend the meeting only to call it off was an extremely impolite gesture. What all did he say? Alpha Brett was back on the mate subject now. I looked down at the ground. Remember how it felt when Gabriel called me his. I felt a light blush rise on my cheeks. He basically just confirmed that I'm his mate, and wanted you guys to respect that. My wolf writhed in pleasure at the thought, and he said that he'd be seeing me soon. I felt the air thicken with tension as the entire pack stiffened. He'd better not come here. To our territory. I heard someone snap. If he does, we'll just take him out. We have the advantage here. Somebody else cut in. Although they sounded unsure. It's not really Skylar's fault. She can't control who her mate is. A younger she, Wolf muttered. She should have just rejected him. Then he wouldn't follow her. That was Anne. Seriously, that would only piss him off more. There's no telling what he would do if she rejected him. Will replied, coming to my defense. Yeah, but, and began heatedly. All of you, silent. Alpha Brett snapped. That quieted them immediately. Will is right. Making him angry would only guarantee trouble. Now that we know that he wants Skylar as a mate, we can use that to our advantage. I didn't like the way that made me sound like an object, but I knew he was right. It was possible that my presence would help protect the pack. If he cares about her, he won't want to hurt her by harming her pack. He continued, musing. Well, he didn't exactly proclaim his deep feelings for me or anything. I muttered, embarrassed. I wasn't sure what had been going on in Gabriel's head and I didn't safe to assume anything. That's because he's a cruel, twisted bastard without any feelings. I heard someone hiss angrily. My head snapped up and my eyes fixated on the wolf that had spoken. Julie. Anger surged through me at the insult to my mate and I felt my wolf snarl in fury. I clenched my fists to keep from growling out loud. I couldn't help my strong emotions despite my dislike for Gabriel. Instead I fixated on her with a furious glare that left her blinking in surprise. Skylar. Calm down, Alpha Brett said, resting hand on my shoulder. I realized that everyone had seen my little display of anger, and I quickly looked away, embarrassed. I didn't need them turning against me. I'm sorry, My wolf and I don't exactly agree on this. I gritted out as I attempted to explain. That isn't your fault. Your wolf is designed to want him. Insulting your mate will only infuriate her. He tossed a dark glare at Julie. What do I do? What do we do? Looking from him to my father. My father's expression was a mixture of worry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Lilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and anger. I knew that, as my mate, Gabriel should be my issue to work out. But, with the danger his pack presented to mine, the Alpha would want to be involved. It was certainly an unusual situation. There isn't a lot we can do for now. We can increase patrols around the border, but that's never stopped him before. He'll want to keep an eye on you sooner or later. The Alpha replied, deep in thought. The idea sent an odd shiver through my body. I attempted to ignore it. It's going to be up to you. Skylar. He's your mate. It's your decision. Fate chose him for you for a reason. Rubbing his forehead with one hand, I have to tell the rest of the pack. It's my duty to inform them of any potential threat. I opened my mouth to protest but shut it quickly. I was not the type to argue with an Alpha and he had a good point. My wolf didn't want to think of Gabriel as an enemy. Unfortunately, his past actions had made him such to the pack. Unfortunately, I knew a lot of my pack mates might think of me differently after they found out. I would definitely be the newest gossip and most of them would not think of me in a positive light after finding out the identity of my other half. It was a depressing thought, as one's pack was basically an extended family after growing up with these wolves and trusting all of them implicitly. Seeing judgment in their eyes would be tough to bear. All right, I replied, sighing with resignation. Don't worry, Sky. It isn't your fault. We don't choose our mates. My dad reassured me quietly. The pack will have to understand. Nobody will give you a hard time, Alpha Brett said, tossing a stern look over his shoulder at the group huddled behind them. Most of my pack mates still seemed uncertain and avoided my gaze. Okay, I muttered shortly. I didn't really believe their words yesterday. If I'd found out that somebody had Gabriel for a mate, I would have felt the same way the others felt now. Sighing yet again, I steeled myself for the days to come. I spent the rest of that day and the next 3 days cooped up in my room, attempting to avoid confrontation. It wasn't necessarily the bravest way to cope with things, but I needed the time alone to think. The logical side of my brain and my wolf were at constant odds with each other. Despite my misgivings, I could not keep Gabriel's perfect face and dark eyes out of my mind. He haunted me every second of the day and kept me tossing and turning at night. It was constant turmoil. The pain of resisting the mating pull coupled with my inner battle made me stressed and unable to sleep. The few times I ventured out of my house to eat at the pack hall with my parents, I felt the stares on me and heard the barely decipherable whispers. Nobody was outright antagonistic, but I'd never liked being the center of attention, and it only made things worse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mother was constantly by my side. I could tell she was torn between being elated that I found a mate and horrified that it was, well, that I didn't exactly have the kindest, gentlest soul for my other half. After I repeatedly told her I needed the time alone to think, she finally got the message and I was left to my own devices. Needless to say, perhaps it wasn't the best idea to leave me alone. My wolf paced back and forth and frequently sent me images and primal urges that I didn't want. Embarrassingly enough, I often enjoyed the mental images, then consequently spent the next several minutes feeling guilty about it. I was going crazy, aimlessly pacing my room or blankly staring at the TV. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was very fortunate that Maria showed up a few days after I got back to talk some sense into me. I heard an impatient rap on my door before the brunette entered my room, staring at me sternly. I knew I'd find you trapped in here. I understand staying in here the first day or two, but this is getting ridiculous. Skylar. Hello to you too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied grumpy ly. She huffed before settling down beside me on the bed. I've come over twice before, but your parents said you didn't want to talk. Are you okay? I'm worried about you. I'm always the first one you talk to. Her dark eyes looked slightly hurt. I shifted position to face her, feeling chastised. I'm sorry, I just feel awkward going in public and I wasn't sure how you felt about. You mean how I feel about your mate being that jackass alpha of the Black Mountains pack? Coming from anyone else I probably would have taken offense from the insult to my mate. But since it was Miriam, Wolf just felt mildly irritated, and I easily squashed her reaction. It's just I didn't plan for it. You know. And everyone is looking at me differently. Not everyone. Will and I are worried about you. It isn't your fault anyway. You don't choose your mate. But part of me wants him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A pretty big part. And he's so horrible, yet I still want him. How screwed up is that? Understanding glimmered in her expression. He's your mate, Skylar. It would be even more strange if you didn't want him. He's destined for you, but I can't stand him. Well, you know. Her expression grew more sullen. I won't lie to you. Our pack hates him. He's done horrible things. You have a difficult decision ahead, but that doesn't mean you can beat yourself up over something that's out of your control. But what's wrong with me that fate chose him as my other half? I glanced at her morosely. I realized how bad that sounded, but the pity party was in full force. She reached over and grabbed my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Maybe you're meant to help him. Make him less of an asshole. You know, cure him of his doshebig, ERY. I couldn't help a small smile from emerging after that. And Maria grinned in return. That's better. Besides, I'm making you get out of the house tonight. We can forget about all of this for a couple of hours. Get away from the pack for a bit. Puzzled. You mean like go for a run? Her smile was devious. No, silly. We're gonna go out on the town. On the other side of the mountains that encircled our valley was a human city. It was a decent-sized settlement that was about a 30-minute drive. The only ways there were to run or drive on a very small road that we kept hidden so the humans wouldn't find it. The road was tough to navigate as it wound through the mountains, but with our quick reflexes it wasn't too bad of a drive. All the wolves my age attended high school there, since our pack village was too small to have its own high school. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had finished high school over a year ago. Each week a group took the truck and went to town to buy necessary supplies and groceries that would take care of the entire pack for a week. Of course we could eat fresh meat in our wolf forms, but otherwise we needed the same type of sustenance as humans. It came in quite handy having a human town nearby, as many wolves worked there at least part-time to earn a living. Also, the city had electric and cable companies that we had contracted to set utilities up in our pack village many years back. It had certainly been an interesting experience having humans in our home and all of us having to act like them. I was glad, because I didn't know what I would do without cable or Wi-Fi. Or running water, for that matter. The humans knew there was a village in the mountains, but they never tried to find it. We came to visit them. A couple times in the past we had gone to one of the clubs down there just to hang out. I didn't go as often as the others. The clubs were fun enough for a short time, but they were so crowded and sweaty. Our parents, fortunately, didn't care that we went. What danger did humans pose to werewolves? At this age we were expected to take care of ourselves, although my parents were a bit stricter than some. So you guys are going clubbing? Somewhat interested. I hadn't been in a while and part of me needed the distraction. Not sure yet. Maybe we'll shop. Maybe we'll eat somewhere. Or maybe we'll go dancing. Point is, you'll get to have fun. But my parents already told them we were going to hang out with some friends from high school. At first they didn't look too excited, but I think I might have convinced them. You just have to talk to them before we leave. Glancing around, what would I even wear? I could tell my wolf had no desire to leave and be around humans, but I didn't care what she wanted. She was driving me crazy. I wondered if Gabriel would like the idea of me going to a human town. I immediately quashed the thought. I should not let the fact that I had a mate now affect my decisions so easily. It wasn't like I was going to town to meet a guy. The thought of meeting a guy now was almost repulsive. Come on. They let you go on grocery runs all the time and you went to high school there. I doubt they'll care if you go hang out with us for a few hours. It's just with this whole mate thing they're feeling all protective. Well, like he's gonna come snatch you as soon as you leave. Hate to break it to you, but when he wants to come snatch you he'll do it, even if you're in the middle of our territory. She had a point. When Gabriel wanted something, his pack got it. And Maria took that as an affirmative. Beaming from ear to ear she flounced over to my closet and began to dig through all of my clothes, attempting to find the perfect outfit. She came out with a ruffled red top, a black skirt, thankfully not to shorten, some heels. A bit dressy for my taste, but I was sure she thought she was toning it down for my sake. Besides, her fashion sense was far better than mine. Who else is coming? Will and Jake. So far. I stood up reluctantly. Perhaps this was for the best. I needed to get out of the house. Assuming my parents let me go. They were being overprotective, but surely they wouldn't stop me. Some fresh air would do me good, and I'd been to the human city hundreds of times during my high school years. It wasn't dangerous. I resolved to make a concentrated effort to have fun, as long as it could help distract me from thoughts of Gabriel. Surely this was a good idea. Chapter 6. The trip started off on a sour note. I've never seen you wear clothes that tight, were Will's first words when he saw me, as he leaned on the outside of Maria's Jeep. I tossed him a dark scowl, not appreciating his smirk. The top was fine, but the skirt was a little tight, and I really wished he hadn't pointed it out. Leave her alone, Will, Maria chastised. We're supposed to be cheering her up, not pissing her off. The other werewolf accompanying us, Jake, was already in the back seat of the car. He was a short but burly werewolf with reddish, blonde hair and a shy smile. We'd always gotten along just fine, and I returned his wave. "Wait for me," came a voice from behind us. I turned around and felt a surge of irritation and was striding up to us, wearing a tight black dress and bright red lipstick. I glanced at Maria, disbelievingly. Had she really invited an on a trip meant to cheer me up? But Maria looked equally as surprised as I did. "Hey, Anne," Jake called through the Jeep's rolled down window, and I realized who the culprit was. He didn't hang out with us enough to know about the tension between Anne and me. Or perhaps he was just oblivious. "I didn't know you were coming," Maria stated, a little awkwardly, and raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, Jake invited me. Is that okay?" And looked a bit irritated at the fact that Maria was the one questioning her presence. Maria hesitated, and I felt bad putting her in this position. I wanted to speak up, to tell Anne she couldn't come, but knew that would just make me look petty and immature. Several wolves in the pack were already thinking poorly of me lately, and I didn't want to worsen the situation. Seeing Maria looking at me out of the corner of her eye, I gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Seconds later, I was in the back seat next to Will and Jake, with Anne and Maria in the front. Now I really was in a pissy mood, and we hadn't even left yet. Convincing my parents to let me go to town had been surprisingly difficult, and my mother had even tried to make me feel guilty about going. Any other week I would have respected their wishes, but I was on edge because of the whole evil tyrant as my mate thing. I had basically snapped something about them being overprotective before storming out of the house. Not the most mature way of reacting, in fact. I knew I owed you later, but I needed the fresh air and my wolf was driving me crazy. I'd heard my mother's resigned sigh before I slammed the door, so I knew they wouldn't follow me. They could communicate to me mentally if it was that important. I snapped out of my thoughts as Anne turned around to talk to Jake, and I realized she looked as graceful and perfectly made up as always. I scowled to myself, not sure how I was going to be able to tolerate her the entire night. My nerves were on edge and I attempted to relax, ignoring my wolf's annoyed growls coming from deep in my conscience. "I get it. You're not happy I'm going to town. But I'm going, so please just shut up already." I finally snapped. "We shouldn't be going so far away from our mate." She winked. "Well, I'm definitely not going to waltz into his pack territory and get any closer to him. Just leave me alone for a couple of hours. I need to get out of the house." Before she could come up with a retort, I spoke aloud. "So what are we doing tonight? Going out to eat?" I knew I sounded hopeful. Going to a nice restaurant sounded more fun to me than clubbing right now. Although the way I was dressed, I suspected a club was the more likely destination. "There's a new club that just opened up. Will wanted to try it," Maria replied. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I responded, trying my hardest to sound enthusiastic. I then relaxed as Will and Jake struck up a conversation that didn't require my participation. When we were about 10 minutes from our destination, my peace and quiet ended. "So, Skylar, going to dance?" That was Anne's sickly sweet voice. I saw Maria toss her an angry look from the front seat. Although she didn't explicitly say it, I knew she meant dance with any boys. "I'm sure you'll keep most of the boys occupied," I replied irritably, hoping she would drop it. I knew exactly what she was implying and I didn't want to anger my wolf. "Oh, come on. The guys at this club will probably like you too. I mean, fate did you Alpha as a mate, but has to say something about your charms." There was an undercurrent to her words that increased my irritation. "D'accord. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Will said warningly. "The point of this trip is to forget about all of that. He was right, I couldn't think of Gabriel now. The whole point of this was to get his face and dark eyes out of my mind. Why do you want to forget about it? It's a big deal. Anne responded. Why do you want to talk about it so much? It's none of your business. Matching her tone of mock innocence. The blonde shrugged daintily. I guess I'm just confused. I mean, no offense. But why you, Skylar? I remained quiet as my wolf growled softly. Normally the alpha's mate is supposed to be powerful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brave. Part of me agreed with her because I had considered the same thing. But the other part of me, namely my wolf, was infuriated by the implication that I wasn't good enough for my own mate. Burning with anger and insulted pride, I spoke before thinking. Yeah, I'm not any of those things, but at least I'm not a bitch. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sure your future mate will have a lot of fun straightening you out. A snarl emanated from her throat, and I instantly regretted talking without thinking she was of alpha blood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Plus, I was annoyed that I let her petty words get to me. Normally my temper was not so quick to emerge. Clearly, I was even more on edge than I realized. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stop, Maria said loudly, cutting off Anne's reply. This is supposed to be fun. Going out for a few hours. And just forget it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skylar's had a hard time. Let's just focus on having a good night. Will tossed me a sympathetic look as I swallowed my anger and settled back down again. The tension still simmered in the air, and I wondered how long it would take for Anne to bring it up again. Several minutes later, we arrived at our destination, a club that was a couple miles from the middle of downtown. We preferred to visit the clubs that were further away because the center of town always gave werewolves claustrophobia due to the dense presence of so many humans. I'd never been to this club before, and I took it in curiously as we all exited the Jeep. A large neon sign read above the front doors. I snorted. What a corny name. Still, it looked pretty bright and well maintained. The line in front of the building was fairly long. I saw several expensive cars parked nearby, and the people around us were definitely not low class. I glanced around, realizing that we were in one of the nicer parts of town. Apparently the rich group of humans like to stay away from downtown too. Aren't you glad you wore heels? Maria asked playfully, and I rolled my eyes. With my werewolf coordination, the heels were very easy to manage, but they were so awkwardly designed that I always wondered how humans managed it. This club just opened last year, she continued. It's $10 at the door, but they don't even bother you pay if you don't look nice. Stargaze isn't the nicest club in the city, but it's definitely better than a lot of the others we've been to. I listened idly as she spoke about the club, sniffing the air, the odors of gasoline, perfume, and humans, what made an altogether unpleasant stench, and I decided to breathe mostly through my mouth throughout the night. You coming? And snapped irritably, and I realized the others were already heading towards the line. Sighing, I made my way over to them while preparing myself for the worst. Okay, so this is pretty cool, I admitted reluctantly to myself as we entered Stargaze 15 minutes later. The club was large and packed with humans. There were a few tables near us at the back where people were sitting and conversing, almost having to shout over the music, which was loud enough that it hurt my sensitive werewolf ears, and I had to tune it out, almost entirely so I didn't go crazy. To our left was a large bar where people were clustering and shouting at the bartenders. I didn't have a fake it, so I'd have to convince someone else to buy me a drink. Not that I really intended on consuming alcohol. It didn't have much effect on werewolves anyways. Straight in front of us was the area where humans jumped and grinned to the music. Above them were black lights that brought anything white into sharp clarity. I saw various flashing lights and a rotating ball hanging above that reflected a rainbow medley of colors that moved about the room as the ball turned. It was extremely disorienting with my enhanced vision. "So are you gonna dance?" Maria asked, giving me a half-smile. She knew I wasn't overly fond of dancing, and the dense mass of humans was intimidating to say the least. I glanced around the rest of the club. There was another area in the back corner containing several fancy booths and tables. That would likely be where I spent most of the night. "Skylar, don't be a wimp," Will chided teasingly, noting my expression and the area of the club I was eyeing. "Come on, just come dance for a bit. If I have to go, you have to go." He waggled his eyebrows. "You're right," I thought, amused. "Like you aren't going to try to pick a girl up on the dance floor. The humans stink of sweat," I replied instead. "And a lot of them are loud and obnoxious. Only the drunk ones." Jake cut in, grinning. Maria grabbed my arm, giving me a look that told me I had no choice in the matter. "Just a couple of songs, then you can go sit and be alone." To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Some techno mix I hadn't recognized, switched to a remix of some Katy Perry pop song I'd heard a couple of years ago, and clapped her hands. Before I could protest, Maria, who was singing along, dragged me out to the dance floor and into the mass of humans. "'Cause baby I'll never be the SAA army," Maria was singing as she turned and swayed to the beat. Will, who could not dance well, was stepping back and forth while he eyed the dancing females around us. While he wasn't a womanizer, he had definitely kissed plenty of pretty human females during our time in high school. He hadn't dated any of them. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That would have been very frowned upon by werewolves. Personally, I didn't understand, even in my human form. I felt like I had very little in common with them. I endured a few more songs after the Katy Perry song, idly moving about in an attempt at dancing while my friends found partners, bumping and grinding to the music. I politely turned one guy down after he asked. He was handsome enough, but I just wasn't interested. "And he's nothing compared to our mate," my wolf snarled. I instantly shushed her. I couldn't think about Gabriel now. The longer it had been since we parted, the more hollow I felt when I thought about him. I didn't want to deal with the pain of separation right now. At least I was out of the house. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maria was right that it helped when I wasn't moping about in my bedroom. Even though I couldn't dance as well as the others, my friends were having fun, and some of the songs were catchy. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The experience wasn't too bad. After the music and human bodies pressed around me became too much, I decided to take a break. The noise and presence of so many people made me uneasy after a while. I meandered away from the dance floor and found an empty booth, sliding into it with a relieved sigh. Placing my chin on my hands, I took a deep breath. This is better than being at home, but why do I still feel like crap? Even though I knew the answer. "Because you left our mate behind," my wolf chastised, unnecessarily. "He left me in the clearing," I snapped back. "Because you were cold and distant to him, and now you're making no attempt to seek him out. He has a history of oppressing our pack. Remember, I can't just forget that in a couple of days. It would be disloyal. And you're being disloyal to our mate by seeking out a human settlement to waste your time," she replied. Her words stung even though I knew she didn't truly mean them. She was on edge as much as I was. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Would you mind if I join you?" came a voice from above me. I quickly snapped to attention and focused on the human standing next to me. He was about average height and handsome, with curly dark hair and warm brown eyes. I began, caught off guard. This seemed to happen a lot to werewolves when we were in the human town. I'd been approached by men while I was by myself on a couple of occasions. I'm sure Maria and Anne had similar experiences, and probably even more frequently than I had. The humans had no idea what we were, but it was almost like something in the subconscious recognized that we were different, that there was more to us than met the eye, and it drew them in. Our nature was alluring to them, and I didn't even know it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was sitting by myself in a club, so I supposed a human female would experience much the same thing in this situation. The human held out his hands in my direction. He was holding a drink in each. Look. I brought a peace offering. Strawberry daiquiri or margarita. I blinked in surprise. Part of me wanted to turn him away, but he looked friendly enough and I needed a distraction from my inner turmoil. Besides, it wasn't like I had to go home with the guy or worry about something suspicious in my drink. He could have put 5 times the dose of a human drug in either drink and my body wouldn't even notice it. Werewolves were immune to pretty much anything that could be used to spike a drink, unless we consumed an absurd amount. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Strawberry daiquiri, I replied finally. He grinned, setting it in front of me, and then sliding into the seat across from me. Good. I was worried I would end up with that one and have to revoke my man card while drinking it. I smiled slightly despite myself. So you're saying the margarita is manlier? Well, it isn't pink and there isn't a fruit in the name. So I'm saying yes. He grinned again, revealing dimpled cheeks. I took a brief moment to analyze him. He appeared light-hearted and pleasant with an open expression. He didn't seem the type to be able to hide malevolent intentions. Not that I had to worry about him being able to take me if it came to a fight, so. You here with your friends? Realizing I was staring into space, I focused on him as he spoke. They're dancing the night away. Not much of a dancer. Are you? I snorted in reply, taking a sip of my strawberry daiquiri. It was very fruity and the strong flavor served to mask most of the liquor, which I was grateful for. I did not savor the taste of alcohol. What about you? Realizing he was staring at me and waiting for me to say something. Oh, I love to dance, but I needed the break. I was getting a drink when I saw you come sit over here and I figured you could use company. What's your name? I deliberated for a second before answering. Skylar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Drew. Nice to meet you. You too. I had no clue how to continue a conversation with this guy. I didn't particularly want to. You have really pretty eyes. By the way, Drew said, a bit shyly. Now I felt even more uncomfortable, and my thoughts sprung, unbident, to Gabriel. I wondered if he found my eyes pretty, and then immediately mentally berated myself for wondering that. Thanks. Impressively articulate response. I thought sarcastically. Do you live around here? I'm from the east end of town, but we just moved here a couple months ago. I didn't really care where he was from, but I wasn't rude enough to say that, so I just nodded politely. Oh, I'm not actually from this city. I live in a nearby town, but we don't have clubs there. I definitely wasn't telling the stranger any more details than that. For the next few minutes we made idle chit-chat, but after a bit, I became distracted. My wolf was growing increasingly agitated, whining restlessly. At first I thought it was because I was talking to another guy who was borderline flirting with me, but after a moment I realized it was something else. Her agitation had nothing to do with the conversation, in fact. I had no idea what was bothering her, and neither did she. She just had the feeling that something was wrong nearby. I had learned to trust these instincts, so I began surreptitiously glancing around, trying to see what was out of place. Nothing seemed amiss. I thought I saw Maria and Anne still dancing in the middle of the floor, though I couldn't see Will or Jake. Apparently their wolves were fine because they seemed perfectly relaxed. So why was my wolf on edge? I scanned the crowd again, using my enhanced vision to detect the slightest sign of danger. There was nothing. Skylar, you with me? I turned back to see Drew staring at me with concern and mild irritation. Yeah. Sorry, Drew. I just got distracted. I shifted in my seat uncomfortably. Her agitation was making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Without waiting for his reply, I quickly stood up and made my way around the edge of the dance floor towards a hallway on the far side of the club. At the end of the hallway was a door marked Employees Only, but the hallway curved left at the door, leading to the restrooms. I opened the door to the restroom and strode in. The lighting was extremely bright after the dim atmosphere of the club, and I winced, rubbing my eyes. There was a girl at the sink applying her makeup, and I thought I heard someone in one of the stalls, but I ignored them, shutting myself in a stall and resting my head on the inside of the door. To my surprise, my wolf's agitation actually increased and she whined again. What's wrong with you? Concerned. I don't know, but something is wrong. I can sense danger. We're closer to it now. It's in here. I asked incredulously. No, but we're closer to it than when we were sitting in the booth. I took a deep, shaky breath. Are we in immediate danger? I don't think it's after us. That confused me. Why would she be so concerned if the source of danger wasn't focused on us? Why was she so unnerved? I had never felt her behave like this. Opening my senses, I took a deep whiff of the air, closing my eyes. The music pressed in loudly on my sensitive ears, but I attempted to block it out and focus only on the smells. The stench of urine was quite poignant, along with sweat and alcohol. Wincing, I sorted through these scents to find others that were harder to trace. I detected a slight whiff of werewolf scent along with the overwhelming smell of human. But this did not interest me. I focused intently as I tried to find something out of place. A minute trickled by, then another, with no luck, but my wolf insisted I keep trying. Then it hit me all at once. Blood. A lot of blood. The smell growing stronger by the second. In a flash I had exited the stall and rushed out of the bathroom. The blood was human, not werewolf, but I still felt duty, bound to investigate. I wasn't going to let someone die if there was something I could do to help. And with the overwhelming sense of danger I detected, I knew this wasn't an ordinary accident. The smell grew stronger as I strode down the hall, approaching the employees only door. Without a second thought, I shoved the door roughly open. Inside I found a wide hallway with cubbies and cabinets on the walls, likely for the employees, and another door on each side. The trail did not lead me there. However, another door was at the far end of the hallway marked Exit Only. Taking a deep breath, I dashed to the door and shouldered it open. Stepping outside, the smell was so strong out here that to my sensitive nose it was nearly overwhelming. It was coming from an alley a short distance away. Something's not right, my wolf was saying nervously as I dashed towards the mouth of the alleyway. There's something here. Something else here. I did not have time to ponder her meaning as I reached the alleyway, but it soon became quite clear. A only street or wide hung nearby, and through the scene before me into dim relief, I saw two figures, one a few feet away from me, sprawled on the ground with her head facing me, and another hunched over the lint form. The one sprawled on the ground was dead or near death, judging by the amount of blood leaking out of her neck. Her dark hair was spread out on the ground and her face was deathly pale. The smell of her life force was sickening and I had to fight the urge to gag. But the body was not the main source of my problems. Not even close. For a split second after I examined the body, my eyes snapped to the other figure. The one that was slowly standing up to tower over me. It was a man, but he wasn't human. His behavior had alerted me of that immediately, and my stomach clenched with revulsion when I saw his face. He was as pale as the corpse and his irises were as black as his pupils, giving him a frighteningly haunted appearance. He had sharp fangs extending into his bottom lip and they were tipped with blood, and his fingers were curved into claws. His skin was thin, taut and pulled back, his cheekbones almost looking like they were going to cut through it. Vampire, I thought, dazed. My wolf howling in the back of my mind as he took a step towards me. He was so gaunt and ghostly pale that he looked quite dead himself. My instincts quickly kicking in, I swung into a defensive crouch. Until now I had thought vampires were a legend, but I fervently hoped they weren't as strong as werewolves. To my surprise, his smell was faint, even to my nose, but it was oddly familiar. I shook the sense of familiarity off and raised my lip to expose my canines, which were slightly elongated in my preparation to shift into wolf form at a moment's notice. "Don't come any closer," I snapped, a menacing growl echoing deep within my chest. Cocking his head, "Didn't expect to see a werewolf here. I'm surprised I didn't sense you sooner. You smell awful." He sounded a lot younger than he looked. I snarled in response to the insult. "Get out of here." But I hadn't finished eating dinner. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." A cocky smirk appearing on his pale face. I felt my skin prickle irritation. I glanced down at the corpse. I'm surprised. I thought werewolves would be a lot uglier." His dark eyes had focused on my face and his smirk was wider. I growled again, loud and menacing. I thought I saw wariness cross his expression. It was then that I realized I was in a tight skirt and heels. Not exactly the ideal outfit to be wearing in a fight. I thought I had enough of a sense of balance to make the heels work if I absolutely had to. But why take the risk? What if one of them broke mid-fight or made me twist my ankle? I was bending down, eyes on the vampire, preparing to surreptitiously remove my shoes. When it happened, the only warning I got was the vampire's eyes flickering slightly as he glanced at something over my left shoulder before there was a quiet whisper of sound behind me and a slight rush of air. I spun around quickly to face the intruder, cursing myself inwardly for being so easily distracted. But I was a heartbeat too slow. I felt clammy hands clamped down on my bare shoulders and then sharp teeth were sunk into the side of the neck. The next thing I felt was excruciating pain. Eli's POV. I was tired of patrolling. For the past 3 days Gabriel had forced us to relentlessly patrol the borders at every hour of the day, and it was draining the entire pack. Ever since the incident the night of the meeting, when one of our pack members had been brutally murdered, every wolf had been on edge. As Gabriel's beta, I respected his decision and would likely have made the same decision in his place, but it didn't mean that I wasn't feeling the same exhaustion as everyone else. My wolf was feeling it too. I could feel his relief that our patrol had ended and I got to return home for some much-needed rest. I had volunteered to take the extra shift tonight, but was sincerely regretting that decision. Still in wolf form, my head drooped as I climbed the craggy terrain that led to our pack homes. Our territory was much more difficult to traverse than most, but kept us in good shape. My muscles still burned. However, as I scaled the last steep slope, I would need to stop by Gabriel's house first to give him my report. Several minutes later I shifted back to human from outside of Gabriel's large house, dressing quickly before knocking 3 times on his door. "Come in," his deep voice commanded, and I opened the door, shutting it quietly. Gabriel was sitting in a large chair reading a stack of documents, but he glanced up when I strode in. Patrol went as normal. I began without preamble. I knew Gabriel better than anyone else in the pack, so I could drop most of the formalities. No strange scents or tracks. Whoever killed Amelia seems to have vanished into thin air. His expression darkened, and I knew he felt the pain of losing one of our own. Gabriel may have been austere and seemingly emotional, but I knew he cared more about protecting the pack more than anything else in the entire world. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Maybe that brunette girl from the meeting. But there was no way in hell I was asking Gabriel about it until he was ready to talk. It had been shock enough to learn he had a mate. He had seemed slightly dazed the last few days, as if he couldn't believe it happened, while my instinct urged me to talk to him about it, because he was clearly conflicted and needed my help. I held my tongue. Gabriel and I had known each other a very long time. We had grown up together. As far as I knew, he trusted me more than anyone else. When we were younger, he'd been quite withdrawn, hard to get to know, although he confided in me a few times. Now he was even more withdrawn, and it was very rare that he spoke with me about anything personal. I only hoped that if he needed to talk about it, he wouldn't hesitate to ask me. I suspected as much. He finally muttered, breaking me out of my train of thought and back into our conversation. "Who do you want to patrol tomorrow?" Folding my arms in front of me and widening my stance. "Not you. You've been patrolling 3 times as much as anyone else." I agreed. "But better me than anyone else. As bait it's my duty to," I began, but he cut me off. "No, Eli. You're wearing yourself out and I need you to be at your best." I lowered my head, slightly relieved in knowing there was no point in arguing with him. It was impossible to win against Gabriel, and he always did what was best for the pack either way. He had been the greatest thing to ever happen to the Black Mountains pack. I knew my pack agreed with me. He was certainly a better alpha than his father had been. Should we warn the other packs? Slightly wary of his reaction, he had been tiptoeing around the subject ever since the meeting. His dark eyes snapped to my face and narrowed, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking, but he didn't reply. Contemplating. I knew part of him, big or small, would instinctively want to protect his mate no matter how far away she was or what pack she was in. It's possible that whoever did crossed into their territory. I continued. After that statement, I saw a clearly visible expression of concern flicker across his features. So he definitely did care. I desperately wanted to press, but knew now wasn't the time. He stood up, slowly, rising to his full height. I was 6'3" and taller than the average werewolf, but Gabriel was even taller than me. His stature only served to add to his intimidating alpha presence. He admitted, eyes narrowed. "We should. But I never found out about what we should do." Bill abruptly cut off, face contorting into an expression of extreme pain. He grabbed the chair beside him and hunched over, a loud snarl escaping his throat. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Striding over to him, concerned. His muscles were taut, his frame shaking. Gabriel's expression was absolutely feral as he bared his teeth. I could tell he was fighting with all of his might against the pain, but I could not determine the source of the injury. "Where are you injured?" I demanded, but he moved away from my outstretched hand. "Not me." He breathed out heavily, gritting his teeth. "Skylar." His fingernails dug into the fabric of the chair and the veins stood out on his arms. I watched him, alarmed. He snarled again. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." His eyes were exceptionally dark, and I wondered if it was the pain. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Skylar, but you haven't, it's hers." "But there's no other possibility." Straightening abruptly, fists clenched, his shaking slowed slightly as I watched, and he took a deep breath, though he remained tense. It seemed to me that his wolf was clawing at the surface and he was fighting to control it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I couldn't finish the sentence, afraid of his reaction. After several seconds, Gabriel unclenched his fists. Apparently the pain had abated somewhat, and he had won the internal battle with his wolf. "It's her pain. It has to be." His expression was absolutely terrifying to behold. "She's in danger." I saw his resolute expression and knew where this was going. "Watch the pack." He leapt to the door in one large bound. "I'll be in touch." "Alpha you." Gabriel turned around, fury evident in his expression. I said, "Watch the pack, Eli." He roared furiously, putting a command in his tone. He rarely had to use the command on me. I bowed my head in submission. Then he was gone, the door ominously banging shut behind him. In a dark alley, I was bitten by a vampire, the pain so excruciating that I could barely stand. Just when I thought I was going to die, my wolf instincts kicked in, and I decided to fight back with everything I had. Chapter 7. I opened my mouth to howl as the agonizing pain shot through my body, but no sound came out. I felt the vampire's hands release my shoulders as I slowly sank to the ground, blindly clutching the wound as my eyes strained with tears of pain. Dimly I could hear the vampires conversing about something, but all I could focus on was the burning sensation spreading throughout my body. Was I dying? Was a vampire bite fatal to a werewolf? My blood was screaming in my veins and my wolf was howling in fury in the back of my mind, urging me to get up, to fight it. She wanted me to shift, but the pain of the bite and the sensation of the venom in my veins distracted me and distanced me from her. I wasn't sure I would be able to shift at all. Maybe that was one of the side effects of vampire poison. My stomach plummeted as I realized that if I couldn't shift, I couldn't contact my friends, and there was no way I could focus enough through all of this pain to contact my family members from this distance. It was the worst pain I'd felt in my life, unlike anything I'd felt before, worse even than the touch of silver to my skin. I drew back my lips to expose my elongated canines, snarling my fury as I focused on the two vampires in the alley. One of them was gesturing at me as they discussed something. I tried to struggle to my feet, but immediately collapsed back down, breathing hard and clutching my neck as if that would help. At least the vampire venom didn't cause immediate paralysis, although part of me was certain I was going to faint from the pain at any moment. My wolf urged me to retaliate before they could do anything else to me. I tried to suppress a deep whine of pain, knowing they would only get satisfaction out of that. I took a deep, shuddering breath as I tried to control the pain. I gritted my teeth as the wound burned. I could feel blood trickling down the side of my neck. How dare those creatures bite me? How dare they attack me from behind? Caught up in my furious thoughts, I drew all of my energy together as I focused on the vampire that had bitten me. I let my anger flood into my mind. It dominated all other coherent thoughts as my fury suffused me with heat. My eyes were watery with the pain, but I made every effort to suppress it, honing in on one target. I wasn't going to just sit here and let them kill me. Attempting to ignore the searing agony, I crouched for a split second, angled myself at the vampire, then lunged. My body uncoiled and flew through the air at a werewolf speed. The vampire turned, eyes widening, and tried to dodge my attack but was not quick enough. My body hit his at full force and he flew backwards 20 feet, landing on his back with me on top of him. I snarled, eyes still tearing up with the pain of the bite, and prepared to sink my teeth into his pale throat. Then I sensed light movement from behind me. I was being picked up by the neck and thrown backwards. Twisting in the air, I angled my position so I rolled as I hit the ground, quickly climbing to my feet to see the first vampire directly in front of me. I mentally cursed as I wobbled slightly. I had to get these damn heels off of my feet. The vampire was snarling as he drew his fist back and aimed a fast punch at my face, but not fast enough. With lightning speed, working on sheer instinct and adrenaline, I spun away from the blow, then swung a roundhouse kick at his head with every ounce of force I had left. The vampire was either slower than I or not expecting my speed and ferocity. The blow struck him in the side of the head and he flew backwards, his body and head hitting the wall on the side of the alleyway with a loud crack. He slowly slid down the wall, looking dazed. I was slightly off kilter from the roundhouse kick due to the fact that I was still wearing these stupid shoes, and did not have time to regain my balance before the other vampire was on me, his body colliding with mine as he tackled me against the opposite wall. My back struck the wall and I groaned with pain. The pain from the bite itself had lessened slightly to a nearly bearable level. By the look on the vampire's face, just inches from my own, he knew the pain was abating and planned on biting me again. He snarled grotesquely, lips peeling back to reveal his pointed canines as he pinned me to the wall. His entire body was pressed against mine, and I shuddered with revulsion at his cold touch. "You werewolf bitch," he breathed. His breath smelled like a rotting corpse, and I winced. His teeth were dangerously close to my face and I knew he was about to strike. I began to thrash left and right as I attempted to break his grip. Although his hands were strong as they grabbed my arms, and although he had me pinned tightly, I felt him shift slightly as I continued my struggle. With that small change in pressure, I instinctively knew that in terms of brute strength, I was stronger. With one more swift jerk, I freed one of my legs and threw my knee upwards in the same instant. I felt my blow hit its target between the vampire's legs and he released me, hissing in pain. I resisted the urge to smirk. Apparently there was one consistent weak spot for males of all species. I took advantage of his distraction by reaching forward and grabbing a handful of his shirt. Then, utilizing every bit of my returning werewolf strength, I threw the vampire towards the far end of the alleyway where there was just a dead end, a solid brick wall. I heard a dull thud as he struck the target. I could feel the distance between my wolf and I rapidly shrinking. The bite's venom was wearing off. She commanded in my mind as I felt her consciousness reaching out towards mine. Narrowing my eyes, I tried to fight off the last waves of pain so I could merge my consciousness with my wolf's. Unfortunately, it was as if there was a thin mental barrier hovering between our minds. Try as I might, I could not shatter it with my mental force. I was prevented from shifting entirely, only having my canines and claws, until the venom was out of my system completely. Crawling lowly at this realization, I bent down and buckled each shoe as quickly as I could, lamenting the fact that I hadn't worn my more basic slip, on heels, dropping them next to me against the wall of the alleyway. The last thing I needed was to break an ankle. Barefoot, I approached the vampire I had just thrown. He was slumped at an awkward angle in the shadows at the bottom of the wall, and I had no doubt that I'd broken something when I threw him. Still, something told me he would heal fast enough, and I needed to kill him before he could. Once again, I didn't get a chance to strike. I felt a rush of air and heard a low snarl behind me that signified the return of the first vampire. Apparently they healed pretty rapidly, as I definitely had something crack when I threw him against wall. I spun around quickly in time to dodge two fast punches aimed at my face and chest. I retaliated with a left hook of my own, but he dodged to the right, aiming a kick straight at my stomach. I winced as it collided with my midsection. The air was completely knocked out of my system, causing me to stumble backwards a few steps. These guys just don't give up, I snarled mentally, recovering my balance quickly before he could press the advantage. I coiled and sprung, knocking into the vampire and sending us tumbling to the ground. We rolled over and over as we each attempted to punch and kick the other. As our momentum slowed, the vampire tried to pin me to the ground with his weight on my upper half. Maneuvering the part of my body that he didn't have pinned, I managed to wedge my feet under his middle before he could trap me entirely. With one big shove and a grunt of effort, I extended my legs, throwing him off of me and into the wall nearby. In an instant, I struggled upward and leapt towards him, grabbing him while he was winded. His body had slumped off of the wall, but I grabbed his neck with one hand and slammed him right back into it. He hissed in pain. I decided to take a page out of the vampire's book, snarling. I bared my canines, yanked his head to the side, and buried my teeth into the junction between his neck and shoulder. The vampire roared in agony and fury, and I felt a primal sense of satisfaction as my wolf howled triumphantly in the back of my mind. My teeth easily broke the skin and sank deep into muscle. His blood tasted bitter and was somewhat acidic. My victory was cut short as I had to withdraw my fangs when the blood rushed into my mouth, then began to cause a burning sensation. Coughing and spluttering, I released him, spitting his life essence out on the pavement and wiping my mouth with one hand. I could smell the fresh blood pouring out of his shoulder as he snarled in pain, sinking to the ground. I mentally reminded myself not to let vampire blood touch me again, as my mouth was burning like I'd eaten a pile of your POS. The logical side of my brain kicked in then, reminding me of the other vampire on the far end of the alleyway, the one I'd kicked in the family jewels and then thrown like a rag doll. These vampires certainly weren't as physically strong as I was, although they were fast. I spun around to see him slowly clambering to his feet, bracing myself for his next move. He looked down as his comrade, the one I had bitten, then bared his teeth in fury, once again moving surprisingly fast. He leapt towards me. I dodged neatly to the side and he spun around, throwing a fist at my face. I threw my arm up in time to block it, then countered with a punch of my own, hitting him square in the ribs. The vampire grunted in pain but recovered quickly with a move I didn't expect. He faked a left hook that I blocked. whirled to the side, then brought his leg around and kicked my leg straight out from under me. I barely recovered in time to prevent my face from connecting with the pavement, landing heavily on my side. The vampire then grabbed a fistful of my hair, yanking my head back painfully. I snarled with the pain, but as he wrenched on my hair, my eyes fell on something nearby. An unconventional weapon. But it would work. I twisted around slightly to gain leverage and elbowed the vampire as hard as I could, which caused him to slightly loosen the grip on my hair as the blow connected. I took this opportunity to abruptly reach forward, grabbing one of my shoes. My eyes watered as my scalp screamed in pain. I was pretty sure some of my hair had been pulled out with my rapid movements. All of this had happened in a mere second, and I wasted no more time. In the same motion that I grabbed my shoe, I twisted back around again, gathering every ounce of my strength, and threw my arm forward, driving the heel straight into the vampire's abdomen. Who knew if humans had ever tried this trick? I thought dimly. They may not have the strength to make the heel into such a lethal weapon. But hell, at least these pointy shoes had been good for something tonight. I thought wryly, as the vampire screeched in agony and stumbled back. I quickly leapt upward again, growling ferociously. I rushed over to him with werewolf speed and slammed him into the wall. Baring my teeth, he put up a struggle, blood darkening the front of his shirt, but I gripped him tightly, my claws digging into his arms. I was considering the best way to leverage myself to break his neck when I was caught off guard for the second time in mere moments. I heard something above me a split second before a heavy weight landed directly on my back. I staggered and collapsed to my knees from the force of it. I heard a malevolent dark chuckle from the entity on my back before something sharp and cold plunged into the side of my neck. I bucked furiously, throwing the intruder off, and staggered to my feet as I tried to focus on him. He stood there, a couple inches taller than the other two, but clearly another vampire. Just how many were around here? Anyways, he obviously had not bitten me. The burning pain had not returned. So what had he inserted into my neck? Without thinking, I raised one hand to my neck. I could feel a minuscule puncture wound. A sense of foreboding washed over me an instant before the dizziness hit me. I staggered yet again, suddenly exhausted. The world started to tilt on its axis and I collapsed, breathing heavily. A sense of calm was beginning to wash over me despite the dizziness. I felt as if I hadn't slept for a week. My body was beginning to shut down and my eyes drooped. My wolf urged me to get up, to keep fighting, but I was just too tired. Dimly I registered that he must have inserted some drug into my system, but there was nothing I could do about it. The last thing I heard was the two vampires arguing before I keeled over and my world went dark. It could have been mere seconds, or it could have been days, before I began to regain consciousness. I floated in the dark place between awake and asleep as I tried to comprehend what was happening. I dimly registered that my hands and feet were bound, and I was lying horizontally on a fairly uncomfortable surface. I could hear voices muddled in the background, but I did not have the presence of mind to understand them or even open my eyes. Something nagged at me something was wrong, but my mind was too tired to try to figure it out. Groaning slightly, I gave in to temptation and returned to the darkness. This happened a couple more times before I truly regained consciousness. I vaguely remembered being dragged on the ground before being propped up and tied to something. I even thought an needle had been plunged into my neck a second time, although I wasn't sure. I remembered a sharp burning pain at my wrists, and multiple instances of hushed talking. I wasn't sure what was real and what was a dream anymore. My body constantly craved the dark, dreamless sleep, and I gladly sank into it. After a while, however, the sleep became less peaceful. I began to register a dull, incessant pain and voices. The agitated voice in my mind became increasingly agitated, shouting at me to wake up. My body throbbed and ached in the darkness behind my eyelids gradually transitioned into a bright light. I truly knew I was awake when I finally opened my eyes and winced. There was a bright fluorescent bulb directly above me. I made no noise as I finally woke up. Some semblance of caution forced me to hold my tongue, squinting against the beam of light. I glanced around to take in my surroundings. I was alone in what looked like a warehouse or storage room. Although it was fairly small, the room was almost completely bare except for a small table and a couple of chairs set against the corner near the only door. The door itself looked like it was pulled open from the bottom, somewhat like a garage door. As for me, I was tied to a chair in the middle of the room. I was currently alone. My wrists were burning, and I realized the pain must have brought me to consciousness. They were tied behind the chair, and as I glanced over my shoulder, I realized why they hurt so badly and I swore. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The kryptonite of werewolves. Silver sapped our strength and drove a mental barrier between us and our wolves, preventing us from shifting and leaving us almost as weak as humans. It even made communication with direct family members more difficult in human form. As long as it touched me, my wounds would not heal and I would not be able to shift. Nobody knew why silver was such a weakness of ours. It had been this way since the first wolves roamed the planet, and as far as I knew, there was no way to develop a tolerance to it. We were immune to so many things that caused humans harm, yet they wore silver jewelry on a daily basis. The irony was not lost on me. My father had said it was best to understand the effects of silver as making our inner wolves ill, which isolated them from us, while the skin irritation was more of an allergic reaction. I tugged at the silver chains that bound me, wincing in pain. I wasn't going to be able to break them with my reduced strength. The chains were locked together and one of my kidnappers had the key. Trying not to panic, I attempted to contact my wolf. I could still sense her agitation and her pain, but I could not hear her voice. I could tell she felt the same frustration at the lack of contact. But for now we were stuck, feeling frighteningly alone. How was I going to get out of here? I wasn't strong enough to break free. I had no idea how long I had been here. My pack was probably having a heart attack by now. Had my friends noticed my absence at the club? Was my family searching for me? Thinking of my family gave me a moment of surprising clarity. The silver created a barrier between my wolf and I, meaning I couldn't shift and converse with the rest of the pack. However, I didn't need to be in wolf form to converse with my immediate family or the alpha. The problem was, conversing at this great of a distance from them required both strength and concentration. I'd been in too much pain and too distracted during the battle to contact them, but now it might be possible. I had no doubt that they could be trying to communicate with me, but with the silver-induced barriers in my mind, they were having no luck. If I could just lower my barriers for a few seconds to send a quick message, it would be difficult. I knew that much. I would have to conserve every last drop of energy I had. Even if I did have enough strength to break through the silver-induced haze and lower my barriers, I would only have a couple of seconds before my reduced strength gave out. It was definitely not a guaranteed plan, but it was the best I had. With a glimmer of self-deprecating amusement, I realized that this would be easier if I were mated to Gabriel. Mates had a bond so strong that the strictly external touch of silver couldn't break their mind link. It required a silver bullet or silver in the bloodstream to disrupt that connection. Thinking of Gabriel brought a fresh rush of pain and I turned my head to the side, gritting my teeth. Did he have any idea where I was? I did not have time to dwell on these thoughts, for I heard footside, fast approaching. Not knowing how to handle the situation in my unfortunate state, I pushed back the pain in my body and allowed my head to loll to the side, closing my eyes. Perhaps I could catch them off guard or learn something about them if they thought I was asleep. What had they drugged me with? To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Forcing my breathing to be even and relaxed, I kept up my act as I heard a loud, rusty grating sound. The door slid upwards and I heard two distinct sets of footsteps. I tried to breathe through my nose to better understand what I was up against, but all I got was a faint whiff. Once again I was struck by the subtlety of a vampire's scent. "She's still asleep," came the incredulous voice. I recognized it as the vampire that had bitten me, then later called me a werewolf bitch. I'm not surprised. I gave her enough to kill a vampire. The voice was calm, collected, coming from the vampire that had drugged me. I heard the door slide shut again, connecting with the ground with an ominous thud. Still, it's been more than 8 hours. It's nearly sunrise. I tried not to let my obvious shock show. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Surely someone was searching for me by now. My father would be going out of his mind with worry. Yes, the timing of this was most unfortunate. Antonio can't come meet us here until this evening. He was too far away to make it here before sunrise. So the vampire Antonio didn't want to travel during the day. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was it true vampires were weakened by the sun? To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And what the hell did the vampires want with me? I don't see why we can't just kill her now, the first one said, sounding a bit petulant. Orders are orders, although we disobeyed them by capturing her so soon. We weren't ready yet but would have to make do. His voice had grown hard. You two almost fucked everything up. You're lucky I was there. It wasn't our fault. We were just trying to have an evening snack. How could we have known that werewolves would be nearby? You were supposed to be watching her. What the hell? Watching me? The other one hissed. Silence. Do not disrespect your elders, especially when I'm the only reason your neck wasn't broken. He sighed irritably. I was watching the club from the front. I didn't expect her to go out that way. I didn't know you two idiots would be munching on a human nearby. Marco huffed and there was a moment of silence. I've never met a werewolf. I didn't think she'd be that strong. You're too young to be a match for a fully grown werewolf. Don't forget that. I heard the noise of a chair being pulled out as the vampire sat down. Can I at least wake her up? She bit Angelo. She deserves some sort of punishment. I wondered if my bite had killed Angelo or just wounded him. Knowing my luck, he was still out and looking for blood. Be my guest. Just don't injure her too badly. Antonia wants her in good condition. I automatically tensed, my breathing coming out faster than I'd intended. I heard footsteps approach me as Marco neared. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. I braced myself for a hit, knowing I had to conserve my energy in order to have any chance at communication. I fervently hoped the vampires didn't know about my ability to mentally communicate with my foul being in wolf form. Rise and shine, Marco snarled, and I felt a breath of air before the back of his hand collided with the side of my face. My head snapped to the side and my eyes opened instantly, fixating on his face as I bared my teeth in a snarl. In the back of my mind I registered the fact that he looked different from yesterday. More human, for lack of a better word. His fangs were no longer visible and his eyes were not the black pits they had been yesterday. His pupils had shrunk to make his unnaturally bright green irises visible. I glanced down, noting that he had a clean shirt on. I hoped the wounds I inflicted still hurt like hell. My cheek stung from the blow and I felt my wolf's anger that we were being attacked in our helpless state. Gritting my teeth, I positioned myself to face Marco. Good morning, bitch, Marco snapped. I ignored the insult, shifting my gaze to examine the vampire that had drugged me. He had white blonde hair and his eyes were blue, unnaturally bright like Marco's. He had an unamused expression on his features as he watched us. Look at me when I'm talking to you. He drew back his hand and slapped me on the other side of my face. Once again my head jerked to the side. I bit my lip to keep from making any noise. Pain lanced through my face. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Crawling in irritation, Marco curled his hand into a fist then punched me, part of his fist connecting with the side of my mouth. This time I visibly winced as his punch forced my teeth into my lip. I tasted coppery blood as it filled my mouth. I knew without hearing her that my wolf was howling her fury at this despicable creature. If I could get free I would tear him to shreds. I forced myself to take a deep breath. If I was going to get out of here I needed all of my energy. I fervently hoped my pack would find me. The vampire's nostrils flared. I can smell your blood. Dog, good thing it smells disgusting and repulsive. Otherwise I'd make you into breakfast. I snorted before I could help myself, knowing it was obviously a bluff. Their boss, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Needed me for something, so I doubt he'd let Marco make me into breakfast. My reaction seemed to infuriate him, for in a second Marco was in my face. His hand reached out and grabbed my neck. He began to squeeze, his grip crushing. I could feel bruises forming on my throat as he gripped harder. His face contorted into a snarl. I struggled to spite myself, attempting to get air into my lungs. Release her, the blonde vampire demanded, an edge to his voice. Marco paused, his angry eyes still boring into mine. The other vampire barked, and with a growl of reluctance the vampire released my neck. I sucked in the air gratefully, my neck bruised and tender. You need to go cool off, now before sunrise. Antonio will punish us if she's to bruise. She's his leverage. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wheezed, trying to catch my breath. Leverage for what? I had a sneaking suspicion, but hoped I was wrong. The two vampires stared each other down for a moment more before Marco stalked over to the door, tossing me an angry look over his shoulder as he went. I don't see why we have to stay in this place before he gets here, he muttered darkly as he held the door open. We could just meet him at the mansion. We can't risk leaving the city. As soon as we get away from all the humans, her pack will be able to find her scent and they'll track us down. So did that mean they were looking for me now? I wondered. At least it told me we were still in the city, although I wasn't sure where. If the vampires kept me here to mask my scent, it would make sense if they were closer to downtown where the population density was higher. Marco lifted the door to the facility open. It was dark outside, but the sky was beginning to lighten slightly and I knew sunrise wasn't far away. I tried to inconspicuously observe the surroundings outside. Fortunately, there were a few dim lights outside so I could make out certain details. Directly across from us was another door that looked identical to the one Marco had just opened. From the quick glance I obtained before he shut the door behind him, I tried to memorize all I could. If I was going to try to contact my father or Alpha Brett later, they would need all the clues they could get, unless they found me first, which based on my luck so far was highly unlikely. As soon as the other vampire left, the blonde one relaxed in his chair and pulled out a phone. He began clicking away on the device, ignoring me completely, left alone with my new bruises and burning wrists where the silver touched. I finally allowed my mind to wander to Gabriel. I pictured his flawless skin and dark eyes. Trying to get away from thoughts of him had landed me in this mess in the first place. Maybe that was a sign. I thought over our interaction in the clearly and husky way he had declared me as his. Was I going to die without ever having touched my mate? My situation seemed pretty hopeless at the moment. If I wouldn't have been so pathetic and confused, maybe he would have wanted me. He had been cruel in the past, but my hatred of him had dimmed after meeting these horrid vampires. My mind wandered in circles like this for quite some time. I attempted to distract myself from the dull physical pain with thoughts of Gabriel and my family as the minutes trickled by. Another hour passed in silence, then another, and I lost track of time. I had just begun to contemplate my growing hunger when Marco returned. He created quite a racket, throwing up the storage room door and slamming it as soon as he was inside. Looking out, I realized it was because tendrils of sunlight were beginning to stretch across the sky. Thankfully, Marco ignored me as he pulled out a chair and sat at the table next to the blonde vampire. He had brought a sack of items with him and he pulled out a book from the sack, facing away from me and promptly beginning to read. Another hour passed by and I began to grow increasingly uncomfortable. My stomach had started to rumble and my throat was incredibly dry. But worst of all was my need to use the restroom. I hadn't consumed much liquid the night before, but my discomfort persisted. Surely the vampires wouldn't let me soil myself. I cleared my throat, and icy blue eyes quickly snapped to my face. The blonde vampire stared at me with a blank expression. I need to use the restroom, I said coldly, my voice raspy from my thirst. How is that our problem? Marco sneered, glaring at me over his shoulder. You're the one that's trapped in here with me. If I just let it go, you'll be the one smelling it all day. The blonde one raised an eyebrow, looking bemused. Marco, give her that bottle you brought and I one of her hands. Only one. We don't need her shifting. A bottle. Was he serious? Marco was scowling, but apparently he had no desire to smell my urine, for he approached me, crumbling and clutching an empty Powerade bottle. Meanwhile, my mind was racing. If he untied one of my hands, I would have a bit of my strength back. I had remained motionless the last 3 hours, trying to relax and store my energy as much as possible. Did I have enough to send a message to my dad? It was as good a time as any to try. I wanted to be long gone before Antonio arrived. Marco stooped behind me, and I felt him insert a key into the padlock that held the chains together. He tugged the chains off of my left hand before locking them. I flexed my hand, glad to be rid of the burning sensation for even one moment. I also felt a bit of my strength return, although not much. A large plastic bottle was placed in my lap. Make it quick, dog. No sudden moves or tricks. Marco snapped before returning to his chair. Part of me felt extremely uncomfortable trying to do this while they were in the room, but I had no choice here. Still, my cheeks burned at the thought of that immodesty. I knew it was petty to care about that at a time like this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who knew if I'd even get out of here? I took a deep breath and attempted to ignore my embarrassment. It wasn't as if they were watching me anyways. They had entered a heated conversation about something, and I knew this was my chance. I began to go about my business, attempting to arrange my clothing with one hand so I could relieve myself, which was pretty dang difficult. For the first time in a day, I was actually thankful that I had a skirt on, but my mind was preparing energy instead of focusing on the task at hand. After I finished using the restroom, still feeling immensely awkward, I made a big show about readjusting my clothing. Really, I was preparing to send the message. Fortunately, the vampires were still in a fairly intense discussion and paid me no mind. I knew I had 30 seconds, at most, and probably not even that. I dipped into the reserve of energy I had stored all day, taking a deep breath. It wasn't much, but hope it would work. With all the force I had, I roughly broke through the haze of pain that was causing my mental block and focused on my father. I closed my eyes, narrowing my vision to Justin. I felt my energy quickly draining, and I had to act fast. Vampires have me somewhere near downtown. Warehouse or storage unit. Even these few words left me with my energy nearly gone. I could feel it seeping away as I tried to maintain my concentration. With one last bit of effort, I projected the image of the building I had seen when Marco opened the door. I kept this image in my mind for as long as possible, hoping against hope that my father could see it. Then the last vestiges of my energy left and I drooped. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The image faded from my mind, and I felt my mental barriers return as my concentration vanished. I could only hope it would work. I still don't understand why we can't just question her, Marco said. He had started pacing about 2 hours after I had sent my mental message. Meanwhile, I was growing increasingly worried. Shouldn't they have found me by now? It had been well over 2 hours. And by my guess I had left the club 13 or 14 hours ago. Where the hell were they? Did my message not go through? That last thought was extremely disheartening. I tried not to give up hope. I had to make it through. The master trusts Antonio with questioning, not those of our rank. I made a mental note that Antonio was not the big boss after all. We could still ask a few questions, just basic ones. We captured her after all. We should get to participate in the fun. He wouldn't like it. He doesn't have to know. Brutus. Marco snapped impatiently. I took another mental note. If I ever got out of here, I wanted to know who these vampires were so I could get my revenge. Brutus sighed, leaning back in his chair. She could take a couple more hits. he said coolly, a slight smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. I've grown bored. I wasn't hired to babysit her she-wolf all day. If it weren't for her relation to Gabriel, we could have killed her already. I jolted upright in my seat at the mention of Gabriel's name, so this had something to do with him. It made sense. Given the timing of all of this, what did they want with him? My mental questioning came to a standstill as Marco approached me, strolling with the grace of a predator. I did not like the hateful and angry expression hovering on his features. With a burst of speed he appeared in front of me and struck me in the face. I gasped slightly, reeling with the force of the blow. All right, I'm bored, so you're going to answer a few questions for me. Where is your mate? I bit my lip, not liking the fact that he was asking about Gabriel and that they knew he was my mate. This solidified my suspicion that they had been watching us in the forest that day. That faint scent I'd caught in the woods must have been that of a vampire following me. It had still been before sunrise. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Regardless, I had no idea where Gabriel was at this second. If the vampire had half of a brain, he'd know that. I remained street-on-ly silent, not liking my silence. Marco grabbed my cheek roughly and glared into my eyes. I asked you a question. I just watched him coolly. Like hell they were getting any answers from me. Marco sneered and backhanded me again. I winced from the pain of the blow. Although at this rate I wouldn't even notice my newest bruise. Here's something we need. I'll ask you again, where is he? There was no way to win here, either by staying silent or by telling him the truth, which I would never do. Not that I knew the answer to his question. I felt a surge of frustration, something you need, like a breath mint. I snapped cheekily before I could help myself. My wolf would be proud. Immediately I knew I should have just stayed silent, as the next slap was much harder. The questioning continued for 4 more rounds, and each time I did not answer in any way other than to glare at him or make a snarky comment. Each time I received a slap to the face. One of my cheeks was going numb, although I could taste blood in my mouth from where my teeth had cut into the inside of it. I spit most of it out on the floor, but apparently the vampires really didn't care for werewolf blood because they didn't even glance at it. We need to be more rough with her, Marco snapped, but Brutus was shaking his head. I told you, Engineer wants her undamaged. Marco turned on me again, expression taut. I thought his eyes had darkened somewhat and I was worried his fangs would come out any minute. Tell us where he is. Leaning in close to my face, I spit on him. The globs of saliva, and even a little bit of blood, splattered his face and he roared with rage, punching me directly in my side and cutting my satisfaction short. I cried out in pain that time despite myself as I felt a definite crack. I hunched over, gasping in agony. My side was on fire. Breathing heavily, I winced. It seemed as if he'd broken a rib. Marco roughly grabbed me and shoved me upright. I whimpered in pain, screwing my eyes shut as I anticipated the next blow. I had no way of defending myself. Brutus snapped, sounding angry. Marco snarled in fury again, seemingly ignoring Brutus' protests, but his snarl was drowned out by a mighty roar. My eyes snapped open as the vampires spun towards the source. I heard a loud screeching noise and then a grating sound as the door was pulled up. Sunlight flooded part of the room, causing the vampires to hiss in pain and flee to the back corners of the building. But I didn't care about them. My eyes were fixated on the blinding light. The werewolf stood there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Will, and my father, all with worried and furious expressions, but my gaze quickly slid to the 4th werewolf, the one who had roared and opened the door. Gabriel, my mate, saving me. I sighed with relief as I heard the vampire snarl in fury behind me, and then all hell broke loose. Chapter 8. A couple hours earlier, Maria's POV. I glared mutinously at my father, our dark eyes locked in a silent standoff as we mentally argued. You need to stay here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was insisting. You've been looking for Skylar all night, and now the others are searching the city. It's your turn to rest. You look exhausted. I don't give a crap if I look tired. I snapped furiously. She's my best friend, Dad. I don't care if I have to search for a week without sleeping. Our pack is taking shifts. Do you not trust your father and will to find her? They've been searching all night without rest. Doubt they aren't taking any breaks. Closing his eyes briefly and running his hand through his dark hair, I knew that my father, as Pack Beta, was trying to avoid causing a panic while keeping everyone rested and on full alert. For all we knew, an attack on our pack was imminent if one of our own had been kidnapped. My father was right to be cautious, and he was even more so when it came to me. I had been searching all night with no luck. We could find no trace of her scent anywhere. After a while, Alpha Brett commanded that Anne, Jake, and I return with a report and others would take our place searching. Skylar's father. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Had been in the city since we first reported Skylar missing and he refused to return to the pack until she was safe. We had somehow avoided being called back to the village and was still searching alongside Skylar's father. I knew I couldn't rest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was physically exhausted from lack of sleep, but my mind was on constant alert. I couldn't help but feel that something bad had happened to my best friend and I couldn't allow that to happen. So here I was, stuck arguing with my father about letting me leave and rejoin the search party. Dad, please. I finally spoke out loud. We were in Alpha Brett's house and there were others conversing nearby, but I didn't care at this point. I won't be able to sleep. And maybe they'll need my help. It's a big city. Well, a big city when you are trying to find one, She-Wolf. My father clenched his jaw and looked down. I could tell he was close to caving. I noticed that Alpha Brett had finished his conversation and was coming to stand next to my father. I hoped they wouldn't gang up on me. She'd do it for me. Dad, I aired quietly, knowing it was true. Skylar would not hesitate to look for me until she collapsed with exhaustion. If our situations were reversed. My father glanced at Alpha Brett, and the two appeared to be having a silent conversation. After a moment they turned back to me and my father opened his mouth to speak, but Alpha Brett suddenly froze, holding up a hand. His eyes became unfocused as he paused, listening to something in his head. I shifted from foot to foot, itching to shift into wolf form and return to the search. Her father just contacted me. Skylar sent him a message. It was brief, but she sent him a picture of what she could see. It won't narrow it down much, but it'll help. I'm going to pass it along to all of the searchers, including you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Alpha said. I felt a rush of hope. Any hint was helpful at this point and it sounded like he was going to let me return to town. I closed my eyes as I felt the touch of a mental contact. I opened my mind, receiving the image that Alpha Brett was sending. It was somewhat fuzzy, having been passed through Skylar's father, but it was better than nothing. There wasn't much to see in the mental image, but from what I could gather, it looked like some sort of warehouse. I tried to memorize the layout and color of the surrounding buildings outside of the room Skylar was in. I reopened my eyes, feeling a surge of nervousness. Her location had not seemed pleasant, and I could only hope she was okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know you want to help, so I'm going to authorize your return to the search team. Alpha Brett tossed a look at my father, who hesitated before nodding. We need all the help we can get, Jack. And knowing your daughter, she'll go either way. My father gave a wry smile. I gave him my thanks before turning to leave. I wasn't going to bother changing clothes or eating clothes during the search. My father and the Alpha followed me outside. It was still morning. the sun slowly ascending in the sky, and I could not believe we had searched for so long all night and early morning, without finding her. I felt like a horrible friend. Skylar's scent had still been fresh when we noticed her missing, so it had been within 30 minutes after her departure that we followed her. But I felt terrible nonetheless. I wish I'd have stuck by her side all night, especially knowing what she was going through. We found her shoes, tossed aside in an alleyway. That was where her scent had ended. The smell of human blood had hung thickly in the air, with a decent puddle of it on the ground, and I'd suspected that was what drew Skylar out there, to make sure the human was okay. However, we'd seen no signs of humans anywhere. No bodies, despite how much blood was on the ground. The most curious part had been the blood caked on Skylar's shoe. It wasn't hers, and it wasn't human. I had no idea who it belonged to, and that was a frightening thought. I swallowed hard, trying to rein in my emotion. Skylar must have felt so lost and abandoned, especially since her father hadn't been able to contact her mentally. Surely she would know we weren't giving up. I stopped abruptly when I heard a low snarl come from Alpha Brett behind me. I spun around to see a frighteningly angry expression contorting his features. My father looked confused, glancing around to see what the problem was before looking at Alpha Brett for an explanation. That bastard. Alpha Brett was seething. What? Bewildered. Border Patrol just notified me that Gabriel, he spit out the name, is on our territory, requesting to see me. He's almost here already. How he made it so far before they detected him, I don't know, but they are escorting him here. Apparently he felt excruciating pain coming through his link with Skylar, and he came right away. I felt a strange mix of emotions then. Worry, for Gabriel was a frightening individual and his appearance would surely cause trouble. Horror, because of the excruciating pain, that he felt they hadn't even mated. So the pain must have been intense. Mates could feel each other's every emotion and thought once they completed the process. But before the claiming, only the most intense emotions and physical pain could be shared between them. I also felt a surprising amount of relief. Gabriel was the most powerful wolf I'd ever been around. Surely he could help us find her. If he was coming all this way, that meant he cared about her. Right. I then realized that he'd made the journey all the way from his pack village to the heart of our territory in half of a day. It was normally a day's journey between the two villages, which meant he'd been traveling incredibly fast to get here. That reassured me even further, and I was begrudgingly impressed with his speed. We have less wolf patrolling today because of how many are searching for Skylar. That's probably why they took so long to send and catch up to him. What are you going to do? My father was asking, his brow furrowed. I don't want him on our territory, Alpha Brett growled, although I'm not sure I can stop him. By law he is allowed to request my presence. You might help us find Skylar, I added, nervous about his reaction. His eyes focused on me. Perhaps, he admitted begrudgingly. Dislike was evident in his expression. I couldn't blame him, but our pack member had to come first. We can't exactly attack him. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My father said bitterly, not without risk of his pack's reaction. As horrible as the truth was, the Black Mountains pack was a lot stronger than us. We couldn't afford to anger them. The two began to converse about Gabriel, swiftly walking in the direction that I assumed the Alpha would be coming from. I followed without permission. I may not like the wolf, based on what he and his father had done to our pack over the years, but he was Skylar's mate and we needed help. If she was in pain, her wolf would need his presence. And we had to put her before pack relations right now. To my surprise, the Alpha and my father let me follow with only a brief stern glance in my direction from the latter. They had more important things to worry about right now, and I sure as hell wasn't staying behind when I could be helping my best friend somehow. Apparently I'd be getting the chance to meet my best friend's mate up close and personal. I only hoped that he could prove himself worthy of having a mate like Skylar and help us save her. Before it was too late, we stopped in a clearing some distance away and secluded from our pack village. We didn't have to wait long before the unfamiliar scent grew strong. I felt a small flutter of nervousness in the pit of my stomach. The alpha of the Black Mountains pack unnerved me. I couldn't even imagine how Skylar must have felt when she discovered that he was her mate. Perhaps there was some good in him? Deep down, if fate chose him for Skylar, he couldn't be all bad, could he? He emerged from the trees nearby, flanked by the 2 wolves on border patrol. I snorted mentally he'd wolf both of them, and I knew there was absolutely no chance they'd be able to take him in a fight. The alpha was massive and muscular, a few inches taller even than Alpha Brett, with incredibly dark hair and eyes. I had to admit, for such a cruel asshole, he definitely was good looking. If it weren't for the predatory gleam in his eyes and the animalistic way he moved, he would look more beautiful than dangerous. I, of course, did not feel the type of attraction to him that my best friend did. As my wolf had absolutely no interest in him, I knew it must have been hell for Skylar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Whenever she was near him, I quickly averted my eyes as his dark gaze briefly connected with mine. Geez, I was ogling the guy's good looks and I wasn't even attracted to him. How the hell did Skylar resist him? I felt a pang of sympathy for what she must go through every time she was around him. I knew that one day, I'd feel the exact same irresistible physical pull towards my own mate. Where is she? He spoke abruptly before anyone could address him. I detected an edge of worry in his tone and it was surprising, considering the emotionals' way he spoke at the meeting I had gone to. Alpha Brett replied shortly. I was surprised he wasn't reprimanded Gabriel for infringing upon our territory then again. A kidnapped wolf took precedence. I cautiously looked up to see Gabriel's reaction. How can you not know? He demanded, voice harsh. His hands were curled into fists. The 2 wolves on either side of him looked nervous. We have a group of wolves looking for her as we speak. I could tell Alpha Brett was trying to control his anger. Skylar disappeared outside of a club in the human settlement nearby over 12 hours ago. She recently contacted her father with a brief message, claiming she was kidnapped by vampires and is being held captive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My gaze snapping to his face. Vampires. Alpha Brett had not said anything about that before. Why did he not look surprised that Skylar was talking about vampires? I thought they were a myth. Then again, humans probably thought we were a myth. Gabriel's eyes had a deadly gleam in them. You haven't found her? I felt both wolves stiffen next to me at the implied reprimand. Then I will go to the settlement. Where is it? He did not seem surprised by the whole vampire idea. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just angry. His expression was unnerving. Alpha Brett turned to me then, irritation evident in his stance, and I caught my breath. I thought I saw where this was going. Maria was with Skylar last. We've been searching for her, but her scent is nowhere to be found. We will send Maria and 2 other wolves to escort you to the city. It was clear he wanted Gabriel gone as soon as possible. Gabriel's imposing black eyes were on me again, and I shifted my weight uncomfortably. I could already tell that my father did not like the idea of me going along with Gabriel, but he dare not contradict Alpha Brett in front of another alpha. Then we are wasting time. Let's go, he said coolly, but once again I detected a worried undertone to his words. I could only hope that he could help us find her, because I couldn't shake the notion that her time was running out. Half of an hour later, we were sprinting in wolf form through the woods towards the city. 2 other wolves from my pack, Seth and Carrie, had joined us as we raced to the city to meet Skylar's father, Will, and the rest of the search party. I could sense both of their unease and dislike for the gigantic black wolf running alongside us, but they hadn't complained. If someone in our pack was in danger, we cut them before everything else. Glancing at Gabriel nervously out of the corner of my eye, my wolf couldn't help but be slightly awed, which was likely due to the alpha presence that we still recognized despite being in a different pack. Brett had a similar effect on my wolf, but he wasn't as imposing as the alpha next to me, Skylar's mate had the largest wolf form I had ever seen, and it was pitch black in color. I could tell he was slowing his run slightly to accommodate us, and it was paining him to do so. But he needed our mental picture of Skylar's location to find her, so he kept to our alpha pace. I could see the tension in every line of his form. It must be even worse now that his wolf was running free. A wolf would always put their mate above everything. At our fast pace, it did not take too long to reach the fringe of the trees. Here we had to shift back into human form while our mission was important. We couldn't risk exposure of our species for any reason. The four of us each found a tree to shift behind, which would not have been necessary without Gabriel's presence. Normally I tied my clothes to my ankle, but this time I had carried a pack of clothes on my back, since shoes were required when venturing in the human settlement. I quickly changed, shoving the shoes on my feet hastily before emerging. My sense of urgency increased tenfold now that we were in the outskirts of the city and I could see its sheer size. How were we supposed to find her amidst all of the humans' overpowering smell? A few minutes later, we spotted Skylar's dad, Will, and two other wolves awaiting us outside of some random coffee shop. As we approached, I saw all four of them stiffen when they saw Gabriel. Although Alpha Brett had warned them in advance, Will and the two wolves shifted uneasily, trying to conceal their reactions to Gabriel's imposing presence. Alexander especially had an ease in his expression as he eyed his daughter's mate. I couldn't blame him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander greeted him curtly, as using his name would be far too informal. Gabriel nodded, his eyes holding an unfathomable expression as he examined his mate's father with renewed interest. I could tell he was sizing Skylar's father up, measuring him. The tension between my pack and Gabriel crackled in the air. Will's expression was darker than normal, clear dislike in his gaze. Gabriel turned his head slightly as if noticing Will's stare, and would immediately look down. He didn't have the gall to look the alpha straight in the eyes. Hell, neither did I. Gabriel stared at Will a moment longer, eyes slightly narrowed. I furrowed my brow in confusion. Was it just me? Or did Gabriel seem even more tense now? Had Will's expression irritated him that much? Do you have a plan? Gabriel finally asked, turning away from Will and breaking the taut silence. Alexander nodded, and Will seemed relieved that Gabriel was no longer staring at him. We were going to split up into two groups again. Me, you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And we were going to take the south side of downtown. The message Skylar sent me said she was somewhere near downtown and it looked like she was in a warehouse of some sort. We've been combing the streets down there, but it's a huge area. The others can take the north side, part of which we've already searched. Alexander was holding out a map at this point and outlining the general area. It really was quite large. I only wish she'd been able to contact us sooner, for we'd wasted several hours checking the territory around the city and the outskirts of the city itself, thinking her kidnappers would not want to stay put. However, this many humans served to mask us out completely. It really was a clever tactic. Alexander indicated two cars parked on the curb. We were using these earlier, but the traffic is pretty bad downtown. It's actually faster to walk. He reached out his coat pocket and pulled out one last piece of paper. When she contacted me earlier, I had storage units, empty buildings, and warehouses in the city. I glanced down at the paper. It had started out with dozens of names, but over half had been crossed out. We ruled out those not near downtown and a few that we've driven by. That still leaves several in the general area. Their addresses are marked, so that's where we are going. Alexander glanced around the entire group, his eyes finally resting on Gabriel. Any questions? Nobody indicated that they had a question, so the group split and the four of us headed south at a brisk walk. My wolf wanted me to utilize werewolf speed, and I cursed the fact that there were so many humans around, milling about in the streets, smelling of everything from cheap cologne, sweat, gasoline, to various types of food. I wrinkled my nose in distaste. Wolf fell into step beside me, As we walked towards downtown, I felt the small prickle of happiness that always made itself known when he was near me. Will wasn't my true mate, but I had developed feelings for him the past couple of years. I had never told him, worried about rejection, and I wasn't sure he had gotten over Skylar, as he'd had a crush on her a few years ago. He'd even been her first and only, as far as I knew, kiss. Skylar had moved on when she didn't feel the sparks, but I wasn't sure where we stood. "It's okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Snapping me out of it, I tried to focus on the task ahead, shaking my thoughts out of my daydreaming. "Not really," I replied tiredly. "I can't help but blame myself. You know, I could tell that Gabriel was listening to our conversation from his rigid posture as he walked a few steps in front of us. I would have to be careful what I said. It's not just your fault. None of us noticed she'd gone." Bitterness in his tone. "We should have gone out to eat instead. She's not that into clubbing." Dejected. "You were just trying to cheer her up," Will replied, trailing off. We both knew that the cause of her agitation was just a few feet from us. Gabriel's posture had grown even more rigid, if that were possible. Still, she wandered off alone and we weren't even paying attention. She seemed okay the last time I saw her. She was sitting in a booth across from that random guy, and there was a drink in front of her. I tossed Will a warning glance after he said that, not wanting Gabriel to get the wrong idea. One of his hands had curled into a fist as he walked in front of us, causing the rigid muscles to stand out along his arm. It was a very threatening stance. I knew male wolves could get jealous very easily, and he was an alpha, no less. "Yeah, I saw that too, but she wasn't even paying attention to him," I quickly added, fibbing a little for Gabriel's benefit. "We got the hint." "Yeah, she's never been interested in that sort of thing," he mumbled. I thought I detected a trace of sadness in his voice, but I shot him a grateful smile as Gabriel seemingly relaxed in front of us. "Still, I think this one's on me." I knew she'd get bored on the dance floor quickly. I should have gone to sit with her. If anything, it's all of us. We all know Skylar has a tendency to wander off. Will grinned as he spoke, and I knew he was talking about that time at the beginning of high school when Skylar got completely lost in the human mall. I missed those carefree days. Conversation ceased at that point as we approached the first addressed address on the sheet. I noticed Alexander holding a small GPS. He must have bought it in town. We did a cursory scan of the warehouse, taking a few minutes to me and around the building surrounding it. But Skylar's father was shaking his head and I agreed. It didn't look right. We continued our expedition, growing increasingly frustrated as we searched. The next addresses weren't the right location. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I tried to keep the picture in my head, memorizing every detail of the doors, street altered, and even the brick on the side of the building. I threw a glance at Gabriel. He must be extremely frustrated, as he didn't even have a mental picture to go by. I felt the tension quickly escalating as the minutes trickled by. We must have been searching for over an hour and still no luck. Damn it. We burst out as the next location was a bust. As well. Time is running out. We don't even know if it's one of these addresses. "It has to be," Alexander replied tautly. "We have to trust Skylar's message. She has to be downtown somewhere." Well, what if her kidnappers forced her to send that message to intentionally mislead us? She could be long gone. I don't think so. To me, she sounded like she couldn't send a longer message because she didn't have the energy. Something is blocking her mentally. His green eyes focused on Gabriel. "You said you felt her pain. Did you get anything else?" Alexander's expression was contorted. I knew he didn't want to hear about his daughter's pain. Not enough. The mating bond isn't strong enough. I felt the tension increase as Gabriel said that. I only felt it because it was so strong. I think it came from her neck. A vampire must have bitten her. He tried to keep his voice controlled, but I sensed the strain. Will turned to me, mouthing vampires as a question. Not knowing the answer, Alexander had uttered a swear word, rubbing his temples with his hands. Apparently everyone knew about vampires except us, and getting bitten by one was not a good thing judging by Skylar's father's reaction. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is it going to kill her? Will asked, voice shaking slightly. A vampire bite won't kill, Gabriel said shortly. I wondered how he knew. They could have killed her after they bit her. Will said darkly. I gave him a look, wanting him to shut up. I didn't like to think about Skylar being. I couldn't think about it. Alexander was shaking his head. But Gabriel spoke first. She isn't. I would know if she died. Will eyed him suspiciously. You haven't mated. You can't be sure. It must have been the exhaustion and worry that was making him speak to an elf like that. Will wasn't normally so forward, and I knew he found Gabriel intimidating. Don't question me. Pup, Gabriel replied coldly, a hard edge of anger in his voice as his eyes flashed. Will looked away, gritting his teeth in fury, a condescending tone. But he had the intelligence to shut up. He was no match for the alpha and he knew it. We're here. Alexander cut it to prevent further confrontation. From his facial expression I could tell the conversation had gotten to him. He quickly turned onto a small, narrow street between two tall buildings. We followed, Gabriel striding ahead of Will and I. We followed the narrow street for a block or two before making an abrupt right. The streets here were only one, way in the tall buildings looming next to us created an ominous atmosphere. We passed few people as we continued our convoluted trail through the city streets, taking several more turns before Alexander came to an abrupt halt. Gabriel stopped beside him, nostrils flaring. I felt a flicker of recognition as my eyes fell upon the cluster of small warehouses stretched out in front of us. There were a few small streetlighted above. The doors were the same color and style of those in Skylar's message, and the brick was the same mottled, faded pattern. With renewed urgency we approached the first warehouse. Alexander indicated for us to be completely silent. Not that we weren't anyway. He put his ear against the metal garage door, then shook his head as he took a whiff of the air. The buildings were small and we passed them all before we heard a loud roar coming from the warehouse across from us. The roar was quickly followed by a yelp of pain that all of us recognized at once. Skylar. I breathed. My quiet exclamation was drowned out as Gabriel lunged towards the door. A furious sound ripping from his throat, no doubt caused by Skylar's pain. The sound drowned out any noise coming from inside as Gabriel grabbed the bottom of the door, yanking it upwards roughly. I winced as the metal grating fell upon my sensitive ears, but there was no to waste as the four of us gathered at the entrance. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds as we took in the room's contents. The first person I saw was Skylar. She was hunched over in a chair in the center of the room, blinking into the bright light. I could tell her hands were bound behind her by her awkward posture. I gasped sharply as I took in her bruised and battered face. The way she winced as she moved. An instant later my eyes slid to the other two creatures in the room, who were huddling back against the far wall of the room, trying to get away from the sunlight. Vampires. They could be nothing else with their pale faces and protruding fangs. They looked like living corpses with black, soulless eyes. Out of the corner of my eye saw Gabriel's eyes fixate on Skylar's for a split second before his face contorted with rage. He let out a furious snarl and leapt into the room. I wanted to do the same and tear those vampires apart for hurting my best friend, but Alexander grabbed my arm in a tight grip. Contact the other said party. Quick. Tell them to bring the car outside 186th Street. They should be nearby. They were searching the other half of town. He hissed in my ear, passing me what looked like a Go phone. He must have purchased it knowing we couldn't shift to wolf form in the middle of the city to mind, link the other searchers. I took it numbly, trying to resist my impulse to rip the vampire's limb from limb. Alexander then hurried over to Skylar, kneeling in front of her, while Will glanced at me then leapt towards the vampires. I hoped the other search party in the human city was not too far away. I could have mind-linked them in wolf form, but obviously I could not do that here. I quickly dialed the number and put the device to my ear, standing there transfixed with the phone clutched in my hand as the scene unfolded. The room seemed to explode with sounds of hisses and screeches. A battle erupted between the two werewolves and the two vampires. There was barely enough space to accommodate all of them. I could not tear my eyes away from the scene as one of the other werewolves searching for Skyle across town answered the phone, and I quickly gave him the address before hanging up. Judging by Skylar's state, she would not be able to walk, and the car was necessary to avoid attracting the attention of the humans while dragging an unconscious girl around town. An instant before Gabriel leapt on a dark hair vampire, I knew what was coming. The vampire tried to swing at him, but the alpha was far too fast, grabbing the vampire and roughly throw him against the wall. The force of the collision almost seemed to shake the building. I dimly registered Will's struggle with the other vampire, but could not look away from the beat down that was occurring. Gabriel had pinned the vampire in a blow of motion and was punching the monster repeatedly in the face. Each blow caused the vampire to howl in pain, and I swore I heard something crack. The alpha was merciless, murder in his expression, and I was surprised he hadn't lost control and shifted into his wolf form despite the danger. Perhaps he wanted to witness the vampire's suffering as a human, or perhaps he was just remarkably good at keeping his wits about him. I couldn't help but feel somewhat satisfied that these monsters that had abused Skylar were getting what they deserved. The vampire's face was completely bloodied now. Gabriel picked the creature up by his neck, a snarl on his face. "Don't kill the other yet," he ordered Will, who had managed to pin the other vampire against the wall near the corner of the building. Although the blonde vampire he had pinned was putting up quite a struggle. Will nodded, sweat beading on his brow. Alexander was still crouched in front of his daughter, shielding her from most of the battle and speaking softly to her. Gabriel was crushing the vampire's throat. He kicked and struggled weakly, clawing at the alpha's hand, but to no avail. With a swift jerk, Gabriel slammed the vampire's head into the wall. Once, twice, 3 times. Then he released the vampire and its lid to the ground, not moving. There was a dark stain on the wall and I gulped. Gabriel's dark eyes focused on Skyle hesitantly as he crouched over the vampire, as if to make sure she wasn't watching him. Her father was curtly saying something quietly to her and tugging at whatever bound her to the chair. Gabriel looked relieved that she wasn't looking, and a second later, I figured out why, as with one large twist and a disgusting crack, Gabriel broke the vampire's neck. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," he commanded, looking at me, and I just had time to dodge out of the way before the vampire's body came hurtling past. It crumpled onto the ground in a heap and the skin began to sizzle where the sunlight touched. The scent of burning flesh permeated the air and I tried not to gag. It was revolting. It took mere seconds for the body to catch on fire, then a few seconds more before it disintegrated into ashes completely, leaving a pile of clothes. The sight was disturbing and disconcerting, something I would not soon forget. But I also felt a strong sense of satisfaction that the creature got what it deserved. Nor would I forget the vicious and ferocious way that Gabriel had torn that vampire apart in defense of my best friend. As Gabriel made his way over to where, or was trying to keep the other vampire pinned, I realized that my father and the elf needed a status update. They were a couple hours away, so it would require a bit of concentration, and I quickly turned away from the scene before me, summoning the strength and focusing intently on my father before sending a very quick mental message to him. I was too tired to send anything elaborate. Then, taking a deep breath, I entered the storage room. Skylar looked half asleep in her chair, her head drooping. Her father was trying to keep her relaxed and was visually examining her binds. Although he was not touching them, upon closer inspection I saw that they were silver chains and she had burn marks on her wrists. I growled furiously, knowing that silver caused a werewolf considerable pain, prevented them from shifting, and drained them entirely. "There's a padlock," her father said, voice tense. "Maria, will you look for the key? Search the clothes outside too." I nodded and did as asked, rummaging through the sack of items on the table while keeping an eye on Gabriel and Will. "Who sent you?" Gabriel was snarling. He was now pinning the vampire while Will stood nearby. The vampire had no chance to struggle against Gabriel's imposing strength. The vampire attempted to sneer. "Like I'm going to tell you." Gabriel swiftly punched him in the gut and the creature howled in pain. "Don't make me ask again." The alpha growled warningly. "You might as well kill me. I'll die either way. And your stupid little mate will too if you don't give the master what he wants." The vampire responded. A furious sound emanated from Gabriel's chest, and he bashed the vampire's head back against the wall. "You don't deserve my mercy. Not for touching what's mine." Repeating the action, I glanced at Skylar as I finished my search and walked outside to examine the pile of clothes. So he was possessive of her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Majen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." That was a good sign. "To my agent extraordinaire, Majen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The fact that he'd come all the way out here for her was obviously a good sign too, and I felt myself dislike him a little bit less. After a bit of rummaging, my hand enclosed on a small brass object and I pulled it out of the pocket with relief. I hurried back inside the room and handed it to Skylar's father. "Bring me a piece of the clothing," Tuar's father instructed. "The padlock is silver and I don't want to touch it with my bare hands if I can avoid it." I did as he asked. I did not watch as Gabriel hit the vampire a few more times before swiftly breaking its neck like he did the others. But again I felt a twisted sense of satisfaction when I heard the deafening crack. Skylar was no longer conscious and I wondered how much of Gabriel's violent actions she had seen. His treatment of the vampires may have been disturbing, but they totally deserved it. And any wolf would have acted the same in the defense of their mate. Hell, I wished I could have gotten a few punches in. Although I knew I couldn't have caused the creature half as much pain as Gabriel did. My strength paled in comparison. Gabriel threw the other body outside to burn in the sun before striding over to us. I watched him carefully, wanting to see how he behaved as he examined my best friend, and saw a look of worry and concern flit across his face, which starkly contrasted with his usual dark expression. Skylar's father, using one of the vampire's shirts to avoid touching the padlock directly, twisted the key and then yanked the padlock off of the chains and let them slide to the floor without touching them. Alexander then stood up and pulled his daughter into his arms. Despite the fact that she was unconscious, I saw her wince and heard her quiet whimper of pain as her body was moved unnoticed. Gabriel stiffened considerably. "I'm going to have to work on her when we get back to the pack. I used some of my affinity to dull her pain and make her drowsy. She has a broken rib. I healed it somewhat so we can move her. I can heal it completely once we're back home. Hopefully she'll sleep the whole way there. We can take the cars and lay her in the back seat," her father said quietly. He looked drained from the energy he had expended. "Yes, they're on their way." Gabriel was standing there, clearly agitated. Staring at Skylar's prone body, he slowly held out his arms, then raised his gaze to meet her father's. "I need to hold her. My wolf," he began, keeping his eyes on Alexander. I noticed Skylar's father's reluctance as he hesitated. No doubt he didn't want the enemy alpha holding his precious daughter. And part of me agreed with him, but I also knew that partially because of Gabriel's help. She was alive right now, and in a time like this, Gabriel's wolf wouldn't want anyone else touching her. And Skylar needed the touch of her mate. Even if they hadn't bonded. Alexander knew this better than anyone. It was completely silent for several seconds. Will and I shared a significant look. Gabriel's jaw had clenched and his eyes had darkened. I knew it was nearly killing him to have to ask Skylar's father for permission to hold her. And it was painful for Alexander to let go of her. After a few more tension-filled seconds, Alexander hesitantly nodded and passed her into Gabriel's arms. He had to know it was the best thing for her right now, and it was better to avoid angering Gabriel's wolf. The second they touched, Gabriel's eyes darkened even further and a surprisingly tender expression crossed his face. It was so strangely personal that I felt was intruding in their moment, and I was forced to look away, wanting it to be as private as possible despite the presence of the rest of us here. Skylar instinctively curled her body to be closer to his, although she was asleep at this point. I thought I saw a jealous glint in Will's eyes before he To looked away. Then the farewell. If you included the unconscious Skylar of us made our way to the main street, Gabriel glancing down at Skylar every few seconds, almost as if he couldn't believe she was there. Soon enough the others had brought the 2 cars and Gabriel was sliding into the back seat with Skylar, ignoring the looks of the others. Some of us would have to run back to the pack house, but I refused. Sliding into the passenger seat, I had to make sure she was okay. Alexander got in the driver's seat and looked back at Gabriel. Half of Skylar's body was on the seat and Gabriel was supporting the rest on his lap. Skylar was still curled into him, sound asleep. The Alpha was staring down the car as if they were the only 2 in the car. Once again I was forced to look away, feeling like an intruder in their private moment, even though she was asleep. So you're coming back with us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Until she's better, Alexander asked cautiously. I'm not leaving her again, was the curt reply. You Alexander began, but Gabriel cut him off. I won't leave her. As soon as she's better, she's going to come live with me. Although my body was aching, in my dream I felt safe and warm. Upon waking, I found myself back in my bedroom, but felt an inexplicable coldness and loneliness. Chapter 9. Although some part of me dimly registered the various aches and pains assaulting my body, for some reason I felt secure, safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was as in the darkness of sleep I was holding on to something that was protecting and healing me. I didn't want to let go of this source of protection and warmth, so I drew closer, holding it to me dearly. In this moment I thought that everything was right in the world. Tethered to my source of security and holding onto it tightly, I quickly fell deeper into the confines of a dreamless sleep. Some time passed before I felt the coldness begin to seep into my bones. I was no longer clinging to the heat source and I felt empty and alone without it, although I did not know what had been the source of my security in the first place. Without it my body felt isolated, and weak, and a dull ache from my injuries began to return. As my mind awakened, I began to pull away from the impenetrable blackness in which I had slept. Part of my brain wanted to stay asleep and not have to face the world yet, but I fought against this notion. I could now hear my wolf in the back of my mind, and she was urging me to wake up. My eyes snapped open, and I blinked, disoriented. As I adjusted to the lighting in the room I glanced around, determining my location. I felt a small trickle of shock as I realized I was back in my bedroom. The blinds were open and I could see that the sun had just gone down and the moon was beginning to rise. My room was quite warm, but oddly enough I still felt cold. Everything in my room was as I left it. But how had I gotten here? I frowned in puzzlement. The seconds passing by as I tried to work out the mystery of how I had gotten back to my house, when the last thing I remembered was vampires. It all rushed back to me in an instant. I tried to sit up, wincing as my body protested. Everything came back in a flood of images as I arranged myself in a sitting position. Although I was sore, it did not hurt nearly as bad as it should have, and I realized my father must have worked on me. Werewolves heal fast naturally, but there was no way it should be this painless. I assumed I hadn't been asleep more than a day, fervently hoping my assumption was correct. My mind quickly wandered to the last thing I had seen before I dozed off. My father, Will. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Gabriel had come to my rescue, and I remembered hearing violent fighting behind me as my father crouched before me. The thought of Gabriel fighting the vampires that had hurt me made my wolf growl in satisfaction. I felt a rush of emotion at the thought of my mate, and I had to force it down. I was still supposed to dislike him, and I was beginning to fail miserably, especially since he'd just shown an entirely different side by coming to rescue me. I needed to thank him for that, despite my misgivings about everything. Just then I realized that I could detect a faint sound coming from downstairs. Utilizing my werewolf hearing, I honed in on the noises. Voices emanated upstairs towards my bedroom, and as I listened they began to grow louder until I did not have to strain to hear them. Clearly there was an argument breaking out downstairs. I detected my father's voice first, then Alpha Brett's, then Gabriel's. My mate's husky baritone set me on edge and made my stomach clench in a way that was not at all unpleasant. "You don't have a choice," Gabriel was saying, an undertone of anger in his voice. "She's our daughter. We damn well have a choice." My father snapped back. I gasped quietly in surprise that he would have the gall to talk to Gabriel like that. Then again, they were clearly talking about me, and my father was extremely overprotective. I slowly swung my legs towards the edge of the bed, only wincing slightly this time. I knew the soreness would abate soon. Right now I had more pressing matters to worry about. "Lower your voice," my mom said, her voice quieter than the others. "You'll wake her up. Shouldn't she be waking up soon? She's been out for hours." That was Alpha Brett speaking. The conversation resumed, but their voices were lower, and I decided I should just go downstairs. My skin prickled at a thought of seeing my mate again, and I did rationalize it this time. I was attracted to him and drawn to him, and I couldn't do anything about it. My wolf agreed smugly. "That doesn't mean I like him," I said wryly. She ignored me. I stood up, unsteadily at first, but regaining my balance after a few seconds. I glanced down somewhat warily at my attire. I was in a loose shirt and pajama shorts that might be a bit small for present company. "You will do no such thing," my father suddenly yelled, and my sleepwear was forgotten as I hurried stiffly towards the door. "Are you saying you can stop me?" replied Gabriel coldly. The threat behind his words made me uneasy. "Are you threatening us while in our territory?" Alpha Brett bit out. I had opened the door and started down the stairs. My eyes fell upon the scene occurring in our living room, and my agitation only increased. Gabriel had his back towards me, but judging by the stiff way he stood and the tautness of his muscles, he was ready for a fight. Alpha Brett was glaring at him furiously, and I was nervous. But for some reason I was more nervous for Alpha Brett than I was for Gabriel. While my Alpha was a strong wolf, I instinctively knew somehow that Gabriel would win in a fight. Surely Alpha Brett would not be foolish enough to take him on one-on-one. That was the lawful setting for an alpha fight to occur. But I hoped he was considering it. Abstinently I wondered, as I had before it passed out, how Gabriel had found out I was in trouble. I resolved to ask later. We had not completed the mating process, so I was sure how he could have known. Was my pain so intense when the vampire bit me that Gabriel felt an echo of it from that far away? I suspected that was the case. For now, though, I had to figure out how to defuse the situation. My parents were off to the side, my mom nervously biting one of her nails as she sat on the couch, my father standing behind her as he gripped the back of the couch. His knuckles were turning white. My father's eyes snapped in my face as Gabriel spoke. "You do know I can just command you to make her go with me, right?" I froze with dismay as I remembered Gabriel's uncanny ability to command other alphas, an ability that had yet to be explained. Judging by the dark look on Alpha Brett's face, he remembered quite well. And what did he mean? Go with him? What is going on? I cut in before I could stop myself, horrified at the thought that he would command my family or Alpha like that. Gabriel spun around in an instant, and all eyes focused on me. I blushed, not liking the sudden attention. Gabriel's dark eyes became unfathomable before slowly roving up and down my exposed legs. My blush deepened, and I felt my heart rate skyrocket because of his close scrutiny. "You're awake?" My mother's voice broke the tension as she bounded over to me before pulling me into a tender hug. Minding my injuries, still feeling embarrassed, I tried to smile at her as she pulled back, blue eyes meeting mine. "Oh, Skylar, I was so worried. We never should have let you go," she began, features contorting with sadness. "Renee, we have more important things to worry about right now," my father said tiredly, indicating Gabriel with a jerk of his head. "Although we will talk about her decision to go later." His look became stern, but I detected relief as he gazed at me. "What's going on?" I asked cautiously. I could still feel Gabriel's penetrating gaze trained on me. I shifted uncomfortably. Alpha Brett began to speak, but Gabriel cut him off. "You're coming to live with me," he said tonelessly. I cowed to resist looking at him then, and I was sure my surprise and uncertainty were evident on my face as my mouth fell open slightly with shock. His eyes caught and held mine, and my wolf began to pace restlessly as my body heated up yet again. How could he look so sexy just standing there? His dark hair was tousled, and his shirt did nothing to hide his physique. I definitely wanted to. "Damn it, Skylar. Stop." I scolded my body's reactions. I had to get myself under control. "No, you aren't," my father bit out, distracting me from my traitorous lust. Gabriel's inscrutable expression became angry and he wrenched his gaze from mine. "Yes, she is. I don't care if you're her father, I will command you. Do not forget who you are talking to. I am being courteous by telling you instead of commanding you, but I won't hesitate to make this an order." My father shook with anger but did not move. I could tell he was weighing the options in his head. As for me, I was quite sure what to think. Of course my wolf was howling at me to go, and a large part of me did not want to leave his side. But the logical side of me was afraid. Live with him, with the Black Mountains pack that I hated. I would be away from my family when I barely knew him. How could I do that? Did I even have a choice? I knew realistically, if I wanted to get to know him better, I needed to live with him. That was how it traditionally worked when mates were from different packs. Anyways, getting to know him was both a terrifying and alluring concept. Alpha Brett looked like he wanted to snarl but was very much trying to rein himself in. I was worried that either he or my father would make a stupid move, and I cowed and let that happen. It was my mate, so my problem to deal with. I gathered every ounce of courage that I had. Guys, could I talk to Gabriel? The name felt so perfect coming out of my mouth, and out of the corner of my eye I saw my mate stiffen. "Alone, please." I was almost quaking with nervousness at the thought of being alone with him, but the tension in here could be cut with a knife and I had to do something. My father looked like he very much did not want to leave me alone with Gabriel, but my mother saw the look in my eye and gently put a hand on his arm. "Alexander, it's what she wants," she said hesitantly, looking between me and Gabriel. Alpha Brett had shoved his hands in his pockets and was staring at Gabriel mistrustfully. "Okay, Skylar, let me know if you need anything," he ground out after several seconds before tossing my parents a look and striding out of the room. My father opened his mouth to protest, but I spoke before he could. "Please, let me handle this. Just for a minute." I silently pled with my eyes, even though part of me was freaking out at being here alone with Gabriel. Hopefully I could control my wolf before she tried to make me jump him. With an angry huff, my father finally nodded. "But if you decide to go, it better be your choice and only your choice. If not, we'll have an entirely different discussion," he snarled. If he had been speaking in that manner to any other wolf, it would have been incredibly intimidating. In this situation, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Gabriel merely turned to face him, a threatening growl rumbling in his chest in response. I shivered at the sound, trying to hold myself together while giving my father half-hearted smile. Then my parents left and I was alone with my mate. Gabriel slowly turned back towards me. I couldn't help but admire the way the dim lighting in the room created shadows that fell across his face, accentuating his handsome features. I could now understand why everyone said that when you found your mate, it was as if they were made just for you, created just to be with you. Gabriel was the most physically perfect specimen I could ever imagine. I felt frail and underwhelming in comparison. For a split second Gabriel looked uncertain before he resumed his unfathomable expression. His posture had relaxed slightly, although he still looked somewhat uneasy. I couldn't blame him. It was especially difficult to focus with my wolf conjuring up inappropriate images in the back of my mind. Although Gabriel stood a good 10 feet from me, I could feel the tension crackling in the air. It was nearly unbearable. "You could have asked me first," I finally said, breaking the taut silence. "You were unconscious when I made the decision," he replied unapologetically. "It would have been easier to wake me up than to threaten my family." Unable to keep the accusatory tone out of my voice, I didn't like the idea of them being bullied by my mate just because he always got what he wanted. Threaten. Slightly incredulous. If you thought that was me truly threatening them, you're more nervy than I thought. I blinked, feeling a surge of irritation at his condescending tone. I had a pride streak a mile wide and did not like being spoken to like that. Well, you were talking about commanding them, I began, but he cut me off. I will command them if they try to argue. He replied dismissively. Do I get no choice in the matter? I demanded, feeling a surge of bravery despite Gabriel's intimidating presence. His gaze hardened. Not when you do reckless things, like go to a town infested with vampires. I clenched my fists, feeling my anger rise. How was I supposed to know there were vampires there? I didn't even know vampires existed. Unlike you, apparently, because they knew all about you. Gabriel actually looked slightly guilty for a split second, taking a step forward. I'd heard about them. That answer seemed oddly vague to me, but I didn't have time to argue before he continued. I didn't know they would come after you. I did not feel any less angry. Well, they did. I don't understand how I'm so reckless when they'd only came after me to ask where you were. The last few days had made me short-tempered and braver than usual. Or perhaps I was getting used to his presence. I was learning how to speak my mind in front of him. I didn't think you'd leave your pack and go looking for trouble, or I would have warned you. And the slightly condescending tone was back. I gritted my teeth as I felt another rush of anger. I was looking for trouble. I was trying to stop thinking about you, I replied heatedly, my cheeks feeling exceptionally warm as I admitted that. He seemed taken aback, staring at me with his inscrutable expression back in place. I went to town to clear my mind. I had no idea it'd be captured by beings that I thought were mythical and men physically abused while they tried to get me to tell them their location. I continued, my tone darkening as I remembered my painful experience. That, combined with Gabriel's cold and antagonistic attitude right now, was incredibly aggravating, and had no idea why he was acting like this was entirely my fault. Sure, he'd gone to the town, and he followed the scent of blood thinking someone was in trouble. Who would have guessed that I would be captured by vampires? But he had come after me to save me. Right. Surely that meant something. Despite his inexplicable attitude at the moment, I blinked and took a shocked step backwards as Gabriel suddenly appeared in front of me, only a foot away. The electricity between us intensified, and I felt my wolf stirring with lust now that her mate was within arm's reach. I looked down at the ground, afraid to look in his eyes. I was sure why he was acting the way he was, but I was beginning to realize that I felt hurt that he seemed to blame me for the whole vampire incident. I tore them apart, he said softly, his voice deep with suppressed emotion. I slowly looked up to see that his eyes were intense, burning with something unrecognizable. I gave those vampires what they deserved for touching you. I felt goosebumps rise along my arms, and inside I felt a small thrill at his protective words. Although I was still confused by his mood swings, I quickly averted my gaze, afraid of what I would do if I looked at him for too long. A few tense seconds passed by before he spoke again. I want you to come with me so I can keep an eye on you. The vampires won't give up on you. But my family is here, I replied softly, still looking away. I knew my argument was weak. It was normal for a wolf to leave their family behind when they found their mate. I was just reaching for excuses now. In an alpha, you can't honestly think my wolf will just stand and let you stay here, he retorted. Bullying my pack is not the way to go about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Matching his tone, I thought I heard a faint growl in his chest. Like I said, they don't have a choice. His tone had become unapologetic again. I detected a trace of irritation. But I do, and damn it. Skylar. Gabriel snapped, my name sounding wonderful in his husky voice. I felt a flutter of fear as he advanced, and suddenly I was backed up against the wall as he leaned over me, his arms above my head on each side as he supported his weight. His scent washed over me, and my nostrils flared as I took it in. Despite his daunting stance, I couldn't help the butterflies that erupted in my stomach as he said my name. Nor could I help the secret invigoration as I saw the frustration etched on his face, although my attraction was mingled with unease. Do you have any idea what it is like to feel your mate's excruciating pain and not be able to do anything about it because she's hours away? She's suffering, and you weren't there to protect her. Dimly I realized that my suspicions were confirmed, that he knew I was in danger when he felt the bite. He must have run incredibly fast to make it all the way to town and meet up with the others in half a day. I began hesitantly. You could have died. Quieter now, his eyes boring into mine. His voice had taken on a rough edge. I thought I could take true emotion in his expression, and it bewildered me, as I'd never seen him look vulnerable, even for a split second. The moment passed, but I could still feel the heat of his conviction. I was hyper, aware of just how close we were, and I urged to reach a hand up and stroke his face, feel the muscles on his arms and chest. Instead I maintained a straight face and held my arms at my sides, trying not to let my body betray me. I am not risking that again. So whether you like it or not, you are accompanying me back to my home. He backed away then, and I felt a rush of disappointment at the lack of contact, feeling as if air was being pulled out of my lungs. I wanted to be near him so badly it was like oxygen, and inhaling his scent was so compelling to me, and my wolf, the thought of that scared me. But I was even more frightened of the way my heart was beating erratically in my chest due to the brief glimmer of sincerity I had seen in his expression. He did care for me on some level, and I was afraid of what he was doing to me. And deep inside of me, I knew I would go with him. Not only because my wolf was refusing to let me stay or because Gabriel might force my family into letting me go if I refused, but because part of me truly did want to go. He may have been an emotional's asshole at times, but there was something else there. Something deep down. Fate had given me Gabriel for a reason. Perhaps I was supposed to help him and balance him out. I knew it would be foolish to give away the only mate I would at trying to get to know him. I would miss my family, but we shared pack territory, and I knew there was a way I'd be able to see them. As for the Black Mountains pack, as much as they frightened me, I knew they killed and hurt me. My mate was their alpha. This is the right decision, my wolf whispered softly in my mind. She sounded so sure of herself, although I knew she was incredibly biased in this situation. I slowly raised my gaze, finally meeting Gabriel's. His emotional's mask was back in place, but I wouldn't forget that brief emotion I had seen in his dark eyes. If you promise to leave my family and pack alone, I will go with you, I said quietly. I was fully aware that he could be brutal and force me to come with no promises, but I hoped he wouldn't. Besides, if he gave his word not to harm my pack, it would help assuage some of my concerns. Gabriel looked away, jaw clenched. I have more significant problems at the moment, was his reply, and I took that as the best affirmative I was going to get. I exhaled wearily. At least let me say goodbye. Can we wait until the morning? I didn't want to go very long before seeing my parents again, but I figured it was not the best time to negotiate with Gabriel. He was wound tightly enough already. Make it quick. I've been away from my pack for long enough. His tone was clipped, and I sighed internally. It seemed as if that slight glimpse of true emotion was all I would be getting for a while. An hour or two later, I stood outside with my family and close friends around me in a semicircle. My father had not liked my decision, to say the least. It had taken a considerable amount of arguing and pleading and reasoning to get him to fully understand where I was coming from, and I could tell he only conceded my point because he didn't want Gabriel resorting to more drastic measures to bring me back to his pack. Not that my father could have really stopped either one of us from the beginning. It was werewolf custom to live with one's mate. Despite his reluctance, I knew my father really did understand. After Gabriel had come to help rescue me from the vampires, he had earned the tiniest sliver of my father's trust, at least when it came to me. When I explained to him at a later my mother that this is what I had decided, that I wanted to give my mate a chance, they eventually caved. I knew they disliked Gabriel, but as my mate and an alpha, it was his right by law to bring me to his pack if I chose to go. It was going against nature to keep a wolf from her mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. Alpha Brett gave me a gruff hug before walking away, leaving me with my parents. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and will. My mom had tears in her bright blue eyes. We were currently standing in a clearing a couple of hours from my house. Gabriel was located near enough to hear our conversation but at respectable distance, for which I was grateful. I didn't need his unnerving presence when I felt so vulnerable. Poised and alert, gazing into the distance, my mom wrapped me into what must have been my 10th hug, a blonde curl touching my cheek as she nuzzled me. I felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving her. My father was next, pulling me into a secure embrace. "Don't forget to mind link with us every day," he said softly, attempting to make a wry joke. I smiled slightly and his face grew serious. "Skylar, let me know if you need anything." His look was significant and I caught the double meaning behind his words. Next, Maria came forward, wrapping a dark tress of hair around her finger like she always did when she was nervous. "Skylar," she began softly. Her eyes contained so much worry that I hugged her tightly on reflex. "I never got to thank you guys for everything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Noticing I had come forward and was standing next to us, he tried to grin reassuringly, but it came out more as a grimace. "You would have done it for me," Maria replied, smiling slightly. "And just glad you're okay." She squeezed my hand tightly. "Come visit soon. We need to catch up on Law and Order." I laughed at that and was passed over to Will. I relaxed into the familiarity of his hug, inhaling his scent. He had consistently been there for me, and had always appreciated his companionship. He released me, raising one of his hands to gently cup my cheek. An unusual, almost haunted look came into his blue eyes as he studied me intensely, eyes examining every inch of my face. "To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Confused by his expression, he licked his lips, almost appearing nervous. His thumb stroked my cheek and I shifted slightly, aware of my mate's presence nearby. I got the impression that Will was gathering the courage for something, and the only reason he was about to say it was because it might be his last chance for a while. "Skylar, I will begin," voice cracking slightly as he spoke. Wondering what the hell was up with him, he hesitated, as if deciding if whatever he was about to say was really a good idea. I got a strange sense of foreboding and quickly spoke. "Don't worry, Will. He'll be back soon." "I know, it's just..." He was interrupted by a low, threatening growl nearby. I quickly stepped away from all to see that Gabriel had come over to us and was standing next to me, glaring daggers at Will. His hands were balled into fists and his expression looked murderous. "Get away from her, pup," Gabriel snarled, and I was shocked by the venom in his tone. Will gave me a frustrated look as his face flushed to be dread. He quickly turned and strode away, my mate glaring after him. I shot Maria a confused look, but she just looked very uncomfortable, giving me a small wave before walking off as well. "Calm down. You shouldn't talk to," I began, turning towards my mate, but Gabriel had picked up my bag of necessities in one hand and was already striding towards the trees. At least he was nice enough to carry it for me. I felt wryly, although it was heavy to me. "We need to get going." Anger still evident in his voice. Apparently he was not going to be in a good mood for this trip. Sighing, I gave both of my parents one last hug before heading towards the green fringe of the forest. I gave a final wave over my shoulder before entering the forest, where I would be running in wolf form in front of my mate for the first time, and within a day I would be living with him. Despite my reservations, I couldn't help but feel slightly hopeful as I thought about what the future held. Chapter 10. The cool breeze whispered across my bare skin, making me shiver slightly. The moon was high in the sky and I could feel my wolf whining inside of me. She was itching to be let out. Goosebumps covered my body, although that might have been due more to my nervousness than the crisp air. I was currently behind the large, twisted trunk of a tree, completely naked but outside of Gabriel's line of sight as I prepared to shift. Part of me had the urge to step outside of the shelter of the trees, just to see his reaction, but I quelled the thought. I wasn't ready for that sort of intimacy yet. I barely knew Gabriel, and I still wasn't sure exactly how I felt. My wolf, however, was making her intentions clear. We knew that our mate was standing not too far from us and that he was completely unclothed as well. My body itched to be near him. Bare flesh pressed against bare flesh. The thought made me shiver again. And not from the cold this time. Behave yourself. I instructed my wolf. She would be much more prominent in my consciousness as soon as I shifted, and her instincts would be hard to resist. Although I could still rein her in with enough willpower. She winced slightly, disagreeing with me but partially understanding where I stood. I'm not ready for that yet. You know that, I continued softly, although her animalistic urges would be hard for her to ignore. We were bound together. She could feel what I was feeling. I knew she'd take that into account and not act too rashly. I felt a slight sense of begrudging agreement emanate from her. I'd have to keep an eye on her. I picked up the large bag that held my clothes and necessities, loosening the straps as much as I could and putting it on my back. Gabriel had been prepared to carry it, but I hadn't been sure that the straps could even loosen up enough for the bag to fit on his back when he was in wolf form. As an alpha, he would be much bigger than me. Admittedly, I had also been tired of him bossing me around all evening and wanted to do something for myself. So I had insisted and then grabbed the bag from where he had set it on the ground before he could respond. The bag hung off of my small form but would fit tightly once I had shifted. I knew it would look comical, a wolf wearing a large bag on its back, but it was the most convenient way. Closing my eyes, I willed the shift onwards. Instantly my shoulders hunched and I fell forward, my bones realigning themselves as I transformed into a different being entirely. A wolf's first shift was painful, but now the sensations didn't hurt in the slightest. He crushed from my core outwards and I felt a tickling sensation as claws exploded from my limbs and sprouted from my skin. As my large paws hit the ground, I felt my canines elongate and a rush of overpowering smells as my wolf senses became predominant. I shook off the last vestiges of a shifting sensation, fighting the urge to yip in excitement. I desperately needed a run, and my wolf was overjoyed that we would be running with our mate. I was a bit more preoccupied about the idea, but I had no choice in the matter. I could only hope our wolves would control themselves so we didn't find ourselves in an awkward situation back in human form. I padded out from behind the twisted tree, my silver fur glowing softly in the moonlight. I was above average size for a female, but I had no doubt that Gabriel would still tower over me. My wolf size, the same shade of blue as my own, roved the forest as we searched for. It didn't take long for him to emerge from the thick foliage. I immediately froze in place, awestruck. He was larger than any wolf I had ever seen, although this did not surprise me. His fur was thick and pitch black, the color matching his hair. He was nearly indiscernible from the deep shadows of the forest. Gabriel's entire form rippled with thick muscles and he radiated power, both alpha power and sheer physical strength. My wolf growled softly, clearly pleased and even slightly intimidated as he approached us silently. He seemed to be taking us in, too, his dark eyes flickering with interest. He made a brief sound deep in his throat. It sounded like approval, and I fervently hoped I was right. I would be completely humiliated if Gabriel's wolf was not at all impressed by how he looked in our wolf form. Gabriel stopped several feet from us, his wolf inhaling our scent. I kept my paws firmly planted to the ground, not stepping any closer to him. I was pretty sure Gabriel's wolf wanted us, but there was no telling what he'd do if we acted on our more basic impulses. His unfathomable gaze observed our form for a few seconds more before he jerked his head in the direction of the trees. My wolf padded after him obediently, staying a few feet behind but close enough so his alluring scent surrounded us. Gabriel quickly broke into a faster pace and I followed suit, enjoying the feeling of stretching my stiff muscles. I barely even felt my injuries anymore, especially in this form. I had a sneaking feeling that Gabriel was slowing himself down slightly to accommodate me, but I pushed myself, easily keeping up with him. I couldn't run at an 8's pace, but my wolf and I wanted to show him that we were in perfectly good shape. The forest whizzed by and the wind whistled through our fur as we sped towards our destination, the moon rising ever higher into the sky. It was a pity that we couldn't mind link with him. That wasn't possible until the actual mating was completed. He had to mark me and I him during. I stopped my train of thought right there. The idea of that sort of intimacy excited my wolf but made me huff in embarrassment. And I would have been blushing in human form. Gabriel briefly glanced over his shoulder at my quiet exhalation, feeling my embarrassment worsen. I tried to focus on something other than the giant wolf running in front of me. I wondered if my pack would be angry at me. Only those that had sent me off knew where I was going to avoid more of a confrontation. Alphabet wasn't telling the others until tomorrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All of them already knew that Gabriel had paid us a visit to help them find me. Surely they could have guessed what would be coming. I could only hope they didn't begrudge my decision, that it had helped ensure my pack's safety. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They wouldn't have wanted to witness Gabriel's fury if I had blatantly refused to go with him. We ran like that for several hours. As we continued our quick pace, I grew increasingly lonely without anyone to talk to. I could have contacted my pack, but I figured they would think I was chickening out already. And I didn't want that. Who I really wanted to talk to was running to my right, only a few feet in front of me, close enough to catch my signal if I indicated that I needed to stop, but far enough that our coats weren't touching. My wolf, too, was frustrated. The whole point of this venture was to get to know Gabriel, to assure that fate really had made the right decision and that there was something there beyond the merciless tyrant everyone made him out to be. So far, it was not going well. I had no way to speak with him at all, and I would have to wait until we returned to our human forms. Hungry and frustrated, I growled slightly to get his attention. Slowing my pace, Gabriel glanced at me from the corner of his eye before slowing. As we came to a halt, he turned to face me, an inquisitive look evident in his features. He probably thought I was weak and tired already. I was more frustrated than anything, but I knew I needed to eat soon if I wanted to keep up that pace. I had recently been injured. Surely he realized I wouldn't have as much endurance as I normally did. I growled and sniffed the air, hoping he would realize what was going on. I thought I detected the faint scent of rabbit, so I meandered further into the woods, padding lightly as I followed my nose. I noticed that Gabriel was following me at a safe distance, giving me plenty of room to hunt. I cut through the undergrowth at an angle and maneuvered myself so I was downwind of my prey. Rabbit was my favorite, but it would do I hadn't scented any herds of large game anywhere near the area. Rabbit had been the only prey bigger than squirrels that I could find. Recently, I crouched low to the ground, silently stalking the small animal. It had always amazed me how quiet my kind could be considering our enormous size. We were far more graceful than any other animals this large. I didn't have to hunt often since I only ate raw meat in wolf form, but my wolf enjoyed the predatory practice and I let her revel in her ferocity. In the back of my mind, I knew that Gabriel, or at least his wolf, would probably be interested in how well we hunted. Moments later we had leapt swiftly on the rabbit as it scurried out of its den, breaking its neck with a twist of jaws. Without preamble I dug into the fresh meat. I felt my ravenous hunger take over. Madness meant nothing to a wolf. I was so absorbed in my dining that I didn't think before acting as Gabriel approached me. All I registered was that there was a wolf infringing upon the prey that I had caught. I had a single-minded focus on devouring my food, and it was my prey. Seeing another wolf so close to my kill infuriated me, and I reacted on pure instinct without a human's logical thought intervening. Growling low in my throat, I snapped at Gabriel's legs in warning before realizing my mistake a second later. Gabriel snarled furiously at my disrespect, and in one instant he had barreled me onto my back and had me pinned down. One massive pop landed on my chest. My backpack was crushed underneath me from my own considerable weight, and I winced. hoping nothing was smashed. I felt a surge of regret and fear as he towered over me, leaning close. Gabriel had me pinned tightly, though not with a necessary force. It was as if he was trying to avoid causing me pain. He was growling slightly, his lip curled to reveal one dangerously sharp canine. I mentally reprimanded my wolf, although I knew it was equally my fault for getting so absorbed in my food. I had disrespected an alpha male, and one with a short temper at. I knew he hadn't been approaching me to steal my kill, regardless of his motivations. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had snapped at him, which was completely unacceptable. Yet, as he leaned over, I felt another emotion rising besides the fear. I could not quell it. Lust. I could feel my lust rising at my mate's close proximity to me, and I began to squirm slightly as I realized I was in a dangerous position. Gabriel's wolf's eyes had darkened considerably until they were completely black. They burned with a bright intensity, and I could almost feel his own desire rising. He leaned even closer until his snout was inches from me. Inhaling deeply, I felt my thirst on end as I tried not to whimper. Thankfully, something else happened then, or I'm not sure where that would have gone. Gabriel's powerful sense of smell obviously detected something else as he inhaled, for his head snapped up and he lifted his paw off my chest. His ears pricked and I heard another growl erupt from his throat, this one much more threatening. I attempted to struggle to my feet, but in a flash he had shoved me down again with his paw. While I was still laying there, belly up, he moved and placed his front legs on either side of my body. He remained in this protective stance, glancing around, the deep growl continuing to erupt from his chest. Gabriel's fur stood on end and I took a whiff of the air. Despite my potent sense of smell, I howled and detect anything. Gabriel, however, obviously sensed something was there, for he continued to stand over me defensively. I didn't move, trusting his alpha instincts. While I was fond of my vulnerability, my wolf and I found that we rather liked the protective way our mate towered above us. We remained locked in these positions, my earlier mistake forgotten, for another moment or two before Gabriel's fur flattened again. He stepped away from me, allowing me to scramble up. I whined softly. He shook his head in a very wolf-like gesture, and I resolved to ask him what the hell that was about as soon as we shifted back. Feeling uneasy, we resumed our trek, although Gabriel first waited a moment longer for me to devour the remaining half of the rabbit. I couldn't shake the prevailing sense of unease, remembering the last time someone had been watching me in the forest, and what had happened to me just days after. The rest of the trip was uneventful, although I did make him stop 3 times more throughout the date-wise for brief rest periods. I was still recovering from my experience with the vampires. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and was weaker than normal and wants to hunt again. We shared no more uncomfortable moments, for which I was glad. Contact with Gabriel made me weak and vulnerable, and I wasn't ready for that yet. Besides, he seemed to want to maintain the barrier he erected around himself. The cool distance he kept. Aside from a few brief glimmers of emotion, I didn't really know him, though my body yearned to be closer to him. I was worried about the daunting task that lay ahead. His territory was much more difficult to traverse than mine. For a few hours now we had been navigating rocky slopes and steep inclines. The foliage was patchy, and as we climbed higher and the sun began to rise in the sky, the landscape around us was thrown into clarity. I wanted to stop and observe, as it was far more beautiful than expected. The ridges and slopes were a different sort of natural beauty than I was used to in my home valley, but I could appreciate them all the same. Gabriel, however, pressed on relentlessly, and I tried to absorb as much as I could. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This would be my home for a while now. The thought definitely made me nervous. Soon I would be meeting his pack for the first time. It had just getting dark when we arrived, meaning it took us a little less than an entire day to travel to his village. I again realized that Gabriel must have run almost impossibly fast to get to my village in half the day when he was coming to save me. Gabriel stopped as the trees, already much less prevalent than near my valley, began to thin out even further. I thought I could see the tops of houses over the next ridge. Gabriel jerked his head towards the bag that I had strapped to my back, indicating that I should shift back. I obliged, feeling a wave of nervousness crash over me. I hid behind a small copse of trees and quickly changed form, the large pack sliding off of my now human figure. I opened it and dressed myself quickly before striding out to meet Gabriel. My cheeks reddened slightly as his gaze touched mine. I looked down at the ground, remembering our moment from earlier. I was all too aware that our mating pull may be slightly more difficult to resist now that we'd interacted in wolf form. It didn't take long to climb the last slope, which was considerably steeper than the others. I felt my nervousness increase tenfold as we finally reached the top. I tried not to gasp as the pack village was laid out before me. The ground dipped downwards immediately in front of us so that the nearest houses were actually in a valley of sorts, but I noticed more houses situated on rocky crags in the distance. I was sure what I expected, but it certainly was this. The houses were less updated and modern than mine, clearly built to serve a rudimentary purpose and not as decoration. However, they were still large and well kept, situated amidst scraggly trees and small, rolling hills. There were many more houses than I was used to, testifying to the size and strength of Gabriel's pack. Not too far from us stood a three-story house that somehow looked more elegant than the others. It was also the largest house that I could see. "That's where you live," Gabriel said gruffly. His face was expressionless, but by his stance I could tell he was proud of his pack village. For what he'd heard of the Black Mountains pack before meeting them, I would have expected this place to be much less civilized. I eyed his house again. It seemed a little grand for his taste, but then I remembered that his father had probably designed it. Gabriel had only been alpha for 4 years. "Come on," he said coolly, and I couldn't help but feel confused as to why he was being so brusque. It was his idea that I come here in the first place. Shouldn't he be more excited about it? I furrowed my brow. Gabriel was too unpredictable. A puzzle like ours didn't work out. It was then that I realized that I had yet to see another werewolf. Where were they? I opened my mouth to ask the question, but snapped it shut as I realized Gabriel was leading me away from his house. He led me through the center of town, leaving me to quickly absorb everything as I passed. To my surprise, they had electricity. I felt somewhat stupid for thinking they lived like cavemen, but they were so isolated I was surprised they had any modern conveniences at all. We wandered a convoluted route through the village, twisting and turning around many houses and other buildings, the purpose of which I could not determine. Just as I was growing impatient, we edged along a narrow path on the side of a small cliff, and the ground opened up in front of arch, grassy field. The expansive scenery was beautiful, but that is not what made me catch my breath. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Situated in the field was the rest of Gabriel's pack, some standing and some sitting. There were well over 100 of them, clearly waiting on us. All of their eyes were fixated on me. I clenched my hands together in front of me, knowing my nervousness was easily discernible. All of them had stood up eagerly after they saw Gabriel. I had never enjoyed being the center of attention, and having so much focus on me was disconcerting. Hundreds of eyes examined me from top to bottom, analyzing me and judging me. I wanted to cower behind Gabriel until the attention was no longer on me, but knew that would make a bad impression, so I straightened my back and kept walking until Gabriel came to a halt. A massive, muscular werewolf with deep brown skin and a shaved head broke from the pack and strode forwards. I recognized him from the meeting as Gabriel's beta. "Welcome back," somewhat gruffly, and Gabriel nodded. The beta turned to me, examining me closely. I felt a prickle of nervousness but did not look away, standing strong under his scrutiny. To my surprise, one of the corners of the beta's mouth twitched into a half-smile. I blinked, not expecting that reaction. The beta turned back to Gabriel. "I trust your journey was uneventful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." he asked formally. Eli, I'd like to get right to it. Gabriel responded shortly, although there was no venom or irritation in his tone. I could tell Eli was used to such responses, for he made it unmoved to stand behind Gabriel like I was. Though on Gabriel's other side, Gabriel cleared his throat. As you all know, I left the village in order to retrieve my mate. I wondered if HED told them about the vampires. This is Skylar. She will be living here from now on. His tone was clipped and I felt confused. Yet again. Apparently that was becoming my permanent state around Gabriel. I tried to brush it away as the attention was refocused on me. There was silence for a few seconds, only broken by a few hushed murmurs. Once again, I felt daunted by the presence of the Black Mountains pack. Aside from the youngest wolves, all of them looked cautious and battle-hardened. I saw any cold and calculating looks from the pack members. These weren't wolves that accepted outsiders easily. Will she be going through the formal induction? One she-wolf asked. I held my breath. Yes. It is law, Gabriel replied calmly. I felt my nervousness spike as I wondered what exactly that would entail. Every pack had a way of introducing new members into the pack, but every ritual was different. Would that mean they were planning to make me an official member of the Black Mountains pack? Could I go through with that? If I planned on staying with Gabriel, I knew I had to. Still, the concept of becoming a member of this pack was not yet appealing to me. I didn't know any of them, and my entire experience with this pack, short of Gabriel helping save me from the vampires, had been negative. Gathering my courage, I let my eyes roam the crowd. My gaze locked with that of another she-wolf, a redhead with long, silky hair. Her bright blue eyes were cold and hostile, and my wolf stirred within me, not liking the redhead's expression. What was her problem? Did she just despise outsiders? Holding my glare for one more second, the redhead coolly turned her head away. I tried not to let my anger show. As I kept looking around at the crowd, I realized that the redhead was not the only one who disliked me on sight. It was not a reaction specific to her. Several others gave me the exact same look she did. As I suspected, I was not welcome here. The crowd was whispering and muttering again, and Gabriel raised his hand to silence them. She will be living with me. Her battle skills and value added to the pack will be tested shortly. I didn't like the way he talked about me so casually, not showing any emotion. Most wolves would be proud to display their mate to the pack. I looked down abruptly, swallowing the lump that had risen in my throat. I thought I saw the beta looking at me from the corner of his eye, and I tried to put on a brave face. Dimly, I registered an incredulous snort from one of the larger male wolves. You sure she can keep up with us? Her pack doesn't train as diligently as we do. I had to clench my teeth together to keep from snarling at him, blood boiling at the insult to my pack. I felt my fingernails dig into my palms, and tried very hard to maintain a cool effade. Nothing good come out of me, losing my temper here. Still, my wolf growled furiously. I saw Gabriel's expression harden considerably. Are you doubting my judgment? He said coldly. The other wolf snapped his mouth shut and looked away. Although he still looked dubious, Eli has already briefed you on everything else, so we will have our next pack meeting in a week. Usual time. If there aren't any other questions, then you all are dismissed. There were no other questions, and I noticed the pack begin to disperse, many of them still glancing at me. I turned my head away, unable to deal with so many wolves at once. That hadn't gone worse than expected, but I wished their reactions would have been friendlier. I guess I cowed and hoped for a warm welcoming given which pack I was from. My pack would not have treated an outsider from the Black Mountains pack any differently. I knew. I noticed that two wolves, a male and a female, had come forward, and Gabriel had walked over to meet them, so I stood on my own in awkward distance from the others. Although my wolf was growing increasingly attracted to him, part of me was already regretting my decision. As if reading my thoughts, I noticed Eli approaching me. I didn't really get to introduce myself. Him, Eli, the beta, giving me a slight smile as he offered his hand. His brown eyes seemed sincere. And although the gesture seemed formal, I appreciated it, and I gladly took his hand. "Skylar," I said softly. "Welcome to the pack. I know it seems like a bit much, but you'll get used to it." I nodded. "I don't think I really have a choice," I said honestly. Eli shrugged. "I know it seems strange coming here, but obviously it was meant to be." He indicated Gabriel with his head. "It seems so," I replied vaguely, chewing on my bottom lip. I only wished I could know what Gabriel was thinking. "Did he show you around her?" "Sort of," I replied, remembering my rushed tour where Gabriel hadn't actually told me about anything. There was a knowing look in Ellie's eyes, and I felt like he must be more comfortable with Gabriel than anyone else. "Well, let me know if you need anything," I smiled gratefully in response. "And oh, just a minute. I have to take care of this." He cut off, turning and approaching a wolf that was hovering nearby, leaving me by myself again. I cowed and felt the prickle of irritation that emerged as I observed Gabriel still talking to the two wolves. I may have been patient and reserved compared to some, but that didn't mean I liked being practically ignored by my own mate. He had gotten distant ever since we left my pack, and I couldn't help but feel that I had done something wrong. I worried that I had made the wrong choice coming here. So far he'd been about as warm and inviting as a brick wall. As much as I was still getting used to the idea of Gabriel being my mate, I had made the effort to come all this way. Hadn't I earned better treatment than the cold shoulder? My stomach clenched unpleasantly as I noticed the redhead from earlier approaching Gabriel, joining in their conversation. They weren't too far away, and I pricked my ears, not caring if it was rude to eavesdrop. The conversation itself was innocent enough, not giving me any cause to worry. I suspected it was just my insecurity emerging, as she really was quite beautiful. Fortunately, seconds later Gabriel disengaged himself from the conversation and came towards me. I tried not to let my flare of irritation make me do anything stupid. "I have business to take care of back home if you're ready," he said calmly, although I got a sneaking suspicion that he wouldn't care if I was ready or not. I shrugged non-committal lie, and we turned and headed back the way we came, hands just inches away from brushing. Despite our proximity, I couldn't help but feel like there was a massive distance between us. His house really was something to behold. It was elegantly and very formally furnished, with a massive stone fireplace being the center of attention in the living room. There were plenty of plush armchairs and leather couches to accommodate a small crowd, and the color scheme was rich and inviting. Gabriel showed me the living room, kitchen rustic, but large, and dining room which looked like it was barely used, before leading me up the curved staircase to the second floor. We strode down to the end of the hall where he opened the door. A large four-poster bed stood against the wall. It looked like it had been recently made. There were large windows on either side of the bed, and a comfortable armchair in the corner. I felt a prickle of excitement upon seeing a shelf with plenty of books that would occupy me for days. The room was designed in the same rich colors, deep red, creamy white, and brown, as the rest of the house. Lastly, a door in the back clearly led to a private bathroom. There was one thing that confused me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If this was Gabriel's room, why did it look like nobody ever stayed here? "This will be your room. Mine is upstairs," Gabriel said quietly from behind me. My heart sank at his words, and I felt as if I couldn't breathe for a few seconds. We were staying in separate rooms. The idea of staying in different rooms of the house seemed odd, as if we were strangers. Despite the fact that I wouldn't have known how to handle myself had we been staying in the same room, I felt a rush of disappointment and frustration. That I knew I was being a hypocrite, because I wasn't ready for any sort of intimacy with him yet. This whole situation was complicated, and my emotions warred with each other. I shouldn't feel hurt by his actions of putting me in my own room, but here I was all I could muster at first, standing there as I tried not to let my confusion show. Gabriel gave me an appraising look, sensing that I wanted to say more, but he looked unsure as to whether he wanted to hear it. "Okay," I muttered. Apparently I could only handle one-word sentences at the moment. All of my small disappointments throughout the day were catching up to me. Gabriel clenched his jaw, avoiding my gaze. He seemed to have accurately gauged my confusion. I think for now it's better that way. Mates weren't supposed to stay on opposite ends of a house, no matter how unconventional the relationship was. Once again, I noticed my own hypocrisy. I probably wouldn't have been able to handle sleeping in the same room as him, regardless, but the way he had been treating me all evening had really gotten to me, along with the unwelcoming and hostile treatment from his pack. My patience was wearing thin, and it was a difficult situation to begin with. Frustrated with him, I couldn't help but argue with his logic. It's better to isolate me. Gabriel ran a hand through his tousled dark locks, clearly agitated. It isn't isolation. Yes, it is. You asked me to come here with you, away from my family and friends. And now you are shoving me to the side like you'd rather me not be here. I wasn't sure where this bravery was coming from, but my anger had been building up all day, and I was having a difficult time containing it. Gabriel's eyes flashed and he took a step back, balling his fist at his sides. You're overreacting. I am not. I spit out. You're either one. Why are you being so argumentative? His voice a growl. That was rich. Coming from him. Why are you being so cold to me? He hesitated, irritation still plain in his expression. And I continued. I could be back home with my mom and dad. They can't protect you. Back at my pack village. With my friends. I continued recklessly. Is this house not good enough for you? Clearly agitated. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel demanded, eyes darkening, and I felt warning bells going off in my head. I began weakly, unsure what else to say. Gabriel suddenly roared, slamming his palm against the wall near him with such force that I swore I heard something splinter. If his hand had been in a fist, he surely would have punched through the wall. I swear that if that pup touches you again, I will fucking rip his throat out. Gabriel snarled in fury, his deep brown irises no longer visible. His pupils had expanded and I could tell his wolf was about to take over. I stood there, frozen in shock, my hands gripping the doorframe on either side on me. I was sure Gabriel was about to shift any moment, and the logical side of me wanted to hightail it out of there before he could. I was still frozen in shock at his outburst, breathing heavily, deciding whether to back away or try to talk him down. Comfort him. Do it. My wolf snarled into my mind, her conviction washing over me in waves. I hesitated briefly. Part of me yearned to do just that, to ease his anger, as it was one of the things a mate was supposed to do, but I was still stubbornly furious, trying to set my thoughts straight. But before I could, Gabriel was already backing away. In going for a run, he seethed before I could say anything. He spun around and took off down the corridor, shoulders hunched and hands clenched so tightly his knuckles were white, still feeling somewhat numb after seeing him more infuriated than ever before. I slowly walked into my room and closed the door behind me, ignoring my wolf's reprimands in the back of my mind. I had already felt guilty, even though it was Gabriel that had angered me in the first place. I could have helped him. I knew. I could have eased his anger. But I was still angry too. He dragged me all the way here and then treated me callously. We deserve better than that sort of treatment, I told my wolf. I slowly slid down the door into a crouching position, resting my head in my hands, lamenting my current situation. What had I gotten myself into? Chapter 11. Gabriel had been gone for hours. I knew it must be late at night now, but I couldn't sleep. I had paced my room in deep thought, my wolf's agitation preventing me from relaxing. She was angry that I had watched him nearly lose his temper and done nothing to stop it. Some part of me did feel guilty, But it always had a stubborn streak, and I still maintained that it wasn't entirely my fault. She'd urged me to come here with him, and now he was giving me the cold shoulder. It was absolutely perplexing to think about the disparity between his actions when he came to save me from the vampires and his actions now. I had been the reluctant one at first. Admittedly, I was still a little reluctant, but I was willing to try to get to know him. As intimidating as the prospect was, if he kept acting like this, that would be nearly impossible. The selfish part of me wanted him to feel some of the turmoil he was putting me through. So far, Gabriel had gotten his way, mostly without protest, but I wasn't sure how much more I could take. I usually kept my temper under tight control, but something about him kept me constantly on edge. The mating bond. You keep resisting our mate and it's unnatural. My wolf growled condescending. Right now, Achia's the one acting like he doesn't want us at all. I could tell the thought insulted her, but she knew it was true. For all I knew, Gabriel was going to storm in and kick me out of his pack's home at any minute. To distract me from my warring emotions the past couple hours, I had unpacked my bag of necessities, folding my clothes and placing them in a small wardrobe next to my bed. The bathroom was large and had a cabinet for my toiletries. Not that I toted around bags of makeup or anything. I usually preferred to keep my appearance natural, unless it was a very special occasion. The bathroom also contained a large foot tub which I was incredibly excited about. I loved baths and a stand, in shower. I couldn't help but be begrudgingly impressed that the Alpha House had so many amenities after hearing so many wolves talk about the savagery of the Black Mountains pack and witnessing some of their cruelty first hand. I had almost expected them to live in caves. I needed to try to forget some of my preconceived notions. I knew some were probably correct. The hostility I'd witnessed today was evidence of that, but others clearly were not. I reluctantly admitted to myself that I had to keep an open mind if this was going to work. I sat on my bed, sighing, and attempting to twist my frizzy mess of curls into some semblance of a bun. One glance in the mirror was frightening enough, and I wished it had time to shower before meeting Gabriel's pack earlier. After forcing my hair to comply, I glanced around the room. There were a few books to read, stacked on a shelf nearby, but I was too agitated to do so. And there was no tea. In my room, I narrowed my eyes, an idea coming to me. Perhaps this would be my chance to explore why there was no Gabriel around to hound me. Surely I could find out something about him by examining the contents of his home. He hadn't told me to stay put, had he? This was probably a terrible idea. Realistically, I accepted that. But if I was getting the cold shoulder from him, then I'd just have to learn about Gabriel through other methods. My mind made up. I stood abruptly and exited my room, leaving the door cracked behind me. The house stood still and silent, the hallway stretching out before me. For some reason I felt the urge to practically tiptoe down the carpeted floor even though there was nobody home. I wasn't used to the place yet, and it almost felt as if the building was holding its breath, daring me to explore. Or maybe I was just going crazy. I opened the door closest to mine, disappointed to see a mostly empty storage closet. The door across the hallway was another bedroom, more simply furnished than mine. The room next to it contained another bathroom. I continued down the hallway, finding another bedroom, another bathroom, and the room closest to the stairs that had no doorway and looked like a sitting area. All the rooms were still and appeared unused. I was surprised Gabriel didn't seem the type to invite house guests over often. I approached the stairs, freezing in place as another idea came to me. My heart started pounding with nervousness. Gabriel had said that his room was on the floor above. I knew he may not appreciate the intrusion on his privacy, but my curiosity was nearly overwhelming me. I wanted to know what his bedroom looked like, especially since he was allowing me to stay there. Without further ado, I began to skip up the stairs with renewed vigor. As I reached the landing above, I glanced around with surprise. This floor was much smaller than the other two. On one side was a single door. On the other side stood a set of proud double doors. I opened the single first, gasping in surprise as the room's contents were revealed. It was clearly a makeshift library of some sort, with shelves and shelves of books crammed into every single space. Gabriel hadn't struck me as much of a reader, but this room looked more used than those downstairs. My nervousness rose again as I closed the door quietly and crossed the hallway to the double doors. This was his bedroom. I knew it. Stupid. 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 I mentally chanted. It was not my wolf berating me this time. It was the logical side of my brain. The curiosity. However, one out. I knew I'd be able to hear the door to the house when it opened and sneak out of Gabriel's room before he caught me red-handed, if it came to that. I also knew Gabriel would later notice that my scent was in his room if I went in there. I realized he would probably be displeased with me. But if he was going to make no attempt to talk to me, this was my alternative. Besides, I wouldn't take anything or disturb the contents of his room. Holding my breath, I placed my hands on the knobs and gently pulled them toward me, feeling a surge of wariness as I entered his living quarters. I blinked, eyes immediately fixating on the moonlight that streamed into the room from the gigantic set of windows on one side, giving the area a lovely glow. The bedroom had a beautiful view of trees and a small pond behind his house before the terrain rose, turning into rocky hills and crags before stretching into mountains in the distance. I briefly imagined waking up to a sight like that every morning, the mountains touched by sunrise, before realizing it'd have to be in Gabriel's bed to do so. Blushing at the concept, I turned away from the window. His bed was a four-poster like mine but larger. His room was done in a similar color scheme but looked much more lived in, although I was surprised to see he made his bed neatly. On the opposite wall from the windows was a fireplace, much smaller than the one downstairs, with two armchairs next to it. Near me was a large set of shelves crammed with books. There were two doors in the room which I assumed led to the bathroom and closet. I felt a bit awkward being in here without him knowing, and quickly pushed aside my misgivings. I had to be quick about this. My attention was caught by the built-in set of shelves on the wall immediately beside Gabriel's bed. The four shelves were dark. Polished wood looked expensive, but I was more interested in the trinkets adorning the shelves, especially the pictures displayed. Some of the built-in's content were boring enough. A few books and files that likely had something to do with the pack. On one of the shelves rested a globe. Next to it a small compass and some other items that I assumed were for navigation purposes. It was clearly more for show, as werewolves had excellent sense of direction. My eyes roved over all of this in a brief instant before settling on the pictures. There were only 3 of them that I leaned in, trying to observe as much as I could before Gabriel got home. The picture on the left was taken from far away and was clearly a pack photo. My mate stood rigidly, right in the center, and it was obviously not his idea to take the picture because he had a half-scowl on his face. The expression was visible even from the camera's far distance. Wolves crowded in on all sides of him. Eli immediately to his right, smiling. The children sat on the ground at the forefront. I was surprised at the sheer numbers in the picture there. It must have taken quite a while to fit everyone in the picture. My eyes found the next picture. I smiled despite myself as I realized that it was of Gabriel and Eli, next to a third male wolf that I didn't recognize. All 3 of them were young. I guessed around 8 or so in the photo. Eli had a mischievous grin on his face, while Gabriel unsurprisingly looked much more serious. They were dressed in such a way that it seemed to me the photo was taken at a mating ceremony or other pack ritual. If the Black Mountains pack rituals were anything even remotely close to my packs. Lastly, I glanced at the third picture. To my surprise, it was much dust, i.e. all than the other 2 and set back a bit, as if Gabriel didn't want it to be easily visible. I reached out and gently pulled it forward, blowing the dust away. I blinked in surprise. There were 3 individuals in the picture. On the left was a man that was indubitably Gabriel's father. There was quite a bit of resemblance in their coloring and stature. Like Gabriel, he had dark eyes and hair, although his features were broader, less regal than Gabriel's. The man was large and imposing with no trace of warmth in his eyes. In the middle was Gabriel. He couldn't have been older than 3 or 4 in this photo. What shocked me was his expression. He was beaming from ear to ear. He appeared completely carefree. which was obviously normal at that age, but I couldn't imagine seeing such an expression on his face now. I felt a pang of sadness at the thought. Holding his hand was Gabriel's mother. She was absolutely radiant. Her hair was light brown and parted at the center. It fell down her waist almost down to her waist. She had bright brown eyes and a curvy figure. Her facial features entranced me, because although she was obviously less rugged than Gabriel, I could definitely see the resemblance. They each looked almost regal, like some sort of royalty from times past. She clearly held herself proudly. Her smile, however, for some reason she looked slightly withdrawn in the picture, as if she wasn't feeling well or was upset about something. Frowning, I returned the picture exactly to its proper place. I wondered what had happened to her. She obviously wasn't around. Had she died? I was burning with curiosity but knew I wouldn't ask Gabriel something like that. At least, not yet. Judging by the placement of the picture, it was a sore subject. I backed away slowly, giving the room another once-over. I definitely felt like I was intruding, but I couldn't curb my curiosity. Talking to Gabriel was like pulling teeth sometimes, and this was much easier. Don't do it. My logical brain warned me again as I decided my next move. My wolf was surprisingly silent. Just as curious as I was, I crept over to the door nearest me, pulling it open to reveal a closet. I flicked on the switch, unsurprised to see that Gabriel didn't own a surplus of outfits. All of his shirts and pants were plain and inexpensive. Unable to help myself, I leaned towards the nearest shirt, taking a deep whiff and allowing his scent to invade my nostrils. Despite my conflicting feelings, his smell still had the ability to soothe me, and now I was smelling shirts in his closet. This was an entirely new level of awkwardness, and I knew I should probably go. I was about to turn and leave, reaching my hand out to turn the light off, when something caught my eye. It was a small black shoebox that was barely visible in a gap between his hanging shirts. Now a shoebox in a closet was unremarkable enough, but something made me hesitate. His shoes were on the far side of the closet. Why would a shoebox be here? And why was it hidden? Open it, my wolf instructed curiously. All frustration with me gone. Once again, logic and curiosity clashed in my brain. I chewed on my bottom lip, contemplating. That would certainly be intruding and would be a gross invasion of his privacy. What would Gabriel say if he found out I'd rifled through his clothes and opened boxes in his closet? But she'd probably be even angrier than he already was. Still, I couldn't ignore the nagging voice in my head, the voice that wanted to find out as much as possible. I knew I probably wouldn't be able to sleep until I at least got a peek into the box. Now look what you're getting yourself into, Skylar. This is wrong. So wrong. I mentally chastised myself as I reached towards the box. It was very heavy, and I clutched it to my chest as I settled down, cross-legged on the ground. This was certainly an intrusion. I shouldn't be doing this, even with my nosy wolf urging me on, wanting to know as much about her mate as possible. Yet despite myself, I opened the small box with trepidation. The first thing I saw was a picture. Face up, I grabbed the small stack of pictures first, setting the box back down. I perused the picture, wondering why it was shoved in a box instead of being displayed in Gabriel's bedroom. The picture depicted a man with chestnut hair and stunning blue eyes. Although his coloring was different, I again recognized the regally high cheekbones and straight nose that Gabriel and his mother had. Even through the picture, the man had incredibly piercing gaze. Looking into his eyes, I felt exposed and vulnerable. Something about the man just seemed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Unnatural. I placed the picture back into the box, suddenly feeling nervous. The next picture was of a smiling woman with brown hair and eyes. Her expression glimmered with warmth and she had pretty, full lips like Gabriel's mother. If I had to guess, I would say the two pictures in the box were of Gabriel's maternal grandparents when they were younger. So why were they shoved in here? Disregarding my unease, I shuffled through the last few pictures, none of the people looking familiar or as if they were related to him in any way. Feeling creepier by the moment, I set the rest of the pictures aside and I peered back into the shoebox. I let out a small gasp of surprise as my gaze fell upon a beautiful necklace with a heart-shaped locket. The beauty of the trinket washed what surprised me. What shocked me was that it was made of pure silver. My unease grew by the second. Why would Gabriel have a jewelry item made of pure silver? A werewolf's greatest weakness. How could he bear to sleep knowing a potential weapon was sitting in his closet? I peered closely at it, but kept my skin far away from any contact. The locket glimmered with small gems, but I dared not open it. It had enough experience with silver as it was. I couldn't help but wonder where he'd gotten it. It didn't look like a lover's token, but still. I felt a sharp pang at the thought and brushed it aside. There was only one other item in the box. I hadn't noticed it before as it had been hidden under the stack of pictures. It was a large, white, stunningly beautiful feather. Avoiding the locket, I pulled it out of the box and held it up. The color of the feather was so pure that it made Gabriel's white shirt look dim in comparison. I wondered what sort of bird it could possibly have come from. It was shaped elegantly and incredibly soft to the touch. I ran my fingers across it, marveling at the texture. To my surprise, I felt a small tingle in my hand as I ran it across the feather. The sensation was odd and unexpected, the source of which I could not determine. However, my wolf was whining in the back of my mind, and my instincts told me this was no ordinary feather. I began to feel the urgency to put the feather back in the box and leave without further ado. I quickly did so, putting the pictures back on top. I wasn't sure what all I had just seen, but my wolf was telling me I needed to leave. I stood up abruptly and shoved the box back in place. Everything I had seen made me uneasy. It showed me more of Gabriel, but I had actually grown even more confused. There was definitely a lot more to his story than I thought. Perplexed, I made my way out of his bedroom. About half an hour after I'd returned to my own room, I heard the front door turn. Gabriel was back. I exited my bedroom and made my way back to the landing. Gabriel would probably notice my scent as soon as he returned to his room, but it was better that I was caught in there. I knew that there would probably be a confrontation about it, and I deserved it. It snooped in there and wouldn't be surprised if he yelled at me for it later. I leaned over the railing to the stairs, observing cautiously as the front door swung open and Gabriel strode in. He was coated with a light sheen of sweater detail, which I attempted to ignore as the smell was surprisingly odd. His hair slightly matted. His clothes stuck to his sweaty skin, and I tried not to stare at defined muscles beneath the thin layer of fabric. Although most of his agitation seemed to have ceased, Gabriel still looked tense. His unfathomable eyes found me almost immediately, and he halted, staring up at me. The silence stretched out over a few seconds as I tried to find something to say. I realized that my anger from earlier had abated somewhat. I hadn't meant to set him off. Still though, his overreaction was a bit extreme. I would have to remember not to bring Will up again. Gabriel broke the silence. I spoke with Eli. He agrees with me that we need to test your fighting ability. You'll start tomorrow. I swallowed a bit nervously. I knew I was a pretty good fighter by my pack standards. But what would the Black Mountains pack think? I asked the question that I had been pondering for a while. Why are you testing me? Do you plan on having me join the pack? No wolf can go on living with this pack without being tested. I bristled slightly at the way he phrased that. Was being his mate not good enough? I felt a rush of determination to prove myself to him, even though part of me felt insulted that I would have to go to such lengths. With a twinge of insecurity, I thought that maybe my mate didn't think I was worthy. My wolf growled lowly at the notion. You were gone a long time. I decided to change the subject, not wanting to get into another argument. Gabriel didn't respond for a moment. Instead, he began to head towards the kitchen. Are you hungry? Clearly not wanting to address the earlier issue. Making my way down the rest of the stairs to follow him. I guess, I replied, somewhat sullenly. Why was it so damn hard to talk to my own mate? I felt like it was harder now that it had been that first night in the clearing. Gabriel opened a refrigerator, scanning the contents. He seemed determined not to look at me. Normally, one of the pack cooks takes care of the meals. He pulled out a plastic container. I caught the scent of chicken and my hunger intensified. Where are they now? I gave her the day off. I nodded aimlessly, wondering if he sent the cook away because I was going to be here. Gabriel swiftly transferred a few fried chicken breasts to a plate, pulled out some paper towels to cover them, and shoved it unceremoniously into the microwave without a word. Typical bachelor cooking style, reheating leftovers in the microwave. I thought wryly. I shifted from foot to foot, itching to say something. Earlier, I began, but he cut me off, turning to look at me. I resisted the urge to shudder under his heavy gaze. Don't talk about him other males. My wolf doesn't like it, he said shortly, turning away from me after he did so. I blinked, surprised at the admission. My wolf liked the idea of her mate being possessive, and I had to admit some part of me did too, even if he was going overboard. Okay, but just don't, he muttered. I huffed in mild irritation but dropped it, changing the topic. What happened in the woods earlier? Gabriel placed both hands on the counter. Sign. I scented a vampire. What? I stammered, feeling a flutter of fear. Although I was surprised that they were still following me. Why hadn't I scented them myself? They may have figured out where you are. Although a vampire could not have followed us here during the day, I've doubled the patrols again. He did not seem pleased. White owled and I smell it. Most vampires are much weaker than werewolves, physically. However, they leave almost no traceable scent. It is nearly impossible to track them. In that they have an advantage. I bit my lip, remembering the time I'd been watched in the woods but had barely caught a scent, and how I could hardly smell the vampires when they were in the same room as me. It made me nervous that I couldn't rely on my werewolf senses. It was then that I recalled with a jolt the names I'd overheard in the storage unit. I hadn't had a chance to question or even talk to Gabriel about it before, as we'd left for his pack village pretty much immediately after my father healed my injuries. Everything had been so hectic that I'd forgotten to share the information I'd gathered. Speaking of vampires, the two you killed mentioned another one, Antonio, and said something about Antonio having a master. Does that name ring any bells? Gabriel's eyes darkened, and he slowly shook his head. No, I always thought they were solitary. I got the feeling that there was more to it than that. How do you know so much about them? He turned his head slightly, and I saw his jaw clench. I was told about them. I was much younger. I was warned they might look for me. Why do they want you? I faintly realized that we were actually having a normal conversation, or at least a conversation without shouting. Gabriel's shoulders tensed. He remained silent. The seconds trickled by, but still he didn't respond. Gabriel, I asked hesitantly. Gabriel made a noise deep in his throat, almost akin to a growl. Don't do that. His voice had taken on a rough edge as he spoke. Don't do what? Don't say my name like that. He was gripping the countertop tightly. I was about to ask why, when my wolf's inner smirk clued me in now. I tried not to blush as I realized what he meant. I felt the tension thickening yet again. I was craving the conversation with him, wanting an explanation for my question about the vampires. But the microwave suddenly beeped loudly, effectively ending the conversation. Gabriel seemed relieved for the interruption as he opened the microwave and pulled the food out. The juicy scent invaded my nose, making my mouth water. He divvied the food out onto 2 plates, grabbing a loaf of bread from a bowl near the refrigerator. He opened the appliance again and pulled out 2 bottles of water. He set one in front of me and indicated that I grab my plate and drink. I did so, hesitating slightly before I made my way into the dining room. The table was large and expensive looking, but I could tell Gabriel didn't use it often. I sat down in the nearest chair, half expecting Gabriel to take his food upstairs and eat by himself. But to my surprise he walked around the table and sat down across from me, placing the bread between us. To any outsider, it would have looked like a typical couple sitting down to eat. I looked down at my food and blushed. This activity just seemed so normal, especially for our unconventional relationship, if one could even call it a relationship. I registered Gabriel's eyes on me, and I slowly looked up to meet his gaze. "Eat," he ordered sternly, as if I were a small child. "Okay, bossy," I murmured under my breath and grabbed a piece of bread. I was somewhat nervous being this close to Gabriel, and I could feel my wolf's awareness at our proximity. As if on cue, my wolf began to push a few inappropriate thoughts into my head. I scolded her mentally, trying to get the lustful thoughts of my head, but I couldn't help but observe the way Gabriel's muscles rippled as he lifted the food to his mouth, all the faint scent of sweat that still clung to him. "Damn it, Skylar," I thought as I felt yet another blush creep onto my cheeks. Sometimes I hated my pale skin. It did nothing to hide embarrassment. A moment of silent eating passed, but just as I was about to attempt another conversation, Gabriel froze, his eyes becoming unfocused. I could tell he was having a mental conversation with another pack member. I let my mind wander as Gabriel had his silent conference. How often would we sit at this table to eat together? Would we ever get to the point where there's discomfort between us? I realized that Gabriel always refrained from any physical contact with me. It was difficult to imagine the progression of our relationship. He set his food back onto his plate, sighing, and I knew the internal conversation was over. Pack business. He stood up, looking resigned. The self-deprecating part of me wondered if he was glad to get away from the awkward conversation with me. Then I berated my own insecurity. "He wants to be here with us," my wolf said firmly, in argument with my insecure thoughts. I realized I was still sitting there, staring blankly at Gabriel as picked up his plate, throwing the scraps away. I wondered if this was a frequent occurrence. He had such a big pack that there was probably always someone that needed help. I felt a pain of sympathy for him despite myself. Alpha Brett always had a hectic schedule, and my pack was only half the size of the Black Mountains pack. Gabriel had a lot on his shoulders. He was exiting the kitchen now and heading towards the front door. For a second, I genuinely thought he would leave the house without a word. I felt a surge of sadness despite all of my reservations. I still wanted to be close to Gabriel, and I couldn't do anything about it. That was just the mating bond at work. Because of thoughts like these, I was surprised when Gabriel froze in the doorway, facing away from me, shoulders hunched. He stood there a moment, unmoving. When he spoke, his voice was even deeper than normal, and there was an undertone in his voice that I couldn't place. "The pack will come around. They're just wary of strangers." I blinked, surprised. So HED noticed the uncertainty and the animosity at the pack meeting. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "How do you know they'll warm up to me?" Hoping HED elaborate. There was a heartbeat of silence. I held my breath, waiting for his answer. It's impossible not to. So softly I could barely catch the words. An instant later I heard the front door to the house open, and Gabriel was gone. I sat there for several seconds, heart pounding. Had he really just said that? I couldn't help the warmth that had rushed through me at his words. It was probably the nicest thing he had ever said to me. I was also completely bewildered, as his words were totally at odds with his behavior. Gabriel was saying it was impossible not to warm up to me, yet he hadn't been warm at all, until he said that. I took a deep breath, trying to control my racing emotions. It scared me that one little sentence from Gabriel could elicit such a reaction from me. I finished my food in a hurry and disposed of the plate, my cheeks still feeling warm from my mate's words. I began to head upstairs towards my room, my mind going over our conversation over and over again in my head. It hadn't ended in an argument, thankfully enough. Perhaps we were making progress. If his pack came around, like he said, maybe he'd have an easier time being here. I still had to wrap my head around Gabriel and his multiple personalities, but I felt even more determined to get to know him now. Something told me that if there was goodness there, the hard work would be worth it. Half an hour later I was bathed and clad in my night clothes, lying in the surprisingly soft bed. My body was tired, but my mind would not rest despite the fact that I knew it had to be super late and I wouldn't get much sleep. Aside from the thought that I would be sleeping in Gabriel's house tonight, although he wasn't back yet, I couldn't shake my nervousness about the day to come. I would be tested. That likely meant I would have to fight one of his trained wolves for practice. I desperately wanted to rise to his pack standards. I couldn't imagine the difficulties I would face if I was perceived as weak. I couldn't let these wolves see my fear. Trying to quiet my wolf, who was pining for her mate, I closed my eyes and willed sleep to come. I dimly registered a faint rumble of thunder in the distance. Despite the comforts of my room, I felt lonely. I missed my family and my pack. My wolf and I couldn't help but imagine being in Gabriel's bed, inhaling his scent as I fell asleep. I wasn't brave enough to creep in his room again, but perhaps if I got to know him well enough I'd feel comfortable doing so. I quietly exhaled, forcing my whirlwind of thoughts to slow as it began to rain outside, the droplets splattering lightly against the window pane. As I began to doze, my thoughts were increasingly scrambled. The last wayward thought I had before I fell asleep was of the pure white feather and the beautiful silver locket in Gabriel's closet. Where had they come from? Chapter 12. Morning came faster than expected. Bright sunlight streamed through my window, falling upon my closed eyelids and awakening me from my deep slumber. I turned over, away from the sun's rays, feeling the pinch of nervousness as the events of last night came rushing back to me. Today was the day I would be tested, as Gabriel had put it. Hopefully that didn't entail anything too horrible and I could showcase my fighting skills. I could definitely hold my own pretty well back in my own pack. I slowly sat up, rubbing the tiredness out of my eyes. What time was it anyways? Blinking, I glanced at the old-fashioned clock that hung on the wall by my bed. 10:08. I was surprised Gabriel had not woken me up yet. He seemed the type to make everyone rise at the crack of dawn. My wolf wondered what it would be like to open my eyes and see him first thing every day, smiling slightly in my half-asleep state. I crawled out of bed and stumbled into the bathroom. All that running yesterday had definitely taken its toll and I had slept like a baby. I did a quick assessment in the mirror. My face seemed slightly paler than normal, and wayward curls were sticking out in numerous directions. I took a quick shower, not wanting to waste any time, brushing through my wet curls before roughly shoving my hair into a bun. After brushing my teeth and dressing myself in a loose shirt and shorts, I exited my room and headed downstairs. I was slightly disappointed to see that Gabriel was nowhere in sight and his alluring scent was slightly stale. It seemed he had left early this morning and hadn't bothered to wake me up. I tried to reassure myself that perhaps he was just being polite, although not his typical behavior, and allowing me to recuperate before my test today. I opened the refrigerator, taking out a water bottle and snagging an apple from the fruit bowl. What was I supposed to do? Did he just want me to wait for him at the house? Or was I supposed to go hunt him down? I chewed my lip in indecision. I definitely didn't want to loaf around all day. Aimlessly wandering around the pack village would be more productive than sitting in my room. However, I was sure the Black Mountains pack would take kindly to an outsider meandering about. I quickly finished the apple and took a few swigs of water. Thankfully, I had 3 large knocks on the front door, saving me from having to make the decision between staying or leaving. I hurried towards the sound and swung the door open. To my surprise, Eli stood there calmly, arms crossed in front of him. "Good. You're awake. The Alpha wanted me to come fetch you for training." His words held no room for argument, but he gave me a small smile. "He couldn't come fetch me himself," I muttered, trying my best not to sound petulant. For some reason I felt quite comfortable openly expressing my irritation in front of Eli. Eli shook his head, smiling wryly. "She's always got a million things to do. Maybe it'd be better to say that I volunteered to come get you." I raised my eyebrows in surprise. "You did? You're the Alpha's mate, and you seem nice enough. If you're gonna be around, I might as well get to know you better." I smiled, despite myself. At least there would be one consistently friendly face. "Okay. In ready." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stepping outside and closing the door behind me, Eli nodded and beckoned for me to follow him. As we began our trek through the village, I inhaled deeply. The rain had obviously stopped overnight, but the fresh smell hung in the air and the ground was still slightly damp. A slight breeze tickled my skin. It was hard to be in any sort of foul mood with weather like this, but my slight sense of nervousness persisted. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eli, slightly timid because I was unsure if I was supposed to call him Beta. He didn't seem to mind the informal term, but he turned his expectant gaze on me. What exactly will I be tested on? I continued the question. Basic ability, was his calm response. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Endurance. Your human form will be tested before your wolf. You'll likely have to spar with a pack member of similar age and stature. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied non-committal lie, my nervousness spiking. Would Gabriel be observing the affair? It's just standard for a new wolf to join, although it doesn't happen often anymore. It's been a while since one of our pack members found a mate outside the pack. He kept his tone neutral, so I was unable to decipher his feelings about outsiders. Eli furrowed his brow slightly as he continued. I'm not sure what all you'll go through. We've never been in this exact situation before. I'm sure it will be different for you than for the average wolf. I was sure if different was a good or bad thing. Eli had a point, though Alpha's mate joining the pack was not the same scenario as the standard road. We continued our walk through the village. After I let the subject of my tests drop, Eli began pointing things out to me. He indicated the long, flat building where the food was stored, the pack doctor's infirmary, and even his own house. I nodded with interest. Gabriel hadn't been forthcoming with the tour, so it was good to get a better idea of the place. Once again I was struck by the sheer number of houses. Because their home was twice the size of mine, I knew it would take some time to adjust. As we exited the main part of the village, the path narrowed and weaved around large boulders and groves of trees as the terrain grew slightly rockier. We trekked upwards as the path led us towards a large hill. After a few more minutes, it began to level out, and I could see the landscape laid out before us. The ground sloped down in front of us, giving us an easy view of the surrounding areas. We were at the top of a small valley. It thought we were pretty high up, but on the far side of the valley several mountains stretched even higher to the sky, and I was taken aback by their monstrous size. I could see a fairly dense forest at the base of the mountains, and the area closest to Eli and I was a decently sized, flat plain that led directly to the woods. I gathered that this flat area was where many wolves went to train, and the forest was likely a convenient hunting ground as it was only a half-hour trek from the village at most. Confirming my suspicion, I could see about half a dozen wolves in the flat grassy area. It looked like a couple of them were sparring while the others watched. The guys were shirtless, displaying their muscular builds proudly as they sparred, and the girls were clad in thin tank tops. Apparently I was overdressed in my baggy t-shirt. I felt my heart rate spike as my eyes roved the group for Gabriel, but to my surprise he was nowhere to be seen. I frowned. Was he not even going to be here to witness his own mate's training? Several wolves had noticed Eli and me at the top of the ridge, and as we trotted down the slope and approached the group, they all gave respectful nods and greetings to the beta, the two sparring temporarily halting their activities. I felt a few wary eyes on me, but I tried to ignore them. I glanced around to see what type of training was going on. To my surprise, there was no equipment around. Was it just simply sparring? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't see an agility course set up or anything like that. Where's the alpha? Ella was saying as we came to a halt in front of the small group of wolves. A big, burly fellow stepped forward to answer. He had blonde hair in a buzz, cut and cold, calculating blue eyes. Joey injured himself pretty badly on the obstacle course. He jerked his thumb towards the woods and I gathered that was where the agility training took place. The Alpha and Ava are with him. I assumed that this Ava person was the pack doctor. The injury must really have been as bad as Blondie, or so I mentally named him. Said if they needed a pack doctor's immediate abilities, werewolves healed quite quickly, so only the most severe injuries were immediately tended to. I wondered what exactly this obstacle course entailed if wolves were getting seriously injured during training. Each pack had different training methods. My pack had an agility course of its own, but there was nothing dangerous about it. How long ago? Eli queried. About half an hour. Beta. They should be back soon. Blondie's cold gaze fell on me, and he looked me up and down. Judging by the expression on his face, he was not impressed, and I resisted the urge to scowl at him. Is she supposed to spar? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked gruffly, using me in the third person as if I wasn't standing right there. Yeah, but the Alpha wanted to witness it along with the others, was Ellie's response. Great. It'd have a whole audience. Although I was admittedly glad that Gabriel would be here. The blonde werewolf turned to survey the other 5 wolves, all of whom were staring between Eli and the beefy guy as if I wasn't even present. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, muscles bulging as he did so. Bree, you can spar with her when the Alpha returns. I immediately turned to my opponent, who nodded smoothly, but I detected the scowl she was attempting to hide. The girl, Bree, looked to be a year or two older than me, but she was of similar stature, though slightly taller. Her light brown hair was pulled tightly in a bun, and because she only wore a small tank top and short shorts, I could see she was quite toned. I couldn't underestimate her. You two will begin as soon as the Alpha returns and gives the orders. Blondie said straight to my ly, keeping his gaze on Bree instead of me. They will be sparring in human form, Eli added. Bree didn't look surprised by this. Nor did the others. Human sparring was much more common than sparring as our wolves. For wolf-inflicted injuries were much more severe. That was a much more advanced stage of training, but I had passed back in my own pack but didn't expect to begin with here until I was deemed worthy. Just then the rest of the group stirred, heads turning in unison towards the trees. I followed their gazes, my heartbeat increasing in anticipation of seeing my mate again. I did not have to wait long before Gabriel emerged. To other wolves with him, I felt a surge of irritation as I saw the redhead by his side. The same she-wolf from the pack meeting. Was she Ava, the pack doctor? All of these thoughts processed in a split second before my mind became quickly preoccupied. Gabriel was shirtless. My mate was shirtless. I sucked in a large gulp of air, becoming quickly transfixed as he approached. All werewolves had muscular builds, but alphas were the fittest of all. I had never thought of it before, but it was in the forefront of my mind now. I couldn't tear my gaze away from Gabriel's perfectly defined torso and sculpted ABS. My wolf just as eager as I was to drink in the sight of her half-naked mate. There were numerous lustful thoughts rushing through my brain. I couldn't blame my wolf for all of them. I was practically drooling as I stared. Look away. Look away. I repeated the mental mantra numerous times. I couldn't be caught staring. Not like this. With a Herculean effort I tore my gaze away, gazing into the distance as I felt that my face was on fire. That was completely unfair. He had to have known the effect he would have on me. On top of all of this, my wolf was starting to grumble in the back of my mind that her mate's torso was on display for all of these other she-wolves to see. I did not like that one bit. Even though I was sure he shifted in front of all of them regularly. That thought didn't help. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eli was greeting him, the others following suit as they saluted my mate with respectful dips of their heads. They began to discuss Joy's injury and condition, but I remained preoccupied with getting my impulses under control. I took a couple deep breaths. Was I just imagining it, or was Gabriel glancing at me every couple of seconds? I finally turned back to the others to see Ava, the unfriendly redhead, slowly leading the injured wolf away. He was limping pretty heavily. I thought I saw Ava looking at me from the corner of our eye before she left, but I could have been imagining it. Since that's taken care of, you all may resume sparring, Gabriel was saying. His husky baritone set me on edge even more than usual. He turned to the blondie with the buzz cut. Vincent. Vincent stood at attention. I told Bree to spar with her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he said respectfully. Gabriel nodded thoughtfully. I still couldn't look at him for very long. Instead, I kept my gaze shifting between him, Eli, and Vincent. Then go ahead. His gaze fixated on my face, and I luckily managed not to blush again. You'll spar in human form. The objective is to pin, not to maim. Vincent will tell you to stop if the pin is sufficient. I nodded, trying to keep eye contact with him but failing miserably. Stupid hormones were betraying me. Bree, holding her head proudly, walked a distance from the others and turned to face me. She stood there, shifting from foot to foot expectantly. I tried to swallow my nervousness as I followed suit. On my mark, Vincent said. He came to stand near us. I took a slightly shaky breath. Why was I so nervous? I had done almost this exact same exercise 100 times back home. Begin. I was lucky I had fast reflexes. Bree immediately lunged directly at me at full speed. Many wolves hesitated before the attack, but not she. I only had a split second to move as she came hurtling towards me. I decided to spin to my right as quickly as I could, throwing myself out of her way. She missed me by inches. Bree landed and turned to face me, a new hesitation in her dark eyes. She clearly hadn't expected me to move quite so quickly when caught off guard. We slowly sank into crouches, circling each other warily. I dimly registered Gabriel's tall figure a short distance away, observing our battle. My wolf was glad he was watching us, but I had to pretend he was there or I would be far too distracted. My opponent apparently decided that testing my sheer strength would be her next move, for she came at me again, this time faking a quick lunge to my left before spinning around and swinging a punch from my right side. Observing her body language, I detected the move and quickly dodged out of the way. I immediately countered with a couple punches of my own, a flurry of blows that she narrowly dodged by swaying from side to side as she backed away. Bree attempted to gain the advantage by turning, using her momentum to swing a roundhouse kick to my head. Thankfully, I had prepared for the kick, as it was a move I had used many times in practice sessions, a move I had used on the vampires, and a move I was good at. As soon as she shifted her weight, I knew what was coming. Although her kick was fast, I rapidly ducked and her foot was over my head. Before she could regain her balance, I threw an undercut at her ribs. My blow connected solidly and Bree winced, bending over slightly as she absorbed the impact. I pressed my advantage by swinging a left hook at her face. She caught my fist just in time, her arm trembling slightly. I had to admit she was fast. She swung her knee up towards me, and I had to quickly stumble backwards to avoid the blow. Straightening up, the two of us began to circle each other again. To other times we came together to exchange blows, and each time neither one of us obtained the advantage. I received a powerful punch in the ribs and a painful bruise from when I blocked one of Bree's kicks, and Bree misread my body language before one of my series of punches and received a blow to the face. Once again we circled each other. I was glad to know that I could at least hold my own with one of their trained wolves. I could sense the Black Mountains pack watching us with renewed interest. However, I also knew that pinning a wolf required taking them down to the ground. Neither of us had even attempted a takedown since Bree's first lunge. We were both just testing each other right now. I knew I needed to get her down soon before I received any more hits. She was being cautious now, and so was I, though I had a few seconds to think. So far I had put most of my energy into watching Bree's body language and dodging her blows, but I needed to go on the offensive. I could punch fast and hard when I needed to, although it left me exposed. If I could just get her off guard for even a second, I would bring her to the ground. It was a risky gamble, but I had my trusty roundhouse kick that I'd used on the wolves back home. They'd gotten used to my ferocious kick, but Bree wouldn't know that was my secret weapon. In an instant, I lunged towards her, bringing my fist towards her face as I did so. She quickly dodged as I expected, but I immediately swung my other fist towards her. Utilizing all the speed I continued to throw punches left and right, not really expecting them to hit, just throwing them fast enough that Bree would have to devote her attention to dodging instead of attacking. Her face registered surprise at my ferocious onslaught. As I had been on the defensive all game, she was quite agile, and continued to dodge my punches and even a kick here and there. She attempted to throw a few counter punches, but I spun around to avoid them. I tried not to let my frustration show. Most wolves would have been hit by now, but I didn't let agony distract me. My opening came when one of my blows finally met its mark, colliding with a spot near where I had hit her earlier. Wincing, Bree spun around to my side and attempted a high kick at my chest to counter. Her kick was fast, but she was slightly off balance as she had not taken the time to absorb the force from my blow. I allowed the kick to strike me and I stumbled backwards as if I was caught off guard, although my movements were controlled. Bree, thinking she had the advantage and desperate to take me down the first opening she got, immediately tried to lunge at me, her body hurtling through the air. I spun to the side in a blur of movement, bringing my leg up in a roundhouse kick in the same motion. As expected, Bree was still slightly unbalanced from earlier and she had landed somewhat clumsily from her lunge. She tried to turn around to avoid my kick, but she was a hair too slow. My foot collided right with the side of her head and she staggered backwards, swaying in her disorientation, reeling from my blow. I seized my opportunity and lunged. She was unable to dodge me. We collided and fell to the ground, me landing on top of her and using my weight as leverage. In a flicker of motion, I grabbed both of her arms and pinned them on either side of her head, using my body weight to trap her lower half. I could tell she was still trying to recover from the kick to the head. Before she could begin flailing, I allowed my canines to elongate, lowering my head to the side of her neck with the flash of my canines exposed. Bree tried to lift her arms, but I used all of my strength to keep them pressed to the ground. She may have been just as strong as me, but in this position she was at a disadvantage. "Kind," I said quietly. In a real battle, the enemy would continue to struggle, but in sparring the battle was over as soon as the opponent's neck was exposed and all of their limbs were pinned. I heard Vincent's firm voice. I immediately released Bree, who finally seemed to have recovered from the blow to the head and was glaring at me with a mixture of frustration and grudging respect. I scrambled upwards, dusting my clothes off. I could practically feel Gabriel's eyes boring holes into the side of my head, but I ignored him, still unable to handle seeing him half naked. I glanced at Eli instead. He had a small grin on his face and he gave me a nod. "It seems you've had some hand-to-hand combat experience," Vincent said begrudgingly, actually addressing me for once. "Come on, you two. Back to the others." I nodded. Bree, ignoring me, strode ahead back to the group. I couldn't help but hold my head a little more proudly as I followed her. "It seems so," Gabriel said. I dared glance at him to find him staring at me intently. His expression was mostly unreadable, but if I wasn't mistaken there was a hint of admiration. Was that actually pride in his expression, however slight? I felt warmth blossom inside of me at the thought of my mate being proud of me. However, he quickly masked the expression before resuming his usual look of indifference. "Satisfied?" he asked coolly without looking at Vincent. Vincent nodded, but he still had a scowl on his features. "Yes, Alpha. Are we moving to agility training now?" Gabriel kept his dark eyes on me the whole time Vincent spoke to him. I felt my gaze locked with my mate's as if I was frozen in place. For a few seconds it was as if only the two of us were out there on that training field. I felt the electricity sparking between us, my body and Wolf on full alert, aware of a half-naked man in front of us. After a few more drawn-out seconds in which I felt that all the wolves could see the tension between us, I finally broke the eye contact and Gabriel turned back to the others. "We'll leave the obstacle course for tomorrow. Today I want you to show her the west quadrant of our land." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It seemed that the last thing Vincent wanted to do was give me a tour, but he was too intimidated by Gabriel to say so. If she's going to be joining us, she needs to know the layout of the land shall be living on. You were due on patrol anyways. Take another with you. I felt a prickle of irritation that they weren't using my name, but it would be nice to learn some new territory. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Are you sure you want us to go now? Vincent was clearly trying to avoid spending time with me. Apparently it'd always be on his bad side. Patrol will only take a couple of hours and I wanted to train. No, you will be going in human form, so it will take longer. I felt my heart sink at Gabriel's words. My wolf wanted to run. Vincent was staring incredulously. You wanted to test her endurance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. This will be better. You can't communicate with Skylar if you're in wolf form. I felt my stomach flutter at Gabriel's use of my name, realizing it would be foolish to argue with Gabriel. Vincent lowered his head, sighing. Very well. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. We'll leave now. Gabriel nodded, glancing at me once more. I felt my skin heat under his gaze. Vincent, be back before sundown. That's an order. At first I wondered why it mattered, and then I remembered the vampire Gabriel had scented in the woods. It wouldn't be safe to wander in a small group at night if the creatures were still lurking about. The thought deeply disturbed me. With one last look at me, Gabriel Beck and to Eli and the two strode off. I felt a prickle of disappointment that he was joining, but what did I expect? He had packed duties much more important than giving me a tour, but we got to show him our fighting. My wolf said smugly. I smiled a bit at that. Sorry you don't get to run, was my reply. She just sighed. Maybe once they trust us. If that would ever happen. I wasn't even sure I liked them yet. Except for Eli. That hadn't given me much reason to like them in the past or present. One didn't become best friends with old enemies overnight. Several hours later, I was about ready to kill the man in front of me. I was back to calling him Blondie in my head again, as I'd been staring at the back of his stupid blonde head all day. Not only was I beginning to tire from running in human form and the ridiculously fat, his constant reprimands were setting me on edge. Hurry up. A pup could run faster than that. You aren't fit to join our pack if you can't even handle border patrol. You don't need a break if you're not taking a break. The jibes were definitely getting to me. Everything was worsened by the fact that he had chosen to bring Bree along, which definitely made things awkward. If we had been in wolf form I wouldn't have worried about the terrain or tiring, as my wolf could easily handle it. But as it was I knew my human form would be exhausted before sundown hit. I had a decent amount of endurance even as a human, but this terrain was extremely difficult to traverse. The one thing that made me feel slightly better was the fact that Bree seemed slightly out of breath too. Vincent was much stronger than the average wolf. He seemed to be one of Gabriel's led warriors. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If he was training the others, he probably did this regularly. I, on the other hand, did not often travel so many miles as a human, and it seemed that Bree was in the same boat. We'd kept at it the entire afternoon at the same breakneck pace. My silent prayers were answered when Vincent finally called a halt. We slowed our jog next to a large stream. This is the edge of our territory on this side, and it is one of the key points of border patrol. We will follow the river for a few miles. The other side gets closer to human territory as you go along, so don't cross it. I nodded, to urge with him to speak. Fortunately, he let us rest for a few moments and drink from the stream before we resumed our trek. Slightly replenished, we continued along the stream, Vincent pointing out keel and marks in their territory. Despite my reservations, I had to admit the Black Mountains pack had some beautiful landscapes. At one point we passed a large, crystal blue lake that I wanted to visit sometime. It even had a small sandy area on one side that I imagined being somewhat like a beach. Although I had never seen one, I imagined stretching out in the warm sand. My wolf imagined Gabriel with us. I pushed the distracting images out of my mind. I was definitely feeling the exhaustion as the hours passed and the sun began slowly descending in the sky. I was sure my cheeks would be lightly tinged from sunburn. Due to the relentless pace we had covered everything Vincent wanted covered, and we were now starting to head back towards the pack as sunset was fast approaching. I glanced at Bree out of the corner of my eye as we jogged. Like me, she was covered in sweat, the liquid matting her hair and trickling down the sides of her face. My side began to dully ache, my breathing more labored. Every stretch of trees was beginning to look the same. Our last break had been a couple of hours ago, and I felt like I needed another one before I collapsed. I glanced up at the sky with trepidation. The sun was beginning to sink below the horizon as the time continued to pass. But thankfully I thought we were pretty close to the training area, so we had plenty of time to make it. I slowed my pace slightly, taking deep breaths. My lungs burned, and my t-shirt was sticking to my back with the sweat. Vincent noticed my lagging jog and glared at me out of the corner of his eye. We're almost back. I breathed out heavily. Can't we rest for just a bit? Vincent's scowl deepened. Alpha said be back by sunset. And it's almost sunset. And we're almost there. If I collapse now, we'll never make it back before sunset. I cowled and helped the irritation from seeping into my voice. My exhaustion made me brave. It was true. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for her unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At this pace I was worried I wouldn't make it at all. I'm already moving slowly enough. I have a mate and a daughter urging me to come home. Lucky them, I thought irritably. Just go. Vincent. Bree chimed in, tiredly. I could tell her breathing was labored as well. I can show her the way from here. Just get back to your mate. I need to slow down too. Vincent eyed her for a moment, uncertainty crossing his broad features. The Alpha. It'll be fine. We'll be just behind you. Bree slowed to match my pace and I shot her a grateful look. Then Vincent hesitated before nodding once. Don't linger, he said shortly, then sped up, taking off. His broad form quickly vanished into the thick trees. Silence descended on the two of us as we slowed our pace to a brisk walk. I wanted to thank Bree, but she kept her face averted from mine, so I let it slide. I focused on my breathing, trying to get rid of the stitch in my side and the burning in my lungs. I hadn't run that much in human form for a long while, and I hoped it wouldn't be a daily activity. Vincent may be able to handle it, but normal wolves like me weren't accustomed to it. A few more minutes passed by, the only noises being our footfalls and the rustle of the undergrowth around us. I glanced up at the sky. The sun was quite low now, the last beams of light stretching across the sky. I really hoped we weren't far away. I was unfamiliar with the lay of the land and didn't want to be out here in the dark. Despite the fact that Bree was with me, Bree suddenly froze, cocking her head to the side and sniffing the air. I followed her actions, worried about what exactly she was smelling, but I relaxed when I caught the faint scent of another werewolf. It wasn't Vincent though, which surprised me. If Gabriel didn't want us out after sunset, I doubted he'd like other wolves wandering around. What the hell is he doing? Bree hissed, almost to herself. I blinked at her in confusion. She tossed me a wary glance over her shoulder before turning slightly, facing the woods to my left. She frowned in concentration for a second, and I guessed she was mentally contacting someone. I can't believe is out here. It's getting dark, she muttered furiously under her breath. I shifted from foot to foot, well aware that darkness was creeping across the sky. We had scarce minutes left before Gabriel would be angry. Seconds passed, then minutes, before I heard crashing through the undergrowth and a human from emerged. He looked young, likely in his early teens, and had obviously just shifted back into human from judging by the fact that his shirt was inside out and there were wigs matted in his dark hair. What the hell are you doing? Riley, Bree snapped. The young boy winced. I was hungry and nobody has let me hunt recently, so I just wanted to go out and catch a rabbit. He trailed off. Seeing Bree's angry face, his eyes flickered to me as he noticed my presence. Is that the alpha's mate? I shifted position, slightly uncomfortable with those wide brown eyes focused on me. I nodded in response, and his eyes got even wider with surprise. Bree ignored his question. You know we can't be out after sunset. Not since. She trailed off, obviously not wanting to talk about it in front of me. I know, but no buts. Your brother would kill you if he knew you were out here right now. You're coming back with us. A petulant expression appeared on the young boy's face. Yeah, but no buts. She practically yelled. Riley sighed, looking downtrodden, before he nodded. Fine. They'll go back with you, he mumbled resentfully. Come on, she said impatiently, grabbing his arm and practically shoving him in the right direction. The three of us set off again towards the pack village. The two of them walked slightly in front of me in quiet conversation, which might have irked me another time, but I was too exhausted to care. More of my attention was focused on the fact that it was dark outside and Gabriel would probably be pissed. Knowing my luck he'd get blamed for not having enough endurance. Maybe I could get Bree to explain how hard Vincent pushed us and how she'd been tired too. Plus there was this kid Riley that had delayed us a few minutes. Gabriel probably wouldn't like my excuses, but I didn't want him to be disappointed in me. Not after seeing the proud glimmer in his expression for a brief moment earlier. I just don't see why Riley was complaining. A petulant tone back in his voice. Are you seriously arguing right now? Do you want to talk to the alpha about this? Because I sure as hell don't. Bree was responding. No good. Then don't push it. Her tone was firm. I'm almost full grown. I can take care of myself. Don't get ahead of yourself. I sighed and tuned them out, glancing aimlessly down at my appearance. My clothes were damp with sweat and I had numerous scratches and cuts from my trek in the woods. I was certainly not presentable right now. Being around Gabriel so much made me more self-conscious than ever. I couldn't help but focus on every imperfection and wonder if he would notice. I cursed myself for thinking in such a manner. I refocused on the woods around me again, knowing we would be there in mere minutes. I was absolutely exhausted, but tried to stay alert, at least until we were out of the fringe of the forest. Despite my best efforts to focus, I didn't see it coming. 1 second. Bree and Ryder were chatting in front of me. The next I felt a powerful whoosh of air, sensed a presence whizzing by me, and heard a sick squelching noise. There was a strangled cry from in front of me. Something warm and wet splattered across my face and torso, and I froze as the scent of blood permeated the air. I watched as, almost as if in slow motion, Riley's small body twisted in mid-air. My wolf senses immediately honed in on him despite the impending darkness, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was a gaping hole in his chest and his throat was torn open, blood spurting from the wound and standing out against his pale skin. Riley's glassy, lifeless eyes stared up at the sky, expression frozen in a half-frown. Mouth half open with the cry of pain, his tiny form collapsed into the ground in a jumbled heap, red staining the earth beneath him. The leaves in the tree next to us rustled as if something had just rushed through them. I scented the air and detected nothing, but the lack of traceable scent told me enough. Vampire. And then Bree began to scream. I stood there, numb with shock, watching as the last bit of life drained from the small body in front of me. As a werewolf, I've seen plenty of violence, but never anything as cruel as the murder of an innocent child. His heart torn out. Chapter 13. I stood there, numb with shock, as I watched the last vestiges of life leave the small body on the ground in front of me. The seconds passed by, and part of me knew that my wolf was howling at me, urging me to snap out of my trance, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the grotesque sight. As a werewolf, I had seen plenty of violence in my lifetime, but never had I witnessed something like this, the brutal slaying of a boy that was but a child. Judging by the size of the hole in his chest, his heart had been ripped clean from his body. That was one of the only ways to kill a werewolf. I registered all of this in mere seconds, and it was then that my instincts kicked in. I quickly sank into a defensive position, tearing my eyes away from the body as I slowly turned in a circle. The attack had been fast and silent, faster than even my werewolf vision could detect. My eyes bored into the trees as I sought the attacker. In the darkness of early night, my wolf senses aided me, but still I detected no movement other than the swaying of branches and the rustling of leaves. As I was examining our surroundings, Bree's shrill scream had turned more into a gurgling wail before she quickly clapped her hands to her mouth, stifling the noise as she sank to her knees in front of Riley's corpse. Her sides heaved and she was seemingly unaware of the possible danger as she sobbed. I narrowed my eyes, frustrated. My nose detected nothing, but I didn't expect to smell the vampire. Gabriel had said they were almost impossible to track. Still, that did not stop me from forcing down my nausea and seeking the creature that did this to an innocent child. I wanted to tear it limb from limb. Seeing nothing, no enemy to attack, my eyes inevitably wandered back to the scene in front of me. Bree was hunched over Riley's from as a high. Keening noise escaped her throat. I dimly realized that warmth was still trickling down my face and front as Riley's blood stuck to my skin. I fought down the bile that threatened to rise. I ate. Bree stammered, looking up at me with bloodshot eyes. It struck me how even a good fighter like her could look so broken and vulnerable. What? She whispered, her voice breaking. I shook my head. It happened so fast, I said softly, trying to reassure her, but I cowled and helped the guilt that arose. If we wouldn't have taken so long to get back to camp, then again, if we had hurried, we would never have met up with Riley in the first place. Had our presence even made a difference? What kind of vampire could get past a strong werewolves and kill another in an instant without being detected? It had to be far stronger than those I had previously encountered. Questions continued to assault my brain as I wondered why it had attacked us in a group, and then left Bree and me alive. In the distance I registered shouting, and my wolf hearing picked up rapid footsteps. They no doubt heard the screaming, or Bree had mentally contacted them. Tilting my head, I inhaled. Deeply I recognized Gabriel. Eli, another scent I faintly recognized. And then one I didn't. I stood there, my body beginning to shake from suppressed emotion as I kept my gaze averted from the mangled body. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, and I couldn't keep Riley's lifeless eyes out of my mind. The vacancy in them that indicated that both he and his wolf were gone forever. I felt sick. Moments later, the incoming group burst through the trees towards us, Gabriel ahead of the others. He took one look at the corpse before his expression hardened, a look of visible fury entering his dark eyes. A second later, his gaze flipped to me, taking in my bloodied appearance. Immediately, he looked alarmed, and I realized that he probably thought I was injured. The instincts of a wolf protecting his mate must have kicked in, for he leapt over Riley and Bree in one smooth motion and landed in front of me. I felt my wolf whining at his proximity and my nerves tingled, but I could only stare up at him blankly. The images of Riley's face on repeat inside my head. Gabriel's eyes were as dark as I had ever seen them, and there was a multitude of emotions churning in them. But he was gentle as he raised his hand and gripped my chin. I felt my body sizzle at the contact as I distantly realized it was the first time Hed willingly touched me. He delicately turned my face to the side, examining the blood, before his gaze traveled down to my shirt. Are you injured? Or is this all his blood? His keen sense of smell letting him know that the blood was not mine, but his wolf probably wanting to make sure. I felt my shaking abate slightly. No, it's all his, I choked out. What happened? His gaze was still dangerous, but his voice was soft. I saw Eli and Ava crouch down beside Bree, Eva's eyes shining with unshed tears as she looked at Riley. Vampire, I managed to whisper, my voice feeling as if it was caught in my throat. Gabriel released my chin and I suddenly felt colder. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenching at his sides. Bree and I cowered. I tried to explain, although the revolting images made it difficult for me to think. It moved faster than the others. By the time I felt movement, it was too late. I felt tears threatening in the back of my eyes, but I pushed them away. It was my own pack member, but it was a young child, and despite the tragedy, I had to be strong. Gabriel turned over his shoulder and his eyes met Ellie's. Both of them looked grim, but surprised. Bree was still crying softly as Ava tried to comfort her. A werewolf I hadn't seen before knelt next to Riley. His face shadowed. "You were supposed to be back by sunset," Gabriel said, voice tight. I felt another wave of guilt. Even though I knew it was my fault, I lowered my head to stare at the ground. "I told Vincent to have you back by then." His voice was louder now, taut with anger. "It isn't his fault," I said quietly. The pace was too fast. Bree and I had to slow down. When we were almost back, she smelled Riley, and we waited for him to join us. By the time we set off again, it was dark. She didn't want him out here hunting alone. The words were rushing out now as I rambled. And then we were almost back and I felt movement, and the next thing I knew his body was falling to the ground and... "Skylar," Gabriel said, cutting me off. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." From a mix of fear and his use of my name, "Eli's going to take you back to the house." He was back to his emotional self, his tone leaving no room for argument. But I started to protest. I was sure why I was arguing. I just felt partially responsible and I didn't want to walk away. No, Wolf should be out at night. It could come back any moment, and since I have to take care of this, I can't be watching you every second to make sure you're safe. I bristled, not liking his implication that I was a child that needed constant watching. Then again, every time I was away from him something seemed to happen. Despite his tone, I thought I saw a hint of something in his expression. Guilt. Maybe. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up as I wondered. Was it just coincidence that the vampire had attacked the group I was in? I shook away the disturbing thoughts. But I was here. I could help explain what happened. The thought of recounting the tale horrified me and I faltered. "Stop arguing," he replied, irritation evident in his voice now. "Eli," he barked, and the beta stood up to make his way over to us. "Take her to my house. I'll send someone there to guard her. Then come straight back so we can take care of this." His eyes bored into his impression that they were having a silent exchange of words. I nodded, and I was annoyed at the concept of Gabriel sending a babysitter to watch me. I didn't argue. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My stomach was churning and I was worried if I didn't get away from the smell of death soon I would faint. Never had I seen such a thing in almost 20 years. My wolf, too, was sickened. It was all worsened by the fact that it happened to someone so vulnerable and innocent. I gritted my teeth as Eli set off, me trailing behind. I glanced back over my shoulder, my eyes skimming over the bloody scene. Bree was slowly being led away by Ava. My eyes found Gabriel, who was staring at me intensely. "Don't wait for me tonight." I knew he didn't mean to be cruel. In fact, I knew he only meant that he'd be back quite late. But I couldn't help but wince inwardly at his harsh tone. Gabriel must have seen my slightly wounded expression and he quickly turned away, his face a cold mask as he strode over to the others. The Navi part of me wanted him to follow us, to con me until I fell asleep. I knew I was being childish. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." One of his pack members had just been brutally murdered. He would have a lot to take care of. The walk back to Gabriel's house was completely silent. The atmosphere was thick with worry and tension, and I glanced over my shoulder in paranoia every few minutes. I couldn't help but feel as if I was being watched. Ella's shoulders were thick with tension and I knew he was on full alert. I felt safer in his presence, and I knew Gabriel wouldn't trust just anyone to take me home, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I also couldn't help but wonder if Riley was killed deliberately in front of me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The vampires had definitely taken notice of me for being Gabriel's mate. It all just seemed too coincidental. What bothered me further was that Riley had been killed by a vampire. Had everyone else already known they existed? Had this happened before? I felt goose and strides on my skin as the beetle led me to the front door. There were already 2 burly wolves there, one on each side. Muscular babysitters. Basically, in another situation I would have laughed at the absurdity of it, and at Gabriel's paranoia, but for now I knew it was completely unfounded. I opened the door. The 2 guards there giving me curt nods. I turned to Eli. His dark eyes met mine and held them for a few heartbeats. I saw thinly masked worry and sadness buried in his gaze. I said softly, not knowing how else to convey my feelings. His expression twisted and he turned his head. Take care of yourself, Skylar, was all Eli said before he strode off into the night. I knew he was hurting from the loss of a packmate. I couldn't even imagine the agonizing grief that Riley's family must be feeling. I hurried inside and shut the door, feeling slightly awed as I saw the 2 guard wolves move to stand in front of the entrance. Despite my exhausting day, food did not even sound remotely appetizing. I grabbed a water bottle and hurried upstairs to my bedroom. I had showered this morning, but I was sweaty, and one glance into the mirror almost made me throw up. I still had Riley's blood splattered all over me. Starting up a bath with steaming hot water, I rubbed my tired eyes. Immediately upon closing them I saw a pair of wide, glassy orbs, blood trickling down a torn throat. I immediately opened my eyes again, feeling another wave of nausea. As I waited for the bathtub to fill up, I quickly stripped all of my clothes off and threw them to the side, vigorously scrubbing my face with cold water from the sink to get the crimson liquid off. I shouldn't be alone right now. I knew that. I couldn't get the scene in the woods out of my head. All jubilation from my earlier fight with Bree was completely gone, and now all I could remember was her broken, sobbing over her friend's body. She was a member of one of the deadliest packs on the continent, yet she had cried over a comrade's body like any other. Despite my wariness for the Black Mountains pack, I could respect a pack member's passing. Even after being around Riley for less than half an hour, I could feel their pain. I didn't even want to know what Gabriel was going through. The vampires were after him, for some reason. Was he blaming himself? Was he in pain? My wolf wanted me to comfort him, yet he had pushed me off to the side as usual. I tried to shove all of my twisted thoughts away as I sank into the warm bathwater. Even so, I refused to shut my eyes, afraid of what I might see when they were closed. An hour later, I lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling. Sleep was refusing to come, and I was afraid of dreaming. Part of me wanted to lower my mental barriers and have a conversation with my parents to check up on them, but I was worried that they would see everything inside my head. I couldn't cause them unnecessary worry by telling them about Riley. I would wait until everything calmed down before I warned them about vampires in the area. I would do it as soon as I got my mind under control. I tossed and turned for a while, the nightmares hanging in the fringes of my imagination. My wolf felt agitated, and her mate was not around to soothe her. We needed his company, and I couldn't help but selfishly wish he would come check up on me. Surely his presence alone would help. But since he wasn't here, I bolted up in bed, made my way to the door as the idea came to me. I did not care about the consequences. Enough had happened today that I knew I wouldn't get any sleep if I didn't follow my instinct. I slowly walked down the carpeted hallway, making my way up the staircase and towards the endlessly tempting double doors. As I strode bravely into Gabriel's room, his scent surrounded me and I inhaled deeply. I knew he hadn't been here since early in the morning, but the smell alone was enough to help. I stopped beside his neatly made bed, staring down with preoccupation. Would he mind? I wanted nothing more than to crawl in bed and surround myself with his unique scent. Even though he likely wouldn't be there beside me all night. I knew if he came home he might be agitated that I had gone in without permission. But this is the closest we will be to him. My wolf whined softly. She too was mourning the passing of one of our kind, and she sounded incredibly vulnerable. An idea then came to me, that I thought compromised between soothing my frayed nerves and avoiding Gabriel's agitation after all. It already snooped through his room enough. I strode over to his dresser, opening two drawers before I found his T-shirts. I grabbed the closest one and exited the room quickly. His scent should be enough. Once back in my room, I crawled into bed, sinking into the downy comforter. I took a deep breath, clutching the T-shirt to me. Instantly I felt my frayed nerves relax as his welcoming and familiar scent washed over me. Maybe one day he can soothe us in person, my wolf whispered. I grabbed a fistful of the shirt and moved it to where it was mostly under my head, between my head and the pillow. Maybe, I replied, unable to keep the wistfulness out of my own voice. I continued to breathe deeply as I sank deeper into the bed, significantly more relaxed now. Within a few minutes I was fast asleep. Skylar. I mumbled something incoherent in response to the voice. Warm and comfortable and unwilling to move. Come on, Skylar. Wake up. The voice was more impatient now. Go away. I grumbled, feeling that my bubble of happiness would be popped if I woke up. Skylar. Quite loudly, and my eyes snapped open. For a split second I hoped to see Gabriel, actually coming to check on me, but my hopes were dashed as I made eye contact with Eli. He was crouched next to me, his expression wan and slightly irritated. Why was he in my room? Anyways, realizing I was still clutching Gabriel's T-shirt in one hand and it was very obvious what he'd done, I felt the color rush to my cheeks along with all of the events of the previous night. Eli, what are you doing in here? Mortified, not caring that I was addressing the beta. I felt incredibly disconcerted that he had come all the way up here to wake me up. I knocked on the door 10 times but you didn't wake up. He didn't sound overly apologetic, and his eyes were hooded, barely concealing sadness. The funeral is about to start. You didn't really know him, but I thought you might want to be there. I blinked up at him, surprised by his thoughtfulness. He was going to let me, an outsider. I swallowed the lump in my throat. My sleep had been mostly dreamless, and I knew why. I glanced down at the shirt. I didn't want to return to the cruel reality, but some part of me felt obligated to go. I couldn't shake the concept that I was partially responsible for the young boy's death. I dreaded the look on the pack's faces when I showed up. But if Eli supported me, then there was no reason not to go. Thank you, I said softly. Eli nodded gruffly, then stood up to his full height. You're becoming a member of the pack, and you passed one of the tests. You have a right to be there. He averted his gaze, seemingly uncomfortable with the proximity of a pajama-clad female. You've got 10 minutes. Before striding out of the room, the mood of the pack village was somber as Eli and I walked through. I felt many gazes on me, but thankfully nobody said anything loud enough for me to hear. Although today felt eerily similar to the day before, L's behavior alone was glaringly different. It was customary to have a funeral at night, but I had absolutely no doubt as to the reason why this one was being held at midday. I had been to a human funeral once in high school to support one of my human friends, and I had been struck at the similarities. The ritual after the ceremony, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was different as werewolves did not have cemeteries. The ceremonies, however, had much in common. The trek today was nearly an hour long as we ventured through a different part of the woods. Several other wolves crowded in around us as we made our way to a common destination. The sun beamed high in the sky overhead, but I barely noticed the heat. The path ahead of us was somewhat overgrown with ferns and weeds, likely because funerals were not exceedingly common for werewolves. We had extended lifespans and were hard to kill. Trying not to think about it, finally we emerged into a large, grassy clearing. In the middle of the clearing was a long, flat rock that had room for several wolves to lie side by side. Currently the rock only had one occupant, a body swathed in clothes. Where wolf corpses were only covered if the death was brutal, and I was forced to look away. It seemed that the setting for a Black Mountains pack funeral was similar to the few I had been to at home. Most of the funerals I had been to had occurred because of the actions of the pack I was staying with now. I tried not to think about it. Werewolves stood in a gigantic semicircle around the clearing despite the size of the area. Each wolf was almost elbow to elbow as there were so many of us. There was a wide space left between the group and the flat boulder, and only a small group stood on the far side of the rock nearest the body. The wolves parted to let Eli and I through, and I felt many gazes burning into the side of my face. Most of the whispers were not friendly. Not that I could blame them. I was still an outsider to them, as Gabriel and I had not completed the mating process and had not participated in a mating ceremony. I was no Luna yet. Yet, my wolf emphasized. I tried to focus only on the ground in front of me as we approached the far side of the rock. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eli told me to stay. I shifted uncomfortably as I was forced to nearly touch elbows with a couple of wolves I didn't know. However, I didn't complain. I was the alpha, beta, or part of the family, so I had to stand a distance away from the rock. I looked up tentatively to see Gabriel standing stiffly next to the body. My eyes took him in, reassuring myself of his presence. There were 3 wolves huddled near him that I assumed must be Riley's family. The younger male had been next to his body the night before. I couldn't bear to look at them and see their grief-stricken faces. Gabriel's dark eyes flickered across me briefly before Eli stood next to him, and he turned to the group, beckoning us to be quiet. Then the funeral began. I kept my gaze downward but drank in Gabriel's words as he told Riley's life story, talking about his positive traits and his appetite for adventure. Then each of Riley's family members had a chance to speak. Hearing about Riley from his parents' perspective was difficult. I cowed and imagined how it would feel if they'd known him as a packmate. I tried to keep the tears away as his mother broke down mid-speech, hiccuping into silence as her mate began to comfort her. It was unbearable to witness, and even worsened by the fact that Riley was too small to be exposed at his own ceremony. I hadn't sensed the silent tears of the majority of the pack. I had never been to a funeral for one so young, and I hoped never to repeat the experience. I squeezed my eyes shut as the minutes wore on, trying to keep the gruesome memory of his death from popping unbidden into my brain. Then Gabriel began the blessing. The words were different than in my pack, so I remained silent, thinking my pack's customary words as the Black Mountains pack joined in with Gabriel's voice. After the blessing was finished, an unfamiliar blonde walked forward, hair shimmering in the sunlight. She stood in front of the gathered wolves and began to sing in a clear, strong voice that I was envious of. The song weaved in undoubt, a beautiful haunting melody that spoke of a young life lost too early. I had never heard it before, but it gave me chills. The lonely chord hanging in the air long after she stopped singing them. A few last words were said, and there were several moments of quiet reflection before the pack began to retreat from the clearing. Roaming wolves would leave their lost ones where they died, allowing nature to take over. Werewolves also let nature take her toll, but we allowed the family to take their loved ones to their final resting place. The rest of the pack would return to the village and give Riley's family time to go choose a place to put Riley before allowing the elements to do as they may. They would usually travel for several hours before leaving the body, so that it was less likely for others to come across it later. It was only fair to maintain the balance of life by giving our bodies to nature after we died. As the pack members began to quickly file out, my eyes inevitably found Gabriel. He was speaking quietly with Riley's family while Eli stood by. I was sure if I was supposed to head back to his house or wait for him to join me. I was sure he had a million things to do, but part of me felt that he could use some company. Not that he ever seemed to want it. I sighed internally when I was one of the few left in the clearing. Riley's father came forward and gingerly lifted the small body. I was almost glad it was covered so his family wouldn't have to gaze at the wounds while they carried their son. Riley's mother had tears silently streaming down her face, and another werewolf that was likely Riley's brother was comforting her. Slowly, the three exited the clearing. After another moment, the only three left were Gabriel, Eli, and I. The two slowly walked over, deep in conversation. After a moment my mate's eyes found mine. He looked more tired than I had ever seen him, exhaustion evident in the manner in which he moved. "There's something I need to do," he said to us, although there was an odd hitch in his voice that made me suspicious of his words. "Eli, take her back." "Yes, Alpha," Eli replied obediently. I stared at Gabriel incredulously. He was just going to walk off again without even talking to me. I felt my frustration building. But I began, feeling as if I was constantly arguing with everything Gabriel said. "I need to be alone for this." Gabriel cut me off, and I felt my stomach drop. He was pushing me off to the side. What had I ever done wrong? He seemed incredibly worn out, and my wolf was snapping at me to comfort him. My instincts were telling me he needed my help. Yet, there he was, giving me the brush off. I stumbled slightly, still staring in disbelief as Eli gently took my arm and began to lead me away. I felt as if I was going to cry all over again as Gabriel turned and vanished into the trees. After a few more seconds I gritted my teeth, stopping mid-step. Eli turned to me in confusion now. I said stubbornly, feeling a bit childish, but I was refusing to do this again. The beta raised his eyebrows. "He keeps pushing me away," I muttered, feeling a surge of anger that I tried desperately to control. My wolf senses that he needs me, but he keeps ignoring me. He drags me here with him, then pushes me away like him nothing. Eli shook his head slowly. "He doesn't know how to let others in." I stared at him, surprised by his honesty. "I'm his mate. He can't keep treating me like him just another wolf. There's a lot about him you don't know." Ellie's expression was deathly serious. "Well, he could just tell me," I argued, feeling worn out from the heavy emotions I'd been experiencing all day. "It isn't that easy. Are you trying to be vague?" Frustrated, I couldn't prevent my irritation from bubbling to the surface. Eli sighed. "Yes, just. In going after him," I stated determinedly. Ellie's look grew perturbed. "Skylar, I don't think that's necessarily," he began cautiously. "He didn't order you in the alpha tone to take me home this time. You can't get in trouble." I was stubbornly refusing to give in. Eli turned completely to face me. "He can be volatile. You might." "I can't do this, Eli. I can't live with a pack that doesn't even know me and a mate that doesn't even like me. If he doesn't want me, he can just tell me himself." My voice rose with each word as my frustration grew. Eli looked taken aback at my outburst, but before he could reply I was already spinning on my heel and dashing towards the trees. He called after me but made no move to follow. I ignored him, knowing I'd have to apologize later but not caring. I had let Gabriel maintain his distance for days now, and my emotions were stretched thin. I was trusting my wolf and not letting him get away this time. How was I supposed to stay here and take a chance on Gabriel if he wouldn't even let me in? I was trying to get over my previous hatred of him and not think of him as the tyrant that had abused my pack. But he was not showing me a good side. I couldn't resist developing feelings because of our mating bond, but he was making it damn near impossible to like him. I followed his scent, dashing somewhat recklessly through the undergrowth as I fought to catch up with him. He must not have been moving too fast, for it didn't take long. I burst out of the copse of trees, coming to an abrupt halt when I saw him. Gabriel was standing at the edge of a small creek, staring down into the water, facing away from me. His posture was stiff, shoulders hunched. He was moving. Every line of his body was tense. I could sense his great agitation, even though we hadn't completed the mating process. I didn't know him on the intimate level, but the mating bond was growing and I could discern enough to feel a rush of sympathy. He must have heard me and sensed me standing there. But still Gabriel did not move. I took a few tentative steps towards him. I hadn't been sure if I was going to try to talk to him or yell at him, but seeing him this way unnerved me. He had said he wanted to be alone, and I was struck with surprise as I wondered if this was his way of dealing with his grief. I might be intruding, but right now is probably the only person that could help. Swallowing my misgivings, I approached him until I stood directly behind him. Still, Gabriel remained frozen in place. A few heartbeats passed in silence. "Gabriel," I whispered. My hand itched to reach up and touch his broad shoulder, but I resisted the impulse. I didn't want to make it worse. Broken from his trance, my mate slowly turned around to face me. His expression was hooded, but exhaustion clearly lined his face. His mouth was set in painful resignation. "You should not have followed me." His voice quiet, but there was no anger in it. He seemed more subdued than I'd ever seen him. A muscle in his jaw twitched. I gazed into the depths of his dark eyes, trying to figure out what he was thinking. He tried to mask it, but I saw some emotion deep down. Underneath Gabriel's emotionals' mask, he was in pain. He was grieving for his pack member, but he couldn't show it in front of everyone else. He was always alone. That thought caused a sharp pain to lance through my chest. My wolf whimpered loudly in the back of my mind. I reacted on impulse and my wolf's instinct. I had ignored her urges for a long time now, but for once, I trusted my more animalistic side. He needed me. My mate needed me. I put my arms around Gabriel's waist, wrapping them securely around him. He immediately tensed. Whether in shock or distaste I didn't know, but I ignored his discomfort. I turned my head to the side and rested my cheek against his chest, the warmth of his body touching me through the thin cotton of his shirt. I could feel every muscle as I pressed my body against his butt. For once the lustful impulses remained at bay. I closed my eyes, unsure how exactly it worked, but I attempted to send a warm, soothing feeling from my body into his. I imagined a sensation of complete relaxation, trying to force it through the physical connection of our bodies. I could hear his heart beating, loud and strong, despite the unfamiliarity of the sensation. Right. It was as if a tiny piece of me had fallen into place. I knew in that moment I was completely safe and secure, and I didn't want to move. The feeling of our bodies touching was completely perfect, and I now understood why mates always knew they were destined to be together. Gabriel's arms moved. For a second, I thought he was going to push me away, so I was left reeling with shock when I felt them wrap around me. One of his large hands climbed to the back of my head, fisting in my hair, while the other wrapped securely around my lower back. He lowered his head, resting his chin on top of my head. I actually felt his muscles loosen slightly, the swell of his chest indicating he had taken a deep breath. Through my dreamy haze I still felt shocked that he was responding, and my wolf was completely elated. My heart fluttered rapidly against my rib, but I was sure he could hear it. We remained in that position for a few more seconds, wrapped around each other in silent comfort, before I felt him begin to stiffen again. Just like that, I knew the moment was over. Gabriel let go of me and began to pull away, so I was forced to release him. He took a few steps backwards, and I felt a pang as I saw that his guarded expression was back. He watched me for a few seconds as if he was unsure what to say. Surprise still faintly lingered on his features. I knew my cheeks were tinged pink from our brief interaction. "It's my fault," he finally said, breaking the silence. His tone was monotonous. "How is it your fault?" Puzzled, my voice coming out raspier than intended. I still couldn't shake the feeling of his arms wrapped around me. I wondered if I'd really made a huge breakthrough, or if he thought it was a moment of bad judgment. "It's me they want." "Why do they want you?" He averted his gaze, not responding. I felt a twinge of frustration. "You can tell me," I said softly. Gabriel shook his head. "It would be better not to." "Why do you always do that?" He looked at me blankly, so I continued. "As soon as I ask something personal, you push me away. Because I don't want to talk about it." "Why? Because it's personal. I'm your mate. I can't help you if you don't tell me things. I can't help if you're constantly ignoring me or pushing me away." His expression hardened slightly. "I don't ignore you." "Yes, you do." My frustration was building all over again. "You drag me all the way out here, to a pack that hates me, and then make virtually no effort to try to make me feel welcome or at least get to know me. I sounded petulant, but didn't care at this point. I have packed duties to attend to. I can't be with you constantly. His tone was too cold for my liking. Constantly. You're hardly with me at all. And now you're trying to contain me in my own wing of the house, and not let me leave. You're complaining about my house now. How could be misconstrue my words like that? That's not it, I replied, matching his tone. Someone has to try to keep you safe, as twice now your recklessness has almost gotten you killed. Gabriel said coolly. I bristled. I knew I was only making everything worse by arguing, but I couldn't help it. Everything from the last couple days was getting to me. That's not the point. Then what is your problem? That only made me angrier. I'm angry because come all the way out here and then you barely acknowledge me. You act like you don't even want me. Like you don't care. I tried to force myself to calm down. Is that what you think? His tone condescending. I felt another surge of anger at the way he was speaking to me. It's pretty obvious. I snapped. Gabriel stared at me, remaining silent. I took that as a confirmation. I felt all of the hurt bubble to the surface. If you don't want me or if I'm not good enough, you should have just rejected me from the beginning. At least I would be able to move along and, maybe sometime in the future, try to find someone else instead of being strung along like. Gabriel snarled loudly, effectively cutting me off. There will be nobody else, he growled furiously. I thought I made that abundantly clear. What the hell is wrong with you? I exclaimed, my voice growing shrill. 1 second you're ignoring me and the next you're trying to be all protective and jealous. You can't be both at once. Gabriel's eyes were flashing and his fists were clenched. I couldn't believe this was our second and big argument in just a couple of days. I also felt a small pain of guilt that I was causing him distress on the day of Riley's funeral. The thought caused pain to lance through me. I weakened slightly. This isn't how mates are supposed to be, I said thickly around the lump that was growing in my throat. My voice was lower in my attempt to control myself. You're supposed to want each other. Love each other unconditionally. Wanting you is never the problem, Gabriel said, his voice deep with suppressed agitation. I blinked, momentarily taken aback. Then wits, in doing it for your own good. It's better this way. I stared at him incredulously. Hurting me like this is for my own good, I demanded. Better now than later, he replied straight on ILY. Gaping at him. What the hell did he mean by that? So he did deliberately push me away, but he was trying to avoid causing us pain in the future. I was beyond confused and I could only stare at him blankly. Gabriel sighed, running a hand through his hair in agitation. It's never going to be anything you did. Quieter now. He was clearly trying to control his anger. Because of my bloodline. Enthusiasm, I'm destined to hurt you one day worse than I am hurting you now. He was revealing more than ever before. And I was bewildered. Bloodline. Because of your father. Gabriel stared at me for a long moment, not responding. I held my breath. Speaking about his bloodline reminded me of the pictures I had found in his room and closet. I tried to put the pieces of the puzzle together. With little success. Gabriel's expression was preoccupied, eyes flickering with some unknown emotion. For a moment, I actually thought he would tell me. However, this small burst of hope was quickly squashed as he turned away with resignation. We need to get back to the others, he said quietly. All vestiges of emotion gone. His unfathomable mask had returned. I almost wanted to childishly stamp my foot in frustration. I had come so close to learning more about him. His stiff posture had returned and I could see the tight set of his jaw. I bit my lip, wondering if I had pushed too far. Without waiting for my response, Gabriel began to walk away. I was left with an empty frustration that never seemed to go away when I was in his presence. Come on, he said tiredly, glancing briefly over his shoulder to assure that I did as asked. I stared for a moment longer before forcing my feet to move. I trailed after him, deep in thought, my mind a jumble of confused thoughts. New determination burned deep inside of me as I stared at his towering form in front of me. Gabriel may think he avoided the difficult questions, But he had only aroused my curiosity even more. After his brief display of affection, I was even more set on figuring him out. My wolf wouldn't have it any other way. I narrowed my eyes and tilted my chin defiantly as we began to make our way back to the rest of the pack. I would get my answers, and I would get them soon. Chapter 14. The next several days were absolutely miserable. Strangely enough, my misery was solely due to the violent images of Riley's death assaulting my mind every time I closed my eyes. While this was definitely an issue, the main cause of my agitation was Gabriel himself. My stubborn, antisocial, over-protective mate kept me locked in his house with no means of escape. He refused to let me leave for any reason, even during the day, and he kept 2 of his wolves constantly on guard at the front door with the alpha command not to let me leave. This was worsened by the fact that Gabriel was hardly at his own home during the day. I was going stir-crazy, and my mood had steadily worsened as the days passed by. The first few days after Riley's funeral, I knew Gabriel and the others were trying to work out the logistics of defense against the vampires, as well as trying to get things settled. So I tried to be patient. I knew they had to organize patrols at all hours of the day. But after that, my patience began to wear thin. I contacted my family a few times to talk with them, shifting in the middle of my bedroom so it was easier to speak to them across the great distance, which I was sure looked comical. I told them the red tag on Gabriel's pack, but I did not supply them with the details. They would go out of their minds with worry. I also conveniently did not tell them that I was basically a prisoner in Gabriel's house. I also read a couple of books to pass the time, but eventually my thoughts would always wander to Gabriel and did get distracted. The one bright light of the miserable experience of being kept inside was the woman who cooked for Gabriel. Evelyn. She showed up every evening to cook dinner for me and leave the leftovers for Gabriel, as he didn't get home until the middle of the night. Gabriel had given her a few days off when I first came back to the pack with him, but clearly he realized that the amount of food was getting scarce. Or perhaps he was worried I would start talking to the wolves because I was so lonely. So every evening she showed up to cook dinner. She was wonderful at it. A tall woman in her mid-60s, Evelyn was one of the only wolves in the pack that treated me kindly. As the days passed after the funeral, I got to know more about her and about the Black Mountains pack. The 5th day after Riley's funeral, I tried to ask her more about Gabriel and his past. For the first time since I'd met her, she looked acutely uncomfortable at the questions and gave very evasive answers. So I didn't press. I didn't want to anger her and lose one of my only friends in the pack. My determination and optimism about retrieving much needed answers from Gabriel was beginning to fade. He was very rarely alone in the house, and few times he was. I got the sense that he was avoiding me. We had very short conversations when we did speak. He knew I was determined to find out what secrets he kept and he was dead, set on hiding them from me as long as possible. My wolf was almost as agitated as I while our mating bond was strengthening because of our proximity with Gabriel. It was not the natural order of things to resist the pull for so long. Most wolves consummated the bond as soon as possible. Our behavior was unnatural. Any patience I would normally have had was nearly gone. I could scarcely sleep at night because of the horrible recent memories, and the lack of rest was beginning to take its toll. Gabriel had held several meetings downstairs, but I dared not intrude because it would risk a lot of negative attention from his pack. Besides, most of the meetings pertained to patrol strategies and the like. Clearly, most of Gabriel's warriors already knew about the existence of vampires, so were not surprised about the many precautions they were taking. I could not help but wonder why I had been kept in the dark in my pack for so long, especially considering my parents and Alpha Brett had seemed to know about the vampires too. I had overheard one thing when I was grabbing a granola bar from the kitchen while Gabriel was conducting a small meeting in the living room. While vampires could travel fast, Gabriel had said there was no way they could have made it from the nearest town in time to strike, that soon after dark this meant that either one or many of them had a hideout nearby in a cave or some other shelter. The thought was not pleasant. So far, the searchers had found nothing, although I did not admit it out loud. Gabriel's behavior hurt. The rare times when he was around the house, his eyes would find mine briefly before flickering away with an unreadable expression. He often brushed by me with only a short word or two in explanation of where he was going. And the few conversations we did have were short and awkward. I was always asleep before he came back at night and woke up after he left in the morning. He was working himself to death but not seeking my comfort or companionship in any way, and intentionally avoiding any sort of confrontation with me. Every time it happened I felt myself getting closer to a breakdown. A week after Rai's funeral, I had gotten up super early to catch him and finally confronted him about it while he was halfway out the door at 5 in the morning. I had told him that I was suffocating, and asked if HED at least let me go outside to train. I must have looked completely insane, or some part of Gabriel knew how poorly he was treating me, because he conceded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel instructed Delia, one of the other babysitters, to accompany me to the training field in the afternoon. They let me train for a couple hours with the other wolves each day. I was not allowed to patrol, but at least I got to demonstrate my agility and fighting skills. It was still immensely uncomfortable with the way the others treated me, and Gabriel did not once observe my training. Plus, although I was keeping up with his packmates, 2 hours a day was not nearly enough time for me to stretch my legs. If he was going to change his mind about keeping me locked up, I would take matters into my own hands. So on the 12th day after Riley's funeral, I decided I'd had enough. I had to get out of the house no matter what it took. I had begrudgingly followed Gabriel's orders so far, but at this point, I did not care about disobeying him. It had been a week and a half since the funeral, just since I first arrived, and Wade made no progress. He couldn't treat me like an insignificant speck of dirt and expect to get away with it. To my surprise, my wolf factory agreed with me. She wanted to run free for a little while, work the agitation out of her limbs. As soon as Gabriel left for another search, I put my plan in motion. I walked quietly down to the foyer, glancing outside to see that the 2 guards were loitering about in front, looking irritable. They likely thought that guarding Gabriel's mate was a waste of time, but they dare not disobey the alpha. I couldn't blame them. I disagreed with his decision to keep me cooped up like a prisoner. I knew he was trying to protect me in some way, but it was ridiculous. I was not some pet to be caged up, and despite the fact that he was trying to protect me, it was still childish of him to avoid me the very few hours he was around. Assuring myself that they weren't really paying attention, I hurried back upstairs. I slowly walked down the hallway to the 2nd floor, opening doors as I went and peering out of the windows in the rooms. What I really needed was a window near a large, sturdy tree. Shimmying down a tree wouldn't be the world's most graceful exit, but I needed some fresh air before I went crazy. I finally got lucky when I opened the door to the bathroom nearest my bedroom. There was a decent-sized window that I could likely fit through, and it was along the back side of the house, so the guards would be less likely to hear me. I doubted they were alert enough to catch the subtle noise I would make when climbing down the tree. Gripping the ledge of the bottom half of the window, I quickly unlocked the latch and then heaved the window up in one fluid motion. It was a relief to see that there was a thick branch pretty close to the window. I clambered out and onto the branch, having climbed a lot during my childhood years. It wasn't overly difficult. I had Werewolf Grace to thank for that. Trying to be as quiet as possible, I slowly crawled along the branch, dropping to a lower branch once one was near enough. I repeated this action with 2 more branches, eyeing the ground below me with some caution. I was too far up now, and my landing shouldn't make too much noise. I swung myself below the branch and then released it, landing on my feet in the thick grass behind Gabriel's house with a soft thud. I couldn't waste time now. I quickly took off towards the nearest copse of trees, stripping my clothes off and tying them around in record time. I easily welcomed the contortion and burning sensation that the shift brought. It had been too long since I had last shifted. In fact, I hadn't been in this form since I had started living with the Black Mountains pack. My wolf yipped with excitement, stretching her long, powerful legs. "Where should we go?" she asked me, tone lighter than I had heard it in days. "Let's just run for an hour or so. Not so far that we can easily make it back hours before sunset." I was hoping to talk to our pack. The thought of opening my mind and hearing others' voices was a relief. I had been quite lonely the last few days. I took off without further ado, my wolf and I enjoying the breeze whispering through our fur and the thick grass of the forest under our paws. The trees provided shelter from the sun for a few moments before the woods ended, giving way to rockier, hilly ground that the Black Mountains pack was known for. I slowed my pace, treading cautiously around the sharper rocks that would hurt my feet. I began to climb onto large rocks and leap from boulder to boulder, relishing the feel of my wolf's powerful muscles in this form. My human body was just so frail in comparison. We ran like that for just over an hour, having no issue traversing the rougher territory, although some part of me missed the dense forests from closer to home. After a while I instructed my wolf to slow down, and she did so, although regretfully. I waited until we found a large stretch of relatively flat ground overgrown with thick grass before stopping completely. We would probably be here for a while. I turned in a circle, stretching my large form out in the warm sunlight, holding my breath in anticipation. I lowered my mental barriers and stretched tendrils of thought out to my mother and father, leaving the others for later. Skylar, why haven't we heard from you in days? As expected, my father was angry. It had been 3 or 4 days since I'd last spoken with them. Skylar, so glad to hear your voice. Sweetie, my mother, after greeting me, attempted to calm him. Typical responses from both of them. Sorry, Dad, I tried to make my tone as apologetic as possible. Before he could lecture me, I gave a brief explanation of my training during the past couple of days, and how I was holding my own. I didn't include the way Gabriel was treating me. That would only serve to infuriate my father. Once more, I didn't mention the fact that I was cooped up pretty much all day. At this point, I had contacted Alpha Brett to join our mental discussion. I had a question for him, as there was something still bothering me. I've been wanting to know, why did nobody tell me about the vampires before all of this? I always thought they were a myth. There was silence for a few seconds before my father spoke. I've only met one once when I was very young. They are rare creatures, rarer than werewolves. It hoped you'd never come into contact with one, never have to know they exist. I advised them not to tell you. Alpha Brett continued where my father had left off. Same with many of the other families. That's why none of the younger generation knows. I remained quiet for a moment, not sure how I felt about them making this decision for me. Maybe if it had some idea of what waited out there. Now, of course, I realized that it would have been easier for you had you known, Alpha Brett admitted, after several seconds of silence. Skylar, Danny, don't blame your father or the Alpha. We argued over it and I thought it best we stay silent. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now I wish we would have said something. There was a piercing sadness in her tone and I decided to drop it. After half an hour of catching up, I requested to speak to Maria or Will. I knew that it was likely that neither was in Wolfram at the moment, but I hoped they were missing me enough to want to shift for a few minutes. I politely asked Alpha Brett to convey the message, then said goodbye to my parents. Talking to too many wolves at once could be near impossible, especially when I was at this distance. A few minutes later, I felt both of my friends' presences in my mind. My wolf gave a small heap of elation as I realized just how much I had missed them. I had only been able to talk to them once since I left home, and it was over a week ago. Skylar, Maria said excitedly, and I could sense her excitement even at this distance. Will began to greet me, but his calm voice was drowned out as Maria started grilling me with questions. How are you? Has anything new happened? How was that mate of yours? Have you guys some? She stuttered off into awkwardness and will seem tense for some reason. Calm down. Calm down. I'm fine. I've started training with the wolves here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Frustrating. And no. I gave the last answer shortly. I knew that in human form I would have been betrayed. The conversation continued from there, although Maria gave considerably more input than Will. It was odd. How it felt like I hadn't seen them in months when it had only been a couple of weeks. It was definitely difficult to be away from the pack you were born into. Maybe it would have been easier if Gabriel was so impossible. After an hour of conversation, my mental barriers were slowly beginning to rise again. I had expended a lot of energy talking to all of them for an extended period of time from this distance. Glancing up, I realized it was afternoon and I needed to return to the pack soon. Hopefully Gabriel wasn't back yet. He'd likely be infuriated that I had passed his guards. I said goodbye to my best friends, my tone tinged with regret. I could only hope I would see them again soon. Take care of yourself, Skylar, was said softly. I smiled mentally, glad to see that somebody cared. Closing off the conversation for good, I stood up and shook my thick silver fur out. It was time to head back to the pack and see what kind of trouble I was in. With any luck, Gabriel would not be home. It was the norm, after all, and I'd be able to sneak back in. I really didn't think this through. I berated myself as I exited the trees behind Gabriel's house in human form again. I could hear Gabriel from this distance, shouting at the guards for letting me slip by. He must have just gotten back. I couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation directed at him. If he had paid attention to me in the first place, I wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures to make myself feel better. Besides, it wasn't exactly like I was trying to make a grand escape for good. Gabriel's deep yelling abruptly cut off. He must have caught my scent. I hurried around the side of the house, eyes falling upon the exact scene I had constructed in my mind, Gabriel yelling at two downcast guards. One of them flashed me a murderous stare as I walked up. Gabriel was facing me, standing stiffly with his arms crossed in front of his chest and his eyes cold. I felt a spike of pain deep within my chest. He was looking at me as he would any other disobedient member of his pack, whereas I couldn't help feel admiration every time I saw him. I wished for the umpteenth time that he could see me the way a mate was supposed to. You weren't supposed to leave the house, he said icily, anger resounding in his tone. I didn't come here to be a prisoner, I replied shortly, not liking his tone. While part of me was intimidated by his alpha posture, all of my patience had worn thin and I was barely keeping my agitation at bay. I can't constantly keep an eye on you when in dealing with everything else. I gritted my teeth. I don't understand why you think you need to babysit me. I noticed Stilo walking up from the corner of my eye and I blushed with embarrassment. Did Gabriel really have to confront me in front of 3 others? Haven't you noticed what happens every time you wander off? His arms were by his sides now, and he was clenching one of his fists in agitation. Corded veins stood up along his arms, and he was tensed up as if in preparation for an attack. I started to defend myself, but he cut me off. You don't do as you're told. My eyes narrowed. Maybe because you always get into some sort of trouble. You're reckless and impulsive. Again, calling me reckless. I flushed, this time with anger. I felt emotion rising in my chest. I could not believe he was calling me out like this in front of others, talking down to me. I didn't leave just now to try to go get into trouble. I just needed to run after being locked in your house for so long. I made no attempt to mask my growing frustration. Why is it so hard for you to understand that you attract danger? Gabriel ground out through gritted teeth. If I'm such a hazard, maybe you shouldn't have brought me here. I snapped, fury evident in my tone. Gabriel looked away, his jaw clenching, staring off into distance. Then he spoke so quietly, I barely heard it. I wish I didn't. I gasped despite myself, eyes widening. It felt like HED driven, something sharp directly into my chest. For a moment I couldn't breathe. How could he just say something like that? I felt burning at the corners of my eyes and I knew I was dangerously close to crying. I couldn't cry here. I couldn't break down now. I turned away from him. I had to make it back inside the house, quickly, before emotion took over and I was further humiliated. I began to walk away without another word, trying to fight the rising pain. Rather than saw Gabriel make a move towards me, I turned my head slightly to see him reaching out to try to stop me. I spun around fully then, my wolf snarling in the back of my mind. She was angry with her mate. My angry eyes fixated on his, fury taking over. How dare he make a move to touch me after what he had just said? Don't you fucking come near me. Putting as much venom as I could into every word. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. They always said. Well, after being scorned for days and then basically rejected in public, I now knew that to be true. Gabriel recoiled from me, and I thought I saw visible pain flash in his dark eyes before he turned away. I didn't care either way. My wolf was as angry as I, not appreciating the way her fate, given a mate, had insulted her pride. I stormed inside, ignoring everyone else as I slammed the door behind me. I dashed up to my steps and into my room, closing and locking the door. My wolf was whining softly in the back of my mind. The way he had treated us had been insulting the last few days, but never had he come out and said something like that. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't. The words kept running through my mind, blinking rapidly to fight away the tears. I entered my bathroom and started up a hot shower. The last thing I wanted to do was cry, especially if there was a chance he could come up here and overhear me. I was starting to lose this battle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As the water got hot and steam began to escape the confines from the shower, I thought I heard a knocking on the door. Skylar. The baritone was unmistakable. Gabriel was at my bedroom door. I shut the bathroom door nearest me, loudly, so he got the message. I closed my eyes tightly as the pain rose again. I wasn't sure if he was coming to yell at me for snapping at him or coming to apologize. The former seemed more likely, but it didn't matter. I had no desire to talk to him. As far as I was concerned, he has made it apparent that he didn't want me. My wolf whined loudly. I stripped off my clothes and stepped into the scalding water, my eyes still burning from unshed tears. I heard knocking again and a muffled voice calling my name. I cowled and cared less. He would have to break down the door to talk to me. Hopefully he would respect me enough not to. Although with his recent behavior, that was doubtful. In tears of internal turmoil, I made a decision. I knew it was going to be the most painful thing I had ever gone through in my life. But I was going to have to leave Gabriel. It was apparent that he was too heartless to ever want me or to ever love me. I wasn't sure what exactly I had done to deserve a mate that didn't want me, but that was what I got. I would have to return home to my pack, to the people that cared. All of my previous determination to get to know him was gone. Gabriel had given me absolutely nothing to work with. I slowly slid down the side of the shower until I was sitting, the water pounding against me and traveling in rivulets down my skin to the ceramic tile below. I shut my eyes tightly, feeling the tears gathering. It already felt like something was breaking inside. My wolf felt it too. I could sense it. He hadn't said the words of rejection, but he might as well have. I felt like this whole trip had been a gigantic waste of time. There was no more knocking for the rest of my shower. I climbed into bed about half an hour later, feeling almost completely numb. All of the little rejections and brush offs had just added up to one question: why didn't he just reject me first, instead of stringing me along like this? I should have known all along that what everyone said about him was right. He was just cruel, soulless. In my state of dejection, I blamed fate for giving me an impossible task. I'd always thought I was more compassionate than most, but even I cowed and break his shell. I was just going to have to accept that and move on with my life. I fell asleep with all of those disconcerting thoughts whirling through my brain. My tired eyes slowly opened and I blinked, trying to adjust to the lack of light in my room. I frowned in confusion. Why was I awake? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was the dark of night and my room was slightly chilly. I turned to the side, glancing at the clock above my bed. It read 2:58 am. Why the hell was I waking up at this time? My wolf was whining softly in the back of my mind. At first I thought it was because of the event from earlier, with Gabriel, but then I realized it was something else. She was nervous about something. I sat up slowly, rubbing my tired. I shivered slightly. It really was cold in here. At this time of the year it was chilly at night. I frowned again. How had it gotten so cold? I heard a slight rustling noise and I turned to the side, my eyes widening. My window was open. Had I left it open? I didn't remember doing so. I felt a twinge of nervousness and I took a deep breath. There was a strange scent in the air. It almost smelled like blood, and I felt my stomach plummet as my eyes scanned my bedroom with renewed vigor. The air in my room felt different than normal, less stale, as if something had stirred it. It was then that my eyes fell on something at the foot of my bed. A sliver of paper gleamed white, and next to was a medium-sized brown shape that looked like a box or container of some sort. My heart began to pound as I realized that someone had been in my room, that they had likely come through the window I had left open. They had been in here while I had been sleeping and had been quiet enough that I hadn't heard them. The thought was deeply disturbing and I shivered. Not from the cold. I crawled out of bed, the hairs of the back of my neck standing up as my nervousness increased tenfold. Holding my breath as the stench akin to blood increased, I warily approached the items at the foot of my bed. L's point of view, I leaned back in the armchair, attempting to stifle a yawn. We had been at this nearly all night and still there was a pronounced lack of progress. Working with maps and coordinates was not my favorite thing, my wolf, and I would rather be outside patrolling than doing the paperwork. Not I would tell Gabriel that. When he put his mind on something, he doggedly pursued it until he achieved his goal. I glanced up the Alpha, who was brooding examining a map on the table from the chair opposite mine. He had been quiet and sullen tonight. Even for him, I was pretty sure I knew the reason. I could still recall the stricken look on his face as Skylar had walked away from him earlier this evening. I kept my opinions to myself, but after the way she'd reacted towards her, I can't say her reaction was unforeseen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel and I had been friends a long time and had been close growing up, although we'd stopped calling him by his first name out of respect as soon as he became Alpha, despite the fact that he was more withdrawn now than when he was younger. On rare occasions he would confide in me. I had hoped he would talk to me about this, but he was stubbornly keeping his lips sealed. He wasn't used to opening up, that I knew, but if he wasn't careful he would lose her. He might already have. I didn't want to know what would happen to him if Skylar left. This quadrant needs to be searched again, Gabriel was saying, tapping a pen impatiently on an area of the hand, drawn map that he had circled. I leaned forward, examining it. Vincent said he took that quadrant yesterday. I commented. Gabriel shook his head. He drew a line with the pen straight through the middle of the indicated quadrant. He only took this left side. The right side has only been searched once, but not by our best teams. We need to check it again. I nodded. What time tomorrow? Gabriel leaned back again, his expression hooded. He looked exhausted. I'll tell them first thing in the morning. I studied him for a moment. He looked more drawn than I had ever seen him, and there was a grin set to his mouth. If there's nothing left for tonight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maybe you should rest. I knew I was one of the few that could get by with saying something like that. Gabriel made a noise deep in his throat. I don't think that's possible right now. As if on reflex, his eyes flickered up towards the staircase. I hesitated, wanting to say something but completely sure how to approach it. What is it, Eli? Gabriel did not miss my expression. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nothing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I winced internally, knowing I should have just come out with it. You're not a good liar. I snorted slightly. It was one of our inside jokes. I really was a terrible liar and HED always called me on it. You seemed a bit tired since earlier. I didn't dare elaborate on that, but Gabriel's eyes flashed as he got my meaning. Remaining silent for a few seconds, I hoped I hadn't pushed him. I didn't mean to talk to her like that. he finally said after a moment of silence. His voice was quiet, and there was genuine regret in his tone. I blinked with surprise at the admission. Perhaps this was one of the rare times he was going to talk through his internal struggles. I didn't intend it to end that way. I was just recognizing my own selfishness. His expression had morphed into one almost akin to self-loathing. I know that. Just confused. I muttered half-heartedly, not knowing how to console him. It was true that Skylar didn't have a Clabriel's history. I could see both sides. In her position, I would want to know everything about my future mate, but I could see the various conflicts that Gabriel was presented with. He was having to fight his wolf every step of the way. I want to tell her, Gabriel said abruptly. He seemed almost uncomfortable that he was being so forthcoming. That she'll be even angrier after I do. I shook my head. You don't know that for sure. Gabriel sighed, rubbing his temples as if he had a headache. I was thinking about taking her with me to visit Raziel. I tried to hide my surprise. I knew Gabriel was considering paying Raziel a visit, as he might be the only one who had the answers we needed about the vampires. If Gabriel was willing to take Skylar along, that would mean he had decided to tell her. I think that would be a good thing, I replied, trying to keep my answer fairly neutral. I really did like Skylar. She was tenacious and had a big heart. It was about time for Gabriel to let her in. Gabriel narrowed his eyes in silent contemplation. I didn't press him any further, as he'd already been surprisingly forthcoming. He shifted position as if he were about to say something when a loud sound cut him off. It was a horrified shriek, coming from the upstairs bedroom. Skylar, Gabriel muttered, an overwhelming expression of worry and concern crossing his features. In an instant he had leapt out of his chair and was hurtling up the stairs, trying to get to his mate as fast as possible. I stood up and followed him, feeling a twinge of worry myself. Skylar didn't seem to be the type to be easily spooked. I took the stairs two at a time, rushing into Skylar's room immediately after he did. The brunette was huddled in the corner of the room, staring with a horrified expression at something Gabriel's figure was hiding from my view. Gabriel glanced at whatever it was before his shoulders stiffened, and he quickly darted over to his mate. My eyes sought out whatever it was on the bed. It looked like a small slip of paper and a brown box. Cautiously sniffing the air, I walked over to the objects. My body instantly became on full, alert as I caught the scent of blood. Whatever was in that box smelled absolutely foul. Did you open it? Gabriel was asking. He was gripping Skylar's arms and staring at her intently, almost numbly. She nodded. I could see disgust evident in her blue eyes. I gently picked up the slip of paper and read it aloud, my horror growing with each word. You look lovely when you sleep. Thought you might want this as a reminder. With great trepidation, I picked up the box. It was surprisingly light, although I was sure what I expected to be in it. Gabriel had turned and was staring at the box with an unreadable expression, still gripping Skylar's arms. Although his hold was gentle, he shifted slightly to block her view of the box. Open it, he commanded, holding my breath. I undid the latch on the outside of the box and slid the lid open. My stomach plummeted as I saw the box's content. Inside was a rotting, bloody chunk of remains that I quickly determined to be the heart of a werewolf. I knew instantly who it had belonged to. Riley. The stench of blood grew thick in the air as I dropped the box, snarling with disgust. The horrible smell of old blood and decomposition was nearly overwhelming, especially now that the box had been opened. I quickly backed away, trying to fight the bile that was rising in my throat. Who the hell? I began, feeling my fury rise. Vampires. Gabriel spit out the word with disgust. They came in here and put this on her bed while she was sleeping. He glanced down at Skylar, who just stood there frozen, thankfully unable to see the contents again because of her mate's hulking figure. Gabriel's expression was dark and murderous, and he was clearly trying to restrain himself from tearing after the culprit. I couldn't blame him. One of our worst enemies has snuck right in here, in the middle of the night, into his mate's room. Trying to regain control of my emotions, The thought of a vampire slithering in here while an innocent girl was sleeping was vile and disgusting. It was also disgusting that the vampire had been carrying that rotting heart around for nearly 2 weeks, just to torment Skylar. What are we going to do? Attempted to keep my voice level. The box now lay on the ground, half opened, a faint glistening sliver of the organ still visible. I turned away so I wouldn't heave. Gabriel's jaw was set. I know we discussed this as an option before, but now I see no other alternative. We need answers, and it's even more urgent now. I'm not sure how a vampire could have gotten in here completely unheard by any of us. Closing his eyes for a brief second, as if he was having a mental battle, he let go of Skylar's arms, stepping a bit away to give her some space as she'd nearly been pressed up against her. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Skylar shuffled closer to him almost unwittingly, seeking the comfort of her mate. Her eyes were looking anywhere but at the box, although I could tell that she was trying to keep a straight face and regain control of her emotions. I couldn't imagine how she must be feeling right now, with a sick monster watching her sleep. The thought gave me unpleasant goosebumps and made my stomach lurch. My wolf, too, recoiled at the thought. Gabriel's dark eyes opened again, and I knew he'd made a decision. Skylar slowly looked up at him in dazed expectation. I'm going to see Raziel, and I'm taking Skylar with me. Imagine a mysterious vampire sneaking into your room, leaving a bloody organ, and your only protector is a man you just argued with. Chapter 15. I couldn't help it, I was terrified. The thought of some unknown vampire creeping through my window, writing me a note to make sure I knew he was there, and then leaving Riley's bloodied organ just feet away from my sleeping form deeply unsettled me. I should have known better to open the box once I read the note, especially since my nose had been able to detect the smell of old blood. I had cracked the box open only slightly, which was enough to release the foul odor so that it permeated the air in the room. And that was enough to make me freak out and almost throw up on the spot. For the first time all evening, I had been glad to see Gabriel. I still felt dazed as Gabriel and Eli ushered me out of my room, Gabriel instructing Eli to dispose of Riley's remains as soon as I was out of sight. I tried not to shudder in disgust. Gabriel stood quite close to me as he led me to the stairs, but he made sure not to touch me. I wondered if it was because he didn't want to touch me or because of our argument earlier. Thinking of Gabriel's earlier words caused pain to lance through my chest, and I winced outwardly. Gabriel glanced at me, and I was pretty sure I saw a flash of concern in his eyes before I strode ahead of him, hurrying down the stairs and into the main living area. All thoughts of the creepy intruder aside, I still felt wounded. I was glad Gabriel had come to my rescue, but I still did not want to get too close to him. I had promised myself earlier that I would leave him and move on, taking the unbearable pain as it came. But the thought of doing so now was incredibly daunting. I could feel my wolf's anger with Gabriel, but I knew she would have a hard time recovering if I rejected our only mate. She may never forgive me. Gabriel indicated that I sit down on the couch, and I did so, sinking down into the plush cushions with a sigh. There was a lamp lit next to the table in front of me, accompanied by several maps covered in marks. Gabriel turned the lamp off and made his way over to the majestic fireplace. I watched as he yanked el ever upwards and then rummaged around a bit before he grabbed a lighter, holding it out to the large pile of dry logs that sat within. I found myself staring into space yet again. What was I supposed to do? Gabriel had mentioned that he was going to bring me to meet this Raziel person, whoever it was. Perhaps this could be my chance to find out more about my mate and his many secrets, but did I even want to? Did I want to involve myself further? Only for Gabriel to throw angry and harsh words in my direction whenever he saw fit. It was long before Eli returned and made his way to the kitchen, opening cabinets and grabbing mugs. As the fire in front of me began to blaze, I heard the sound of brewing coffee. Gabriel had settled down in the armchair nearest mine. His muscles were still tense as he stared into the fire, the bright light reflecting in his unfathomable eyes. I couldn't help but stare at him, The way the flickering fire accentuated his chiseled features with light and shadow. Some tiny part of me absently wished he weren't so good-looking. Perhaps then I wouldn't stare at him like a pathetic idiot all of the time. Then again, he was my mate. I'd likely be attracted to him even if he were ugly. Who is Raziel? I blurted out after a few more minutes of silence. I had to say something before my mind went in circles for so long that I went crazy. The smell of fresh coffee permeated the air and invaded my nostrils, soothing me slightly. I was glad they weren't trying to get me to go back to sleep, as I knew the probability of that happening was slim. Then again, it would take quite a few cups of coffee before my body began to even register the caffeine. So drinking the small amount that Eli was probably making wouldn't actually serve to wake me up. It would just help me relax. Gabriel looked at me then, his eyes appearing even blacker than normal due to the fire being the only source of light in the living room at the moment. To my irritation, he looked just as closed off as usual, despite being borderline cruel to me earlier. She is someone who knows a lot about vampires, was his cool response. Why are you taking me with you? I had my suspicions, but I wanted Gabriel to confirm them out loud. He looked surprised that I was even asking. One of those. He paused, clearly fighting down a surge of anger. Things crept into your room while you're sleeping. If you think I'm letting you out of my sight after that, you're very much mistaken. Although some part of me would have been flattered by his protectiveness another day, today it just irritated me. Earlier you seemed perfectly content with the thought of me not being with you. I couldn't keep the bitterness from infusing my tone. Gabriel's hands gripped the sides of the armchair and a look of legitimate regret crossed his features. He looked down, not attempting to hide the expression this time. I didn't mean it like that, he said quietly. Too oozed regret. I was surprised by the depth of the emotion. I stared at him, unsure what to say. Dozens of thoughts whirled through my brain, but I was unable to put them into words. He looked up, slowly, gaze intent. You wanted to know more about me. This is your chance. His bitter tone mirrored mine from earlier, which unsettled me. Eli walked in with 3 steaming mugs of coffee, saving me from a response. He set them down and then returned with milk and bowl of sugar. My mouth quirked into a half smile. He had correctly guessed that I put a ton of extra cream and sugar in my coffee before I deemed it drinkable. I worked on getting it to the perfect level of sweetness as Eli sat down. My mind wandered off yet again. Did I want to go with Gabriel? After thinking, I realized I probably didn't have much choice. Gabriel would drag me along either way. Part of me dreaded the trip, knowing it'd probably be hurt sometime along the way, as my emotions always seemed to get damaged when I was around him. Plus, I'd already made up my mind to leave him. But the other part of me wanted answers. If I walked away now, without ever knowing what Gabriel was hiding, I might always regret it. My wolf definitely would regret it. She demanded an explanation for why our mate was resisting us so much. And, of course, there was the whole creepy vampire sneaking into my room thing. Despite the way Gabriel was treating me, I was still freaked out by the incident and wanted to stay closer to him for protection. So you do want to go? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Despite what he did earlier, he owes us answers, was her firm response. I furrowed my eyebrows in contemplation. I guess I'm just worried about getting hurt again. But it will help us understand why he acts the way he does. I've never understood his actions. His wolf wants us desperately. I can tell. He fights his wolf. The thought of Gabriel fighting himself because of me stung, and I sipped on the piping hot coffee to distract myself. Still, I knew she was right. My curiosity had always been insatiable, and I at least deserved something for my efforts. Ilgo. Then, I said out loud, interrupting Gabriel Endel's murmured conversation. Gabriel's brows furrowed, as if he couldn't believe I had ever considered not going. He had the good grace to remain silent. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Surely he knew I was still angry from earlier. I was not going to just act like nothing happened, and I was not going to forgive him easily. I cheated better have some damn good explanations in store. After finishing my coffee, I stretched out on the couch, trying desperately not to let thoughts of a lurking vampire invade my mind. I was sure I'd ever be able to sleep in that room again. "We're leaving at sunrise," Gabriel said, thankfully breaking into my disturbed thoughts. I nodded in response but didn't look at him. I would make sure to have minimal contact with him, at least until he explained his hurtful actions. My stubborn streak was winning out on this one. I was going to let my jumble of feelings for Gabriel get in the way of retrieving the answers I wanted. So he definitely had a long trip ahead of him. I dozed off a couple of times, but never reached a full sleep due to the disturbing thoughts that still lurked in the corners of my consciousness. Only a few hours after the incident in my room, Gabriel and I were getting ready to hit the road. Eli volunteered to get the things I needed so I wouldn't to go back up to my room. However, I was admittedly way too embarrassed that he would have to go through my underwear to do so. So I decided to suck it up. I would only have to be in that room for a few more minutes to pack. Besides, it was daylight, so the vampire was long gone. "How long are we going to be gone?" I asked before heading upstairs. I thought it was a day trip initially, until Eli volunteered to pack my suitcase. Ideally we'll be back before night tomorrow. But, if not, we'll have to stay in a hotel for another night, Gabriel replied monotonously. Despite the coffee, he looked a bit tired. I blinked in surprise. We were staying somewhere overnight. A hotel. The thought of staying with Gabriel at a hotel room put me on edge, especially since we'd probably share a room. I hurried upstairs, pushing the thought from my mind and packing as quickly as I could. A few minutes later, with a couple more instructions to Eli, we were on our way. Gabriel took us towards a part of the pack village that I had never been to. The sun's first rays were just peeking over the horizon and the sky was a mottled blue-pink. I glanced around, inhaling the fresh morning air. I was just glad the vampire's cowl wouldn't be lurking about at this time. I itched to ask Gabriel a question, as the silence was growing awkward and it was making me uncomfortable. But then I remembered my resolve to avoid talking to him as much as possible. He must have sensed my unease. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What is it?" Glancing at me out of the corner of his eye. Annoyed that I was so easy to read. "I'm surprised you're willing to leave the pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Keeping my tone clipped and as neutral as possible, the question was sincere. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And I'd been wondering about the answer since he said we were leaving. I knew how devoted Gabriel was to his alpha duties. Then again, he had left to come rescue me. The thought of such a gallant action was confusing as it starkly contrasted with some of his more recent behavior. "Raziel will only communicate with me. I could not send another in my stead," he said curtly. I sighed at his attitude and didn't push further. I suppose did find out soon enough. I was utterly surprised when we stopped at a long, flat building with numerous garage doors. I hadn't realized they had all these cars in the Black Mountains Pack Village. "We're driving?" I asked incredulously, although it made sense if we were going to a more urban area. "Vampires can't smell as well as werewolves. It will be almost impossible for them to track us," was his reply. Gabriel pulled out a small key and unlocked the padlock holding the garage door closest to us, sliding it up with a swift jerk. The car closest to us was large, black, and relatively new. It looked like some sort of Jeep. I wasn't aware there were any roads around here. "We keep them well hidden," he indicated, "but I climb in the passenger's side." It felt almost surreal, the thought of riding in a car with him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "No." I threw my bag in the back seat as Gabriel climbed in the car and started it. He deftly pulled it out of the garage and around on the side of the building, where I saw a rough, overgrown dirt road nearly hidden by brush. He began to drive down this road as I sat back in my seat, trying to ignore the jerks and bumps that came with driving on an unpaved road. About half an hour passed in silence, in which I was trying not to acknowledge the sharp curves and steep drops on either side. The road was even more precarious than the one that led out of my own village. I tried to ignore the fact that one too sharp turn from Gabriel would send us over the edge. I steadfastly kept my eyes ahead, with nothing to fill the silence. After a while the road began to gently tilt downward. I remembered hearing there were sloping hills and then relatively flat land on the far side of the Black Mountains Pax territory. As the mountains began to slowly transition into flatter, more rounded shapes, I realized this intel was correct. About an hour after we left, I could see pretty far into the distance. It looked like we were almost to paved roads. Once again, the awkwardness between us was palpable. I had never been good with smoothing over uncomfortable moments. "What changed your mind?" I finally asked, when I felt like I couldn't take any more tense silence. Gabriel glanced at me out of the corner of his eye, frowning slightly. "I mean letting me learn more about you. I realized I could either let you in or shut you out. And after what you've been through, you at least deserve some answers." His voice was somewhat contemplative, as if he was just working through this in his own mind. I was slightly taken aback by his honesty. "You seemed keen on shutting me out yesterday," I said after a moment, deciding to take a chance. As expected, Gabriel's jaw clenched and his heightened on the steering wheel. "I told you I didn't mean it like that," he gritted out. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When you told me you wished you hadn't brought me with you, you didn't mean that negatively." In my frustration I cowled and kept the sarcasm from coloring my words. I knew I was being argumentative, but I just didn't care. "It was the reflection on you." I muttered non-committal lie, glancing away so he wouldn't see my hurt expression, attempting to stifle my growing frustration. The more we argued, the more awkward it would be during this car ride. I knew. I tried to rein in my emotions. Gabriel made an aggravated sound. "I didn't mean to hurt you." He trailed off, taking a deep breath. "You'll learn everything soon enough." Once again his tone implied that he was not looking forward to telling me. Not liking his constantly vague answers. It was going to be a long car ride, I suspected. My suspicions were correct. Gabriel informed me that it was nearly a 10-hour drive. The hours seemed to drone on in the Jeep, time blurring together as we passed endless plains. The mountains had receded into the distance after a couple of hours and there was nothing to look at but green flatland. Gabriel, as usual, was curt and only gave one-word answers to everything. The very few times I asked a question. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I tried to speak as little as possible, and when I did my tone was nearly as clipped as his. Once we were far enough away from the towering peaks I turned on the radio, scanning through the stations until I found one that played classical, figuring Gabriel wouldn't mind that sort of music. We stopped twice during the day to relieve ourselves and I grabbed a handful of food from the gas station. The employee there stared at me as if he couldn't believe I would eat all of that in one sitting, but I ignored his incredulity before returning to the car. I had a werewolf-esque appetite, and I knew we wouldn't be stopping at a drive-through. Gabriel definitely did not like to waste time. I asked him once if he wanted me to switch off driving with him, but at his incredulous look I quickly shut up. Mercifully, sleep soon found me and I was able to rest for the last half of the trip. Gabriel nudged me awake some time later, and I opened my eyes begrudgingly, rubbing them as I stared at our surroundings. The car's clock read 5:13 p.m., and I understood why it was a 2-day trip. It would be far too dangerous to carry on as sunset was fast approaching. I had quickly learned that vampires liked to pop up in unexpected places, although hopefully they hadn't tracked us. We were in a city now, and I was surprised all of the lights around us hadn't woken me up sooner. It appeared to be a pretty big human settlement, judging by the size of the hotel we were parked at. "La Quinta Inn," I mentally read. The hotel had several floors and was well maintained. Looked nice enough. I stepped out of the car and stretched my stiff muscles. Glad we had arrived. Gabriel grabbed his small bag and my backpack before leading the way towards the front entrance. A few groups of humans milled about in front, many of them looking hassled as they tried to yank their bags out of their cars. Those bags would have been no problem with Werewolf strength. As we approached the front desk, the young woman looked up, eyes widening marginally when they landed on Gabriel. She subtly glanced him over appreciatively. I felt my wolf growl in irritation. I tensed up instinctively, not liking the way this human looked at my mate. I glared at her despite my better judgment, and as her eyes met mine she flinched slightly before glancing away. Get a hold of yourself, I snapped mentally. I was acting like a jealous idiot over a mate that barely cared about me. This painful thought calmed me down. Okay, so one king bed? The lady asked, grinning a little too brightly at Gabriel. Two beds would be better, was his retort. The lady blinked in surprise and I looked away, trying to ignore the pain that flashed through me. Gabriel stiffened noticeably and a distant part of me wondered if he could sense my hurt. But I couldn't say it was unexpected. We didn't share a bed back at his house, so why would we here? Besides, the logical side of my brain knew that I was still trying to give him the cold shoulder until I got my answers. That would be much more difficult if we shared a bed. This was for the best. As she worked on the reservation, he pulled out a credit card. With mild interest, I wondered how he got funds. In my pack, the generations before us had worked hard and made many wise investments and business decisions. Their money had compounded over the years, so several families in the pack were just born into wealth, especially the alpha. Others in my pack worked part or full time at the human settlement nearby to earn extra money. Since the nearest human city to the Black Mountains pack was so far away, I assumed some of Gabriel's money had come from his father. Within 20 minutes we were up on the 4th floor and Gabriel was sliding the keycard into the slot. Sure enough, there were 2 beds. The room was large enough with a flat-screened TV and a mini refrigerator, but I didn't care about the niceties as I strode over to the far bed and dumped my things unceremoniously. Gabriel obviously saw my agitation and knew exactly what it was about. It's better this way, he said stiffly, feeling another surge of anger. I tried to fight the retort from rising to my lips. I knew he was probably right, but he had wounded my pride so much recently that it was difficult to recover. I'm going to take a shower, I spit out instead. I just needed to get away from him for a few minutes before I said something I regretted. Hopefully a shower would help wash away the burning aggravation. To avoid any further conversation, I quickly hurried into the bathroom, shutting and locking the door behind me. Just a moment later I was preparing to strip off my attire and step into the shower when I realized something. I hadn't brought my clothes into the bathroom with me. I mentally swore, realizing in my haste that I had forgotten to grab night attire. I strode back towards the door of the bathroom, prepared to walk right back out and fetch clothes before coming back in here and undressing, when a sudden thought stopped me. You shouldn't go get clothes. You should just go out in a towel after you shower, my wolf said, and I detected a mischievous lilt in her tone. I blinked, the idea causing a blush to rise on my cheeks. Go out there in only a towel? That's hardly decent. You think he will have such an easy time resisting you in that? What? You mean? Seduce him? The thought was almost appalling, not because of Gabriel, but because I just knew it'd be an awful seductors. No, just show him what HE's missing. Our mate should want us, my wolf said firmly. I could tell her pride had been insulted by the 2-bed thing, and this was her way of getting Gabriel back. I chewed on my lip, contemplating. It may not be wise to behave like that when Gabriel was so volatile. On the other hand, he may not even notice. Did I want to find out how he would react? Would he be tempted? He deserves to be tempted after how he spoke to us and how HE has been treating us. My wolf continued. I admittedly agreed with that. I wasn't sure how he would behave if I walked out there, glistening from my shower and clad only in a towel, but a large part of me wanted to find out. He was our mate, but he was acting like he wasn't even attracted to us. I deserved to find out if he at least felt something beyond overprotectiveness. I had made up my mind. I would deliberately not go get close. Besides, I had just made a big show about storming off to take a shower. As childish as it was, I really didn't want to walk right back out there and deal with Gabriel again, at least not before I relaxed a bit with the warm water running over me. I stepped into the shower, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath as I finally let some of the hurt wash over me. I just didn't understand. I was so ridiculously attracted to every part of Gabriel, from his dark and brooding features to his muscular physique, yet he seemed to feel nothing close to the same. Or at least, he was able to brush it off much easier than I was. Granted, I wasn't as beautiful as some other she-wolves, but I was still his mate. On top of that, he could be so short with me, often bordering on cruel. I had seen true flashes of emotion in him, but he seemed to be trying harder than ever to turn his feelings off. He was succeeding, because I had been just about to leave him when he took me on this trip. If I didn't get the answers I wanted, I wasn't sure what to do. With these perturbed thoughts, I soaked for a few more minutes, washing and conditioning my curls with the shampoo and the conditioner provided by the hotel, as mine was still out in the room in my bag. My hair would be exceptionally difficult to deal with later, but I pushed the thought aside. I quickly scrubbed my body down with a bar of soap before turning the water off and grabbing one of the thin towels, wrapping it around my small frame. Stepping out, I saw I had completely fogged the mirror up with the curls of steam rising from the hot water. I rubbed the humidity away, observing my appearance. My face was slightly flushed with the heat of the shower, but I still looked pale. The terrible lighting did nothing for my complexion. My eyes stood out in my white face, giving me an almost haunted appearance. It was time to leave the bathroom and face the consequences of my deliberate decision not to bring clothes in with me. I was good at this sort of thing, but I convinced myself that all I had to do was walk out there acting normal, as if I wasn't even aware that I was in a thin towel. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped out, the cool air of the room raising goosebumps on my bare skin. Averting my gaze from Gabriel as if he weren't even there, I walked across the room, ignoring my pounding heart. I made my way over to my bed, as if I were going to look for clothes. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, but I could have sworn I felt the dark eyes fixated on me from the bed where Gabriel was going to sleep. Almost nervously, I held onto my towel with one hand while I grabbed my wayward hair with the other, pulling it away from my face and tucking it behind me so I could see. I deliberately pulled the towel up another inch or two to expose more of my legs, wondering if I was doing any of this right. There was a blur of movement and a rush of air, and suddenly I found myself slammed against the wall nearest my bed. My breath left me in a gasp of air, and I barely held onto my towel as I looked up in surprise to see Gabriel towering over me, one of his hands on each of my bare shoulders as he pressed me into the wall. His eyes were intimidating wide arc, and there was a hunger in them that I had never seen before. Heat seared from his hand's contact with my bare skin, sizzling throughout my body. Gabriel lowered his head to the side until his face was but a couple inches away from my neck. It was a position oddly similar to the one on the first night we had met, and I shivered at the memory and his proximity. Slowly, Gabriel took a deep breath of my scent, and I heard him growl softly, intensely, his expression appear entranced, as if he weren't in full control of himself. I wondered how close his wolf was to taking over. "Why are you doing this?" His voice much deeper and huskier than normal. The sound of it set my insides on fire and ice cold. I eyed Aunt. I began to stammer, my voice coming out breathlessly. I cut off, unsure what I was going to say anything, too distracted by my raging hormones. Gabriel's chest was a half-foot away, and I just wanted to reach out and run my hands down his torso, the outline of his muscles visible even through his shirt. Gabriel lowered his head further, hesitating a bit, extremely tense. There was a scant inch between his lips and the side of my neck now. I wondered if he was having a mental battle with his wolf. Slowly he released one of my shoulders and moved his hand up into my wet hair, gripping the back of my head in a firm grip. I wanted his mouth to make contact with my skin so desperately that I was nearly pounding for it. At this moment I was so blinded by my lust and want for him that I forgot all about his curt behavior earlier, the cruel words he had said to me the night before. All I knew was that in this moment he wanted me, and he was having a hard time denying his attraction to me. It was the first time I felt like Gabriel was as attracted to me as I was to him. I knew that later I would regret this moment of weakness when I was supposed to be giving him the cold shoulder. But right now, my sense of logic was not in control. "Gabriel," I managed to whisper, my voice so contorted by lust that it was barely recognizable. The sound of his name escaping my lips seemed to put him even more on edge, for another hungry growl emitted from his chest. In an abrupt movement, as if he was doing it before he could think it through, Gabriel closed the distance and began to kiss the side of my neck, his mouth skinned from the area underneath my jawline, trailing down along my neck until his lips brushed my collarbone. I felt a trail of fire from where his lips touched, my skin hot and feverish. I gasped despite myself at the sensation and felt warmth pooling in my belly. I stood on my tiptoes to press my skin even more firmly against his mouth, craving more as my wolf peeved feverishly in the back of my mind. Gabriel's mouth obliged, kissing hungrily on the side of my neck before sliding down onto my exposed shoulder. He pressed his hard body against mine until I was even more firmly pinned against the wall. I reached one hand up and tangled it in his dark hair, reveling at the softness of the strands. Every muscle in my body was on fire and I was nearly incapable of coherent thought at that point. Gabriel's mouth grew firmer on my skin as it moved across my collarbone. His kisses were deeper, more lingering, as if he were savoring the taste of me. I let out a strangled noise as I felt the brush of his tongue along the crook of my neck, leaving another trail of heat. He let out a husky sound of approval, and it was then that I felt the sharp prick of canines on the side of my neck. I tensed despite myself, a small gasp escaping my lips. Was he going to claim me? Here and now? My thoughts began a frantic whirlwind as my body craved Gabriel's bite, but my mind was trying to process everything that was happening. I was ready, as if my body's reaction had brought Gabriel to his senses. He suddenly froze, every muscle going rigid. His mouth abruptly moved away from my neck and he quickly took a step back, releasing me. His dark eyes were churning with a multitude of emotions, but there was one predominant among them: horror. This horror was quickly replaced by anger, although I wasn't sure who it was directed at, and Gabriel spun away, clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. "God damn it," he swore furiously. I felt a tremor of worry, quickly replaced by pain. Did he really regret it already? Pain shot through me at the notion, even though I knew it was partially my fault for tempting him in the first place. On the other hand, it was like I forced him to press me up against the wall and kiss me. Still, I should have done it. I should have expected him to react like this. I mentally swore at my own impulsiveness. Gabriel swore again, looking like he was going to punch something as he ran a hand through his already disheveled hair in agitation. He spun around, eyes locking with mine. There was a fire burning in them. "Goddamn it, Skylar. Why did you have to do that?" he demanded, fury evident in every line of his body. His accusatory tone stung, but at the moment I was too stunned by the intensity of his anger that I cowed and even feel defensive. I recoiled, pressing myself against the wall, stomach fluttering with fear. I began feebly. But he cut me off. "I told you it was better for us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If we stay apart." His voice was still incredibly loud and I was worried the people next door would hear. I winced at his words, my wolf whining at the thought of staying away from the mate that had made her feel so blissfully happy a moment before. Gabriel turned around and roughly shoved a chair out of his way as he stormed to the bathroom. It toppled to the ground with a loud thud and I flinched. But I tried again. "Put some fucking clothes on." He snapped in fury over his shoulder, making his way into the bathroom and slamming the door loudly behind him. The whole frame shuddered from the impact and I was worried he had broken something. I heard the shower turn on but just stand there, standing numbly after him. The sensations of Gabriel kissing the side of my neck kept replaying over and over again. The way HED filled me with a fire I'd never felt before. The husky growl of approval. But then the fury in his expression was like nothing I'd ever seen. I'd been mixed with horror. Regret. Worst of all, worry. He truly thought it was a mistake. Whatever his reasons, he still thought that kissing me was a mistake. Trying to fight back tears, I slowly changed into my pajamas and then slid into bed. Not bothering to turn off the small lamp beside my bed, I wriggled under the covers, trying to fight away the rising pain. The one time Gabriel and I had any sort of intimate contact, he had ended up almost losing it. He had been horrified with himself. I vainly tried to see it from his side. As Gabriel had said, he had his reasons, but I kept coming back to the fact that it was not natural for my own mate to have that kind of reaction to kissing me, and he hadn't even been kissing me on the lips. I turned on my side, away from the bathroom, resting my head on my hands. I wanted to leave now. I wasn't even sure I could bear seeing him again after that. HED made me feel so complete and perfect before throwing the whole thing away like it didn't matter. How could we ever truly mate if he lost it over the first hint of physical contact? I was sure how I'd handle seeing him tomorrow. I felt my wolf's misery. She didn't understand how he could go from wanting us to nearly hating us in such a short time span. It seemed that any possible progress I could ever have made with Gabriel was now completely erased. Normally the way he yelled at me would have infuriated me, but I was too hurt and befuddled at the moment to feel any sort of anger. That would probably come tomorrow as soon as I regained some semblance of control. Despite my attempts to hold the sadness in, I felt one rebellious tear trickle down my cheek. I angrily wiped it away. How pathetic am I? I demanded, not really expecting my wolf to answer that. She attempted to soothe me, but a level of agitation was evident. I should never have tried that. I continued morosely. Although the physical side of me didn't regret it one bit, I knew I was being self-pitying. The logical part of my brain reprimanded me for acting so weak, but I pushed it aside. For once I wanted to wallow in pity before I had to make the most heart-wrenching decision of my life. The shower was still going in the bathroom. I really did not want to see Gabriel again after what had happened. But what else could I do? Achidi said the vampires didn't track us here, but after what had happened in my room, there was no way in hell I was sleeping anywhere alone. I found myself wishing that my parents, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, or even more were here. Somebody I could talk to about this whole situation, ease the pain a little bit. My poor wolf was trying not to be broken down by Gabriel's constant rejections, as it went against everything in werewolf nature. But I knew she was growing tired. I squeezed my eyes shut, deciding to fake being asleep in preparation for Gabriel exiting the bathroom. I was not going to deal with him right now. There would be no more attempts at a conversation with him, no matter how awkward the silence was, and I certainly wouldn't try to tempt him again. I could only hope that whatever I learned tomorrow would bring some clarity to the situation. If it was too late. Chapter 16. It took me a very long time to fall asleep. My upsetting thoughts continued to relentlessly circulate in my mind, and my wolf's agitation did not help the matter. On top of all that, it was still dinner time, as we'd arrived around dark. I was only praying that my all-nighter the day before left me sleep, deprived enough to pass out early. I didn't want to deal with my mate anymore tonight. Before Gabriel got out of the shower, I reached over and snagged the TV remote, turning the nearby lamp off in the process. I needed some sort of noise in the background, a distraction to keep me from thinking. It didn't help that I still felt the trail of heat on my neck from where Gabriel had kissed it, and the thought of him naked in the shower not too far from me only worsened things. Stop thinking about him like that, I instructed myself angrily. I was supposed to be ignoring his existence, preparing myself to get over him. Yet, even through the pain that clouded my mind, I still was having lustful thoughts about him. I bared my teeth in a silent snarl, turning over onto my back. The humorless sitcom on TV did little to lessen my hurt and frustration, but at least I could focus on something mindless. Several minutes later, I heard the shower stop. I turned back over on my side and squeezed my eyes shut, remembering my earlier plan to fake being asleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or at least I think it did. Gabriel made no attempt to speak to me as I heard the bathroom door open, footsteps lightly padding on the carpeted floor, and then a rustle as he rummaged around in his bag. It occurred to me that he hadn't grabbed his clothes before storming into the bathroom. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cowled and helped myself. I slightly opened my eyes, just barely peeking out from behind my lashes. Call it morbid curiosity or my wolf's instincts. I still could not prevent myself from wanting to get a glimpse of my mate, only partially clothed. Seeing him nearly made me choke on my own spit, and I had to bite down on my lip to keep from making any sort of verbal reaction. It was dark in the room, but I could still see enough with werewolf vision. Gabriel loosely held a towel wrapped around his waist while his other hand pulled clothes out of his bag. That meant that his entire chest and stomach were bare, glistening in the flickering light of the television. Moisture clung to his skin from the bathroom's humidity. With a visible effort, I shut my eyes again, refusing to ogle him any longer. I blamed it on my still, raging hormones. It was pathetic how little control I had with him, especially after he had just caused me so much pain. I turned over so I was facing away from him. I forced my body to relax, muscle by muscle, as Gabriel quickly changed clothes in the confines of the bathroom before he returned to the main room, climbing under the sheets in his bed. To my surprise, I heard the lamp on the far side of his bed turn on, although it wasn't bright enough to disturb me. Apparently he was making no attempt to go to sleep so early, which shocked me. He had pulled an all-nighter just as I hadn't slept on the drive here. I supposed alphas barely needed the rest, or Gabriel had more fortitude than most. I bravely maintained my FA at asleep. I absolutely refused to let Gabriel get under my skin again tonight. When I was still hurting, after another grueling 2 hours of fake, sleeping and mental turmoil, I eventually drifted away amidst my disconcerting, painful thoughts. Skylar. I moaned something unintelligible, turning so I could escape the bright light that had fallen upon my closed eyelids. I felt like I was cringing away from something that I couldn't place, something awful that I did not want to have to deal with. Wake up. Go away, I muttered. I was not a morning person. Skylar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And it was then that I recognized Gabriel's deep voice. I quickly sat up in bed, rubbing my sleep-filled eyes to see him standing nearby, looking down at me with an impassive expression on his face. The events from the night before suddenly came rushing back, and I blushed furiously. Looking away from him, I culled and helped the fresh wave of hurt that washed over me, and my wolf whined quietly in the back of my mind. What time is it? Attempting to keep my voice devoid of emotion, I culled and helped but feel paranoid about my appearance. Did I look like a sleep-deprived corpse? Did I have bad head? I felt embarrassingly self-conscious to have him seeing me first thing in the morning. I attempted to smooth my hair down a bit without making it too obvious. Skylar. What are you doing? Who cares what this emotionals prick thinks? I mentally berated myself. I had intended to give Gabriel the cold shoulder today, and that's what I was going to do. After the way he treated me last night, I felt pretty confident that I'd do a better job of being cold to him today than I had yesterday. Just before 6. We need to go. I just nodded mutely, hating the fact that he was waking me up at what felt like an ungodly hour in the morning. I knew we had to make it back before sundown. But still, as Gabriel stepped away from my bed and strode over to his belongings, I reluctantly stood up and stretched. I slowly and monotonously begather my own things, already knowing that today was going to be miserable. I could only hope that the answers I obtained would be worth the wait. As Gabriel checked out of the hotel, I grabbed a muffin and a small coffee from the free breakfast bar. Might as well eat while I could. The food was still piping hot as it was 6 in the morning and it had just been laid out. I clambered into Gabriel's large car as I munched on breakfast, attempting to keep thoughts of last night at bay. Such thinking would only make this day far more difficult. Gabriel climbed in and we drove off, the silence thickening above our heads. The atmosphere in the car was tense. I refused to make simple conversation like I had the day before. I had every intention of remaining straight on Weiss Island as much as I could, at least until we were in Raziel's presence. The minutes trickled by as we drove through town. I pretended to be extremely interested in the passing city scenery, although it was a dull grey day and all of the buildings blended together. I noticed that as we drove it became slightly more rural, the houses larger and further apart than the ones in the central part of the city. As Gabriel turned a few more corners, I was taken aback by the sheer size of the homes we passed. They all had massive plots of land and a couple of them were 3 stories tall. This Raziel must be a wealthy fellow. We wound our way up a fairly steep hill, and I could barely tell that we were anywhere near a city. The trees arched overhead and pressed thickly on either side of the car. Open fields whizzed by, cattle grazing idly in one of them. I spotted a few rolling hills in the near distance. It really would have been a beautiful scene if not for the dark sky and the even darker mood inside the vehicle. The silent tension was crackling between us, but if Gabriel thought I was apologizing, he was very much mistaken. He was the one that had treated me like dirt, regretting even the simple action of putting his lips on my skin. The thought caused pain to lance through me and I huddled in the seat, keeping my face stubbornly turned away from him. To my great shock, he actually broke the silence for once. Hearing his words, however, pissed me off even more. I have my reasons. Skylar. While I loved the way he said my name, the way he could just dismiss his actions the night before infuriated me to no end. I tried not to let my anger show. I'm sure you do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice coming out satisfactorily indifferent. I was looking out of the window still, refusing to notice his reaction, whatever it may be. If you knew then, you never would have done that last night. Oh, so apparently I was the only one in the wrong. I gritted my teeth, trying to calm myself. The tactic wouldn't work if I displayed my anger openly. Whatever you say. Again, I kept my voice devoid of emotion. This time I glanced out of the corner of my eye to see him tensing. Skylar. I repressed a shiver as my name rolled off of his tongue. Would I ever get tired of hearing my name fall from his perfect lips? Don't think like that. My logical side recommended. That's what they call me. I was actually impressed with my own stubbornness. It was clearly our King Gabriel to no end, and I thought he might have been a bit insulted too. Don't do that. An edge in his voice. Okay, I replied coolly. His hands clenched the steering wheel. I was sure it bothered him. As an alpha, to have a wolf being borderline disrespectful with him. Stop being difficult. I almost spluttered with indignation out of all people. Gabriel was telling me to stop being difficult, just because I was giving him short emotionals as answers like he always gave me. I had to force my retort down, instead continuing to stare mutin a sly out of the window. He deserved every second of the cold shoulder treatment. Thankfully, his escalating anger was cut short as he turned into a narrow drive and we pulled up to a large house. I couldn't help but stare, impressed. It was 2 stories, built in a traditional style with imposing columns in the front. There was a large, wrap-around porch. It was excellently landscaped, bright flowers bringing attention to the detail of the front garden. The road continued to the side of the large house up to a separate garage, which contained a sleek silver car. Apparently, Raziel had a decent amount of money. Gabriel pulled up behind the silver vehicle and turned off his car with a bit more force than necessary. I hurriedly opened my door and scrambled out, not wanting to continue the argument where we left off. I tried to ignore Gabriel's obvious tension as we strode towards the sidewalk leading to the front of the house. 3 steps led up to the massive porch, which we followed to an imposing wooden door. I suddenly felt my nervousness spike. What would Raziel be like? Gabriel raised his fist and knocked loudly, 3 times. I couldn't help but wonder if He'd even bothered to tell Raziel we were coming. I hadn't heard him making any calls. I heard the large doorknob turn and I shifted position, chewing on my bottom lip nervously. With a loud jerk the door was yanked open, and I couldn't help my mouth from dropping open slightly as my eyes fell upon the man standing there. I recognized him instantly as the man from the picture in Gabriel's closet, the one I had presumed to be Gabriel's grandfather. But this was impossible. The picture had seemed slightly worn, so it assumed it had been taken when Gabriel's grandfather was younger. He'd have to be at least in his 60s now, considering the fact that Gabriel was in his mid-20s. Yet the man standing in front of us was clearly in his mid to late 30s. He had aged a day since the day the picture was taken. Obviously, he was nowhere close to mortal. Perhaps I had been wrong about his identity altogether. All of this processed in an instant as I attempted to control my shock. Raziel was intimidating tall, about the same height as Gabriel, so I estimated him to be at least 65. I felt tiny next to the towering man standing near me. Razi had dark brown hair and the stunning blue eyes that I remembered from the picture, and his build was surprisingly muscular. He was exceedingly attractive, with the same chiseled jaw and sculpted features that Gabriel had. I had absolutely no clue how old he actually was. Raziel. Gabriel was greeting the other man as I tried to get a hold of my surprise. Razi looked my mate up and down, appraising lie, and I was surprised to see a fair amount of warmth in his gaze. Would it be too kitsch to say you look all grown up? The man said, a hint of teasing in his melodic voice. I blinked, taken aback. Definitely not what I was expecting. That's what werewolves do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, was Gabriel's neutral response. He seemed as if he was trying to control his emotions, and I was left even more befuddled. This must be Skylar. Then, Raziel said after a slight pause, and his gaze slid to meet mine. Completely taken aback by the intensity of his stare as our eyes locked. His eyes were the most electric shade of blue I had ever seen. It was like they were deep, unfathomable pits, drawing me in. I got the same sensation I had felt upon looking at a picture of him, that there was something foreign and unnatural about him, something I could not comprehend. I felt incredibly intimidated as I could sense his power and wisdom just by looking into his eyes. But I bravely held eye contact. He is something else. Not werewolf. Not vampire. Oh there, my wolf said. And she, to sense Tracy a less powerful presence. I didn't want to appear rude, so I forced myself to speak before I made a complete idiot out of myself in front of Gabriel. Pushing aside my wariness, I replied, "Nice to meet you." My voice came out slightly shaky. To my embarrassment, Raziel smiled slightly, and I couldn't help but feel like he was sizing me up with his penetrating eyes. I held my ground stubbornly, not wanting to show how intimidated I was. "Pleasure is all mine. Are we going to stand out here all day?" Gabriel snapped, clearly annoyed. Typical Gabriel behavior. Raziel chuckled lowly as if he was expecting this before standing aside and beckoning us inside. Once inside, I glanced around in wonder at his expensively decorated and richly furnished home. There was a plush carpet under our feet with intricate designs, and next to us sat a table covered in oddities. Some over them looked very old and very expensive. Paintings adorned the walls as Raziel led us to a sitting area. The pictures depicted everything from landscapes to war scenes. Apparently he was some sort of collector, with extremely expensive taste. I would try my best not to touch anything. Raziel glanced over his shoulder, icy gaze catching mine once again. "Would you like some tea?" he asked politely as he indicated we sit down on an expensive leather couch nearby. Not wanting to impose on his hospitality, "I don't mind." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I haven't had a guest in a long time. He grinned a bit, flashing a set of brilliantly white teeth. I blinked, slightly stunned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you, I managed to force out. Raziel was disconcerting to say the least. Gabriel, for his part, turned down the offer of tea, still looking irked. I sat down slowly on the couch, unsure what to make of this situation. Gabriel sat down on the same couch, as far away as possible from me. I was slightly hurt before I remembered I was ignoring him as much as possible. Even so, I could tell he was very tense. I glanced to my left to see Raziel rummaging around in a grand kitchen with marble countertops and stainless steel appliances. Exactly what did he do for a living? A tense silence descended upon the two of us. I tried not to fidget, wanting to appear collected and cold. Even his presence mere feet from me was enough to set my nerve endings on fire. Raziel thankfully returned a moment later as the tea was brewing. He eyed us with an unreadable expression on his face before he sat on the armchair across from us. Gabriel wasted no time getting to the point. So you got my message then? Somewhat abruptly. I couldn't exactly miss it. Raziel said wryly, his eyes glimmering as if he had some sort of inside joke. Gabriel glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. You told me to come here once the vampires showed up. Well, 2 of my pack members are dead. His voice had grown cold and monotonous as he spoke of the tragedy. My eyebrows rose so Riley hadn't been the first. Raziel nodded, his expression turning solemn. It hoped you wouldn't have to come find me. I thought there was a chance you were well enough hidden. Apparently not. And they seemed to take pleasure in harassing her, Gabriel said. Enthusiasm, indicating me with a jerk of his head. I tried not to look hurt at the fact that he wouldn't even look at me. Raziel looked at me thoughtfully. I need you to tell me everything, Skylar, and from your first interaction with the vampires to the last. I swallowed hard, not exactly wanting to relive the kidnapping experience. If it could help the werewolf packs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was my duty to speak about it. If Raziel really knew so much about vampires, we needed his help. I knew nothing about this man, but if Gabriel was familiar enough with him to trust him, I would have to as well. I nodded and tentatively began to describe what had happened, starting from the time I had felt like I was being watched in the forest light after meeting Gabriel, then to the fight in the alleyway, up to everything that had occurred in the storage room. I made sure to give Raziel the names of the vampires that I remembered and the things they'd said about the rest of their pack, or whatever vampires called it. When I got to the part about being silvered, I noticed that Gabriel had visibly stiffened. As I continued to talk about my interrogation, his agitation only worsened. I was pretty sure he'd figured out what had gone on in there, but had never expected to hear it outright. I tried to keep my voice down less as I described the brutal beating I had received. But right when I got to the broken rib, Gabriel cowled and contained a vicious snarl from emerging from his throat. His hands gripped the couch cushion. I glanced at him in open surprise, not expecting such a strong reaction. Raziel's eyes flickered over to my mate, who was staring into the distance with his jaw clenched as he tried to get a hold of himself. I couldn't help but feel a small prickle of warmth that the thought of someone hurting me was pissing him off so much. At least it was some sort of emotion. Gabriel, calm down, Raziel said firmly. I blinked in shock. I had never heard anyone order Gabriel to do something before. Gabriel folded his muscular arms in front of him, glaring down at the ground. I didn't know all of the details. Apparently trying to explain his reaction. I should have made them suffer a lot more than they did. I felt another rush of warmth, vainly trying to control my body's reactions. It doesn't matter now, Raziel said, keeping his voice calm. Skylar, continue please. Still surprised that Gabriel was getting mad at the way Raziel spoke to him, I hurriedly continued my story up until my rescue, not wanting my mate to lose control in Raziel's sitting room. From then, I skipped to the night in the forest when Wiley had died. This story was much more difficult to tell because as I did so, I could see the images flashing behind my eyelids. I tried to stay composed, keeping my voice fairly devoid of emotion as I described Riley's last moments and the brutality of the vampire attack. Razier's gaze darkened. As I spoke, and I could see his visible dislike of the horrendous creatures. I ended with the gruesome discovery on the foot of my bed, trying not to think about it too hard to avoid being freaked out again. When I was finished, he leaned back in the armchair with a contemplative expression on his face. The teapot in the kitchen suddenly startled me as it began to emit a high-pitched noise, and Raziel went to fetch it as Gabriel and I once again lit tensions around us. I bit my lip, a small part of me wanting to talk to him after seeing his angry reaction to the way the vampires had treated me. I tried to remind myself of the emotions I had felt last night after he stormed off. He had acted like a complete ass, so he deserved my less than friendly treatment. Razi returned shortly with 2 cups of tea and a couple packets of sugar. He placed one steaming cup in front of me and one of himself. I gratefully clutched it in my hands and inhaled the soothing scent. After a moment or two of silence, he finally spoke. I know exactly who you're dealing with. There's only one vampire that would behave like that, who has so many vampires under his thumb, and who is old enough to attack with such silent brutality and move around without being detected. Yes, the oldest vampire in existence. Not liking where this was going. I've never heard you mention him, Gabriel responded, confusion evident in his voice. Raziel sighed. Expression dark. I hoped I would never have to. It's not a good situation if he's involved. Vampires had to come from somewhere. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And at the beginning there were only 2. Regardless of how those 2 became vampires in the first place, they began to turn others. They are the makers of all other vampires. The eldest and more vicious of the 2 is named Cain. I believe it is Cain and his coven of vampires that are attacking you. His eyebrows were furrowed with concern, which worried me. If Raziel was nervous, then perhaps we were underestimating what we were dealing with. I shuddered visibly. The thought of the oldest vampire in the world creeping into my room was horrifying. He could have snapped my neck in an instant. Why didn't he? And what did he want with Gabriel? I took a sip of tea, wincing at the scalding heat, but the taste was soothing and left a trail of warmth down my throat. Cain, Gabriel said quietly, testing the name. What do you know about him? He created his own bloodline of vampires, although none of them are as strong as he. A turned vampire, no matter how old, will never be as strong as the one that originally created them all. Cain is ruthless and sadistic. He likes to toy with his victim's mind before killing them. He plays games with his prey. Creeping into Skylar's room would be typical for him. You sound like you know him, I blurted out before I could stop myself. It was true that Raziel knew an awful lot about Cain's killing methods. Razier's grave eyes met mine. He stared at me for a moment, solemnly, making no effort to contradict me. My eyebrows raised. Was he implying what I thought he was implying? Come into contact with him a couple times over the years, he admitted. How many vampires does he have with him? Gabriel asked, effectively cutting me off from asking any more questions. I would guess about 50 or 60. From the whispers and rumors I've heard throughout the years, vampires are exceedingly rare creatures that prefer to live solitary lives, though I don't doubt that Cain's coven is one of the largest, if not the largest around. How do we get rid of him? Gabriel continued, just as it opened my mouth again. I tossed him an irritated look, as there was a question I desperately wanted to ask. Raziel stood up, drawing himself to his full imposing height. He'll have to do some research. I've been having difficulty discovering intel on this particular subject. I need some more information on the timing of. He trailed off, giving me an odd glance that told me there was something I wasn't aware of. I frowned as he continued. Everything. Truthfully, Gabriel, when I told you to come to me if the vampires ever discovered you, it hoped I was just being paranoid. Your pack is almost impossible to find in those mountains. His expression darkened. Then again, Cain has all the time in the world on his hands. I should have known Didn't ever stop. The man set his cup of tea back down on the table, looking perturbed. I do have something that can help you, To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A protection of sorts. Give me a moment. Mumbling something unintelligible to himself, Raziel left the room and I was alone with Gabriel again. Not wanting to speak with him, but I was burning with curiosity. Too much was being left unsaid. So all along he knew that the vampires might find you? I asked finally, trying to keep my voice neutral. Gabriel shifted on the couch, still looking down instead of directly at me. He came and warned me many years ago. His tone indicating that he was reluctant to tell me this. How did he know? I continued to press him. She has been around a long time and learned a lot of things. He kept his voice cut, but I tried not to let this annoy me. Why do they want you? The question that had been pressing upon my mind for a long time. That had been bothering me since the vampires had interrogated me in the storage room. They'd been desperate to find Gabriel and see how much I knew about him. Yet I had never received a solid answer as to why they wanted him. Gabriel looked up at me finally, and his eyes were burning with a dark intensity. I saw reluctance in them, clear as day, but mixed with a bit of resignation. He clearly did not want to tell me, but was trying to convince himself that HG basically promised to reveal his secrets. You said he'd get my answers here. I continued, very softly. Gabriel's mouth tightened and wariness crossed his expression. A minute passed in silence. I tried to be patient, even though I was practically sitting at the edge of my seat. Dimly, I registered Raziel's returning footsteps. He entered the room in my peripheral vision, carrying a very large box. I was too focused on Gabriel to query about its contents. I kept my eyes fixed on my mate. Tell her, Gabriel, or I will, Raziel said calmly. Apparently he had been listening in. Gabriel sighed heavily, running a hand through his dark locks. They want me for my blood. Skylar. Very quietly. Not comprehending. They are vampires. Of course they want blood. I replied, feeling stupid. He shook his head. My blood isn't normal werewolf blood. They want me because of my lineage. He exhaled slightly in frustration. I continued to stare at him in confusion. He was doing a good job of clarifying things. What did he mean by normal werewolf blood? There's a ritual. Raziel cut in, saving Gabriel as the latter was trying to find words to say. They need Gabriel's blood for it. Skylar, there's a lot of things in this world that you never would have dreamed possible. Werewolves and vampires are the most common mythical creatures, but they aren't the only ones. I blinked up at him, feeling a prickle of nervousness. I wasn't sure I liked where this was going. Vampires are creatures of the darkness. Demons. Sunlight isn't their only weakness, but it is the only guaranteed way to kill them. Cain has always believed that if he can walk in the sunlight, he will be truly invincible. However, a demon's blood will never let him do that. Basil exhaled, and I felt my heart rate increase as my mind began to work overtime. He needs the blood of something pure, made of goodness and sunlight, something holy. Even just a small amount of holy blood will do. Raziel's eyes focused on something over my shoulder, feeling my nervousness spiking. I slowly turned around to follow his gaze. Directly behind us was a large, beautiful painting done in a medley of watercolors. However, the color wasn't what struck me. What stood out was what the picture depicted: a host of angels, flying high in the sky, their beautiful white wings spread wide. As I looked upon the snowy white feathers of their wings, I suddenly felt like I was going to faint. I felt my mind flash back to the day I had snuck in Gabriel's room, where I had found the stunningly white feather and felt a strange sense of energy emanating from it. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stuttered out disbelieving lie. But aren't angels in heaven? I felt so incredibly dumb, but my mind was refusing to comprehend what Raziel was saying. Wait, Raziel, Gabriel. Biblical names. Was it just coincidence? Not all of them. It is a rare occurrence. But once or twice in a millennium there will be an angel cast down from heaven for committing a sin. The angel will be doomed to spend the rest of their immortality on earth unless they can redeem themselves. His piercing eyes grew distant, almost morose. I was once such angel, cast down a long time ago. His piercing eyes flickered to my face, which inshore was slack-jawed with shock. No wonder my wolf and I had felt the sense of foreignness and power. There was a holy being standing in front of us. I could only gape at him in disbelief. Sadly, I don't have my wings anymore, for I committed another crime, a terrible one in heaven's eyes. Here on earth, his mouth twisted in a sardonic smile. It took a couple centuries, but eventually I fell in love with a beautiful werewolf, and I unintentionally impregnated her. Fallen angels are never supposed to reproduce. We cannot reproduce with humans, so normally it isn't an issue. But a werewolf is physically capable of carrying an angel's child. My choice was to either kill the child or sacrifice my wings and special abilities. It is obvious which one I chose. His next words coming out almost bitterly. My angelic abilities slowly faded over time, my strength ebbing until I'm as fragile as a mortal being now. My wings molted, and I had to watch the feathers drop, one by one. The one thing that was taken from me was my immortality. I'm destined to live among the sinning, mortal beings forever, never aging or dying, witnessing human wars, hatred, and strife for the rest of eternity. I dared glance at Gabriel. He was refusing to look at me, but at some point he had stood up from the couch and was pacing back and forth, fist clenched at his sides. I felt slightly dizzy as I tried to absorb the new information. I actually felt a pang of sadness for Raziel. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to lose my werewolf senses, my wolf herself. So if you're an angel, then your child, and Gabriel. I was a step behind, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Gabriel's mother was my one and only child, making Gabriel my grandson. I stared at my mate in shock as the pieces clicked together. Gabriel was one, fourth angel. My mate had angelic blood running through his veins. Part of me didn't want to believe it, yet it all made sense. The feather in his closet, his regal features, and his ability to command other alphas. He had holy blood in his veins. Of course he would be stronger than any other alpha on the planet. It was such a foreign concept. It never really considered religion before, so the ideas of heaven and eternal life were mostly beyond my comprehension. Yet, being in Raziel's presence, I believed him. My wolf and I had already realized he wasn't werewolf or vampire. And now we understood. Raziel gave me a few seconds to process before he continued speaking. Unfortunately, where I chose to let my child live, I didn't realize the danger it'd be putting her, and her future child in. His jaw clenched and I saw visible self, loathing flash through his icy orbs. You see, vampires can't drink pure angel blood. It will burn them from the inside out. He glanced over at Gabriel, who was still refusing to look at me. How was I supposed to act around Gabriel now? Why had fate chosen me of all people to be his mate? But the blood of a hybrid will not. Werewolf blood dilutes angel blood to a level where a very strong vampire, like Cain, can drink it. So then Cain. I began, numbness beginning to take over my body as everything started to make horrible sense. Gabriel is the only living hybrid on this planet. Cain will stop at nothing to get his blood because it will allow Cain to walk in the sunlight, breaking his curse of the darkness. His face was grim. Cain, and every vampire he has ever turned, will be invincible. Imagine discovering that your soulmate has been hiding a secret so dark and powerful that it could change everything. Chapter 17. My wolf and I were stunned speechless for several long seconds. The idea of those filthy blood-sucking vampires, strolling about in the daylight and feeding upon anyone they wanted, was horrifying. Knowing that my fate, given mate, was the key to the vampire's salvation, so to speak, was even worse. Had Gabriel lived his entire life knowing? Had he spent his years as Alpha waiting for the day that the vampires would knock on his front door? I just couldn't believe he had angelic blood in his veins. I had known that Gabriel buried many secrets deep inside, but never could I have expected something like this. Raziel was watching me with that unsettling gaze of his, but I turned away from him and faced my mate instead. "Why didn't you tell me?" I finally asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I had been at his house for weeks. I had asked him multiple times why the vampires wanted him, and he had never come out and said it. It was a huge secret to keep, but, as his mate, I was supposed to help him shoulder the burden. At first I had pushed him away, but once I was living with him, if only I had understood what he was going through. Gabriel's eyes found mine, flickering with a multitude of emotions. How could I just come out and say something like that? He replied, his voice thick. For some reason, I felt like there was something more he wanted to say, something he was keeping suppressed. "Is this why you keep pushing me away? Why you thought you weren't supposed to have a mate?" I was speaking as if Raziel was standing right there, as I was too absorbed in my thoughts to feel embarrassed at my vulnerability. Gabriel's face contorted, and to my shock he turned away from me, refusing to reply. I blinked at him in disbelief. Was he seriously refusing to answer yet another question, even after I had just learned his deepest secret? "You're not going to answer that?" I snapped, my whirlwind of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. He remained silent. To my frustration, you reveal something like that about yourself and then refuse to explain how it relates to us as mates. I clenched my fists, unable to prevent my rising anger. Gabriel turned halfway to glance at me. "Skylar, no, don't do that. Don't use the patronizing tone." I really was losing it. Gabriel glanced over at Raziel, and to my surprise his look was almost pleading as he locked gazes with his grandfather. Raziel sighed, looking resigned as he walked over to me. He gently planted his hand on my forearm. His touch was almost soothing instead of disarming. "Skylar, do you want to take a walk with me?" Raziel asked, eyes boring into mine. I have a really lovely garden out back, and almost nobody ever gets to see it. He gave me a significant look. My eyes flicked to Gabriel, who had started to pace in agitation. I really wanted to continue to pry him with questions, but at the same time I was feeling claustrophobic and stressed. Perhaps I could use some fresh air. I attempted to take a deep breath, forcing down my anger. If Gabriel wouldn't tell me things, maybe I could get them out of Raziel. "Okay," I replied shortly. Raziel grinned that brilliant, disarming smile of his before leading me towards the back of the house. I glanced over my shoulder to see Gabriel sinking back down onto the couch, placing his head in his hands. My wolf suddenly itched to comfort him, but I held her back. He was not getting that sort of treatment until he stopped hiding things from me. Part of me knew I was being a bit unfair and demanding, but I had waited long enough. I had handled the angel thing without fainting. How much worse could it get? Lost in thought, I barely registered the grandeur of the rest of Raziel's house as he led me to the back door. When he opened the door, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stared in awe at the massive garden stretching out behind his house. It was indeed lovely, as Hed put it. Flowers of all shapes and sizes bloomed on either side of us as we began to walk down a well-kept path that led through the middle of the garden. There were vibrant splashes of color everywhere I looked, and I marveled at the effort it must have taken to maintain something like this. Raziel did not speak as we continued down the path, and I examined the vast variety of plants around us. The sweet aroma of honeysuckle wafted through the air. I didn't know a lot about flowers, but I was pretty sure most of them weren't native to the area. Raziel must have had a lot of time to cultivate his gardening ability. We turned a sharp corner and my eyes fell upon a large gurgling fountain. A circular space had been cleared around the fountain and there were small park benches on either side. The architecture itself was impressive. The fountain looked very old, like the rest of the items in Raziel's possession. He led me to one of the quaint benches, indicating that I should sit down. Raziel himself remained standing, taking a few steps closer to the fountain, seemingly lost in thought. I couldn't help but admire his profile as he stood there. Raziel really did have elegant, regal features that suited his angelic bloodline. I recognized some of them in Gabriel, too, although Gabriel had his father's coloring. I felt slightly intimidated sitting there, alone with a holy being that was probably older than anything on the planet. "Your garden is beautiful," I finally said, wanting to break the silence. I wondered if Raziel had brought me out here to tell me anything in particular. "Thank you." He turned to face me, studying me with a contemplative expression. I tried not to shrink away from his penetrating eyes. "You have to forgive Gabriel," he said after a long pause. "I know he can be difficult to talk to sometimes. Achias, one of the most stubborn creatures I've ever met." Raziel sighed, turning his eyes back to the fountain, but he handled this whole situation the best way he knew how. "I just wish he would have told me sooner. I'm his mate, even though he likes to pretend otherwise. He doesn't like to pretend otherwise." Raziel contradicted me softly. "If it were up to him, he would accept you in an instant. He cares very deeply for you." I felt my face heating up at the intensity in Raziel's words. "He doesn't exactly show it," I muttered, embarrassed. "Trust me, I've been around long enough to read emotions. Gabriel has already grown attached to you. You're practically a miracle." He never thought he'd find his mate, or that he even had a mate at all. My eyes widened as I remembered some things Gabriel had said, similar to Raziel's words. "Why?" Puzzled. "I mean, he is werewolf blood. All wolves have mates." Raziel sighed and sat down beside me, leaning against the back of the park bench. "I will tell you this, I know you think Gabriel is cold, distant, and heartless. I've checked in on him over the years and observed him. I know he has treated outsiders less than favorably. His pack killed some members of my pack for minor territory infringement. They took away almost half of our land. Before I met him, I hated him. As an outsider, I could understand why he felt that way. But from what I know of him, in Gabriel's mind it is all just survival. His pack is bigger than yours and needs more land. They are stronger. So to him it is survival of the fittest. If you have more land than you can use, the Black Mountains pack is going to take it for themselves. It is a selfish way of thinking, but they didn't always live so comfortably. When Gabriel was younger, they relocated a lot. Many wolves in their pack died from starvation and rose. Gabriel was hardened at a very young age. Now he will do anything for his pack members. He couldn't care less about outside packs. I sat there, absorbing all of this, trying to understand. My pack did have an incredible amount of land and we'd always lived comfortably. That didn't excuse Gabriel's actions, but it did shed more light on the situation. I remembered what my father had said before I found out Gabriel was my mate. He had called Gabriel a visionary to the Black Mountains pack. I couldn't forgive Gabriel for the pain he had caused us, but in his position, many alphas might have done the same. "There's something else you must know," Raziel continued after a moment. "Gabriel seems uncaring, and I know he often doesn't treat you the way a mate should. He does have reasons for this that he can discuss with you himself. But before you ask him, you have to realize what his childhood was like. Gabriel's father, David, was heartless, relentless, and cruel. He fought to expand the Black Mountains pack's borders at any cost. And most of your pack's issues with them occurred while he was alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was different. He didn't care for the welfare of his pack like Gabriel does. He only cared about power." I noticed that Raziel's expression had darkened considerably. He clearly was not a fan of Gabriel's father. Then again, neither was I. He extended this sort of behavior to his son after Gabriel's mother died. I blinked in surprise, curious about her. It figured she was out of the picture because she had passed away, but Gabriel had never talked about her. She was half angel, according to Raziel, so I was burning with curiosity. I held down my questions until Raziel finished his train of thought. David was very cruel to Gabriel. He pushed him but never rewarded him for his efforts. He was often physically abusive, but most of his lingering effects are on Gabriel's mind. David caused a lot of emotional damage. He never loved his son because of his angelic blood, and David drove it into Gabriel's mind relentlessly that he would never have a mate because of his lineage. He began telling Gabriel this even when he was but a child. Raziel's tone was bitter, and there was vivid sadness in his expression. I could only sit there, staring up at him in horror. I had known that Gabriel's father was not a good person, but I never would have thought he could have been so horrible to his own son. Why would he tell his son that he was doomed to live life without a mate? Every werewolf dreamed of finding their mate one day. It was something to look forward to. It was every werewolf's source of happiness. To take that away from one so young was despicable. I looked down at my hands, intertwined in my lap. Gabriel knew that he had angelic blood, but he was different, coupled with his father's words. It was no wonder he had been surprised that I existed. I felt a surge of sympathy for my mate. Still, I was confused about one thing. If Gabriel had seen me as such a miracle, why had he put forth every effort to drive me away? Why did David hate Gabriel's angelic bloodline? Deciding to leave the more personal question for later, I also wanted to know what had happened to Gabriel's mother, but worried that would be too sensitive of a subject with Raziel. How could I approach such a thing? Raziel's mouth tightened into a hard line, his eyes becoming guarded. For some reason I felt like I had trespassed on a taboo subject. That's not something I should tell you, he replied carefully. Apparently I was getting all the answers I wanted. Slightly frustrated. A few things just weren't adding up. I knew that Gabriel's father had died a few years ago. Rumor said he'd been attacked by rogues. Gabriel's mother had never really been mentioned. Plus, there was the one picture I had seen of the beautiful woman, where she had looked strangely withdrawn standing next to her family. Something was definitely off. A few minutes passed in silence. I idly watched the bubbling fountain, enjoying the fragrant smell of the gardens and the chirping birds overhead. The sun was beginning to climb in the sky, reflecting off the clear water. If I lived here, this would be a wonderful place to come and think. Ready to go back, Raziel said after a while. I know Gabriel doesn't want to be here too long. You have a lengthy drive ahead of you. I nodded in confirmation, following his lead as he headed back to the house. Questions clouded the forefront of my mind, along with an unsettling mix of emotions after hearing so much about Gabriel's past. It was no wonder he never talked about his father. My parents had always been loyal, protective, and kind. I couldn't fathom how any parent, especially an alpha, could be cruel to their own child. When Ray entered the sitting room, I was surprised to see Gabriel standing upright, staring at us. He had an intense, agitated look on his face, and everything about him was tense. His arms were folded in front of his broad chest. When I walked in after Raziel, Gabriel's eyes met mine and he gazed at me for several long seconds. I couldn't fathom his expression. He seemed to be searching for something. I shifted under his dark scrutiny, and after a moment I saw resignation, clear as day, enter his eyes. I want to see her, he said shortly, shifting his attention to Raziel. Now Raziel was the one that seemed uncomfortable. Gabriel, I want to see her. When we spoke all those years ago, you told me you had her. I have the right to see her. His jaw was clenched, every muscle on edge. I had absolutely no clue who they were talking about. My wolf was equally confused. Raziel sighed, lowering his head. As you wish. His eyes met mine. What about Skylar? Gabriel looked reluctant as he spoke. She knows everything else now. She might as well come along. I perked up in surprise at that, hardly able to believe he was going to let me in on something, judging by the mood of the two men. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Chrishut's enthusiasm. It was the most positive subject. Raziel eyed him for a long moment, as if sizing up his intentions. Before he nodded. Very well. Come along. Only if you're sure. Gabriel. He spoke coolly, although I got the impression my mate was trying to mask any emotions. We exited out of the back door again, although this time we took a sharp right in front of the garden and followed a different pathway. We traveled to the edge of the garden before exiting into the open, revealing the entirety of razor-less green, manicured lawn. I spotted a thick fringe of trees in the distance, to which we seemed to be heading. Gabriel walked just behind me, but he seemed distracted and remained silent as we trudged along. The pathway had ended and I felt guilty, treading on such beautiful grass. It reminded me of a much larger version of one of my human friends' lawns. Humans always seem so intent on keeping their plot of land nice and tidy. After several minutes we entered the trees. The forest floor dappled in shadow. There was a narrow space cleared through the undergrowth, although branches still reached out to scrape at my legs. It was slightly chillier out of the morning sun's rays, and a light breeze whispered through trunks. I couldn't help but feel a bit nervous as we continued our journey. I was sure where we were going, but for some reason I had a sense of trepidation. It was mostly coming from my wolf. She whined softly in the back of my mind as we emerged from a particularly thick clump of trees. Before us stood a large, marble structure, finely crafted and imposing. It looked to be about 8 feet tall and was the size of a small room. The marble was pure and looked relatively unscathed for the words carved on the side of the building. They were in a language I did not recognize. In front of us was a large door, and I felt my unease increase tenfold as we approached. I had never seen one of these before, but I knew what it was. A mausoleum. It was the type of tomb which humans buried their dead, so I had never been in front of one, but I read about them. I stopped in place, looking up at the building. Who was buried here? Even more importantly, why were we here? I felt my skin prickle as my mind began to work overtime. My wolf did not like this place, as it was unnatural for werewolves to be around something like this. We did not bury our dead in mausoleums. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Raziel said, indicating we stop. His face was drawn, his expression taut. Raziel looked like he was trying to rein in some strong emotions. I focused on my mate. His face looked like it could have been carved out of the marble before us. So tense was his expression. Slowly, he took a step forward to the door. My wolf did not want us to get any closer to the strange burial site, but I ignored her. Gabriel had said we could come and I desperately wanted him to reveal what he was hiding. With one motion he grabbed the handle on the door and heaved it open. It made a loud grating noise as the mausoleum's depths were revealed. Straightening his shoulders, Gabriel stepped in first. Swallowing my fear I followed. Raziel close behind me. My werewolf eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness gathered inside the building. Above us was a very small hole, placed strategically so a narrow beam of light filtered into the room and fell upon the coffin in the center. I heard Raziel pull something out of his pocket behind us and he quickly lit a match, using it to ignite a nearby torch. Although the door was still partially ajar, the torch did a lot more to illuminate the darkest corners of the mausoleum. Inside was a long, flat table, on top of which rested a coffin. The coffin itself was intricately carved and ornately detailed. It looked as if a lot of effort had gone into its making. However, the craftsmanship wasn't what caught my eye. What startled me was the fact that the coffin had no lid, nothing encasing the corpse inside, and it was completely exposed to our view. I couldn't prevent the small gasp from escaping my mouth as I saw the figure within. Dark hair cascading around her shoulders, regal features, pale face completely peaceful in death. She was beautiful and perfectly preserved, decomposition not affecting her in the slightest. It was Gabriel's mother. I heard Gabriel's sharp intake of breath as he hesitantly placed a hand on the coffin. Raziel, to step forward, his eyes burning with intensity of emotion. For some reason I almost felt as if I was intruding, as if I should back out and head back into the forest. My eyes were wide with shock as I stared at her. Gabriel gazed down on his mother's still face, a multitude of emotions flickering across his features in mere seconds. I felt a sense of lost willpower filling my chest, and I put a hand to my heart in confusion before I realized the feelings were not mine. I was feeling an echo of Gabriel's pain across our growing link, much as he had felt flashes of my pain before. I stared at him, taken aback by the intensity of his feeling and how well he was managing it. He could conceal his overpowering emotions better than anyone I had ever met. Gabriel took a step back from the coffin, and instantly I felt the pain diminish as he tossed me a dark glance, clearly trying to recover. "This is my mother." His voice completely devoid of feeling. I already knew that, as I had snooped in his room, but instead I just nodded. What was I supposed to say? He stared at me for a moment before turning back to her form. Raziel was looking down at her with pain etched in his features, and I remembered with a jolt that she was his daughter. "How is she still?" Gabriel began, indicating her still healthy, looking flesh. "She isn't completely dead," Raziel replied. I put my hands to my mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. If she was dead, why was she in a mausoleum? Gabriel was clearly wondering the same thing as he glared at his grandfather in complete disbelief. "What? She might as well be. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Raziel continued, infinite sadness in his eyes. "What the hell are you talking about?" Gabriel snapped, clearly not liking being left out of the loop. "But I came and told you about her death. I didn't tell you the full story. I was waiting until now." And I could sense the agitation rolling off of Gabriel in waves. The vampires didn't kill her. They didn't catch her by surprise. She knew they were coming after her. It was part of the reason she left your pack. I stood there, flabbergasted, absorbing the words as they came. They were dangerously close to capturing her and using her blood to walk in the sunlight. She was working with a human geneticist to try to figure out how she could alter her DNA so the vampires couldn't use it. Alter her DNA. She wanted to kill her wolf. Raziel's eyes were grave as he spoke. I recoiled in absolute horror. My wolf howled in agitation, and I tried to keep her at bay. How could any werewolf do such a thing? Our wolves were part of our souls. To try to kill our wolf would go against every fiber of our nature. Trying to control my reaction, I stared at Gabriel, who looked equally horrified. "Why?" he began, but Raziel cut him off. "She was half angel, Gabriel. She was as in tune with her wolf as you and Skylar are. Killing her wolf would leave her with pure angel blood, which the vampires couldn't use. It was still a huge sacrifice, but one she was willing to take to protect your race from Cain and his vampires. She was taking a medicine, bit by bit suppressing her wolf. It was working. Then, one day she got caught by Cain's right-hand man. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." As a last-ditch effort to prevent herself from being used or tortured, she injected herself directly with the formula. It effectively killed her wolf. He looked down at her form, closing his eyes as pain coated his features. What she didn't realize was that her werewolf DNA was completely intertwined with her angel DNA, and the medicine could not separate them. One cannot live without the other. The angel part of her was undamaged, and is still alive today, but it cannot go on living without that part of her soul, her wolf. So she remains here in perpetual sleep, unable to fully live without a wolf and unable to commit to death while angel blood still runs through her veins. He trailed off. I stared at the figure in complete horror. So she had killed her wolf, and now she was doomed to lie there in a mausoleum for the rest of eternity. It was a horrible fate. Gabriel stood rigidly, absorbing the news. I couldn't fathom how much this must be affecting him. "Why didn't you just kill her?" he finally said, voice thick. "Instead of just leaving her there to live in perpetual sleep." "I could never kill my own daughter," Raziel said coldly. "And while some of her DNA, the angel side, remains undamaged, there is still hope. Her wolf cannot live with the amount of formula she injected. that there is the possibility that it cannot truly die. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nolden, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. While the angel in her lives, her wolf may just be in a comatose state. If I could find something to bring it back, if it isn't truly dead, Rebecca would live again. It was the first time her name had been spoken. Rebecca. It was fitting. As it sounded like another biblical name, Gabriel was silent, lost in thought. That seems like too many ifs. He finally murmured, the words barely discernible. And leaving her out here, alone in this tune, is just unnatural. I come visit her every day, sometimes numerous times a day. What was I supposed to do? She's my daughter. Gabriel, do you honestly think I haven't spent every waking moment agonizing over what to do with her? Funny, she didn't agonize over what would happen to me and my father when she abandoned us. I stared at him in shock at his heartless dismissal. Razorless face hardened. She only ever wanted to protect you. Gabriel. She left when she got wind of the vampires so they would never find out about your existence. Her only hope was they'd never learn you'd been born. You were angry that she left, but she did it to protect you. The least you can do is hope that she has a chance. Gabriel growled, low in his chest. You have no right to tell me what to do, he said coldly. Not everything she did was selfless. Raziel shook his head slowly. He looked angry. The first time I had seen him that way. I will give you some privacy, he said shortly, before abruptly turning and exiting the mausoleum. Gabriel and I were left in thickening silence. I could sense his vast array of intense emotions. He continued to stare at his mother's form, jaw clenched, eyes flickering in the torchlight. I was sure what to do. My wolf sensed that Gabriel needed me, but he hadn't been too willing for me to touch him the last time we were alone. I cautiously took a few steps forward until I was standing right next to him. I felt a prickle of electricity as our arms brushed. Looking down at her this close, I could see that she was truly dead. Rebecca was as sallow as a normal corpse. I held my breath and attuned my ears to see if I could detect any signs of life. After a few seconds, I heard it, a heartbeat. Very slow, agonizingly slow, but then nonetheless. There was the faintest rise of her chest and a near, silent whisper of breath as she breathed. Her breaths were few and far between, and it was unnerving standing so close to her in such a state. It was as if she was in some sort of deep coma, I supposed, where she didn't need food or water to go on living. The angelic bloodline was incredible indeed. All of this was nearly beyond my comprehension. I'm so sorry, Gabriel, I finally said, keeping my voice soft. I tried to put every ounce of emotion I could into my tone. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. A few more seconds of silence passed before he spoke. Voice heavy. It's because of her that we can't be together. You know. I twisted to face him, blinking in surprise at his bluntness. I had thought he would continue avoiding this subject. It was outside of her control. But if my blood is anything like hers. Gabriel trailed off, still not looking at me. What do you mean? What happened? I asked softly, almost scared to push him. He indicated Rebecca with a jerk of his head. Look at her, Skylar. Really look at her. Do you notice anything out of the ordinary? I frowned but did as he asked, roving my eyes over her figure, aside from her own current state. Confused. Look at her as a werewolf. As my mother, was his short reply. I examined her again, almost painfully slowly, raking my eyes over every inch of her. Her skin was smooth, unblemished, still youthful. She was garbed in a sequin gown, dressed up in a similar manner as human corpses. My eyes trailed across her prominent collarbones, her smooth neck. There was something missing on her neck, something every mated werewolf female had. Wait, she was your father's mate, right? Tentatively, awareness was pricking at the back of my mind. Gabriel nodded curtly and I continued so. Was her mating mark? The scar caused by the mark of her mate's canines was noticeably absent. It never faded and never truly healed, so her unblemished neck looked strangely out of place. Gabriel had tensed again, and for some reason I felt my wolf's agitation suddenly skyrocket. "What do you mean it's?" I started, but he cut me off. "As soon as my father marked her and she grew pregnant with me, her mark disappeared." I could only stare at him blankly, not wanting to make the connection. Slowly, Gabriel turned to face me. I felt my stomach plummet as I saw the look in his eyes. They were burning with agitation, contained a deep sadness, intermingled with resignation. "Angels don't have mates, Skylar. Mates are for werewolf, not any other species. The central reason that werewolves have mates is to reproduce, to find the best suitable match to continue the bloodline. It's purely instinctive, and everything else love. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trust comes with the more human side of us, for lack of better word. Angel blood rejects the bond as soon as it's made. While my mother's wolf initially recognized the bond with my father, it was never as strong of a pull as my father felt. As soon as she grew pregnant and completed the central purpose of mating, the connection, I stared at him with wide eyes, disbelief overcoming everything else. I cowed and even formed words. My father's feelings for her, however, did not fade. He had to suffer through the agonizing emotional turmoil as, day by day, she faded away from his consciousness. She fell out of love with him as her mark and the connection faded, but his mark remained intact. My mother's angel side completely took over her mental and emotional state. No matter how much she loved my father before, it was outside of her control as her bloodline rejected everything about the mating. To my father, it was as if his mate was slowly dying. As an alpha, every emotion was multiplied for him, and it all went against werewolf nature. The emotional agony drove him mad and turned him into a shell of his former self. His voice had grown cold, monotonous, but I could still see the pain palpably visible in his expression. I felt cold, almost numb, as I finally managed to form a question. "You said it. Angel blood that rejects the mate as soon as the mating is completed, so will the same thing happen to us as happened to your parents?" I stood there, practically trembling, dreading the answer but unable to tear my eyes off of him. Gabriel's face contorted and he looked down at the ground. Every line of his body seemed as if he was in intense pain. "There's a really strong chance that it will," he finally said. I clasped my hands to my mouth as a whimper of pain escaped. My wolf was howling in the back of my mind, drowning out any coherent thoughts that it had. I could feel unwilling tears welling up in my eyes, blurring my vision. "It's why I tried to keep you at arm's length," Gabriel said, so softly I could barely hear. "I'm fighting my wolf every second of every day. But I knew that if I gave in and we mated." He trailed off, but I caught the implication. But if you knew this from day one, why didn't you just reject me? Why did you make me come live with you?" My voice came out pathetically weak and scratchy, but I didn't care at this point. My inner pain was so great I was barely remaining in a standing position. It felt like the world was crumbling down around me, and I wanted to curse fate for doing this to me. Gabriel's eyes abruptly met mine, and there was a bright fierceness in them. "I never thought I'd find you, Skylar. When I did, you were the most precious thing he'd ever laid eyes on. You were a gift." I couldn't think straight. I wanted you so badly. When I left you that night, it was the hardest thing he'd ever done. But when I got back to my pack, I decided I would do the selfless thing and reject you. I knew I'd practically kill my wolf in the process, but I didn't care. And then, his voice broke and he rubbed a hand through his hair in abrupt agitation. "Then I felt your pain when the vampires attacked. My wolf tried to take control and I nearly lost it. I couldn't just sit by while you were in danger. I found you and saved you. And from then on I had an overwhelming urge to protect you no matter the cost. I don't trust anyone else to keep you safe while the vampires were around. My wolf won't have it any other way." He had begun to pace back and forth while he spoke, While I was still standing there in mute horror, my wolf had subsided into painful, short whimpers. I knew from day one that I would have to tell you all of this. I decided to stay distant from you until you found out. My wolf had already grown attached to you, my miracle mate, and I wasn't going to spit in fate's face by rejecting you. Once I told you everything, I planned on letting you decide for yourself if you wanted to reject me. And now we're here. He looked up at me again. I was selfish bringing you to my pack. His eyes glimmered with self-loathing. If I could go back and change it, I would. And I have the oldest vampire in existence after me. Even if we could be together, you'd constantly be in harm's way. I remembered his hurtful words from a couple nights ago. Now they made much more sense. I won't blame you for rejecting me. I can't bring myself to do that to you. I'm not strong enough to break our bond. Never had I heard Gabriel speak of himself as not being strong enough. It astounded me, seeing the pure vulnerability in his eyes. My mind was a complete mess. I was hurt and conflicted about him not telling me this at the beginning. But would I have done anything differently in his place? Could I have brought myself to reject a mate I had never dared dream of? Emotions whirled through my body, and it felt like my heart was being squeezed in a vice. I need some air, I choked out, willing the tears not to fall. I turned around and shoved the door open in my haste to get out, blinking in the bright sunlight. I heard Gabriel following me, but I didn't dare look at him. My wolf was completely subdued now, not even trying to speak to me. The thought of our likely fate if we stayed with our mate had completely silenced her. To my surprise, Raziel was standing very close to the mausoleum. One look at my expression and a knowing look entered his eyes. Along with a deep-rooted sadness, I shifted my gaze to the ground, unable to withstand the pity I'd seen in his icy orbs. But I began, not even sure what I was trying to say, still staring at the forest floor beneath me. When we first met, I was referring to the silver sheen that had appeared in Gabriel's expression the night of the meeting, which indicated that his entire being was recognizing the missing piece of his soul. The silver discoloration only lasted mere moments as the bond was initially recognized, but I had seen it there nonetheless. I recognized you as my mate, Gabriel said quietly, affirming my suspicions, and I felt the pull more strongly than I could have ever imagined. Then how do you know the bond will break after we mate? You said your mother barely felt the pull when she met your father. I whispered, pain-laced in my tone. Slowly, I turned to face him, and I could barely stand the raw emotion lingering in his dark eyes. It was Raziel that answered. Angel blood is dominant. Skylar, the most powerful blood in the world. Gabriel is just as in tune with his wolf as you are, but he still has my bloodline. He looked at Gabriel, his eyes contemplative. I didn't know you had physically recognized the bond. That could help your chances a bit. He looked hesitant to say it, but I felt the tiniest flutter of hope. What are our chances? I asked softly. The angel turned to me. If Gabriel was an alpha, it'd say very slim. However, because he does have a powerful wolf and he did recognize the physical manifestation of the bond, it'd say 50-50, at best. So there was just as much of a chance that he'd eventually go crazy from loss after we mated as the chance that our mating would be successful. I thought grimly. My wolf whined softly, not liking the odds. It would be quite a risk to take. The thought of Gabriel fading away from me, our mental link being slowly severed. I couldn't fathom it. Many wolves nearly went crazy from loss when their mates died. I couldn't imagine how I would be able to live without a mate once I had the mark. After your mother's mark began to fade, what happened to her? I dared to ask. Anything to distract myself from my train of thought. She grew quiet and withdrawn, full of guilt. She wanted to love my father again and rekindle the bond, but nothing would work. His mark would not stay on her skin. As my father grew increasingly disturbed and violent, she eventually left. I realize now she's leading the vampires away. But that was the whole reason. She wanted to get away from us. Raziel began, but my mate turned and glared at him. You weren't there. Gabriel snapped. You didn't say. It was like her wolf wasn't there anymore. Like she barely cared about the pack. My father went after her to retrieve her. But he couldn't. When he came back, he said she'd shacked up with some human. He spit out the last word in disgust. The human geneticist was helping her. No, Gabriel snarled. She could have stayed. She could have at least explained to me what was going on. I was left with that. That bastard of an alpha. He took all of his pain and fury out on me. My mate was shaking with anger. Andrasiel looked moderately alarmed. If I were in her position, I would have tried harder to be with my mate. Gabriel turned to face me. His gaze tinged with desperation. I would never leave you. I don't care how distant I felt. I'd never abandon you. He spoke vehemently, and I wanted to believe him. Wanted to think it would all be okay even if my mark may never permanently reside on his neck. It literally was all or nothing. I could be perfectly happy with Gabriel, or I could slowly go insane as his body rejected the bond against his will. But right now, it was all too much to take in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bloodlines, living corpses, the severing of the mating bond. I just cowed and handled it. I was shaking with suppressed emotion and I couldn't take any more. All of these emotions were going to burst out of me and release the floodgates. And I didn't want them to be there where I finally broke down and lost it. I'd always thought of myself as strong and reliable, the emotionally stable one. But right now I just wanted to be alone. My wolf was more emotionally distraught than I'd ever felt her. What I needed was time. Time to think everything through and figure out what the hell I was supposed to do. I couldn't think coherently right now. I didn't want to do anything rash. Gabriel was still staring at me, visible longing hovering in his eyes. Another time I would have been relieved to see this emotion from him, to hear him outwardly state how he felt attached to me. But now, it just hurt even more, knowing that his bond with me may fade if we ever tried to reproduce or fully complete the mating ritual. Trying to be with Gabriel could literally result in my soul becoming fractured. It was a terrifying concept. I want to go home. I just need to think. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice held thinly veiled exhaustion. I did not try to hide my pained expression from him. Thankfully I had kept the tears at bay, but I knew they would fall soon enough. Which home did I want to go to? Deep in my bones. I ached for the company of my family and pack. I needed comfort. Gabriel's jaw clenched and his eyes were pained, but he nodded. Slowly. Well, leave now then. His eyes flicked to Raziel, who looked resigned. I need to give you a few things when we get back to the house. But it's probably time for you to head back anyways. You have a long drive ahead of you. Glancing at me with something akin to pity in his blue eyes, I nodded, subdued. Without another word we bent head back into the woods towards Raziel's less magnificent house. I had all of my answers now, and Gabriel's strange behavior was thrown into perfect clarity, but the truth was completely unexpected and painted a grim outlook for my future with my mate. For the umpteenth time, I mentally cursed fate. I would never understand why I had been chosen for all of this. I wouldn't wish this on anybody else. But that still didn't prevent me from wishing it hadn't happened to me. Gabriel himself was everything I could have dreamed of. And I now knew there was a depth to him I had never perceived. But his bloodline, of all people, I had been matched with someone I could likely never be with. I felt a hollow echo of pain, and I couldn't be sure if it was Gabriel's or my wolf's at this point. I lowered my head, my dark tresses falling forward to obscure my expression from the others. I let the horrible gravity of the situation simply wash over me. There was no denying it. I just knew. I had a really difficult journey ahead of me. Chapter 18. The trip back to the house was painfully quiet, but mercifully short. I was itching to get out of here. To get back home. Being near Gabriel was preventing me from thinking straight. Because every time I was around him, I couldn't prevent the natural pull from drawing me to him like a moth to a flame. If I was going to make a decision, I had to allow my mind a perfect clarity. With my mate around, that would never happen. As soon as we entered the sitting room, Raziel made his way over to the box that he had brought out earlier. There are a few things I need to give you before you leave. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I have all of them here. If they aren't in this box, I'll have to make a trip to go fetch them. I must have looked puzzled, because he continued to explain. Over the many years I've walked among humans, I've collected hundreds of trinkets. Some more valuable than others. Some of them are quite sought after. That being said, it wouldn't be wise to keep them all in one place. He was digging through the box now, pulling out various artifacts as he spoke. I told you before. Vampires are demonic creatures. Because of that, they can be warded off by a holy object, something that has been blessed. Mouth twisting in contemplation, Raziel pulled something out of the box, a delicate necklace, adorned with a wooden cross. I blinked at it, recognizing the symbolic meaning of the cross itself. I'd always thought that most of the myths about vampires were false, including the one where they shied away from crosses, but perhaps I was wrong. Raziel approached me and held out the necklace. I took it lightly in a hand with some precaution. I had no familiarity with human religion, so the cross made me slightly nervous. Unfortunately, this is the only thing I have here that can really help you. It has never been worn before, so it's still quite potent. Put it on. He jerked his head, indicating I do so. Almost hesitantly, I pulled it over my head. The wooden cross was cool against my bare skin. This is similar to something humans call a rosary, although it is slightly different. It is very old. Wearing it constantly is the best way to utilize its protection. I nodded. What did Raziel mean by potent? I voiced this question out loud. A best object's power won't last forever. As soon as it is put in use, as in somebody puts it on, its protection is in place, but the power will slowly drain from the object the longer it is worn. This necklace should protect you for a couple of weeks. Skylar, with it on, the vampires can't touch you, but as it gets weaker, Kane will likely find a way to get past it. I glanced down at it. Was I just imagining it? Or had the cross warmed slightly since it had touched my skin? The concept of it all was a bit over my head, but after everything I had learned today, I was beginning to just accept what I was told. I have other objects that can help protect your packs, at least for a time, but it will take me a few days to fetch them. They're at one of my more well-guarded places of storage. I distantly wondered just how many artifacts he had. How long had Raziel been on Earth? Anyways, I can't be away from my pack for that long. Gabriel grit out. He was staring at my necklace intently. Raziel frowned. Could you meet me halfway? Then, as soon as Ivy retrieved the items, Gabriel shook his head slowly but didn't say anything. I could tell he was weighing the risks of leaving his pack against the reward of having the blessed items. Gabriel, I'm not sure how soon this ritual is, but as it approaches, the vampire attacks will likely increase in frequency. This is the only protection I can offer, since I no longer have any of my abilities. I felt my heart skip a beat at the thought of vampire attacks. I couldn't bear to witness another scene like Wiley's death. I hope that what you have is worth it. I could tell my mate's thoughts were following a similar pattern as my own. They'll contact you the usual way, Raziel replied, nodding in response. I wondered how they spoke when Gabriel didn't have a telephone or anything similar. What else do you know about this? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing pre-shoot's enthusiasm. Gabriel asked. I noticed he was avoiding my gaze as much as possible, although for some reason I felt like he was ashamed. Instead of aloof like usual, I felt a small pain and quickly diverted my thoughts to the conversation at hand. Raziel's countenance had darkened considerably and he sighed heavily. Unfortunately, not much. It heard whispers and rumors of there being such a ritual, but it was confirmed until the vampires started chasing Rebecca. Gabriel's shoulders tensed at the mention of his mother's name. So you can't tell us anything? Raziel's lips thinned. The one person The only person I know of who found out the more intimate details of the ritual is lying inanimate, locked inside her own mind. My mouth opened slightly in surprise. So Rebecca, she learned something about it. After she left her pack and found the geneticist, she devoted every waking second to studying the ritual and the vampires. Rebecca often endangered herself recklessly to get information. She wanted to know how to stop the ritual from happening. She was taking the medicine to kill her wolf more as a safeguard. If the vampires caught her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. Honestly, I think she knew it was inevitable. Cain always finds his prey. I had to look away as I could see the sadness bright and visible in the angel's expression. Why didn't she tell you what she found out? Gabriel demanded. I saw a flash of sorrow in Raziel's icy gaze. She kept minimal contact with me at first. It was safest that way. She stayed away from anyone who knew about you. And she kept away from me because she didn't want the vampires to know where I was in case they caught on to her scent. She was too nosy at times. And eventually it caught up to her. His face hardened. Cain eventually found out that the hybrid he was pursuing was just fleeing him. She was prying into his deepest, darkest secret. I could tell Raziel had no desire to talk about this. And truthfully I felt a bit guilty. That this was my problem now, it was my family's problem. And both of the pack's problem too. We had a right to any information he could provide. Rebecca had a big breakthrough just before she died. It was important enough that she wanted to share it with me, in case she didn't make it. She told me to meet her at a certain place in 3 days' time. If she thought the vampires would tame her, she wouldn't show up. But if not, well, Rebecca planned on telling me everything she knew. Gabriel had stilled. I could tell he hadn't heard all of the details of the story before. I felt pity for him, having to hear about his mother like this. Despite his mixed feelings for Rebecca, she was his flesh and blood. That had to mean something. I waited for hours at our meeting place, but instead of Rebecca, the geneticist showed up. He said that Rebecca knew the vampires were going to catch up to her. She was going to administer the rest of the medicine. I was worried that she hadn't calculated right, that it would kill her. The geneticist led me to her. His voice had taken on a bitter edge. I showed up right as she died. The vampires were there too. I hid and watched as Antonio, the vampire that does a lot of Cain's dirty work, threw a fit that the hybrid bitch had killed herself. They took the human geneticist with them and left Rebecca there on the pavement, cold and lifeless. I couldn't leave her there. If I wasn't mistaken, Raziel's hands were shaking as he relived the memory. I had to fight back a lump in my throat. I also noticed that he had a very strange expression on his face and his mouth had twisted as he spoke about the vampires leaving Rebecca on the pavement, almost as if he was holding some details back. I went to bury her, but it was then that I realized she had revived. Well, slightly. She had been lifeless for a short time, but her angel bloodline brought her back from the brink of death. I couldn't bury her while heart still beat, however slowly. You know the rest. I was amazed at Gabriel's composure as he spoke. Did the geneticist tell the vampires about my pack's location? Is that how they found me? Raziel shook his head. Slowly. Rebecca never told him about you. She never told anyone else. She couldn't risk someone being captured and tortured and telling the vampires everything. David said my mother loved him. The geneticist. That is, when he went looking for her he found them. His voice was cold, but I could tell Gabriel was just barely masking his anger. It did not miss my attention that he didn't call his father Dad or anything endearing. I wondered if this was the reason David hated humans so much. Because of the geneticist that ended up with David's mate. There had always been rumors about the Black Mountains pack preying on them. The notion was unpleasant, so I brushed it aside. Raziel's face softened and I saw a flicker of sympathy. I could tell Gabriel noticed it, too, and did not appreciate the emotion. She didn't have a mate anymore. Gabriel. She didn't intend on falling in love with the human. But if she did, you have to remember she was out of touch with her wolf. I felt my stomach plummet. So if Gabriel's mark faded after we mated, would he eventually fall in love with someone else? The thought was horrifying, and I vainly tried to overcome the rush of pain that struck me. Judging by Gabriel's expression, he knew exactly what I was thinking. "We need to leave now. I have to get back to my pack," he said shortly. Raziel seemed displeased with the turn the conversation had taken, but he simply nodded. With a glance at me, he indicated we led the way, and the three of us made our way to the entryway of his house. Gabriel opened the door without a word and strode ahead. I half-heartedly thanked Raziel for his hospitality and moved to follow my mate, but Raziel caught my arm, pulling me back. I looked up into his piercing eyes, taken aback as usual by the intensity of his gaze. "Skylar, it is imperative that you do not say anything about this to anyone. You cannot speak of me, of Gabriel's lineage, and especially not about Rebecca. The vampires think she died that day. She's the only leverage we have, especially if we can wake her up one day and she can tell us everything." He didn't look too confident in the idea, but Raziel continued anyways. "We cannot risk word getting out in any way, so it is just best to remain quiet." I knew my family would demand an explanation for why I was returning home so downtrodden and confused. Alpha Brett too. I understood why this needed to be kept a secret, but I would have to be very careful if I was too reluctant to give information. And Alpha Brett caught on. He could just command the information out of me. "Please, Skylar," Raziel asked, almost pleadingly. It was strange to think that an angel, a holy being, was practically begging for me to do something. "If you tell someone, you'll only put them in danger. Cain will not shy away from torture to get the information he requires. He obviously knows about Gabriel, but others do not have to. Not until it is absolutely necessary." After a few more seconds of silence, I slowly nodded. He was right. I could only imagine Alpha Brett's reaction if he found out about Gabriel. Plus, it was my secret to tell. I could only hope that withholding the information would not put my family and friends in more danger. The drive home was tense, miserable, and agonizing. The more minutes Gabriel and I spent together, the stronger I felt the pull. Yet now that I knew everything, I didn't dare get closer to him. I couldn't, not until I sorted everything out in my head. Sitting a few feet away from him was torture, and I was sure he felt the same way I did. I slumped down in my seat, resting my head against the cool window. My wolf emanated soft whimpers every few moments. I had never felt her like this before. It was the sharp, agonizing pain I would anticipate came with rejection. This was more of a slow burn, setting my nerves into an agitated frenzy. Knowing everything about Gabriel's past and knowing that there was a strong possibility he wanted me to, did nothing to calm my hormones. Every time our close proximity would get the better of me, I would just envision the two possibilities that lay ahead, and that sobered me up immediately. I needed to be away from him. I needed to think. But despite my desire to be alone, thoughts continued to assault me. My wolf just couldn't wrap her mind around the options. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, hast thou thanked her unsailing patience, enthusiasm? My wolf said, desperation evident in her tone. Those were the first coherent words she had spoken in a while. "I don't want to let him go. It's almost like a cruel joke. We get the most emotionally isolated and intimidating mate on this side of the continent. Then once we see past all of that, we learn there could be horrible consequences if we follow our instincts. I don't know if I can let him go." Softly, wolves were proud and noble creatures beyond measure, so to hear her sound so subdued and resigned was unsettling, to say the least. His mother fell in love with someone else after the bond faded. What if that happened to us? I bit my lip to prevent any sort of sound from escaping, as I felt yet another pang in my chest. He said she'd never do what she did. She'd never leave us. I replied softly, somewhat uncertainly. He wouldn't leave. I'm sure of it. But if his mark faded, he'd never feel about us the way we feel about him, was her quiet response. That was true. If his mark faded, that would mean the angel side of him was dominant, and thus rejecting us entirely. His wolf would no longer care for us. The way he'd made the situation sound with Rebecca and his father, There would be no affection left if the mating pole disappeared. Gabriel's human side may never be capable of loving me if his angel blood repelled him even if he could. It would be a mere echo of what the mating bond entailed. And my wolf would be irreparably broken. How do we feel about him? I mean, I'm not even sure what I'm feeling right now. My eyebrows furrowed. I'd yet to take a step back and really examine exactly what I was feeling. If you decide to reject our mate, you'll never want another, she said adamantly. I expected nothing less. I wolf only had one designated mate their entire lifetime. Even if, years and years into the future, I found another, my wolf would never grow truly attached to them. I subsided into silence. I wasn't going to lie to myself. I did have feelings for Gabriel. Strong feelings. My wolf was part of that, but a lot of them had developed from my human side. Seeing the depth and torment that hid behind Gabriel's dark eyes just made me want to help him in the way that only a mate could. But there was a risk if I chose to travel down that road. A huge risk. It was not just the risk of a broken heart. Because I was a werewolf. It was the risk of a broken soul. It was like I would get hurt, but then recover years down the line. If his mark faded, I would never be a complete person again. It would be impossible. Rejecting him would be painful for both of us. It would be miserable, excruciating, but it would pale in comparison to the agony of his wolf slowly pulling away, of the bond frame then breaking, of his wolf gradually losing recognition of the mating bond, at least based on how Gabriel had described what happened to his parents. Rejection caused an immense amount of pain, but I had never heard of it slowly driving a wolf to insanity, probably because most of the pain was instead of drawn out. But if his mark didn't fade, my life would be complete. I knew I couldn't be anywhere near Gabriel when I was making such a decision. I couldn't think clearly around him. There were a couple hours of silence in the car, in which both of us remained trapped in our own thoughts. After a while I began to doze off with my head resting against the window. Just when I was lingering on the fringes of sleep, Gabriel spoke. My eyes shot open and I glanced at him in surprise. Gabriel was not the type to apologize often nor admit fault. He was a proud alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Achiti never tried to broach the subject in such a blunt manner before. I paused for a moment, chewing on my lip. It isn't your fault, I finally replied. He ran a hand through his dark locks, his common agitated mannerism. Yes, it is. My selfishness brought us here. I should have done the right thing for you from the beginning. Rejecting me, he meant. I didn't say it aloud, but I knew what he was referring to now. My reply was firm. Surprisingly, he glanced at me, taken aback. You were right in telling me everything and then letting me choose. I deserved the chance to make my own choice. The thought was just occurring to me as I said it. But it made perfect sense. I understood a bit more now that I had time to think. I wasn't as angry with Gabriel for bringing me to his pack, or even for taking weeks to tell me his secrets. At least he was giving me the choice, letting me decide for myself which path I wanted to take. Rejecting me from the beginning would have eliminated my free will. I knew that now. We fell into another thick silence. I could tell he was trying to push me or sway me in any way. He was letting me think. Unfortunately, I had a hard time doing just that in such close quarters to him. I couldn't help but notice the way his arm flexed when he shifted gears, his sculpted profile, the way his hair fell across his forehead. I was losing it. I knew. I was barely able to control my train of thought anymore. By some small mercy, after another long stretch of troubled thinking while afternoon transitioned into early evening, sleep finally found me. I lost myself in its enveloping warmth, pushing aside all of my worries and preoccupations for the time being. After such a mentally and emotionally strenuous trip, I needed to rest. Perhaps everything would be clearer when I woke up. When I next awoke, things were definitely not any clearer. I was surprised to note that I was lying on something soft in a horizontal position, Gabriel's couch. How did I get here? Confused. The last thing I remembered was the car trip home. I must be fallen asleep and Gabriel carried me in here. I lowered my head, feeling a blossom of warmth mingled with pain at the thought of him carrying me in here while I obliviously slept. My emotions were so muddled I couldn't make heads or tails of them. I sat up slowly, glancing at the nearest window. By the tendrils of light snaking across the horizon I saw it was very early morning. I must have slept for nearly 12 hours. I must have been extremely distressed to sleep that long. At least Wed made it back sooner. I was somewhat surprised that Gabriel had decided to drive back all night with the threat of vampires. But I suppose he didn't want to leave the pack for too long. And I had the necklace for protection, judging by my wolf's subdued mood. She was no more looking forward to saying goodbye to Gabriel than I was. However, it had to be done. I had to come to my own decision without any sort of influence from my wolf hormones. I had to be completely sure I was doing the right thing. Almost destined. I traced the shape of the cross on the end of the necklace. It definitely felt warmer. Having it around my neck did make me feel safer, even if it would only last a few weeks. The vampires could not touch me. I only hoped I could find similar protection from my pack, assuming Raziel found what he was looking for. Seconds later, I heard the front door open and shut and Gabriel strode into the room, his eyes finding mine instantly. A slightly pained look crossed his face before he masked it under a blank facade. "Are you hungry?" he asked a bit gruffly. He clearly was sure how to act now that I knew everything about him. I shook my head. I had no appetite, in fact. My stomach was churning. I had thought about it a lot on the car ride home and I wanted to return to my pack, at least to make my decision. I was sure Gabriel would not be happy about it, but he would understand. He had too. They hated me here. Or at least most of them did. The animosity was intense. How could I make such a life-altering decision around so many unfamiliar and unfriendly wolves? And if I admitted it to myself, being near my family would help. Besides, I needed to warn the pack about the vampires, at least to the extent that I could without breaking my promise to Raziel. They deserved to know. You returning home could put them in more danger. What if Cain comes for you? My wolf mused. He could come for me regardless of which pack I'm staying with. Both packs are in danger, I responded. It was true. And Riley's face went wide-eyed innocence flashed before my eyes. Then another horrifying thought came to me all. He could come for my family to get to me, regardless of whether in with Gabriel or at home. I started feeling sick as I said it. It would make no difference where I was, other wolves around me could get hurt. And I wouldn't wish that on my pack or Gabriel's, regardless of how much they disliked me. They were his pack, and it would hurt him to lose more pack members, so therefore I didn't want it to happen. He can't touch me because of this necklace though, and Raziel is going to get the other items to protect our packs. We just have to hold out until then. Skylar. Gabriel cut into my thoughts, and I realized he had been staring at me expectantly. His use of my name made my heart flutter and I tried to ignore it. I was going to. I trailed off, taking a deep breath. I had to tough it out, return to my pack. At least for a bit. His expression hardened slightly but he seemed unsurprised. "If that's what you want." A bit stiffly, was my soft reply. He turned away, shoulders hunched. "Your things are in the room across from your old one. I figured you wouldn't want to go back." He trailed off, but I understood the gist. I stood up slowly, fidgeting. It was uncanny how Gabriel could go from so open one day to completely closed off the next. Normally I wouldn't let anyone leave, especially after they came to my pack so recently. But I understand this is a special circumstance. His callous tone almost made me flinch before I realized he was likely hardening himself out of self-preservation. He cared about me, right? He had to or he never would have been this understanding. "Thank you," I mumbled. "Are you leaving immediately?" Staring at the ground. Why was I feeling guilty? Gabriel clearly took my silence as confirmation. "I will escort you to the border then. I'll meet you outside when you're done packing." Without another word, he had briskly walked to the front door and exited the house again. I couldn't help the dejection I felt caused by the thought of leaving him. I could tell my wolf was not happy about it, but she understood what I was doing. She too was still adjusting to the newfound discoveries about her mate. Gabriel's emotionals as attitude did hurt, but not as much as it had before. As I headed upstairs and began to throw my piles of clothes into my suitcase, I knew he was probably just protecting himself. For all he knew, I could reject him any minute. Judging by the way my clothes had been neatly folded by my suitcase, he had anticipated that I might leave. I stared at the clothes remaining to be packed, and I nearly felt like crying. His scent was all over the small bundles. He had clearly folded them with care and spent enough time in here that his scent still lingered. Had he spent all night curled up on my clothes and fought back tears? I rapidly threw all of my other necessities into the bag before exiting the room with haste. My hunch was probably wrong, but the thought of Gabriel sitting here, folding my stuff, was enough to nearly send me sprawling to the ground. Oh, how I wished it could all be normal. I met my mate outside and we set off at a brisk walk towards the edge of a village without a word. Part of me wished I could say goodbye to Eli, but at the pace Gabriel was setting there would be no time. You might see him again, my wolf said, thinking about returning here once everything had been settled. I knew that's what she wanted, a life with her mate. It was a risk she was probably willing to take. But was I? I shook the thoughts away. We shifted as soon as we entered the trees, me with my bag of necessities again on my back, clothes to my ankle. Seeing Gabriel in his massively powerful wolf form was enough to set me on edge again. Every ounce of my own wolf pined for him, but she was far more subdued than normal, because she knew of the possible consequences now. I could see my wolf's sadness reflected in Gabriel's wolf's deports. While running as my wolf was usually a liberating experience, today my thoughts were much preoccupied elsewhere. Gabriel ran near me, muscles rippling with every stride, but we made sure not to let even the fringes of our fur brush. There was no telling what would happen if our wolf took over. That run as my wolf was the least enjoyable of my entire life. Having something so close, yet not being able to have it, was excruciating. Everything was amplified in my animalistic form. I took my anger out on the ground, pounding against it with my massive paws as we tore through the undergrowth. Finally, we neared the border. Gabriel indicated that we shift back. I assumed to say goodbye, feeling down modern ice which forms behind a copse of trees, throwing my clothes on haphazardly. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to leave him, but I needed to think clearly. I had both Gabriel's future and mine in my hands, and it was not the time to make an impulsive decision. Too much was at stake. We approached each other in a small clearing, stopping a few feet away. It was mid-afternoon and the sun shone high above our heads, throwing everything into clarity. I was reminded of the first night we'd met, in a clearing similar to this one. I'm surprised you're letting me run the rest of the way by myself. I started the conversation hesitantly, trying to keep my voice light. If it weren't for that necklace, I'd never let you. I'm sure it would upset your pack if I joined you, but without that protection, I wouldn't care. Be careful, it'll be long past dark before you're home. His eyes flashed with worry, and he was still taut with tension. I sensed that he was putting a great deal of trust in Razierless necklace by letting me be alone in the dark. That spoke volumes of the angel's wisdom, for Gabriel seemed to not trust easily, and I was sure it was a higher standard when it came to me. Don't worry. I'll meet up with Border Patrol. The vampires won't come near me. I'll be safe. I touched the wooden cross and felt its warmth, really hoping the blessed item worked. Gabriel sighed, looking down at the ground as he clenched his jaw. A moment of silence passed by. I don't want to let you go. Really, I don't. Everything in me is going against this. He closed his eyes for a second. But just this once. I know I need to step back and let you make your own decision. I stared at him, surprised yet again by his honesty. He must really have cared to put aside his alpha nature and let me be independent this once, when I most needed it. His eyes fixated on me then, and there was alarming intensity in them. I could tell everything he said was about to be spoken with a conviction. But you have to know this, Skylar. Take your time deciding. and I will understand. If it's days or months, I will understand. Don't return to me until you've made a decision. And when I do see you, I want you to end this. You can either reject me and move on with your life, or you can accept me and become part of my pack. He stood there, shoulders tense. As I stared, the dot can't come see me unless you've made your choice. I can't take the pain of not knowing anymore. His gaze was scorching, desperate, and I swallowed hard as Gabriel's eyes bored into me. I gazed at him then for a long moment, and am sure my expression mirrored his. A series of emotions flickered between us then, along with the usual electricity of our close proximity. I tried to convey to him everything I was feeling through my eyes alone. I didn't want to use words because I was sure how to put my feelings forth verbally. I just hoped and prayed that he could somehow know what I was thinking. I wanted him to know that this was causing me pain, too, and that both my wolf and I cared for him deeply. On the other hand, I was worried that articulating my feelings for him might make it even more painful, and I didn't want to cause Gabriel any more torment than I was by leaving. He didn't deserve it. We stayed like that for a bit, just staring into each other's eyes, silently conveying our emotions to the best of our ability. I was sure how long I would be going without seeing him. I wanted to memorize the way he looked now, even if I would be seeing him again soon, because I knew how hard it would be to go without him for even a day. I kept the mental image locked inside my head before I nodded once. Slowly, I understand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The words coming out a whisper. He nodded. Once, the fire in his eyes dimming slightly. I turned to leave and took a few steps away. My wolf was whimpering loudly and I tried to force her down. I wanted to go back to Gabriel and embrace him, but I knew I couldn't. It would only make everything worse. Stay safe, Skylar, Gabriel said, so quietly I barely caught the words. I glanced over my shoulder to lock eyes with him. I will. Goodbye, Gabriel. I tilted my chin up with sudden conviction. I couldn't make him wait a long time. That would be cruel, seeing him standing there alone, looking more dejected than I'd ever thought possible. I knew I had to make my decision fast. I will see you soon, I added, putting every ounce of honesty I could into those words. Then, without another look back, I turned and entered the fringe of trees, heading home. Struggling between my wolf and human identities, I have to suppress my longing for my mate, knowing that our union could bring unpredictable consequences. Chapter 19. I shifted back into my wolf as soon as Gabriel was out of sight. She was itching to turn around and run back to our mate, but I held her firm. It was easy enough for her to forget the consequences and go with her instincts. She was an animal. As the human side of our consciousness, I had to look into the future and worry about what would happen to us. I contacted my family in Alphabet as soon as I was safely inside our pack borders. My parents' shock was tangible as we mined, linked, but I detected a palpable sense of relief there as well. No doubt they were surprised that Gabriel, the alpha of the enemy pack, had let me go at all. Before I had gotten to know him, I wouldn't have blamed my parents for thinking that way. Now I found that it had irked me. There was so much more to Gabriel than met the eye. Then again, he had done some cruel and heartless things in the past. I knew there was still a rough and darker side to him that he didn't expose to me. It was something I would have to accept if I were ever to be his. The thought of belonging to Gabriel and only Gabriel sent a shudder up and down my spine, not an altogether unpleasant feeling. I caught a whiff of familiar scent after I broke the mind, ink with my family off. It was the border patrol of my pack, fast approaching. I stopped where I was and waited patiently for them to arrive. As the three wolves broke through the undergrowth and circled me, I could see the surprise evident in their eyes. Skylar. That was Jack. The beta, his brown and white wolf towering over my own as he sniffed me cautiously. His confusion translated over the mind, Link, as he questioned me for an explanation. It's a long story, I replied, somewhat vaguely, lowering my silver head out of respect for his authority. I do have some information on the vampires I'd like to tell Alpha Brett. On the run I had been planning what to tell him, making sure Alpha Brett would not think I was leaving anything out so that he would not pry. I had to avoid the command at all costs. I couldn't possibly fight it, and I would hate myself if I broke my promise and revealed Gabriel's secrets. He cocked his head, considering, and surprisingly didn't push it. How long will you be back? I'm not sure. That seemed to perturb him even more. His eyes flicked to my neck, where he clearly realized that I had no mating mark. The mark would translate from human from over to our wolves. Now Jack knew that Gabriel and I hadn't completed the process. He jerked his head to indicate I joined them, saying a quick hello to the other wolves. I noticed how they looked at me with caution and wariness. I hoped this was a common theme among the other pack members. Leaping after them, we set a steady pace that led us back to the pack village as the sun sank in the sky. The necklace protection still hung around my neck, much tighter now that my neck was thick and furry, almost too tight. I glanced around as the darkness fell, praying it would be enough and that we'd make it home safely. Thankfully, nothing leapt out of the darkness to attack us as we finally arrived at the pack village. Home. Perhaps I was just being paranoid. Even so, my wolf's fur was bristled and on alert as we exited the copse of trees and made our way to Alpha Brett's house. Just out of sight of the others, we quickly shifted back into human form before approaching the three figures that stood there. My mom immediately leapt at me, enveloping me in a tight hug that smelled of oranges and vanilla. I nestled my nose into her shoulder, inhaling the comforting scent. It had been too long since I'd been around her. As my father joined her in the hug, I realized just how much I'd missed everyone. Yet, even as I reunited with my pack members, I felt the hollow ache in my chest as I missed him. I just cowled and helped it. Alpha Brett approached me after I reassured my parents that everything was okay and shed another tear. Filled on my mother's part, she cried over everything hug. Like the Border Patrol wolves earlier, his eyes were hooded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I noticed that the Alpha's face looked tight and drawn as if he'd been through a lot of stress while I was away. Or perhaps I had just failed to notice the lines of stress before. I felt a pang as I realized a lot of Alpha Brett's stress in previous years was due to my mate in the Black Mountains pack, and the problems he dealt with now could also be traced back to Gabriel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was he that the vampires were after. Welcome back, Skylar, the Alpha said, although his voice was a bit tense. I dipped my head and respectfully greeted him. I know you're tired, but would you mind telling me why you're back so soon? You're always welcome here as long as you are a member of this pack, but with recent circumstances, it may not be in the pack's best interest for you to keep running back and forth. I felt my cheeks redden slightly at the implied admonishment. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With the deaths in the Black Mountains pack and the vampires on the loose, Gabriel and I had a minor disagreement. There's a lot of turmoil in their pack right now, and I wanted to be back here and help protect my pack while those blood-sucking creatures are around. It was really a complete lie, and hopefully he bought it. Alpha Brett studied me for a moment, realizing how vague my answer was. To my great surprise, he didn't pry. Very well, but you'll have to make a choice soon, one way or another. You can't keep your feet in both packs. I nodded, realizing how similar his words were to Gabriel's. Yes, Alpha, we are having a meeting tomorrow evening. I expect more details then. Many members of our pack will be there to discuss the vampire situation. I need you there so we can get your input on the creatures, as you've had the most contact with them. I nodded yet again. It would definitely be a tricky situation, as Alpha Brett would want as much information on the vampires as possible. I would not reveal Gabriel's secret, but I still needed to provide my pack with some intel on the vampires. to help keep them safe. Plus, Raziel had said he would bring something to help power packs. More blessed items, so I assumed. How exactly was I going to explain all of that? With a few more words, Alpha Brett dismissed all of us. My parents stood close to me, for once not drilling me with questions, as we headed towards our house. Perhaps they could sense my exhaustion and inner turbulence. My father had always been excellent at reading me. I was pretty sure he could tell that I was having an internal struggle about something. Either way, I was extremely grateful that they weren't asking me for all of the details right now. However, I did notice their eyes boring into the side of my neck, assuring that I was not marked. Soon enough I would have some serious explaining to do. The next morning I was woken up bright and early by an excited, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," and unnecessarily loud voice. "Skylar, oh my gosh, I've missed you so much. Why didn't you tell me you were here last night? You could have come and woken me up." Seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had woken me up from a deep sleep, Maria continued to prattle on. I sighed in mild exasperation, sitting up and rubbing my eyes. "I missed you too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," I replied dryly, although it's a bit early, don't you think? I felt her weight on my bed and I was suddenly engulfed in a tight hug. "It's past 10. You dork. Not that early." I blinked, not realizing what time it actually was. "Oh," was my intelligent response. I focused on my best friend's face, taking in her excited eyes and disheveled dark hair. She grinned cheekily, radiating warmth and true happiness at seeing me. At least she was treating me with the same wariness as everyone else. "So why are you back so soon? You going to tell me everything that's going on?" she asked as I stood up out of bed. Stretching, I winced as everything came rushing back to me. Gabriel's secrets, the vampires, leaving my mate standing alone in a clearing. I suddenly looked down at the ground, biting my lip. "Oh, sorry, Skylar. I didn't mean." Maria frantically tried to backtrack. I shook my head, cutting her off. I looked up at her, locking gazes. This was my best friend. I had to be honest with her. "Honestly, I can't tell you everything. It's complicated." Her eyebrows drew together. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I can't elaborate, but basically, it caused a sort of rift in between us. Plus there's all the vampires causing havoc. I returned home to clear my head, think things over. Maria nodded in response, understanding dawning on her features. I was grateful when she didn't ask for specifics. "So you're deciding what to do about Gabriel," she said quietly. I gave a half smile. Maria had always known exactly what I was getting at. She was an excellent people reader, which made her an amazing source of support when I was down. And the way she spoke about Gabriel didn't make it seem like she hated him the same way everyone else in my pack did. I was grateful, even if she was faking it. Pretty much. "Well, I have just the thing to cheer you up." She smiled brightly. I rolled my eyes. "Oh great. Please not another night of clubbing. That didn't go very well." Maria bit her lip, looking a bit guilty, and I felt bad for saying it, but she brightened before I could apologize. "No, I was thinking we could go shopping this time." I almost grimaced at the thought of returning to that city again, but then stopped myself as I realized I was being cowardly. I had gone to the city hundreds of times while attending high school and nothing had happened. I couldn't let one bad experience scare me away from it forever. It was daylight, and I had the necklace. Her eyes dimmed slightly. "But if you don't want to. I mean, I know last time we were there." "No, it's fine. I'd love to go." I quickly cut her off, not wanting to hurt her when she had that hopeful expression in her eyes. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She was my best friend. I wanted to spend time with her. Besides, we would be going in the middle of the day and I had protection. The vampires cowled and touch us. The shopping itself actually was fairly therapeutic. I had to admit, Maria and I went by ourselves surprisingly. I hadn't seen Will anywhere as of yet to a quaint part of town with plenty of little boutiques. I had snagged a pretty big wad of money from the jar in my closet. My parents had made me work every summer between high school years and had even worked some after graduation to earn extra cash. My parents were really well off but made me earn my spending money, but I had always been a frugal person, so the money was just sitting there. I had never known exactly what to do with it, what to do with myself. Most werewolves stayed with their packs or their mates their whole lives, spending their time helping out with pack duties or patrolling the borders. Many of them work part-time in nearby human settlements to earn the money necessary to get by in life. Some werewolves, however, left their packs to integrate themselves in the human world. A lot of them went to college or traveled. Most wolves frowned upon such integration, but a tiny part of me had always wondered what it would be like to go to college, now that I had an alpha as a mate. However, I didn't think such things would ever be possible. So Marie had insisted that I bring a lot of the cash from my jar, and for once I didn't feel guilty about spending my hard-earned money. I hadn't bought new clothes in far too long, as she so gracefully put it. Because of her insistence, I now carried a couple of shopping bags packed with new shirts and dresses. We currently sat outside of a small CAF sipping on caffeinated beverages and waiting to order lunch. It all felt so normal, when everything in my recent life had been anything but. "You okay, Sky?" Maria asked, affectionately shortening my name. I nodded, anxiously chewing on my straw. After keeping so much bottled up for so long, I really did want to talk. It was just difficult to pick which subjects I could discuss. "I don't know. It's just hard. My wolf wants him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." So bad. But because of his history, there could be consequences if I mate with him. She was curious. I could tell. Her dark eyes were inquisitive. How bad are the consequences? Very bad. And there's about a 50-50 chance of them happening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Her eyes narrowed. I knew it was difficult for her to give me advice when she had no clue what was going on. That still means they're just as likely to not happen. Right. Meaning you could potentially be perfectly fine and happy. But if you don't go for him at all, you have a 0 chance of being happy. At least for a long time. I lowered my head, nodding. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But the potential consequences of mating with him are even worse than the pain of just rejecting him outright. It was true. Rejecting him would be excruciating, but it would be a lot of pain all at once. If his mark faded, it would be drawn-out torture, which in my opinion was a lot worse. I could go insane like his father. Maria seemed shocked that anything could be worse than rejection. I could see the question hovering on her lips. But still, Sky HES your mate. I mean, I haven't even found my mate yet. Her brown eyes looked briefly saddened. I suddenly felt incredibly selfish. Here I was, lamenting me and my mate's problems, when Maria hadn't even been given a chance by fate yet. She was still very young and had plenty of time, but that didn't change the facts. You're right. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's talk about something else. I don't want to burden you with my problems, I quickly said. How have you been? She frowned but didn't get out to reply before our waiter appeared. Sorry for the wait, ladies. How can I help you? He grinned flirtatiously, glancing from one of us to the other. I briefly studied him, noting his angular features and blindingly white teeth. before I quickly looked down and ordered. He had nothing on my mate. Sensing my wolf's agreement, a blushing Maria, however, giggled a bit and stammered as she ordered her food. She had always been somewhat nervous around the opposite sex. I hid my grin as the waiter collected our menus and left with another flirtatious smile. See what I mean? Skylar. Staring at me knowingly. What? That guy was pretty dang cute. But you barely spared him a glance. I know you and Gabriel have problems, but you're still really hung up on him whether you know it or not. Now it was my turn to feel embarrassed. I stared down at the table and didn't reply. My ear was right, and she'd definitely given me some things to think about today. Several hours later, we all stood crowded in Alphabet's living room, waiting for the meeting to begin. I stood next to Maria, the latter of whom had arrived late and given me a quick hello. His behavior was curt and strange, but I didn't have time to dwell on it now. I was worrying about what I would say to everyone. Half a dozen of the pack's best fighters were in the room, along with Alphabet and his family, including in Beta Jack. And Maria, my parents, me and Will, who was one of the pack's best trackers. This was a more exclusive meeting as to avoid worrying the remaining 2/3 of the pack, who Alphabet was trying to keep mostly in the dark about the whole vampire thing until we figured out the details. We formed a semi-circle around Alphabet, Jack, and my father. The living room was spacious enough to accommodate all of us, but I still felt claustrophobic, for some reason. When Alphabet called, everyone immediately settled down. I felt my nervousness spike. Thanks for coming, everyone. As you all know, we're trying to keep this mostly under wraps. Everyone else knows about the vampires, but they don't know the finer details. Just not to go out alone at night. We can't afford causing a panic right now, especially when we already have enemies like the Black Mountains pack to worry about. I tried not to wince as I heard the murmurs of agreement. The Black Mountains pack was harsh, but they weren't the root of all evil. That spot was reserved for Cain. We need a better plan. Skylar recently told me that, during her stay with the Black Mountains pack, one of their pack members was killed by the vampires, and it wasn't the first death there. While we have yet to be attacked, we've got to stay on our guard. From there, Alphabet began to outline different border patrol plans, pulling out a hand-drawn map of the landmarks around our valley. The warriors and trackers, including Will, went forward to examine the sketch. It reminded me a lot of what Gabriel had done after Riley's death. Alphabet's plan was to double patrols, especially around the area of our territory nearest to the Black Mountains pack, because the vampires were likely clustered there. After dark, no wolves were allowed alone for precautionary purposes. At one point I suggested to my father that Alphabet forbid anyone from going outside after dark. When my father brought it to the Alpha's attention, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The idea was dismissed to my dismay. Alphabet insisted that in groups we were more than capable of handling vampires. Forbidding us from going out after dark would cause unnecessary panic. We had no reason to resort to such extreme measures, leaving our borders open to the vampires and Black Mountains pack after dark. Unless there was an attack. Unless there's something else you should be telling us. Skylar, the Alpha asked. After he gave me his reasoning, he must have seen my incredulous expression. Well, I stammered, not liking how all of the attention was suddenly fixated on me. You have been around them the most. Tell us everything you know. His tone was calm, but I sensed that he would have no issue commanding me if I refused to obey. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't know very much. I heard they're in a large group, about 50 or 60 of them. Their leader is named Cain. He is one of the oldest vampires around. He's insanely strong and fast. He killed one of the Black Mountains pack members in an instant before anyone could stop him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That should be enough to warn them of the threat. without causing more questions or revealing any information about Angel's or Gabriel's history. I left out the way he had left Riley's heart in a box, taunting me. That might lead Brett to ask why I was being taunted. And the next logical step would be Gabriel. I couldn't have my pack blaming Gabriel for all of this. It was really his fault. He couldn't control his heritage. And I knew it would infuriate Brett to no end and only cause a deeper rift between our packs. I had to protect my mate, and distancing the two rival packs at this point would not be advantageous. It was probably what the vampires wanted. How do you know all of this? Brett demanded. I tilted my chin up, preparing myself for a half-truth. I overheard a lot of things where I was kidnapped. And the Black Mountains pack did reconnaissance. I overheard some of it. I hoped my expression was convincing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was a complete lie. Brett was sitting in a chair leaning over the map, and he tapped his pen on the table, eyes narrowing in contemplation. Do you think they would deliberately hide anything from you? No, I replied firmly. I was sure of the fact that Gabriel wouldn't have put me in more danger by deliberately not telling me something. I don't think there's any way for you to know if they left you out of the loop. He replied coolly. I didn't like his tone, but I attempted to understand his viewpoint and remember that to him. The Black Mountains pack was the worst enemy. Maybe they're taking advantage of the fact that you came running back here. Maybe they provided you with false information. The room had grown absolutely silent. I knew that was true, but I couldn't explain how I knew it was true, so I instead replied, Gabriel wouldn't do that. Brett snorted and I bristled, not liking his dismissal of my mate's honor. You're a bit blind to his faults. Skylar. I'm not. I just know he would lie to me about this. I couldn't believe I was arguing with an alpha. Perhaps spending so much time with Gabriel had changed me, made me braver. I think he lied to you to protect his own ass, and to hurt Egg. Leave us vulnerable. My wolf growled and I tried not to let the sound escape. Gabriel, listen, the problem here. The vampires are the problem. I know what the problem is. Brett seemed agitated now, and he narrowed his eyes at me. You would be wise to stop arguing with me. You would be wise to stop blaming the wrong person. I snapped back before I could help myself. I saw my parents' eyes widen with horror and my blatant disrespect. I instantly wished I could take back my words. Brett snarled. See what I mean? You're already turning into his little pet. I can't even be sure of your loyalty anymore. You never really clarified why you left. How am I supposed to trust you? I stared daggers at him, feeling my skin prickle. Infuriated at the implication of disloyalty, I said nothing, but my look expressed it all. We've heard enough from you. Skylar, get out now. We will have a talk later, just you and I. There was no room for argument. I heard the command in his tone. Seething, I turned to leave, sensing my parents about to follow me. Out of the corner of my eye saw my father turn to Brett, opening his mouth furiously. Silence. Both of you are staying here, he demanded of my parents, using the command in his tone again. Low in my throat, before roughly shoving through a group of people in the living room on my way out. I ignored their stares burning into the side of my face. I was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. The Black Mountains pack may have been the problem before, and once upon a time I would have agreed with Brett. But they clearly weren't the problem now. He was a horrible alpha if he couldn't see that. I strode out into the fresh air. It was late evening, and darkness was fast approaching. I clutched my necklace, glad of its warmth. I didn't feel like the vampires were anywhere nearby, but it was still good to have protection. Outside of Brett's house I paced back and forth, taking deep breaths to calm myself down. I had never been a short-tempered person, but insulting my mate was apparently a fast way to get me riled up. I inhaled the fresh air, letting the scent of home soothe me. I just couldn't help but feel Brett was dealing with the wrong problem first. I knew the Black Mountains pack posed no threat to us until the vampires were gone. Cain was much more frightening than Gabriel at the moment. Mate or not, lost in thought for several minutes. I almost didn't notice the set of footsteps approaching me. Skylar. I recognized Will's voice as he strode up beside me. Breathless, I noticed I had walked nearly a block away from Alpha Brett's house with my fevered pacing. Hey Will, I muttered, embarrassed at the scene he had witnessed. How did you get out? I snuck out as soon as I could. Your parents scowled at leave and Maria's father was watching her. I wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine. Letting my shoulders droop. I feel like HE's dealing with the wrong problem when HE's trying to blame the Black Mountains pack for everything. There was understanding in Will's blue eyes, but also a slight bit of aloofness I wasn't used to. It was like he was intentionally distancing himself from me. But I was sure why. I know. But look at it from his point of view. I know you see it differently now. Skylar. But for years we've been basically at war with the Black Mountains pack. You know how big of a toll stress has taken on Alpha Brett over the years. It isn't easy for him to just move on. I'm not asking him to move on. I'm just asking for him to be a good alpha. Will's gaze flashed with surprise, then hardened slightly. You're saying our alpha isn't competent. He just isn't acting like he should right now. Easy enough for you to say. I glanced at him, surprised at the bitterness in his tone. What do you mean? I demanded, feeling my agitation rise again. Will shook his head, raising his hands in surrender. Look, Skylar, I don't know. It's just that Alpha Brett may not treat you the same way he did before. You aren't. In not what? A member of this pack. My anger surged again. I hadn't been marked by Gabriel yet, and I sure as hell didn't feel at home yet among the Black Mountains pack wolves. So technically speaking, this was still my pack. Where you probably won't be for long. The sheer amount of bitterness in his tone was bewildering. You have no idea what you're talking about. To where agent extraordinaire, Wellen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You make it sound so easy. Like I'm just going to go from one pack to the other in a heartbeat. It probably will be easy. I saw the way you looked at him. Will seemed angry now, his bright eyes darkening with emotion. Well, it won't be easy. And of course I look at Gabriel like that. I can't help it. HES my mate. Will winced as I said the word. Mate. This only served to irritate me further. What? To where agent extraordinaire, Wellen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you going to give me that look like everybody else does? Condemn me for having Gabriel as a mate? HE's a tyrant. Skylar, you deserve so much better. My wolf snarled furiously and I clenched my hands into fists. Glaring at Will, I had no idea what had gotten into him. I had never seen him behave like this. That just shows how little you know. I spit out. Nobody would insult my mate and get away with it. My wolf wouldn't allow it. I think I know enough about him. HE's already changing you. I glared at him. He'd had enough of this. You know what? To where agent extraordinaire, Wellen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not going to deal with this. Deal with people telling me I'm changing or becoming disloyal to the pack. It's really none of your business. I'm your friend, Skylar. I don't want that asshole ruining you. Don't talk about him like that. Or, more appropriately my wolf, snarled at him. I was sure my eyes had darkened as my wolf fought for control. She was already hurt and agitated, and everything tonight had brought her crawling to the surface. Will took a step back, looking hurt and horrified at the way I was speaking to him. I didn't care. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had enough going on and I didn't need my pack members turning on me. Without another word, I turned away from Will and strode off into the gathering darkness, trying to fight the shift from happening. I needed to go home, back to my parents' house. That was the only place I'd feel comforted right now. What had gotten into me? I couldn't help but feel that being so far away from my mate while the mating bond was still developing was only making everything worse. What was I supposed to do? Marius POV. The meeting only lasted about 30 minutes after Skylar left. I felt like the altercation had made the mood uncomfortably tense, at least for some of us. So I was grateful when Alpha Brett called it night after a few more instructions. Sighing and rubbing my hand against my forehead, I made my way outside. I felt bad for Skylar. I truly did. She would never be disloyal to this pack or any pack. And I couldn't help but feel like she had a point. From what Shed told me, the vampires were to be taken very seriously. Then again, Alpha Brett had been dealing with the Black Mountains pack's viciousness and Gabriel's heartless attitude for years. He couldn't be expected to just assume their innocence because she said so. I doubt he'd be able to shift his focus from Gabriel being the bad guy unless he saw the vampires for himself. I hoped he wouldn't have to. My mother and father had stayed behind, along with Skylar's parents, to discuss more with Alpha Brett. They were the highest ranking in the pack, so it was their responsibility. I hoped my parents wouldn't turn on Skylar, too. I caught a whiff of a familiar scent on the breeze and I narrowed my eyes through the impending darkness, spotting Will's figure. He was pacing back and forth, shoulders hunched. As usual, I felt my body warm slightly upon seeing him. I couldn't help a spark of feeling I retained for him, even though he was not my mate. I sighed. I really needed to get over the petty childhood crush, but I knew I just couldn't until I found my significant other. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I called out, quickly approaching him. He turned to face me and I immediately sensed that something was wrong. His face was drawn and tense and his eyes hollow. What's going on? Concerned, he turned away from me, hiding his face. Nothing. Don't worry about it, he said gruffly. Does it have anything to do with Skylar? Remembering the way Hed followed her out, I felt a small pang of jealousy, knowing he still felt very strongly for her. I couldn't blame the girl though. She had no idea. Well, Houghton didn't reply, which gave me my answer. What happened? Repeating the question after a moment when he didn't answer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said I don't want to talk about it. I blinked, taking a step back, feeling hurt at his rude reply. Well, you don't have to take it out on me, I replied defensively. I was just trying to help. Well, that's what I was trying to do too, but apparently I suck at it. Because Skylar screamed at me and stormed off. He muttered, "What did you say?" He was silent for a long moment. Resuming his pacing, I argued with her about Gabriel, told her he was good enough for her, and said that Achias an asshole. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I gasped, shocked, not believing Hed say that about her mate. Well, it's true, he snarled, spinning to face me, eyes boring into mine. He'll never be good enough for Skylar. That's just your opinion. Fate obviously thought they were meant to be. Seriously. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you have to rub it in my face? He demanded, blue eyes snapping. Underneath his anger I could see the deep pause of hurt. He and Skylar had never fought, and he was sure how to handle his emotion. Will, I know you like her, but she isn't your mate. I tried to be kind about it, that the words came out more abrasive than it hoped. Will's expression quickly morphed into one of horror. You mean? He stuttered. Belatedly, I realized I'd never confronted him about his feelings for Skylar before. There had never been any need to. However, since she had left Hed being quiet and withdrawn, just not himself, he'd been wanting to approach him for a while. I've known for years. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. ever since you'd kissed." He kicked the ground roughly, frustration evident in the line of his strong jaw. "Does she know?" I shook my head in response and he continued. "She never liked me then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, she wanted to wait for her mate. After you two kissed, she realized she wanted to wait for that one special person." He gritted his teeth. "She is not very special if you ask me. Don't be jealous. The least you can do is be supportive of her, jealous. Well, Maria, you really know how to make me feel better about things. Thanks for your support." He spit out. "Support?" I bristled at his condescending tone. "Well, I've always supported you. You're my best guy friend. Don't take this out on me. You have no clue what it's like. Being obsessed with someone, knowing they'll never feel the way about you." I looked down at the ground, the words spilling out before I could help myself. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I do," I whispered, so quietly that he barely caught it. He glanced at me sharply, startled. "What?" His eyes bored into mine as I looked up, and I felt captivated by their depths. I felt my heart rate speed up, but I howled and take the words back. I do know what that's like. In the background, I heard the light padding of feet and its scent washed over my nose as she approached us. I registered her voice as she called my name, but I ignored it, focusing on Will. But who? Clearly lost. And that hurt most of all. He really had no idea. He really didn't think of me that way. It had always been Skylar, and it always would be until he found his mate. I felt a stab of rejection. I looked down again, biting my lip. "You never noticed. You're just like Skylar in that regard." I heard his sharp intake of breath, felt his incredulous piercing orbs fixated on my face. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Clearly unsure what to say, and had reached us now and looked back and forth between us, clearly having heard the last part of her conversation. "Don't worry about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Feeling the sadness well up, his dubious expression and lack of response confirmed everything. I knew then, but I needed to walk away before I said something else I regretted or embarrassed myself more. Without another glance at either Will or I quickly strode away in the direction of the woods, trying to fight down the rising sadness. Why the hell had I even said that? Our friendship was probably ruined now that he knew. Things would always be awkward between us. I thought I heard them call after me, but I ignored them, furiously wiping at my eyes. I strode into the thick trees. "You shouldn't have done that," my wolf chided, ever the motherly one. I could sense her concern through our link, her lingering affection for Will even though he was our intended mate. "I know," I whispered back, but that was all I said as I continued through the fringes of the forest, dodging through the thick undergrowth. There was a place I often went to think, and I found it shortly, settling myself on the long, thick log. I let the sounds of the forest press in around me. For some reason, it seemed a lot quieter than usual. How strange. Then the words of the meeting register came back to me, and the warnings not to go out after dark. Darkness had just fallen and I glanced up, biting my lip contemplative lie. Stupid, stupid, stupid. My embarrassing confession to what had eliminated my common sense. I needed to go back. This was just asking for trouble. Before I could move though, there was a rustling in the distance that quickly grew louder, and I heard Emma's voice calling my name yet again. She burst through the brush, blonde tresses in disarray. "I knew you'd be here. Why did you ignore me?" she demanded, placing her hands on her hips, even through her haughty, arrogant stare. I could see the concern in her hazel eyes, and was rough around the edges, but once I had gotten her respect and loyalty, she had always been my steadfast friend. When I was younger and had been bullied for being chubbier than the other kids, she had pummeled them for me. When I needed help with makeup, she was always on standby. She may not have the same compassion or patience Skylar had, but was a good friend in her own way. She didn't like Skylar though, which had tested the limits to our friendship on multiple occasions. I had tried endless times to get her to be nice to Skylar, but had never been more than civil. It always wondered if it was mere jealousy, or if didn't respect Skylar because the latter let her compassion and security make her into a pushover on multiple occasions, although she'd developed more of a backbone in recent years. Either way, I'd always wished they could just get along, but I'd never gotten my wish. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She screeched, staring me down. Sorry, I whispered, placing my head on my hands. Immediately the slender blonde looked contrite. So, you going to explain why you just confessed your heart out to dear William? She came and sat down gracefully beside me. I don't know. Set me off. He was being really mean to Skylar, and when she left it upset him, and he took it out on me. I just slipped. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Leaning back a bit. It's getting ridiculous. Anyways, maybe it's about time the cat's out of the bag. Does Skylar know he likes her? I snorted. Of course not. I swear. That girl is just oblivious to male attention of any shape or form. It's not like she's gotten that much before or shall get any more anyways. Not now that she has that alpha as a mate. And spoke of Gabriel with disgust. But to my surprise there was another undertone to her voice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't be rude. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I admonished. I was too tired to deal with her petty feelings. I know. I'm sorry. She grumbled grouchily. I never would have picked her as an alpha's mate. She's cute and all, I guess. But still, there it was again. The hint of jealousy. Anyways, let's not worry about her. Are you going to be okay? She asked me, and this time I noted true sincerity in her voice. I stood up, brushing myself off. Darkness had fallen several minutes ago, and I trusted Skylar's judgment. We should not take our chances and stay out here. Yeah, but it's going to be awkward now, regardless. So let's head back. Sorry for bringing you out here. I was cut off by the sound of a loud twig breaking. I spun around, immediately crouching into defensive mode as I did the same. Startled by the loud noise, there was a blur of movement, a whisper of sound, and then all of a sudden I felt something harsh and cold wrap around me several times, binding my arms to my side. The sensation was immediately followed by a sharp burst of pain that could only be described as excruciating, intolerable. I opened my mouth to scream, but something was shoved in my mouth, roughly cutting off the sound. I fell to my knees in agony, my eyes blurry with tears as I dimly registered what bound me, silver chains. All of this happened in mere seconds. As soon as I registered what was going on, I saw her prepare to launch herself at the attacker, but before she could he was behind her, wrapping her throat and torso tightly with silver chains identical to what bound me, and clamping a hand over her mouth to prevent sound from escaping. I had never seen anyone, other than Alpha Brett, move anywhere close to as fast as the attacker did. My wolf was howling in agony at the back of my mind, but I couldn't reach her. The silver distanced me from her and prevented me from any sort of mental communication to let my pack know we were in danger. I was drained and weak from the kiss of silver, but the agony went on and on as I felt my flesh searing and burning. I remained hunched on the ground, staring at him in desperation, too weak to move but just wanting something to stop the pain. Judging by the contorted look on Anna's face, she was feeling the same way. but her body was held up from collapsing by the creature that stood behind her. This was my fault. It blindly run out here after humiliating myself. I hadn't been paying attention to how dark it had gotten, and I had ignored Skylar's warning because I was too absorbed in my own thoughts. Stupid. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Amidst my pain, my tear-filled eyes slowly flicked to his face, and I took in his appearance in a matter of agonizing seconds. He was very tall, very broad, very muscular, and likely a vampire judging by his unnatural pallor, although I could not catch his scent. His hair was a light brown color and slicked back. His eyes an unnatural electric green, blue that stood out in the darkness. He looked to be in his late 30s, but if he was a vampire, there was no telling how many years he'd actually lived. He had a rather rugged bone structure with a wide jaw and stubble along his chin, but I was not thrown off by his appearance. What perturbed me was his intimidating gaze. His eyes were glimmering with malevolence, and everything about his stance indicated that he was a predator. I could not ignore the aura of danger that emanated from him. If it weren't for the burning pain up and down my body, I would have paid more heed to the tremor of fear that ran along my spine. I just knew this man was somebody powerful. My wolf felt it too, and recoiled into the back of my consciousness as far away from him as she could get. Snarling in pain, I bared my teeth at him, before realizing the gesture wasn't as intimidating because I was gagged. An amused smirk graced his features. "Why, hello to you two. Dog," he said coolly, keeping his voice low. He glanced at Han, who he was holding upright. "Unfortunately, my dear Maria, it hoped to catch you alone, but since she's here." Tears were streaming out of Anna's eyes as she attempted to struggle, but the vampire was far too strong, which made me even more nervous. She had alpha blood and couldn't fight him off. I struggled against my burning restraints, groaning in pain, the sound muffled. I could feel my skin searing from the sheer amount of contact with silver. I was beginning to grow dizzy, unsure of how much more I could take before I passed out. The vampire skid his gaze with disgust, making his lip curl. "The alpha's daughter, am I right?" and growled against her gag, face contorted in pain. "I didn't plan on finding you, but I suppose you could work to my advantage. However, since I know you won't come as quietly as I hope." With one swift jerk, the vampire roughly twisted Anna's neck. There was a loud crack and the blonde collapsed on the ground, unmoving, neck broken and contorted at an odd angle. I gasped in horror, numbness creeping in as I stared at my friend. "Oh, relax. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's not dead. A broken neck won't kill a werewolf. You think I don't know that?" The vampire grinned cheekily, displaying a set of even white teeth. I had expected to see his canines exposed, but apparently he was containing himself. "She's just collateral damage," he continued, picking up Anna's motionless body and heaving her over his shoulder. Then, he approached me, his intimidating form towering over my prone position. His electric eyes darkened. "As are you," he snarled, and the last thing I saw was his fist flying towards my face. I was unaware of what was happening. I felt a burning, an itching sensation, heard voices going in and out, registered my body being rested on something soft. I felt as if the silver was gone, but I couldn't be sure. My wolf was softly whining in the back of my mind. I couldn't help but feel like I should stay awake, away from the brink of sleep. I fought against the unconsciousness as I registered a presence near me. Something warm gripped me, and I felt strength flowing into my body, easing the pain, erasing the dizziness, healing me, seizing a hold of this source of energy. I welcomed it, allowing it to flow into my veins. With this form of comfort, I felt the sleep rush towards me, and this time it just felt right to fall into it. So I slept. I couldn't be sure how time was passing, but I nestled myself in the comforting blackness for some hours. Slowly, strength continued to trickle into me, although I still felt weak. I did not dream instead. I was somewhere between true sleep and wakefulness. How much damage had the silver caused? The reminder of the vampire made me jolt and my eyes slid open. I winced as light flooded in, but I quickly realized it was just moonlight, streaming through the window nearest my bed. I glanced around in confusion. My entire body was stiff and sore, and even the smallest movements hurt. As I absorbed my surroundings, I realized where I was, the infirmary. So they found me in time. They saved me. Or, more accurately, Skylar's father had saved me. I glanced at the foot of the bed to see him resting there, eyes closed as he lightly slept. His face was pale and drawn, and I cowed and felt the feeling of guilt that assaulted me. It seemed as if he had truly drained himself helping me. I half closed my eyes again, my body still incredibly weak. It was a wonder I hadn't died. With all of that silver touching me, the vampire easily could have killed me. And then, so why hadn't he? With these troubling thoughts in my head, I began to doze off. A quiet thump caused me to jump to wake of signals. Or perhaps it was my wolf, who was whining in agitation. My eyes sprung open, and the first thing I saw was a dark figure, hovering over me. It was a vampire, with its fangs exposed, long dark hair hanging in its face. Its eyes burned with fury and disgust. I opened my mouth to scream, but it quickly placed a hand over my face, stifling most of the noise. I began to thrash, glancing around desperately for a weapon, but my search halted when I saw what was happening to Skylar's father. The tall vampire from earlier had one hand raised Anders' head and cupped over his mouth, but Skylar's father was making no moves to escape. I realized why when I saw the silver wrapped around his neck. I mentally began to scream for help, although hopefully there were wolves near enough to the infirmary to have heard my scream, despite the fact that the vampire had muffled it. The vampire's other hand was gripping a syringe, to my horror drawing blood from Alexander, and in a quick movement the vampire had removed the syringe before replacing it with another, inserting something into Alexander's system. Alexander sagged in the vampire's arms, beginning to convulse and thrash due to whatever had been injected. All of this occurred in a matter of seconds and, sure enough, I heard approaching footsteps from outside the infirmary. In the blink of an eye the two vampires were gone, escaping out of the open window. As soon as the hand was removed from my mouth I began to yell, the sound scraping against my sore throat. My body ached and I cursed my own weakness for not being able to fight the second vampire off and help Alexander. Alexander was so drained from healing me that he hadn't even been able to fight or warn the others. I felt another wave of guilt. Within seconds Alpha Brett, my mother and father, and the others burst into the room and darted over to us. Alpha Brett took one look at Alexander before going over to him while my father rushed over to my bedside. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you okay? What happened? His eyes held thinly veiled panic, and he looked exhausted. Knowing my father, H.E.D. stayed by me until Alexander had ordered him out. Vampires. And Alpha Brett quickly ordered the two other wolves to follow the scent. I knew they wouldn't find the vampires, they left no scent at all, especially the one from the forest. I shivered thinking of his uncannily bright blue, green eyes, oozing malevolence. I ignored whatever was said next and allowed my gaze to fall upon Skylar's father, Alexander. He was lying on the ground, eyes closed, completely motionless. His skin had achieved an unnatural pallor, and H.E.D. finally stopped thrashing. It didn't look like he was breathing. I never imagined seeing such a sight, my father, pale and lifeless, lying in a coma. As a pack doctor with extraordinary self-healing abilities, he had never been sick. What could have possibly done this to him? Chapter 20. Your father is in a coma. Skylar. I could only stare in Alpha Brett in dismay, refusing to believe the words coming out of his mouth. My father, pale and motionless in a cot in the infirmary, was something I had never expected to see. Pack doctors, having an affinity unlike normal werewolves, had a superior self-healing ability than anyone but an alpha. My father had never been sick, not that werewolves were prone to sickness after childhood. Anyways, he had never had any sort of medical condition. When I thought of the epitome of health, my father came to mind. Yet here he was, nearly lifeless in the cot right in front of me. Alpha Brett had pulled out a chair for me and I sank into it slowly. I gingerly reached out and rested my hand on my father's arm, almost wincing from the lack of heat emanating from his skin. "How?" I asked softly. The last it heard. My father had been treating Maria after she had been attacked. When Alpha Brett ordered me to come to the infirmary immediately because something happened to my father, it was as if the ground was collapsing under my feet. Could anything else go wrong? Maria was barely coherent as Alexander while she was still weak. She said the vampires took some of his blood and injected him with a substance. Whatever it was, there must be some silver infused, because his wolf isn't healing him. He indicated my father's upturned arm. The veins were dark and stood out against his pale skin. It was poison pumping through my father's veins. There obviously wasn't that much silver because it didn't kill him. Your father's affinity is strong. He would have a better chance of recuperating than anyone else in the pack if he hadn't been drained from helping Maria. The alpha stone was flat and clipped. I could sense the tension simmering underneath his tone. And I knew why Anne was missing too. It had taken a while to notice the blonde's absence, as Maria had not been coherent enough to talk. It was several hours after Marius' arrival to the infirmary, but sometime before my father was attacked, that the pack was notified that Nisent was stale. She was known to wander off on her own sometimes, but when her father could not break her mental barricade to contact her, he knew something was wrong. Now the whole pack was in a near panic state. 2 werewolves injured, one of which currently in a coma, and the Alpha's daughter missing. I barely noticed when Alpha Brett strode off, presumably to renew his search for his daughter, leaving me and my mother alone with the prone figure in front of us. My mother's brilliant blue eyes were red, rimmed, her curls in disarray. She was crying softly and refusing to look at anything in particular. I couldn't blame her, it was her mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The thought of my own mate caused a lump to rise in my throat, and I quickly brushed the image of Gabriel's face out of my mind. My own flesh and blood was suffering in front of me, and that had to take priority. I dimly registered the sound of the door opening and closing, followed by shuffling footsteps. I spun around to see a haggard Maria limping. She still looked tired and strained from her contact with silver, in fact. I was surprised she was moving at all. She slowly walked over to the bed nearest my father's and eased herself in. I just needed some fresh air," she said quietly. Dark eyes dull. "Skylar. So, don't Maria. It's not your fault." I waited outside while my father was treating you, but Alpha Brett told me to go home, to get some sleep until you were awake. I shouldn't have listened. Maybe I would have been able to stop them. She shook her head quickly. You wouldn't have been able to. Those vampires were in and out in half a minute. Maybe less. They barely even woke me up and I couldn't smell them. I'd never seen anyone move that fast. A flicker of fear crossed her expression. I gritted my teeth. What happened? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was sure she had told the story already to hear it. I needed to hear it. The brunette sighed, lowering herself into a horizontal position on the cot. After you and Will argued, I confronted him. He said some upsetting things. I went to the forest, and followed me. We were talking, and all of a sudden he was there. Who's Empire? Tall, lighter brown hair, creepy blue, green eyes. He seemed really strong, and really evil. I didn't even catch his scent. He just snuck up on us. I nodded for her to go on. He wrapped us in silver before we could move, and gagged us so we couldn't call for help. We were no match for him. He knew my name, and he knew who Anne was, which means he must have been watching everyone for a while. He said something about not wanting Anne to be there, but said she would be collateral damage, just like me. He knocked me out and took Anne. A palpable sense of guilt appeared in Maria's dark eyes. There was nothing he could have done. That was Cain, it had to be. No other vampire would be able to take on two full-grown werewolves at once that quickly. I couldn't imagine going face to face with the monster like Maria had. The thought made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. She visibly shuddered. He just radiated evil. Skylar. I can't explain it any better than that. He is the oldest vampire. He would be too strong for anyone except an alpha. Too strong for anyone except Gabriel. I added inside head. I don't remember much of being brought back here. When I woke up from one of my dozes, there was different vampire leaning over me. He smothered me so I cowled and cried out while the other one, Cain or whatever his name is, began to inject. Maria indicated my father with a jerk of her head, seemingly unable to say more. But I understood. My mother had remained silent through all of this. But I could see the lines of visible tension in her delicate shoulders. She sniffed, loudly, taking one of my father's hands in hers. It was heartbreaking to watch. Alpha Brett said they took his blood. I was stating it more than asking, but I had to know. What the hell would Cain want with my father's blood? The thought deeply perturbed me. Maria nodded mutely, and he said you an unworkable lateral damage. Not the intended target. My brain was quickly working to put the pieces together. He also attacked when my father was at his weakest. Everything came together with horrifying clarity and I swallowed hard. So he wanted my father's blood all along. That was what he was going for. All of his other actions with you and Anne were leading to this. So why does he still have Anne? She asked weakly. I did not want to find out. I stayed by my father's beside as the sunlight began to creep across the sky. Night turning into early morning, then morning transitioning into a bright and hot afternoon. After a few hours, Maria left the infirmary to return home. After she left, I lowered my head and let the guilt wash over me. This is all my fault. I thought morosely, resting my elbows on the bed nearest my father. He hadn't moved in all the hours since he'd been here. My mother had fallen into a restless sleep, her hand still placed in his. You couldn't have known ego after your family. My wolf tried to reason, but she too seemed subdued. Yes, I could have. He likes to play games. I should have known that anyone close to me would be a direct target. He could have just wanted packed up to blood regardless of the relation to you. Then why attack my best friend? He could have attacked anyone in the pack to get my father's attention. She couldn't argue with that logic. I stared down at my father's face, peaceful in sleep despite the situation. Why did Cain want his blood? I had no doubt it had something to do with my father's affinity. Attacking Maria just seemed like Cain's way of getting at me. He could have killed her, but instead he left her on the fringes of death for my father to heal her. It seemed like he was toying with me, letting me know what power he had over all of us. I felt a flutter of panic as I took in my father's stillness. And for the millionth time I wished I had inherited his affinity. The pack did not have another doctor to take his place. We would be lost until another was born with the affinity. I was worse than useless, and I was sure everyone was thinking the same thing. There was a she-wolf in the pack, Linda, who worked part-time in the human settlement at a medical clinic to earn money for her family. She could not treat my father as a werewolf. His makeup was completely different than a human's. But she came in every so often to check his vitals. I caught a waft of her scent as she entered the room, tools in hand. I was grateful to her for trying even though she couldn't really help him. I had been feeling feverish the last couple of hours. My skin was prickling, and I felt jumpy. No doubt it was due to all of the stress. But regardless, I needed some fresh air. I'll be right back, I muttered to Linda, quickly exiting the infirmary knowing my father was in good hands. The gentle breeze and warm air outside were refreshing, but I still felt. I took deep breaths as I attempted to calm myself down and think about what to do. What was wrong with me? Was I coming down with something? Trying to ignore the itching under my skin. I thought about what to do. There were scant options. I could not help my father, in fact. The nearest source of help was in Gabriel's pack Ava. I stiffened as the idea came to me. What if we sent for help to the Black Mountains pack? Would Gabriel allow Ava to cross our borders? Would he do something like that for me? Helping the enemy pack? I felt a flicker of doubt as I remembered Alpha Brett's blatant hatred for them. But surely he would listen to reason when it came down to someone as important as my father. I glanced around, noting the absence of wolves in the pack village. They must all be looking for Anne. The blonde and I had never gotten along, but still I felt the guilt rise again. It was my fault she was missing. I could have argued more and told Alpha Brett that Kane liked to taunt me and play mind games, that he might go after someone close to me. I was selfish to keep my mouth shut. I reached out a mental probe, finding Alpha Brett's presence. Alpha Brett. Almost more owlsly as I thought of what his reaction might be to my previously unheard of proposition. What? Skylar. I'm a bit busy right now. His tone was quite unwelcoming. I just had an idea about how we could help my father. I know you don't like the Black Mountains pack, but Gabriel might be willing to help since it's We're not asking for help from them. Alpha Brett's voice rung with dislike and left little room for argument. But they could send over their pack doctor and she could help. They have made no effort before to be peaceful with us. We do not need our enemies here in a time like this. Yeah, but Gabriel has a mate here now. It's different. I sensed Alpha Brett snarl over the mind link. Absolutely not. And don't think I'd forgotten that we need to have a serious talk. Skylar, with that, he abruptly cut me out, gritting my teeth as the anger rose. I quickly strode back into the infirmary. What was his problem? Was he too blinded by his own hatred to ask for help in a serious time of need? I sat down roughly in the chair next to my father as Linda exited. Ignoring my mother's confused stare, I reached forward and determinedly grabbed my father's hand, mentally reassuring him that it would all be okay. To my surprise, when I grabbed his hand I felt an odd sensation. It was like a brief moment of searing heat, jolting from his hand and shooting up my arm. It left the hairs on my forearm standing straight up and I released my father's hand in confusion. My arm was tingling as the sensation faded. What was going on? Was that a good sign? I tentatively grabbed his hand again, but the blazing sensation of heat did not reoccur, and I was left staring his sleeping face, preoccupied. A couple hours later, and still had yet to be found, and there was no change with my father. My mother made me jolt in surprise when she spoke for the first time in a long while. Skylar, would you mind leaving me alone with your father for a while? I'd just like to talk to him. I don't know. Maybe hearing my voice will help wake him up. Her eyes were glassy with unshed tears. Her beautiful face nearly crumpled in despair. I couldn't say no to her when she looked like that, so I reluctantly agreed. Perhaps I could rest for a while at home. After Will and I argued, I had returned home and taken a shower, trying to wash away my anger, but had never been able to sleep because Maria was attacked so soon after dark. I reluctantly released my father's hand and, with one last glance at my mother's morose expression, exited the infirmary and navigated the narrow alleyways between houses to return to my own. Upon walking in, the air seemed stale, the house tense and quiet. I frowned as I entered the living room. Nobody had been here since late last night when we'd received news of my father. Yet something was off. My wolf waned in the back of my mind. I tensed up, trusting my instincts, as they'd never led me astray before. I glanced around warily, my eyes roving the furniture and the pictures on the walls. Nothing had been touched, so why did I feel as if another presence had been here? My trepidation increasing, I slowly took the stairs up toward my room. My preoccupation was heightened as I approached the sleeping quarters. I couldn't quite explain it. It was as if the air had been stirred by a body other than my own. As the hair on the back of my neck began to prickle, I knew I was correct. I had learned to recognize this feeling as I always got it when vampires had been around. My wolf had a keen sense for other supernatural creatures. Recognizing it made my blood cold, and I slowly pushed open the door to my bedroom. The wooden door creaked ominously as my room's contents were revealed. My eyes immediately found the culprit, a small white slip of paper. innocently resting in the exact center of my bed. My bed was immaculately made. Sheets tucked in and pillows fluffed. But there was one problem. I hadn't made the bed. Goosebumps sprung up and down my arms and I tried not to shiver. It was the middle of the day and I knew the vampire's cowl didn't reach me here. But the thought of Kane making my bed disturbed me on a deep level. I hesitantly approached the bed, remembering the last time he had left me a gift. I could only hope he hadn't put one of Anna's body parts in a container and sent it to me, to my small sense of relief. The piece of paper was the only new addition to my room. I swallowed hard and braced myself as I gingerly picked it up. Half of the page was covered in a flowing script that I recognized as Kane's. Assuming Kane had written the note to me in Gabriel's home when Riley's heart was left in the box on my bed. Skylar, you really need to straighten your room. Although I imagine you've been busy. What with taking care of your father and all. Sorry about that. But I needed his blood. Call it scientific curiosity. I believe I have something or someone your pack wants. I know they're looking for me, but I'm rather hard to track as you know, and they'll have no luck finding the Alpha's daughter. I am, however, available to talk to you. Consider the blonde my bargaining chip. Walk north into the woods immediately after sundown, and keep walking. I'll find you. Come alone. I'd hate to see what would happen to this scared little she-wolf if you don't come, or if you try to lead someone else to me. I'll be waiting. Never had a day felt so long. I hadn't even debated ignoring the note. At this point, I had seen enough of Kane's ruthlessness to know he would kill Anne in a heartbeat and leave her there for us to find. It would be all my fault. If it were anyone else besides Kane, I might think they were bluffing. But I knew it would be just as easy for Kane to kill off the pack members one by one until I gave in. I was going to let any more blood be spilled if I could help it. It didn't matter that Anne and I had never gotten along. She was my pack member, and she had a mate out there waiting to meet her one day. She had a father, a mother, and a little brother that loved her. It was her time to die. With my rosary to protect me, I would have to trust Razier less words that the vampire's cowl didn't touch me. I knew that I was putting myself in danger, and that Gabriel wouldn't like it. But Riley was dead. Maria had almost died, and my father was in a coma. I couldn't take much more. I needed to know what the hell Kane wanted from me, and I was going to put my entire pack's safety at risk because of cowardice. Perhaps I was being reckless, but I didn't care. I was out of options. So I acted like nothing was on my mind besides my father's health to fool my mother, sitting by his bedside and staring into space as darkness slowly arrived. The rest of the pack was in such a state of panic because of Anna's disappearance that I knew they'd scarcely notice if I slipped away. I simply told my mother that I was going outside to clear my head before it got too dark. In her dreary state, she just nodded, barely registering what I said. I still felt strange, the blood burning through my veins, as if I were coming down with some sort of rare disease, but I could only attribute it to the stress of the situation. My nerve endings felt frayed, but they would keep me alert. I had to be on my guard when meeting Kane. The patrols and searches for Anne were easier to avoid than I thought. Because it was getting dark, Alpha Brett would not allow smaller search groups to rove the land, so the parties were more spread out. I found an area of the woods where my packmate's scent was fresh, so they would not be searching there again anytime soon. And from there I headed north. I walked in a stream for a brief spell as to mask my scent better. My wolf itched to be free, as she was feeling the same feverish tension I was. But I ignored her. I would meet Kane face to face. The forest grew steadily quieter as I continued, the animals likely scurrying far away from the menace that was lurking nearby. It was fully dark now, the thin moonlight doing little to illuminate the forest floor. Leaves crackled and crunched under my feet as I crossed another stream. I hoped my innate sense of direction was guiding me true. Not too long after dark, the hairs on my neck stood on end, and I knew I was getting close. The forest was deathly still now. The crunching leaves underneath my bare feet seemed disconcertingly loud amidst the silence. I felt a spike of nervousness but attempted to quell it, feeling my rosary warm against my skin and hoping it would be enough to dispel Kane's evil. It was not Kane's scent I caught first, it was Anna's. I emerged into a clearing to see 3 figures standing there, bathed in moonlight. Anne was there, bloody and bruised, silver loosely wrapped around her thin torso as a vampire with scraggly hair stood behind her and held her in place. She was slumped, blonde hair falling forward to obscure her features. My eyes immediately flicked to the vampire I knew must be Kane. He was tall and imposing, his features as Maria described them. His unnatural eyes burned with such maliciousness I almost took a step back. My wolf could recognize the aura of pure evil that he emitted, and I tried not to visibly shudder. A lazy smirk made its way across his features as he took me in. And here I was, thinking you'd be no show. He drawled lacily. What do you want? Was my short response. In such a hurry, don't you want to get to know me first? The smirk grew. I'll have you know, Skylar. That letter took a while to write. I did not like his arrogance. The way he was treating this all like a game. My name sounded like poison coming from his lips. I heard the vampire holding and snicker cruelly. Enough playing around. I snapped, trying to be brave despite my inner turmoil. Why did you want to meet me here? Call it scientific curiosity. Eyes glinting, echoing the words from the letter. I stared at him, perplexed, completely unsure where he was going with this. Tell me, Skylar, how have you been feeling since your father's accident? I couldn't prevent the snarl that escaped my chest. Don't you dare talk about him, I snapped furiously. The vampire cocked his head, raising an eyebrow. You really don't know what I'm talking about, do you? I only stared at him mutinously, refusing to partake in his game of his. Kane shook his head slowly. It must be much more deeply buried than I originally thought. I suppose the blood will have to do for now. He almost seemed to be talking to himself. Now I made no attempt to hide my bewilderment. What are you talking about? What is deeply buried? Kane made a tsk noise in his throat. Now, don't be hasty. If you don't already know, I'll have to let you figure it out by yourself. Figure what out? I was about at the end of my patience. It didn't escape my notice that Anne had shifted position, whimpering in pain. I didn't even want to know what they had done to her. Kane took a step closer, and I had to fight not to move backward. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Yes, it definitely is different. There's an edge to it. He opened his eyes and his lips curled in a sneer. Although other than that, you dogs all have blood that smells the same. Disgusting. I ignored the insult. So he was talking about my blood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyebrows furrowed. Did this have anything to do with the odd way I'd been feeling all day? I was hoping that, with your father's predicament, it would have emerged. Seems I'll have to wait. Before I could put all the pieces together, Kane moved on, his eyes taking on a hungry edge as he examined me. Or I could just take you with me, see if I can beat it out of you. He grinned, and I noticed with a stab of horror that his canines had slightly elongated. I did not prevent the growl from emerging from my chest. There's no way in hell I'll go with you, I snapped. Kane's eyebrows rose. You think you know anything about hell? Dog, he bared his teeth, his voice hardening. Your whole species is pathetic. You know nothing of suffering. His eyes were darkening and I recognized the demon within, making itself known. My wolf rose within my consciousness at the insult, but I fought her down, seething. No, you're either one that is pathetic, hiding in the shadows like a coward, refusing to face your enemies head on, killing those that are weaker than you. I indicated, and with a jerk of my head, seeing the furious expression on Kane's face but recklessly continuing anyways. You're despicable. In a flash, Kane's face morphed until his eyes were completely black, his fangs bared. In a movement so fast I barely saw it, he lunged at me, claws extended. I scarcely had time to leap backwards, although I knew I would be too slow for him. I braced myself for the impact, but it never came. There was a furious hiss as Kane stopped himself mid, lunged and recoiled, face contorted in pain. He landed on all fours and then quickly scurried backwards like an animal. It was then that I realized his demon eyes were fixated on the necklace hidden under my shirt. There was a burning fury etched in his expression. I drew the cross out. Slowly. As soon as it was visible, the second vampire snarled and backed away while Cain continued to glare at the necklace. But he started to say, spitting his words out, that thing that was supposed to be destroyed. I had never seen so much anger in one expression. Cain's eyes glittered when I wondered what experience HED had with my rosary to infuriate him so. Well, apparently it was, I said coolly, still holding it out. The rosary was so hot it was nearly burning my hand. A few seconds passed in which Cain visibly tried to control himself. It was then that I realized he really did have a short temper. Perhaps I could use that to my advantage. He backed away a bit more, keeping a safe distance between himself and the rosary, before his fangs retracted and his eyes returned to their electric green, blue hue. Well then, he said coldly. Cain's fists were clenched tightly at his sides. Apparently, there will be a change of plan. I felt a small blossom of relief as he said that. Obviously he hadn't known I had the rosary and HED planned to take me with him, likely to use as a bargaining chip against Gabriel. If I hadn't had the rosary, I would have been in trouble. Or I may have never come. No wonder Cain said he thought it'd be a no-show. You think you'd walk in here unarmed? I replied, trying to keep my cool left-eyed although I was trembling inside. Cain shrugged, the movement almost delicate. I was hoping. However, since I can't take you with me, I'm afraid I'll have to do something else drastic. His eyes flicked to the other vampire, who let go of and uncoiled the silver that had been wrapped around her. She crumpled to the ground, landing on her hands and knees. Head bowed. In a burst of motion, Cain leapt over to Anne and grabbed her hair, yanking backwards so she was forced to look up. I felt a tremor of fear as I realized what was about to happen now. I yelled furiously, tensing up to leap at him. It was as if everything from then happened in slow motion, although it couldn't have been more than a second. Unstirred, despair filled hazel eyes flicked up to meet mine as I leapt towards Cain on the far side of the clearing. Her gaze caught and held me. In her orbs I saw more emotions than she had ever shown me her entire life: fear, resignation, pain, but most of all, sorrow and regret. In that brief second, Anne displayed more feeling than I had seen in almost 20 years. The intensity of her expression almost took my breath away, as if she was sending me a silent explanation for everything that had ever happened between us instead of begging me for help. Because she knew I was too late. As I was mid-leap, Cain shoved his arm roughly into Alice's chest, the same way he had Rye's, and I heard bones snap as he penetrated her structure. With one jerk he ripped her heart out of her body and all emotion in her eyes vanished, leaving her expression vacant. With a howl of fury I continued my trajectory, but in the same movement Cain smoothly leapt out of the way, narrowly avoiding my fevered lunge. He could not retaliate because of my rosary, but he hissed menacingly as I landed on all fours and turned to face him. Hovering over Anne's body, he clutched Anne's heart in his hand. Blood smeared on his pale skin. He let go of the organ and it dropped to the ground with a thump. I felt a wave of grief rise within me as I glared at him, my teeth exposed in a snarl, trying not to shift. I was torn between the natural instinct to hover over my dead packmate's body or leap at the attacker. Cain made the decision for me. He smirked menacingly, eyes dark again as the demon inside of him made itself known. Next time, Skylar, I suggest you let me stick with my original plan. He jerked his head to his companion, the vampire with the dark scraggly hair. The vampire turned and vanished into the trees with scarcely a sound. Cain made to follow before glancing over his shoulder. This little get-together was far too short for my liking. They'll be seeing you soon. Cruelty in his expression. Before he too exited the clearing, I sat over Anna's body until I was sure they were gone before I let my eyes travel downwards to her corpse. Her lips were slightly parted, hazel eyes wide and empty. There were cuts and bruises all over her fair skin and her hair was matted with dirt. Gently, I reached down and brushed a strand of hair out of her face as I felt another wave of uncontrollable grief crash over me. This was Anne, the Alpha's daughter. one of my packmates. And now she was nothing but an empty shell. Her wolf gone forever. Her mate was now destined to be alone. And Brett had lost his only daughter. I stared down at her sadly. Without the arrogance and haughtiness normally present in her expression, she was beautiful, and almost looked gentle. I gently reached forward and closed her eyes. I couldn't stand seeing the profound emptiness that indicated that her soul wasn't there anymore. Although her front was splattered with blood and gore, I paid no mind as I lowered my head and rested it against her still, warm figure. Tears blurred my vision and began to trickle unheeded down my cheeks. This was my fault. All my fault. I had provoked Cain somehow, and he had killed Anne, who had never done anything to deserve a death like this. Maybe he had planned on killing her no matter what I did. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. According to Maria, he had called her collateral damage. The guilt was almost unmanageable. I stayed like that for nearly half an hour, lost in my emotion, cradling Anne's still figure in my arms, before I realized I would have to tell the rest of the pack that she was dead. Dead because of me. Letting all of my emotions well forth and my wolf come to the forefront of my consciousness, I tilted my head up and let my grief emerge in a long, drawn-out howl. The rest of the night was heartbreaking, big silent. Brett had taken one look at Anne's body before all emotion was wiped clean from his face. He had carried her body to his house and had not emerged since. At others' urging, I had returned home to change clothes and shower. Although I scarcely remembered doing so, I was standing outside the infirmary now, staring into the distance as sunrise approached. I felt like my life was in shambles. I needed Gabriel. My packmates were looking at me with emotions ranging from pity to fury. I knew some of them blamed me, but I didn't care. I blamed myself too. Although the more I thought about it, the more I was convinced that Cain would have killed her either way. Jack came by at one point and got the entire story from me, and I told him everything from the letter to the events in the clearing. A grief-stricken Maria had wandered over eventually. Looking lost, I had pulled her to me and refused to let her go, and we cried together as the first rays of the sun began to light up the sky. I couldn't imagine what she was going through. She was a lot closer to him than I was. Some time later, I noticed a commotion nearby. A large group was approaching the infirmary, and I heard angry shouting. Brett was at the forefront of the group, Jack beside him, appearing as if he was trying to reason with him. I caught the end of his words as they approached. Brett, think about what you're doing, you. Shut up. Brett snapped. Maria and I stood up, concerned. I had never heard Brett speak to his beta like that. Practically sprinting towards us, and I felt a spike of nervousness as I saw what his eyes were fixated on me. We walked out to meet them halfway. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's going on? Maria asked, sorrow laced in her tone. I opened my mouth to say something, but I never got the chance. Brett lunged at me in a blur of motion, striking me on the side of the face with his fist. I was thrown backwards like a ragdoll, and I collided with the ground about 10 feet away. Wincing at the explosion of pain in my cheek, I attempted to roll to absorb the main impact, throwing up dust all around me. I struggled to my feet, clutching my cheek as the pain spread. What the hell? Brett, are you crazy? Jack snapped, looking at me with a horrified expression. My eyes met Brett's, and I was frightened at what I saw there. Raw, burning fury, mixed with pain that ran deeper than I could ever imagine. You, he spit out, ignoring his beta completely. I stared at him, opening and closing my mouth. What was I supposed to say? This is all your fault. We were fine until you came back. Brett, it isn't Skylar. It's the vampires. Silence. Stop arguing. The Alpha roared at his beta, putting a command in his tone. Brett. I trailed off, completely lost. It was my fault. Wasn't it? I couldn't defend myself. What? Skylar, what pathetic excuse do you have now? He was almost sneering cruelly at this point. My daughter is dead. Dead. Because you led those fucking bloodsuckers right to us. And you willingly did what they told you to do in that stupid letter. They were going to kill her if I didn't, yeah. Well, she's dead now. And his voice nearly broke. The pain on Alpha Brett's face was palpable. I couldn't imagine what he was going through. What my father would do if he were in Alpha Brett's situation. I'm sorry does not fucking cut it. You're going to tell me everything, Skylar. Or I will exile you, right here and now. The werewolves around us gasped. I could sense more and more of them approaching to see what was going on. I looked down at the ground, trying to fight my rising emotion. What could I tell him? I couldn't tell him that Gabriel was part angel. He probably wouldn't believe me anyways. And I had promised Raziel. But I couldn't lie to my pack after everything that had just happened. Why are the vampires here? What do they want? Tell me the truth. Using the command. They want Gabriel's blood. I blurt out, unable to fight the command. I frantically thought for words to say that wouldn't reveal my mate's heritage. They need his blood to become invincible. And they were going after his mother, but she got away from them. So now Cain has a personal vendetta against Gabriel. All of that was true. Hopefully it was enough. So you're telling me that my daughter, because the vampires are going after your mate? Our worst enemy. He accented the words with hand gestures, his face a mask of fury. I tried not to cower under his wrath. Yes, I whispered, unable to lie to him. Has he known about this? That they need an Alpha's blood? He was shaking, yes. A furious snarl escaped from Alpha Brett's chest. His eyes were pitch black now, and I knew he was fighting the shift all of the grief and stress made him. Like any Alpha. I'll fucking kill him. Shaking, I blinked at him, horrified, hoping I heard wrong. No, you can't. Yes, I damn well can. Because of that bastard. Our pack is getting attacked. My own daughter was killed and your father is in a coma. Spittle was flying out of his mouth. He looked insane. I have dealt with his cruelty, his pack's oppression, for years and years now without fighting. I have hated every second of it, but I've done it. But I'm not going to anymore. My little girl is dead because of him. Because of your fucking. The grief had caused him to snap, to lose all sense of reason. Jack looked like he was mentally pleading with him, but due to the command, he couldn't argue. If you challenge him, I'll kill you. I pled desperately, ignoring the fact that several of the wolves around us were agreeing with Alpha Brett's words. It was that I didn't want to protect my mate. The fact was, he was stronger than Alpha Brett, and I knew it. If an Alpha trespassed on Gabriel's territory, he would kill without a second thought. It was allowed under werewolf law, and Gabriel was proud and ruthless. Not if I kill him first. I suggest you shut your mouth, Skylar. You've caused enough damage. He shot me a lot, filled with so much hatred I winced and backed away. Jack, stay here. You three. Using his command, Alpha Brett indicated the three wolves nearest him. Without another word, they turned and began to leave. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jack and I standing there in horror. Alpha Brett was using his anger as fuel, thinking he was invincible, grieving so badly that he did not care about the consequences, which I knew would be severe. As the group began to head off, I heard Alpha Brett give a furious howl, along with the words, "We are going to challenge this bastard and get him out of this territory once and for all." Chapter 21. I stood there in shock for several long, drawn-out seconds, trying to absorb exactly what was happening. With everything that had occurred in the last few days, my mind was overwhelmed, and the cowardly part of me just wanted to shut everything down, return to my house, and sleep. But I couldn't. My wolf jerked me out of my moment of self-pity when she snarled, loud and clear, in the back of my mind. "Our mate. Go to our mate." Maria had made her way over to me and was staring at the swelling lump on my face with an expression akin to horror. "Skylar, I can't believe he hit you," she turned to her father. "What are we going to do?" I didn't hear what Jack said, as I felt the blood rushing through my veins and my head started pounding. My wolf wanted to take over so we could shift and run towards the Black Mountains pack territory as fast as we possibly could. I fought her down, gritting my teeth at the effort it took to control her. We have to go there now, she snapped furiously. Are just going to kill Gabriel? I sensed the worry and concern in her voice, and shaking my numbness off, I snapped into action. I shoved through the crowd of werewolves still gathered nearby, ignoring whatever Beta Jack was saying. Maybe Alpha Brett was going to his house first, and I could catch him there before he took off. Some part of me, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Seriously doubted that. I had seen the madness glinting in his eyes. He had suffered an overwhelming loss and he was responding with anger. I understood, but that didn't mean I was going to let him start war between our packs. I took off at a quick pace towards the Alpha's house, knowing I cowled into afford to waste time. I heard footsteps behind me as Jack and Maria jogged after me. Are you going to save Gabriel? Maria asked, and I turned over my shoulder as I continued my pace. Her expression was unreadable, while I felt a twinge as I heard Gabriel's name, and I resented the fact that my own Alpha was going after my mate. I realized it wasn't Gabriel's safety I was worried about. I knew how powerful and relentless he was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No one going to try to save Alpha Brett. Jack caught up to me, eyebrows drawn together in confusion. Skylar, I know your mate is strong, but Alpha Brett's rage is fueling him. Right now he feels like he has nothing left to lose. He might. Trust me, guys. I broke in, cutting the bait off bluntly. Gabriel is too strong. Alpha Brett won't stand a chance. As I spoke the words, I knew they were true. Gabriel would kill Alpha Brett without thinking. And while I thought Brett was making some very rash decisions, I didn't want him dead. It would only throw our pack into more chaos. The packs needed to work together until the vampires were gone, not to tear each other apart. We reached the Alpha's house. To my disappointment, I didn't catch Brett's fresh scent there, so he had decided to go straight to enemy territory. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had to go now or I wouldn't catch up to them in time. I have to go after him. I turned to face Jack as if I were pleading for permission, but I didn't plan on letting anyone stop me. Not this time. I know you may not believe me, but Alpha Brett is in over his head, and we can't afford confrontation with werewolves while we have worse enemies around. My eyes fell on Maria as I silently pleaded with her. Jack ran a hand through his short hair in agitation. Skydar, I just don't think it's... I have to go. I responded desperately, shifting from foot to foot in anticipation. I couldn't waste any more time. My wolf still wanted to claw her way out. You honestly think I don't know I'll be putting myself in a dangerous situation? My father's in a coma, for crying out loud, and I'm leaving him for this. We can't afford a war on our hands, and Alpha Brett is too blind to see that. I began to back away after Jack didn't respond. Maria stepped forward. Skylar, I could go with you. You don't have to go alone now. This is my fault. I can't put anyone else in danger. Jack cut in. Your parents. My mother will keep in contact with me. Just tell her I have to do this. I won't be in danger from the Black Mountains pack. They won't hurt me. My wolf whined urgently, forcing me onwards. I turned away from Maria and Jack and began to jog towards the trees in preparation to shift. The conviction and conviction at my voice definitely assured Maria, but I caught a dubious look on Jack's face as I turned away. I didn't care. I had only myself to blame for this mess, and I sure as hell was going to solve it. I just didn't know how yet. Stay alert, Skylar, Jack shouted after me, and I was relieved he wasn't arguing anymore, probably because he knew I was right. It was all my fault. I shifted as quickly as possible after tying my clothes to my ankle. I had still been feverish and twitchy, although less so after Ernest's death, but the sensations thankfully subsided to a bearable level after I changed into my wolf. I did not want to deal with all of that right now. My wolf yipped in agitation, and we took off in the general direction of the Black Mountain Pack's territory. I felt a stab of guilt for not explaining everything to my mother, but surely she'd understand. I knew I was disregarding my own safety and my respect for Alphabret, but if I could help my pack, I would. It felt good to stretch my muscles again, but as I dodged thick tree trunks and leapt over fallen logs, I could feel the exhaustion that had come on from the lack of sleep. If I were human, I wouldn't have been able to stay awake for so long. I could only hope I would have enough energy to get there. A couple minutes into my run, I sensed another presence, fast approaching me, a grey blur through the vivid green of the forest. I skidded to a halt, my giant paws scrabbling on the ground, so the gigantic wolf narrowly avoided me. He whizzed within inches of me, the distilled air from his barreling runt stirring my fur. He came to a stuttering halt and spun to face me, snarling. I recognized the wolf as Mikey, a decent warrior that was a large size, but slower than I. My fur bristled as I returned his growl, glaring at him. "What the hell are you doing?" I snapped through the mind blink. "Alphabret told me that Cow didn't let you follow them," he replied in his deep, guttural voice. I growled louder, the sound reverberating from deep within my chest. In trying to help Alphabret, I'd just going to get himself killed. He commanded me, and I obey my Alpha's orders, he replied coolly, although I saw wariness presiding deep in his yellow eyes. Mikey didn't want to attack me, but he had no choice if I tried to follow the Alpha. I mentally cursed as my wolf continued to growl at his. I could not afford to waste this precious time. I glanced around quickly. I didn't want to fight my own packmate. Could I escape? Don't even try it. Without another word, Mikey rushed at me, tensing before bringing his gigantic body into a powerful leap. I quickly rolled out of the way, growling in frustration. He lunged at me again, but I neatly dodged, taking a lunging snap at his haunch but narrowly missing as he twisted around. I decided to use my agility as an advantage to Mickey's left side. He turned to face me, and I spun quickly to the other side, taking another snap and getting a mouthful of fur. This was a waste of time. Worse, if I received an injury, there was no chance I could make it. I had to outrun Mikey before it was too late. We circled each other for a brief moment, both growling deep within our chests. Mikey lunged yet again, but I sidestepped and an idea came to me. Why not use his momentum against him? Without further ado, I took off in the same direction as before, hearing him quickly take up pursuit. His paws thundered against the ground as he followed hot on my heels, and I slowed my pace so he would begin to catch up. I had to trick him into thinking he would catch me, so I maintained the slower pace, hearing his steps increase in frequency as he sped up. Within seconds I felt warm breath on my back legs and heard his deep pounce immediately behind me. I had to give him credit. For his size, Mikey was almost impossibly fast, which was likely why Alphabret thought he'd be able to detain me. He was wrong. I trained my ears on Mikey's movements, speeding up ever so slightly so he wouldn't realize I was deliberately slowing down. I knew he would lunge soon and try to pin me to the ground with his massive stature. Sure enough, near heartbeats later I heard a break in his thundering steps as he tensed and then lunged. I felt the air stir above me and, in the last possible second, I abruptly stopped and rolled to the side in one swift movement. I returned to my feet as Mikey landed heavily and stumbled. That was my chance, as he teetered to one side, putting all of the weight onto feet while he tried to regain his balance. I lunged and ensnared his front leg in my jaws. I bit down, feeling a surge of guilt as the bone crunched under my powerful jaws. I released his leg before he could counterattack, hearing his furious snarl, and again I took off, not giving him even a single second to recover. I knew it was a low blow, crushing his leg like that and running, and not a tactic I would have used in any sort of training maneuver, but I had no choice. He couldn't follow me, but still, I could not help the prevalent sense of guilt I felt as I heard his pained, furious howl erupt far behind me. I ran after Alphabret and the wolves he was bringing with him, following their scent as soon as I came to it. I knew I was half an hour behind, and I was a lot slower than Alphabet to begin with. But I hoped since he was bringing a few others with him he would be forced to slow his pace. Birds erupted from the trees and animals scurried out of my way as my paws thudded on the ground and I continued my breakneck pace. I had to stop Alphabet before he could make such a stupid decision. I knew he was stressed, and I knew he was in incredible pain. I couldn't imagine losing a family member. He had likely retreated to the back of his consciousness while his wolf took over, driving him to go kill who he perceived as the enemy. But even though part of me understood him, I couldn't let him do this. I had stood by for far too long, and deserved a funeral. Like every werewolf had, she deserved to be recognized, despite the differences it had with her before. Normally the family would be preparing the funeral now. Alphabet would regret this later. I knew. If he was dead, and if he died, his poor mate and young son would never recover, and his brother would be Alpha in several years once he came of age. He needed his father to watch over him and guide him. Underneath everything, I couldn't lie to myself. While I was going to help Alphabet and my pack, a very large part of me wanted to see Gabriel again. I missed him desperately, and with everything going on I hadn't been able to sort everything through yet. I knew he'd be upset to see me when I hadn't made my choice. But despite all of that, I couldn't deny the fact that I wanted to see him with my own eyes and make sure everything was okay. Had anyone else in his pack been hurt? Had Raziel found what he was looking for? My wolf longed for him with a feverish desperation, and I couldn't deny the jolt I felt every time I pictured his dark eyes and the way GD looked at me when we last parted. I could only hope I was not too late, and that Alphabet had not caused irreparable damage to both of our packs. L is POV. There are intruders from the Silverwoods pack on our territory, I told Gabriel, bracing myself for how he would respond. I was panting, having been running border patrol all day, but as soon as we'd caught the scent I knew I had to tell him. For a second I thought I sensed a glimmer of emotion coming through our mind, Link and I instantly knew why. Skylar. For a brief instant Gabriel had probably hoped it was Skylar coming back. Before he realized I would have called her out by name. Who he demanded coolly. All vestiges of emotion vanished. He had a prominent distaste for her pack as a whole. I knew, and it would be worse when he found out exactly who had come to visit. There's no mistaking it. The scent is very faint, so they must have just crossed our border, but it's distinctive. It's got to be their Alpha. There are 3 others with him. Their Alpha is trespassing on our territory. Gabriel snapped and I winced, detecting the simmering anger there. If an Alpha from an enemy pack was crossing without permission, that could only mean one thing. Yes, Alpha. There was a snarl in his voice as he spoke again. They'll be right there. Rendezvous with me at the fringe of the forest. By the time we met up with Gabriel, I knew that the intruders would be quite far into our territory. The thought made me uneasy. Something must have happened to set the other Alpha off. He had never dared infringe upon our territory before. We ran as fast as we could, all in wolf form, as the overpowering scent continued to waft towards us on the breeze. Judging the trajectory, we made a rough estimate of where we would intercept them and continued in that direction. Running along next to the Alpha, I couldn't help but feel concerned. Surely it wouldn't have anything to do with Skylar, would it? His wolf would know if something happened to their mate. My own wolf said calmly, as usual, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I felt his pang of sadness as he spoke of mates. We had yet to find ours and we were long past 18. Although younger than Gabriel, I hadn't found Skylar until he was 25. I hope so, was all I responded. At this distance Gabriel could only feel Skylar's pain if it was severe. Like when the vampires bit her. He hadn't really felt anything, so she had to be okay. I tried to assure myself. We continued on and the scent steadily intensified. I could see Gabriel's fur standing up, and I knew it must have infuriated him that someone dared trespass. He was a very proud and unforgiving Alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The other Alpha didn't stand a chance. Soon enough we had emerged onto open land, the trees' shade neglecting us to be replaced by rocky hills and scraggly grass. We stopped just out onto the open land, the trees still circling behind us and to our immediate left, while the rocky plains stretched out ahead and disappeared into a fringe of forest in the far distance. Gabriel told us to shift back into human form and get dressed while we awaited the intruders. We weren't exactly sure of the other Alphas' intention, but it was customary for Alphas to address each other in their human bodies unless they decided to fight. It didn't take long for Skyle Ozpack members to arrive. They burst out of the forest far ahead of us, already having shifted back into humans. They approached at a rapid pace while we waited, tensed in defensive stances, although it was not werewolf custom to attack another pack without exchanging words first. The Alpha, Brett as I thought it heard him called in meetings previously, was at the forefront. 3 other werewolves were spread behind him, all muscular and imposing. We had the same numbers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would normally have stayed behind to watch the pack, but since it'd already been out on patrol and copper scent, Gabriel had allowed me to tag along. Vincent was normally present at Gabriel's side, but he was overseeing the pack for the brief time we were gone. Not that it mattered, the intruders were so far onto our land by now that we weren't a terribly far distance away from the pack village. As they grew closer, the look on the Alpha Brett's face was unmistakable, pure, unfiltered rage and loathing. Something must have happened to set him off. His eyes burned with such ferocity that I hided Gabriel would get out of here without a fight. Not that he wanted to. If Alpha Brett trespassed on his territory and challenged Gabriel, the two would battle. Whichever wolf won would be within their rights to kill the other. It was the nature of Alphas to be harsh and unforgiving. The custom was one of our more primitive ones. But we had animals inside of us, wolves that refused to bow to human morals. Killing was natural among Alphas. Survival of the fittest. As they said, the group of intruders finally stopped, several yards away from us, staring us down angrily. Alpha Brett angriest of all. He was trembling and I was surprised he was even controlling himself. He had the look of a madman. "Why are you here?" Gabriel asked, a growling undertone in his deep voice. "You," the other Alpha snarled, balling his hands into fists. The veins stood out along his arms. Those fucking monsters are here because of you." For a split second Gabriel looked taken aback, and I saw a flicker of betrayal cross his features. So Skylar had told her pack then. I wondered if she had had a choice. She didn't seem the type to just blurt out secrets like that. In the Black Mountains pack, I was the only one who knew everything about Gabriel's history. I had been commanded to never tell anyone about his heritage. I'd been glad when Gabriel told me H.E.D. finally confessed everything to his mate. "That doesn't give you any right to trespass," was Gabriel's cool response. Although I could see anger rising in his dark eyes. "I have every right. I should have done this a long time ago. You've abused your power far too much," came the Alpha Brett's snarling reply. "I should kill you for your disrespect." Gabriel snapped. His wolf was likely not taking kindly to the power struggle. "I'd like to see you try. My daughter is dead. You soulless bastard. Dead because of you and Skylar." I blinked in shock at the revelation. The wolves behind Alpha Brett shifted, looking pained as the topic was brought up. Gabriel tensed up, looking murderous. "Leave Skylar out of this," he growled dangerously. If he was surprised to hear the Alpha's daughter was dead, he didn't show it. Knowing him, he didn't care. Alpha Brett laughed, the sound coming out distorted and cruel. Too late. If she was such a spineless liar, none of this would ever happened. A furious snarl erupted from Gabriel's chest. His fury was so palpable that my wolf Winston shied away from his alpha power. I saw the other 2 werewolves in our pack flinch as their wolves did the same. I noticed uncertainty on the faces of Alpha Brett's warriors. "I swear if you fucking touch her, she's in my pack. I will punish her how I see fit. She's practically a traitor anyways, thinking that you're worthy of any sort of forgiveness. She deserves to be exiled." Alpha Brettseed. Gabriel leapt forward in a blur of motion, coming to stop directly in front of Alpha Brett. The two alphas radiated power, standing mere feet apart. Gabriel a couple inches taller. I, knowing Gabriel's full heritage, could see that Alpha Brett had no chance despite his fury, and you deserve to have your throat ripped out. I will tell you one last time, leave her out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You will not harm a hair on her head. Gabriel leaned closer, he spoke, growling. There was a command in Gabriel's tone as he spoke the last words, and I saw Alpha Brett take a step back, gritting his teeth as his wolf bowed to Gabriel's command. I knew that because of Gabriel's blood, he could command other alphas, but it was still disconcerting to watch as Alpha Brett's veins stood out, his face turning red as he vainly fought the order and failed. This is the last time I will ask you, why are you here? Despite Gabriel's obvious anger, he had to obey the formalities. If Alpha Brett was challenging him, it was customary to say it outright. At this point I didn't think the intruding Alpha gave a damn about tradition, but Gabriel would follow it to retain the respect from us. Alpha Brett stood upright, baring his teeth as he spoke the words and confirmed our suspicions. I, Alpha Brett, the Alpha of the Silverwoods Pack, challenge you and all of your rights as Alpha of the Black Mountains Pack herein. The words normally ended there, or at least I thought they did, as I'd never seen anyone challenge Gabriel before. Brett, however, recklessly continued, I think you are weak and pathetic, hiding behind your commands in your brain. Wush Pack. Your actions against my pack are despicable and you don't deserve to live, you. But Alpha Brett never got to finish. In a movement quicker than lightning that even Alpha Brett couldn't prevent, Gabriel struck him with a powerful punch that sent him flying, rolling into the dust. Alpha Brett turned over, snarling, and then began to shift, close ripping. Gabriel had time to quickly strip his clothes off before he transformed into the midnight Black Wolf he was notorious for. The two wolves circled each other, teeth bared and haunches high. Gabriel was bigger than Alpha Brett's grey wolf, although not by much. The sheer force of their alpha dominance was overwhelming, and the rest of us backed away, our wolves intimidated. We were mostly there as witnesses or back up if the other pack broke customs and attacked. While it was supposed to be a one-on-one fight, by the looks of the Silverwoods Pack warriors, they had no intention of attacking Gabriel. Menacing growls erupted from the alphas' throats. With a snarl, Brett leapt at Gabriel, but Gabriel dodged easily and came to circle around him. Alpha Brett, in his furious anger, attacked again. Gabriel continued to dodge and the dance continued, Brett never landing a single blow. Brett moved very fast, fast enough that I wouldn't have been able to keep up with him. That being said, he was enough to take on Gabriel. Even I could see that Gabriel was toying with him, tiring him out. Gabriel knew he was the stronger fighter, but he wanted to humiliate the Alpha that had trespassed on Black Mountains Pack territory. And it was even worse because Brett had insulted Skylar. After Brett lunged, quicker than lightning, Gabriel twisted around and sidestepped, sinking his teeth into Brett's haunch as he did so. The grey wolf howled in pain and backed away, snarling. It got considerably more violent from there as the two wolves lunged simultaneously, connecting with a mighty roar. The two began to rapidly exchange blows almost faster than the eye could see. From what I could tell, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel was easily overpowering Brett in every exchange. The grey wolf howled in pain as a gash was opened on his thigh, followed by one on his upper back. Gabriel's face was a mask of snarling fury and sharp teeth as he continued to let into the other Alpha. Judging by the cries of pain increasing in frequency, he was holding nothing back. Watching them, I knew just what was going to happen. Skylar's Alpha was a goner. Skylar's POV was exhausted. Luckily, my wolf had incredible strength, because my human form would have passed out long ago. I had run all through the afternoon only stopping for water. No food, because I just didn't have the time. There were leaves and twigs stuck to my light silver fur and my paws were caked with mud, but I paid no regard. I had to hold on to the hope that I could stop Gabriel from killing Alpha Brett. I knew there was a very slim chance, because when one alpha challenged another, it was usually a fight to the death. Alphas were proud and did not forgive. It was their animalistic nature to kill their rivals. And Gabriel was considered one of the cruelest of all. Half an hour ago the scent had gotten increasingly fresher and I knew I was getting close. I had long since passed into Gabriel's territory, but no wolf had come to stop me yet. Perhaps they were all focused on the more prominent trespassers. Or maybe they recognized my scent. Either way, I was nearing the edge of the forest, and I couldn't help the sense of preoccupation that struck me. This preoccupation worsened when I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder that washed mine, indicating that Gabriel must have been bitten. I winced, briefly breaking stride as the simmering pain slowly faded, only to be replaced by another in my hind leg. Was I too late? I had run recklessly all day and I thought I had gained some ground on them. But I would have noticed the broken mind link if Brett were dead, and the pain I felt from Gabriel only indicated minor wounds. I probably only felt it because I was getting, quoting my frustration. I pushed my paws to go faster. My wolf, excited at seeing her mate and wanting to protect her alpha if she could, complied. My muscles burned, but I streaked through the forest at a breakneck pace. Only when I heard the sounds of snarling fighting did I alter direction, deciding to follow the line of trees until I was as closeable to the battle. I could use the element of surprise to my advantage. Perhaps startle Gabriel enough that I could buy some time. While my lack of faith in my own alpha would be disconcerting to some, I somehow just knew that Brett would lose. He had no chance. And then I saw them through a break in the trees. What I observed made my blood run cold and my heart almost stop. But I could not be surprised, because it was exactly what I expected. Alpha Brett, in wolf form, was on the rocky ground, battered and broken, blood oozing out of numerous open wounds. It looked like several of his bones were shattered. Gabriel stood over him, fur standing on end, snarling. Gabriel's injuries were barely visible. As I watched, sprinting through the forest parallel to the group, my mate jerked his head and sunk his teeth into Alpha Brett's side, ripping his skin open. Then he withdrew, only to leap to Brett's other side and do the same thing. Alpha Brett was too weak to retaliate, only able to cry out in pain as the beating continued. Gabriel, my mate, was basically torturing and humiliating my alpha, and it honestly scared me. I had never seen such a dark side to him in person, and I recoiled from his brutality as he closed his jaws in on Brett's hind leg, crushing it. My wolf whimpered, not liking the sight of our mate in his cruelest form. I was near the edge of the trees now, immediately beside the group of werewolves. I felt fear strike my heart as I realized what I was about to do. What I had to do. Gabriel was circling Alpha Brett slowly. His stance was menacing. My heart was struck with fear as I realized that Gabriel was going to do it now. He was going to kill my alpha. I couldn't let that happen. It would tear our packs up beyond hope. And I realized that was what Cain wanted. He didn't need his enemies uniting. Hell, he had probably killed Anne predicting something like this would happen. So, for the first time in a very long time, I acted without thinking it through. I exploded from the trees a few yards from the group. Gabriel was still circling near Brett, letting him suffer, but prepared to deliver the killing blow. I did the unthinkable. I tensed my body and leapt, putting every ounce of strength into my lunge, sailing over the heads of the nearest wolves as they turned to gape at me. Gabriel, intent on killing his foe, noticed my presence at the last instant. I saw a glint of his eyes, cold and unforgiving, flash to me. He was in the middle of the battle, about to kill his rival, and I recognized nothing of him in his wolf's orbs. He was lost in his animalistic nature. I knew what I was doing had probably never been done. It was unthinkable to interrupt an alpha's fight if I did so. The alpha had every right to kill me too, but it was what I had to risk. I had to hope he realized who I was before he let his wolf annihilate me for interrupting the battle. I landed somewhat unsteadily near the two and I quickly sidled forward, placing myself in the small space between Brett's prone figure and my mate. Gabriel snarled furiously at being interrupted in the middle of his kill. I looked up, trying not to cower as I made eye contact with Gabriel, who was approaching me slowly and menacingly. He doesn't know us. He doesn't recognize us. I whimpered internally. His wolf has taken over. We interrupted an alpha's fight. What were we thinking? He has to know us. My wolf responded, although she seemed unsure. It was much easier for an alpha to lose himself in his wolf than it would be for... Perhaps his angelic side would actually come in handy here. All eyes, except Brett's, were fixated on the two of us. I crouched low, acting submissive, praying my mate would come to his senses. It would be much easier if we had already mated, but as it was, the bond was still tenuous. All I knew was I had to keep my figure in front of Brett, whose breathing was labored and unsteady. Gabriel halted suddenly, his growls ceasing. He appeared to be having an internal battle. I saw confusion flicker across his eyes along with inner turmoil. After a few tension-filled seconds, I saw what I had been looking for most, recognition, which was quickly followed by incredulity. My mate straightened and continued to walk towards me, even more slowly this time, until his snout was less than a foot from mine. My wolf wanted to curl up against him, seek comfort from his black fur, but I held her back. The pull was still very strong, but I could manage. I was sure what was going through Gabriel's head right now. His eyes as a wolf were much more expressive than when he was human, but I couldn't be sure. Gabriel whined, very softly, and I winced at the pain apparent in his expression. He had wanted me to come back, but clearly realized I had done so only for my alpha. His eyes flickered to Brett as if remembering he was there, and then back to me. He seemed to be struggling with himself as if he didn't know whether to follow the wolf's instinct or listen to me. I knew I had put myself in an incredibly dangerous position. I was just hoping that Gabriel cared about me enough to at least think this through. Gabriel growled yet again, frustrated and torn. He lowered his head, muscles bunching and claws digging into the ground. The impulse to kill was definitely strong. Skylar, what the hell are you doing? You can't interrupt an alpha's battle. That was Eli. He had stepped forth, an angry look creasing his brows. I whined softly and Gabriel growled, glaring at his beta and clearly not liking the way Eli was talking to me. Then, to my shock, Gabriel started to shift back into human form. I tried not to stare, averting my gaze as his fur and claws receded, and he stood there as a naked human man. Thankfully his clothes were close by it. He quickly to shorts before I lost all sense of self-control and openly ogled him. My wolf was purring in appreciation. Stop. We've more important things to worry about right now. I snapped at her. As a human, I could more clearly see the deep gashes on Gabriel's shoulder and leg. They were worse than I realized. I whined softly. My wolf worried, but Gabriel ignored me. Move out of the way. Skylar, Gabriel said impatiently. His eyes were emotional as again. I crouched lower, not wanting to move. Dimly I noticed that behind me, Brett had shifted back into his human form, naked and bleeding. This meant he and his wolf were both unconscious. Damn it, Skylar. If you don't move, I might lose it again. Wincing at his tone, I slowly stepped away. I could feel my 3 pack mates staring at me intently, but I ignored them. Gabriel huffed and ran a hand through his hair. He trespassed on my territory, insulted me and challenged me. I have the right to kill him, even now, in fighting my wolf. He is a rival alpha. Skylar. I whined again. Couldn't he see what was happening here? I had to speak to him in person. I indicated the woods with a jerk of my head, running into the tree shelter and shifting back in record time before putting my clothes back on. I knew Gabriel wouldn't want his packmate seeing my unclothed form. Upon returning, I tried not to stare at Gabriel's lack of upper body clothing. I berated myself for being so easily distracted at a time like this. Brett was not moving, but blood was still oozing out of his cuts. Beaten to a pulp, he didn't look nearly as intimidating. Gabriel, I started, not missing the way he tensed when I said his name. He stared at me intently. I hoped the bruise from Alpha Brett's punch had faded over the last couple hours. I didn't want him any more pissed off. What happened to your face? Apparently it hadn't faded altogether. Nothing. Just a minor battle wound while trying to get here. It wasn't entirely a lie, and Gabriel would kill Brett if he found out the truth. Gabriel narrowed his eyes, but I quickly changed the subject. The Alpha's grieving. And just died. I swallowed the lump in my throat. This is what Kane wants. He was originally targeting Anne, but he saw the opportunity and seized it. He wants to create a rift between our packs. You're playing into his hands. Gabriel stiffened. You met Kane? Yes, his jaw clenched. Knowing Gabriel, he was thinking about how it was his fault. How he shouldn't have let me go. Did he say anything else? He was mainly just taunting me. He attacked my father, though. I neglected to mention the coma part. Gabriel looked down then, but not before I caught the guilt in his expression. It's not your fault, I said softly. Judging by his posture, I had correctly guessed his train of thought. Look, it doesn't matter. I continued before he could argue. Please just don't kill Alpha Brett. His family has suffered enough. And my pack mates, I don't want them hating your pack when the vampires are the real enemy here. He isn't fit to be Alpha. Skylar. H.E.S. as good as dead. I knew he was right. Alpha Brett Cowden led us in a time like this. But still, his recklessness will get you all killed. I didn't see how I could get out of this. But I tried to anyways. Please, Gabriel. I'm begging you. My pack is begging you. I felt pathetic, groveling in front of my own mate. But what else could I do? I'm not doing it for your pack. I felt my stomach drop, but there was a strange expression in Gabriel's eyes, as if he was pondering something. He glanced at Eli, and the two seemed to have a silent conversation. I tried to wait patiently as they spoke, but I couldn't help but shift position every 2 seconds. What could they possibly be discussing right now? My pack members looked equally confused, the three of them watching Gabriel and Eli with blank faces. I got the impression that some sort of big decision was being made. Another minute passed before Gabriel finally sighed, long and drawn out. It was going to happen eventually, for one reason or another. Eli mused aloud. I blinked, completely bewildered. Gabriel nodded once, and his dark eyes found mine. I felt my heart rate increase just at the eye contact with him. I'm doing this for you, Skylar. Don't forget that. His voice was quieter, tone serious. I suddenly found it hard to breathe. Gabriel slowly walked until he stood directly over Alpha Brett's naked body. Eli and another wolf, on silent command, came over and heaved up his unconscious body, each one with an arm around Brett's waist. His head lolled and eyelids flickered. Wake up, Gabriel snapped. Brett didn't respond. Gabriel said it again, louder, and this time there must have been some sort of command in his tone, because Alpha Brett's eyes slowly opened and flicked around lethargic ally. His face was mottled with bruises and swelling, but I was more concerned about the way some of his bones were knotted. He must have been in an abominable amount of pain, but he said nothing as Gabriel stared him down. You don't deserve to carry on living, in my opinion, but someone in your pack thinks otherwise. Gabriel indicated me with a jerk of his head. So, I'm giving you a choice. I can kill you, or I can purge you. I stared, completely lost. I had never heard of a purge, and I had no clue what it meant. Alpha Brett obviously did. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichet's enthusiasm. For I could see a look of horror and regret pass through his eyes. You can't, yes. You challenged me, and you lost. And the penalty is death. But this is your one chance to avoid that. I won't ask again. Alpha Brett began to struggle and thrash, but to no avail. A pained grimace appeared on his face as he stared at Gabriel mutinous lie. I didn't know what a purge was, but it looked Gabriel was quickly losing his patience. Alpha Brett, I said quietly. His bleary eyes turned on me. You can't die. You have a mate and a son back home. I know you miss Anne, but the rest of your family needs you. They miss you, and how could they go on without you? My Alpha glared at me but did not speak. Please, Alpha Brett. I know you're feeling a lot of rage right now, but think of them waiting for you to come home. Your son will need your guidance. Your mate can't do it all without your help. I don't know what the purge is, but anything is better than leaving them forever. There was several seconds of tense, drawn-out silence. Before Alpha Brett finally bowed his head, it seemed like all of the fight left him as his shoulders sagged and his body drooped even further. I tried not to stare at the festering wounds and broken bones. Now are you going to do this willingly? You know the purge won't work if you don't do it willingly. And if it goes wrong, I will kill you. Gabriel growled impatiently. I'm sure you know the words. Alpha Brett grunted. Everything you worked for it'll be gone. You willingly sacrificed it as soon as you crossed into my territory. But he subsided into silence as he seemed to realize there really was not much of a choice here. Death or purge. Brett looked absolutely humiliated, while I could only stare there in bewilderment as he took a deep breath, steeled himself, and began to mumble a fast string of words that I barely caught. I, Alpha Brett, hereby submit to you. I state that I am no longer fit or able to be an alpha, and I am no longer fit or able to lead the Silverwoods pack. I reject my bloodline and hereby terminate my alpha line. I knowingly relinquish and divest all control to you. My mouth dropped open. Wait, so did that mean let the scar be a reminder of what I have forsaken? With those words, Alpha Brett proceeded to elongate his claws and with a jerking motion created a gash right over his heart. The blood welled up and dripped down his exposed torso as Gabriel began to speak. I, Alpha Gabriel, hereby accept your alpha entitlement to the Silverwoods pack. I acknowledge that I have received all of your former responsibilities as alpha, and I will lead the Silverwoods pack as long as I am fit able. I knowingly continue the bloodline that you have relinquished. Let this scar be a reminder of what I have undertaken. With a similar jerking motion, Gabriel created a gash over his heart. I winced as I felt the smarting pain. So this was a purge, where one alpha took on another's responsibilities. Of course it would come down to blood. All werewolf ceremonies came down to blood. Gabriel put a hand over his bloody chest as Brett did the same. Then, in a simultaneous motion, Gabriel lifted his blood-smeared palm and placed it against Brett's. I felt something in the back of my mind snap and break, as if a connection had been severed. It was so sudden and so intense that I staggered backwards, taken off guard, trying not to fall to my knees. I noticed my packmates were having similar reactions. I placed hands to my temple as I felt a pressure, an unfamiliar presence in the back of my mind. I realized with a start that it was Gabriel. I could not reach him, as there was still a barrier between our minds. But somehow I knew he was still there, and Alpha Brett's presence had been erased completely. I stood there, clutching my head as I tried to adjust to the new development. Gabriel turned to face us. He stood straight, his eyes burning with energy, and he absolutely radiated power. I actually felt intimidated by my own mate. The purge will completed tomorrow night at moonrise, and our mental link will be established. His eyes focused on my face, boring into mine with a disconcerting intensity. Welcome to the pack. Although I felt the last word directed only at me, it was then that everything finally clicked and I could only gape at him. My wolf, as shocked as I was. Instead of killing Alpha Brett, Gabriel had used the purge to remove him of his responsibilities. As another alpha, Gabriel had the capabilities of absorbing Brett's former responsibilities, which meant Gabriel was my new alpha. When I discovered that I was about to become the mate of the new alpha, my heart was filled with contradictions, respect and admiration intertwined, and my wolf bowed to the new leader's power. Chapter 22. The sense of power radiating off of my mate was astounding. I couldn't help but notice the intense admiration and pride emanating from my wolf, who was excited that Gabriel was going to be my new alpha. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my pack mates lowering their heads out of respect for their new leader, even felt my own wolf bowing to his presence, which was strange, thinking about my mate like that. However, since we hadn't completed the bond, I supposed he was still my superior. I copied the actions of my fellow pack members, lowering my head in respect. It felt incredibly strange. I could sense Gabriel's eyes boring holes into me as he observed my behavior. But what else was I supposed to do? My wolf was confused, torn between admiration and submission. I had never heard of a she-wolf being in my position before. I relaxed slightly as Gabriel turned away, focusing his attention on Eli. The two began to converse quietly, and I realized just how much work my mate had ahead of him. If the Black Mountains pack was going to absorb us, how exactly would we go about it? The two territories were so spread out that it would be difficult for Gabriel to go back and forth. I knew there would be a lot of logistics involved. I barely noticed what was happening as Gabriel strode over to my pack mates, who looked frightened and intimidated by him. With a barking order, Gabriel instructed them to take Alpha Breath's body back to our village. Brief your pack on what happened. I expect the rest of your village to be awaiting my arrival. I'll be there to talk to them later tonight, Gabriel said coolly. There was no need to put the command in his tone. His presence was intimidating enough that my fellow pack members instantly obeyed. One of them shifted while the others placed Brett's drooping body on the giant wolf's back. I shifted position uncomfortably. Was I supposed to follow them? Was Gabriel going back with us? The thought made my heart flutter. Skylar, I need to talk with you a moment. The husky baritone interrupted my train of thought, and my eyes shifted to Gabriel. He indicated the friend of the forest with a jerk of his head and strode off, me nervously following him. It would be the first time we were alone together since I left him a few days ago. I scratched my arm absently as I followed him into the shade. Back in human form, the irritation and burning heat lingering under the surface of my skin were returning. I fervently hoped I was getting sick. The diseases affecting werewolves were few, but very powerful. Gabriel stopped just inside the shelter of the trees. The patchy, late afternoon sun up in the forest floor with golden specks of light. Darkness was a couple hours away at most. I was all too aware of the fact that Gabriel was shirtless, putting his sculptured muscles on open display for everyone to see. My wolf was very appreciative of his form, and I had to look away before I started blushing. Who hit you? Gabriel finally said, breaking the silence. I realized the faint welt on my face from Alpha Ore. Formerly Alpha Brett was still visible. It's not important, I replied quietly, still keeping my gaze averted. Obviously my shorty lie did nothing to deter his curiosity when he asked me earlier. It's important to me, was his snapping retort. It sounded like he was speaking through gritted teeth. I finally turned to face him, keeping my eyes on Gabriel's face instead of his exposed torso. I was sure I could restrain myself right now. I was exhausted, and resisting him was difficult. It's over and done with, and I deserved it, I added, mumbling. His eyes narrowed. You never deserved to be treated like that. It's my fault, and I pissed Kane off because he cowled and attacked me, and he took it out on Anne. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brett needed a target for his grief. Belatedly, I realized I probably shouldn't have called Brett out like that. A low growl vibrated in his chest. That's a pathetic excuse for him to lay his hands on you. If I would have known, that's exactly why I didn't tell you. Brett is just grieving. I just suffered enough. Gabriel was silent for a long moment, his jaw clenched. As the seconds trickled by, my eyes inevitably settled on the bleeding gash stretching across the front of his shoulder, near his collarbone. The bleeding had slowed, but it still looked painful. My wolf whined. You're injured, I said softly, taking a step closer to him before I stopped. I couldn't trust myself in such close proximity, not in the state of mind I was in right now. He kept his gaze averted. I wanted to reach out and touch him, but kept myself at bay. We were still several feet away from each other. Thankfully, Skylar, things are going to be really different now. There are a lot of issues to resolve. But I won't, he trailed off, shifting position almost uncomfortably. I won't be able to stay as far away from you. I have to go with you to your pack village today. It's customary for the wolf to meet their new alpha, and the ceremony completing the purges tomorrow. I glanced down at the leaf-strewn forest floor. I know. The thought was just occurring to me. It was as if I hadn't really accepted the fact that Gabriel was going to be my new alpha yet. I was sure how he would work everything out, but once he did, it'd be around him a lot more. I would have to forcefully keep my distance if I wanted to make my decision. And it would have to be soon. You should have already decided. My wolf snapped angrily, and I almost winced at the reprimand. Through everything, she still desperately wanted Gabriel and his wolf. And I couldn't lie and say I didn't have any feelings for him whatsoever. The longer I was around him, the more danger I was in of acting impulsively on my hormones. Another silence stretched out. I felt the tension increasing again, and my wolf began to claw at the surface. The sight of our shirtless mate was driving her crazy. My father is in a coma. I blurted out before I could help myself. I was sure why I told Gabriel, except for I was hoping there was some chance he could help. Gabriel's head swiveled and his dark orbs fixated on me. What if I was mistaken? I saw visible concern in his expression before he masked it as usual. Kanut packed Maria. My father healed her and was drained from doing so, and he got blindsided. They took some of his blood and injected him with silver. He hasn't woken up. Realizing I was rambling, my voice had grown weaker. I felt extremely vulnerable. My lack of sleep was rapidly catching up to me, along with the strange physical symptoms I had been experiencing. Gabriel almost looked as if he wanted to step forward, to comfort me, but he resisted. "You'll have Ava come right away," he said quietly. I tried not to grimace, as the redhead didn't have a particular fondness for me. But Gabriel noticed my expression. We're in the same pack now. She'll have no choice but to help. I nodded. I was sure she was a perfectly capable pack doctor. If she could help my father, I couldn't complain about her rough, around the edges demeanor. Meanwhile, Gabriel's gaze grew distant, and I had no doubt he was contacting her. "The real reason I brought you out here was to give you less news," he said after a moment. I looked up expectantly. Did he find what he was looking for? Gabriel nodded. "I'm asking Ava to bring one of the objects with her. It'll help protect your pack, at least for a while." I felt a rush of hope, along with piqued curiosity. "What is it?" "Another blessed object. Different from your rosary, because instead of protecting one person, it protects everyone within a certain radius. It's very old and very powerful. It should keep all of the vampires from coming within several miles of your pack village, until it runs out. It operates similar to the rosary in that regard." "How long will it last?" "Hopefully a few weeks." That wasn't as much time as I was hoping. But what if I began? But he cut me off. "We will be working on plans as we integrate the packs. All we can hope is that it'll buy us enough time." A few weeks was not near enough time, in my opinion, but it was better than nothing. If the object worked like Raziel and Gabriel said, nobody would have to hide in their homes for a while. I could only wish we would come up with a strategy by then. I glanced around the scenery for a bit, something nagging at me. I hadn't wanted to bring it up, but I had a guilty conscience. I wanted to let Gabriel know what he'd done, and some part of me was worried he'd be angry, but at least he'd be telling the truth. I glanced up at my mate. He seemed as lost in thought as I was. "Gabriel Alpha." I stuttered, feeling like a complete idiot. What did I call him? I felt stupid having to think about it, but I'd never been in a situation where I could address my alpha informally. And since Gabriel and I weren't bonded, my wolf bowed to his. So did I call him Alpha like the rest? "Don't do that." His voice was hoarse, urgent. I looked up to see his eyes boring into mine. Gabriel looked almost hurt. which shocked me seeing the depth of emotion in his gaze. However briefly. Don't call me that. I gazed at him, completely taken aback. I've never dealt with anything like this before. I managed to choke out. Gabriel clenched his fists and looked down. You shouldn't be afraid to call me by my first name. He looked angry, though to me it almost seemed like Gabriel's anger was directed at himself. You're my mate. For fuck's sake. My wolf purred at his acceptance of us, so I felt my heart skip a beat as my cheeks reddened. I vainly tried to fight down my rising emotion. Gabriel, I said instead, enjoying the way his muscles visibly clenched as I spoke his name. It's my fault Alpha Brett tried to kill you. Although Gabriel attempted to mask his expression, I could see vivid emotion lingering just behind the surface. What did you tell him? His voice had gotten completely monotone. Intensity gone. I didn't tell him about your ancestry. Just that Cain was coming after you for your blood because he couldn't get to your mother in time. Now I felt like Gabriel was angry with me. I didn't mean to tell him, but he must have gotten some sort of hint. Because he used to command on me, so I had to tell him. I tried to hide as much as I could, but I felt like I was about to cry. He commanded you. I nodded mutely, biting my lip as I stared at him. I felt weak and pathetic, especially after everything that happened. Tears were about to threaten at the corners of my eyes. My emotions were going haywire. I wasn't sure how much more I could take. Gabriel sighed heavily. It isn't your fault. Just don't give me that look. I can barely stand it. Not sure what he meant by that. I instantly apologized. Sorry. Stop apologizing. I shut my mouth. Gabriel ran a hand through his hair. His customary agitated habit. He didn't say anything else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For I heard Eli calling him from a distance. He tossed me a heavy look. I have to discuss logistics. Ava should be here in a while, and we will leave for your pack village. I nodded mutely, sagging against a nearby tree. My body wanted to crumple to the ground while my wolf wanted to jump onto Gabriel's muscled physique. It was a strenuous internal battle. My mate's expression softened, ever so slightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Skylar, you look exhausted. And with my name falling so perfectly from his lips, I sank down the side of the tree, putting my head in my hands. It was all just so much to take in. I wasn't sure if Gabriel wanted me to follow him, but I figured that since he was almost within eyesight, I was safe to doze off here in the forest. I relaxed against the rough bark of the tree, trying to ignore the hot flush under my skin, and the way my heart was pounding faster than usual. This time, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel had nothing to do with it. It was the strange sickness I was coming down with. I felt a pang of worry but pushed it aside. Almost of their own accord. My eyes drifted shut. My body desperately tried to catch up with the sleep it had so sorely missed out on over the past 2 days. What felt like minutes later but was likely at least an hour or so, I woke up to Gabriel's voice urgently calling my name. I blinked. Lee Riley. Not feeling much better. That hour or so had served to give me a glimpse of the sleep I was missing out on. Not rejuvenate me. I'm awake, I muttered, groggily glancing up to see him standing over me. I struggled to my feet as he backed away to give me some space. My wolf did not like that gesture. Eva's here. Gabriel's brows furrowed slightly as he examined me, and I saw concern flash through his expression. Apparently he didn't like what he saw. Are you fit to return to your pack tonight? I waved him off, ignoring the mildly feverish conditions I was feeling. I'm fine. I could tell Gabriel did not believe me, but before he could pursue the issue, a sleek, brownish, red wolf burst through the trees and approached us. The she-wolf was carrying a large bag in her powerful jaws. She set it down and, with a respectful dip of her head to Gabriel, began to shift back in human form. Seconds later, the redhead Ava stood there, in all of her naked glory. I had to turn my head to the side as I felt a wave of nearly overwhelming anger overtake my wolf. I clenched my jaw and tried not to let my fury show, but my wolf was snarling that there was a naked female so close to our mate. I knew it was stupid, as Ava was in his pack and it was common for pack members to shift in front of each other. But I couldn't help it. I was exhausted and my wolf was on edge. I gritted my teeth, barely fighting back the deep growl that threatened to escape. I scarcely believed the level of jealousy and possessiveness I was feeling. Calm down. Achia's probably seen it all before. I attempted to placate my wolf, but realized a second later I had just made things worse. She growled furiously and I bit down. To prevent the sound from slipping past my lips, my teeth cut into my lip, drawing blood, and I winced. I was really losing it. I realized that the two were speaking and I tried to tune into the conversation. I fervently hoped Gabriel hadn't felt an echo of my sentiments. My cheeks were red enough as it was and I didn't want to humiliate myself further. Were you discreet about getting it? Gabriel was saying. Ava nodded, completely ignoring my presence. Her bright blue eyes fixated on Gabriel. Don't tell anyone else about this. He continued speaking to Ava, a command in his tone, before he lifted the bag off of the ground. Reaching in, Gabriel pulled out something that was the complete opposite of what I was expecting. It was a stone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Relatively flat, completely boring stone. I stared at it blankly. He called this the Stone of Jacob. Gabriel muttered, gazing at it contemplatively. He tested its weight. It definitely radiates power. He gestured that I touch it, and I walked forward, tentatively placing my hand on the rock-smooth surface. I quickly jumped backwards as an electric sensation sizzled up my arm from the rock, the power spreading like wildfire through my veins. It disappeared as quickly as it came, but I stared at the rock with renewed wonder. It felt like my rosary, only many times stronger. Gabriel gauged my reaction before he carefully returned the stone to the sack. Well, keep it somewhere safe, he murmured, almost to himself, before he turned to the redhead. You're coming with us to the Silverwoods Pack Village. They're part of our pack now. And Skylar's father, their only pack doctor, is in a coma. I will need you to heal him as best as you can. I tried not to scowl. Of course it had to be Ava that was going to help me out. By the look on her delicate features, she was not taken with the idea, but she managed to keep her thoughts to herself. Ava nodded stiffly, still avoiding my gaze altogether. My wolf recoiled at the thought of her still, naked and admittedly near, perfect form so close to my mate. I felt another wave of jealousy and I berated myself. We can't waste any more time. Are you two ready? Gabriel gazed at me specifically as he said that, and I got the impression he was feeling my emotions more than he let on. I just nodded curtly. I knew it was pathetic, but being so close to the gorgeous redhead made me feel insecure all over again. Preparing to shift. It was going to be a long trek home. My presumption was correct. We took off for home. Gabriel, Ava, me, and two of Gabriel's pack members. And I returned to the Black Mountains pack to take care of things for the next couple of days. They had their own blessed object from Razy or so. For now, they were safe. My pack mates had gone ahead to deliver the news and get Alpha Brett to the infirmary. I hoped he and his mate were going to be all right. I couldn't imagine the pain that our Luna had gone through during the fight. Hopefully she had passed out so she could avoid most of the agony her mate was going through. The trek was painfully quiet, because the purge hadn't been completed. According to Gabriel, I could not yet communicate telepathically with the others. I was sure they were having an internal conversation several times and I was unfortunately left out. To top it all off, there was the distance between Gabriel and I. I knew I was the cause of most of it, but I couldn't help but feel the stab of jealousy every time Gabriel's brushed Eva's. Get a hold of yourself, I snapped, more to myself than my wolf. Am acting like a pathetic, jealous high schooler. What is wrong with me? We haven't slept enough. My wolf replied, her exhaustion tangible. And being so close to our mate again is only intensifying the bond, whether you want that to happen or not. Jealousy, possessiveness, lust, all of that is heightened for both of us. You're not ready for that. I've scarcely had time to think, was my response. It was true. Everything had been chaotic since I returned home. I just wanted one opportunity to be alone and really think. And the run home was depleting the rest of my already scarce energy reserves. I hoped I could make it. It was well past dark when we finally neared the village, and I was glad to know my home hadn't been ravaged by the vampires now. Hopefully with the stone of Jacob, which Gabriel was carrying, we could live without fear for a couple of weeks. We shifted back to human from outside the fringe of trees, the moon shining bright above us and illuminating the scene below. As I stared intently, I realized there was a large multitude of bodies clustered in the large space in the center of the village. They must have gotten the news and were waiting on us to arrive. I felt a trickle of nervousness as I eyed the gathered pack. Minutes later, we were approaching the others, my heartbeat increasing with every step. I peeked around Gabriel's broad shoulder to see their faces. Many were confused, several were fearful, and others were just downright angry. Gabriel stopped and I stepped out beside him, feeling the heated gazes on me. My mate eyed the pack, staring them down. It was absolutely silent and I was worried that everyone could hear my thudding heartbeat. I glanced around, making eye contact with Maria. Her eyebrows were furrowed and she looked worried, her father's expression mirroring her own as he stood next to her. I searched the crowd again, but could not locate Will anywhere. Was he on patrol? As you know, your former alpha intruded on my territory and issued a challenge. Gabriel's eyes were unfathomable black pits that seemed to almost absorb the moonlight, giving him a hauntingly ethereal appearance. He continued, his tone clipped. My agent extraordinaire, Madame Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nobody looked surprised. I was sure they had been pre-warned. If it were entirely up to me, I would have killed him. He acted rashly and disrespectfully, and it would have been my right. He trailed off, giving me a significant glance, and I felt my pack members staring at me again. One of your pack members convinced me otherwise. I purged him, which now means I am the rightful alpha of your pack. It was a testament to my pack's fear of Gabriel, for they remained street on the Elweiss Island. I cannot mind, ink with you until the ceremony is completed tomorrow night. Until then, we will work on plans for integration. He shifted position, crossing his muscular arms in front of his chest. I know most of you hate me and my pack, but we are facing a bigger, more powerful threat now. We have to work together to rid this territory of those blood-sucking monsters. There were a few murmurs in the crowd now. I saw a few wolves who seemed to reluctantly agree with his statement, while others still looked angry. I expect obedience and collaboration from all of you. Punishments for disrespect will be severe. We don't have time to fight amongst ourselves. Gabriel's gaze was hard and roved the crowd, causing many wolves to flinch away from his penetrating eyes. However, I will let all these be members of my pack. He indicated Ava, standing on his other side, with a jerk of his head. This is Ava, our strongest pack doctor. She will tend to your pack doctor to assure you all can take care of yourselves. For now, our territory is spread out. We will need a doctor in each location. I had stared at him quizzically when he said strongest pack doctor. So did they have others? To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had never met any others, but many packs had to wolves with the affinity at one time. With a few more words, Gabriel dismissed the pack and turned away. I noticed Gabriel specifically addressed Jack, indicating that he wanted to meet with him later. It was still strange and foreign, seeing him talk to my pack like that, when we were all part of the same unit now. I couldn't quite wrap my mind around it. My wolf liked it, but I could only hope we would all get along, especially until Cain was gone. Take us to your father, Skylar, Gabriel said quietly. I tried not to shiver when he said my name and, ignoring Ava, enthusiasm indicated the direction we would go with a jerk of my head. They followed close behind me, Gabriel's husky scent invading my nostrils as I led them to the infirmary. When we walked in, my mother jolted upright in her chair, a look of pure shock taking over her features as she registered just who I was with. She had still been looking over my father. Her bright eyes were bleary, and I could tell she had been crying. I could barely look at her. Even after all of these years, she still felt the same about my father. That was the magic of the mating bond at work. I realized bitterly. This is Ava. I'll pack doctor. Shall be seen to him. Gabriel indicated my father with a jerk of his head. My mother looked between the three of us, utterly confused. Alpha Brett challenged him and lost. Gabriel purged him. She our alpha now, I said tiredly, giving her the shortest possible version. My mother looked taken aback, but she didn't argue, instead moving a bit backwards for Ava to have room. I was sure she was struggling to cope with everything as it was. Well, will you be able to help him? My mother stammered out. Ava glanced at her and shrugged. Well, see. As usual. Her tone was clipped and I tried not to growl at her rudeness. My wolf didn't want her so close to my family, but I knew I had to trust Gabriel here. It was the best chance my father had. I stared down at his peaceful face, trying not to cry. If only I hadn't been such a disappointment and gotten my affinity Skylar. I need to talk to you outside. I nodded tiredly, having no clue what this was about. I just wanted to sleep for the next 3 days. Was that too much to ask? I followed my mate until we were outside the infirmary. The darkness was thickening, crowding in around us, and I clutched my rosary obstinately. Gabriel still had the sack with the stone of Jacob slung over his shoulder, and I hoped it would work as well as Raziel said. I was tired of being afraid of the dark. Gabriel turned around about 5 feet away from me, shoulders tense. Do you want to tell me what that was all about? I blinked stupidly at him. What are you talking about? I can feel your strongest emotions when we are in such close proximity, he replied coolly, and I looked down at the ground. He was talking about all of my jealous episodes earlier. He must have thought I was completely pathetic. Sorry, I muttered, the word coming out a bit more petulantly than I intended. I don't want your apologies, Skylar, he replied impatiently. But I can't have you wanting to tear Eva's eyes out every time you're close to her. My wolf growled at the mention of her name. Wouldn't want that, would we? I replied sardonically, which was completely out of character for me. I really was on edge. I realized my patience was worn thin and I was running on empty. Gabriel growled softly and I realized he did not appreciate my snippy replies. Stop acting like a child. Stop patronizing me. It seemed like the old, condescending Gabriel was back. Was he deliberately trying to push me away? Or was I just so edgy that I was getting pissed off at every little thing? My skin felt hot and I shifted position, ignoring the unpleasant sensations that had increased tenfold when I had shifted back into human form. He growled again, louder, like it or not in your alpha now, and my wolf doesn't like being disrespected like that. Even from you. I threw my hands up in frustration. So I get jealous one time and now I'm the bad guy. As if you didn't act the same way when I was saying goodbye to Will. I can't control when my wolf gets jealous. She didn't like the sight of a naked female so close to you. I beat out, not even caring what I was saying. Just because you're practically incapable of emotion doesn't mean we don't feel anything for you. I realized belatedly that I had said we instead of my wolf, but I didn't care at this point. My anger and frustration was continuing to build. It was like we were back to square one all over again. I knew I was being unfair because Gabriel did feel emotion. At least, sometimes. But my rarely seen temper was dangerously close to emerging. Lack of sleep and a burning fever will do that to you. As my anger grew, I could feel the heat underneath my skin rising. I vainly tried to control myself. Gabriel was completely taken aback by my outburst, and he stood there a moment, silent, before his eyes hardened. That's what you think of me? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That him incapable of feelings, his words were hard, bitter, but I thought I could see the thinly disguised hurt in his expression. If you recall, Skylar, you were the one that asked to return home. You were the one who cowled at Stan being around me. The heat and sizzling under my skin increased to a nearly unbearable level. That's not what I suddenly. A wave of dizziness overcame me. I staggered backwards in surprise, catching myself on the outside wall of the infirmary. As Gabriel's expression morphed into one of worry and he took a few steps towards me, my throat suddenly felt constricted, and I took a deep breath, closing my eyes. My skin was practically on fire and I tried to calm myself. Somehow I knew the argument with Gabriel had made everything worse. I sagged against the wall, attempting to keep myself upright. Skylar. Gabriel's voice was softer now and he stepped even closer. As if he could sense what was wrong, he reached out a hand and placed it on my forehead. I felt a rush of pleasure and an electric spark from the contact, but it was nearly drowned out from my searing, hot skin. Gabriel swore, "You're burning up." Withdrawing his hand, "Why didn't you tell me?" I didn't reply, taking a few deep breaths. After a minute, my heart rate slowed and the burning sensation abated slightly. I continued to lean on the wall, trying to control my body's reactions. As I calmed down, the feverish sensation continued to lessen. "I'm getting a gaver," Gabriel said after a minute, making no attempt to hide his worry, and strode towards the infirmary. He didn't get a chance to walk in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For the redhead in question strode out. Instantly I forced my body upright, momentarily forgetting my symptoms in eagerness to hear what she had to say about my father. "Is he going to be all right?" I choked out, my voice raspier than intended. Gabriel stared at me, as if waiting to see if I would collapse. Ivy glanced at me, expression unfathomable before she turned to Howard Alpha. I used up as much affinity as I could. It wasn't enough to wake him up, but she rubbed her temple with one hand, and it was then that I realized how tired she looked. Her vivid red hair was in disarray, a light sheen of sweat on her skin, from mere minutes of using her affinity. I panted slightly at the effort it took to stand up without the support of the wall. Her next words, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," temporarily drowned out all of my worries. I think AG's going to be okay. Chapter 23. I sagged against the wall, my relief profound. Even with that single sentence, I felt a lot of the tension leave my body. I placed my hand on the side of the building, letting the coolness of the brick seep into my skin. The feverish sensation was more bearable now, but I could only hope I wouldn't get another dizzy spell like the one a few moments ago. "How much more healing will he need?" I managed to say, the relief palpable in my voice. Eva glanced at me out of the corner of her eye but directed her words to Gabriel. "I will need to rest for a few hours, but I'll try again later." There was an odd in her voice as she spoke about my father, and I couldn't quite figure it out. I sighed heavily. Now that I had that small amount of stress off of my shoulders, all I wanted to do was sleep until my dad woke up. I began to walk towards the entrance of the infirmary, thankful that I could stand. "I think he'll just stay here tonight. I want to be with him." Gabriel opened his mouth to say something, but, to my surprise, it was my mother's voice I heard. She had come to stand in the doorway, and for once there was a glimmer of hope in her blue eyes. "Sweetie, that won't be necessary. You need to sleep in a comfortable bed. You look exhausted. These infirmary beds are not great to sleep in. I can tell you that." Getting ready to protest, but she cut me off. "Skylar, I won't take no for an answer. We only live a block away and I can contact you as soon as he wakes up. He wouldn't want you sleeping here. He wouldn't want you sleeping here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I retorted, "HES my mate. Skylar, He has needed my soothing touch. Her delicate brows were furrowed as if she was trying to convince herself that her presence had been helping. Somehow, I looked down at the ground. Hearing the word mate just put me on edge all over again. My mother didn't seem to notice my expression, but I caught Gabriel examining me out of the corner of his eye. Besides, Ava here already told me she needs her space next time. They'll be waiting outside the infirmary when she goes in to use her affinity again. There's no sense in both of us staying up all night out here. My mother's tone was ringing with finality. I sighed in defeat. It really would be quite a relief to not be sleeping on one of the infirmary's hard mattresses. Fine, I muttered, but I'm going to see him before I go to bed. Before anyone could argue, I did just that. Striding in the large room, I sat by my father's side for a few moments as I reassured myself that he did in fact look better. When I felt more secure about leaving him, I kissed his forehead before tiptoeing out of the infirmary as if I was actually at risk of waking him up that very second. Upon returning outside, I noticed that the wolves Gabriel had brought with him were gathered around. I wondered if they'd been lurking nearby the whole time and heard Gabriel and his argument. My cheeks felt warm as the thought crossed my mind. Gabriel was giving them some sort of muttered instructions, and I caught Jack's and Brett's names among the hushed words. As my thoughts turned to Brett and the former Luna, I hoped they were okay. I wanted them to receive medical attention from Ava, too, but I knew Gabriel would only get angry at the suggestion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I remained silent. I prayed that they would be up and around within the next day or two, and deserved a proper funeral. I had not the slightest clue where the blonde's body was right now, and the image of her corpse disturbed me, so I mentally scrambled for anything that could possibly distract me from the depressing cogitation. "Where are you all going to sleep?" I blurted out. It was customary for guests to stay in the Alpha's house, as he had numerous extra bedrooms, but at this rate I knew the worst happening. I glanced up at the sky, realizing just how late it was. It was practically early morning by now. I wondered if the others would even sleep at all. We'd left Gabriel's pack when it was evening, and it was a very long run. My sleep schedule was definitely going to be messed up. Gabriel turned and examined me, looking preoccupied. I realized he probably hadn't had time to think about it. "We have a guest bedroom, and a couple of couches downstairs. You all could stay at my place," I muttered, glancing at my mother out of the corner of my eye. She didn't look overly pleased at the idea, but she also didn't argue. No doubt she realized the Black Mountains pack members couldn't stay at Brett's. Truthfully, I didn't want Eva anywhere near my house, and I didn't feel comfortable with the others either. However, they were technically my pack now. Eva was helping my dad, whether it was against her will or not. That didn't matter to me. Despite my strong dislike for her, I certainly owed her one, although admittedly, the thought of Ava and Gabriel sleeping in the same house threatened to make my blood boil. Gabriel's packmates, especially Ava, looked acutely uncomfortable, but Gabriel nodded stiffly. "Thanks," was his gruff reply. I was faintly surprised he was thanking me at all. My wolf was stirring as she pondered the concept of her mate sleeping in our house, but before her thoughts took a turn for the inappropriate. I honestly didn't need that right now. Or maybe I did need that, but I sure as hell was going to admit it. Catching my mother's stern look, I waited for a break in Gabriel's words before I spoke again. "Do you need me for anything else?" I'm exhausted. I prayed Gabriel would say no, even though some part of me wanted to spend time with him. I also fervently hoped he wouldn't pursue my whole fever thing. However, judging by the intensity of his stare, I knew Gabriel was inspecting me for more symptoms. I probably couldn't get away from him for long. As soon as He'd taken care of all of his duties, I was sure He'd bring it back up. After a long moment, he shook his head. "No, but I would need to talk with you when you wake up." I tried to keep my face blank as I nodded. I was surprised that Gabriel suspected something was up. Sooner or later to tell him about the sick feeling it had for the last couple of days. "Go get some pillows and blankets out," I said quietly. ignoring all of their stares as I hugged my mother goodbye and headed home. I took a long, hot shower before I even considered crawling into bed. The scalding liquid felt nice on my exhausted and weary body. I let it run down my back as I sat down, trying to rein in my emotions. I felt like I'd been battered left and right, although the only visible bruise was a faint welt on my cheek from Brett's punch. My symptoms had abated, but I could still feel the overwhelming heat lingering under the surface of my skin. Once my father woke up, I would ask him what the hell was wrong with me. By the time I dried myself and threw on the baggiest TT shirt I could find, I knew dawn was approaching fast. I could sleep a day if I wanted to, but I set the alarm near my bed for afternoon. If something important happened, someone would wake me up. Sometime later, an annoying and persistent sound began to leak into my peaceful haven of sleep. I turned over, burying myself deeper into the warmth of my comforter, but still the noise continued. After a few more minutes of slowly building aggravation, I opened my eyes and blinked blearily at the clock. 10. Who was at the door? It figured Gabriel and his packmates would just come in. She'd been to my house before. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. Sign. I slowly dragged myself out of bed. I felt slightly better, but I honestly could have used a lot more sleep. Throwing on the nearest pair of shorts and switching out my oversized t-shirt for a tank top, I headed downstairs as the urgent knocking continued. As I glanced around the living room, I realized with a frown that my mound of blankets was still untouched. They hadn't come to sleep here. I felt a stab of disappointment before realizing Gabriel probably had a lot more things to do. He rarely slept as it was. Incoming, I grumbled. I was sure I looked like a zombie, but since I couldn't catch Gabriel's scent, I knew it was him at the door, so I honestly didn't care what I looked like. Throwing it open, I could only stare with my mouth gaping in shock. Will stood there looking worse than I'd ever seen him. He was panting and there were deep, baggy circles under his eyes. His irises were bloodshot and there were wigs in his sandy brown hair. It was immediately obvious to me that he'd gone for a long run and hadn't slept for a while. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked him, almost timidly, thoughts of our argument the other night flying out the window. Are you okay? He shook his head slowly, fixing his miserable blue eyes on mine. Can we talk? Voice hoarse. It honestly looked like he'd been crying. I hadn't seen Will cry in years. I figured he was grieving about Anne. After all, he'd been friends with her too. All the unmated wolves tended to hang out together, and Will and Maria were now some of the only wolves over 18 that hadn't found their other half. Anne would never find hers. I swallowed hard before nodding. Come in, I said softly and gestured for him to enter my house. He mumbled a thank you before limping in. Will had always tended to his appearance well, so seeing him so haggard was frightening. Can I get you anything? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. I tacked the last part on, hoping to ease the tension a bit, but Will just shook his head. Water's enough. I indicated he sit down and he slowly made his way over to the couch, sinking down onto the middle cushion. I quickly poured him a glass of water and made my way over to join him. He took the glass of water and sipped, keeping his eyes averted from me, not saying a word. I wanted to come right out and ask what was wrong, but something held me back. I could tell Will was bracing himself and I didn't want to push. After a moment or two, he finally cleared his throat. I'm so sorry, Skydar, were the next words out of his mouth. I blinked, expecting him to say something about Anne. Why are you? It's all my fucking fault. Will began to run both hands through his twig-infested hair in agitation. Your fault. I almost wanted to laugh at the absurdity. After you and I argued, Maria tried to calm me down. I was horrible to her and I hurt her feelings. She ran off into the woods, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As usual, told me off and went to comfort her. Will finally turned to face me, and I was struck at the massive amount of guilt pooling in the depths of his eyes. If it weren't for me, they never would have been in the woods that night. His voice broke and he turned away quickly. I was shaking my head as he spoke. No, Will. You can't blame yourself. If anything, it's my fault. I went to confront Cain and he was angry at me, and he killed Anna's revenge. I felt the lump rising in my throat again, but I cowed and cried now. I had to act strong because Will was falling apart. Gently, I reached a hand out and rested it on his back. Will scarcely seemed to absorb my words. I was horrible to you and to Maria. Maria liked me. Skylar. Sheth liked me all along. How could I never have seen it? I remained mute. I had been suspicious of Mary's feelings for Will for a while, but she'd never said them outright. I'd never understood why she wouldn't share them with me, but perhaps she just didn't want to make things awkward in the friend group. She never told me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied softly, that's just her own business. You couldn't have known. I smiled slightly, again trying to lighten the situation. Guys are oblivious. Remember, Will's mouth quirked ever so slightly, but the expression quickly vanished. He focused his eyes on me again. I've been running almost non-stop the last couple of days. I figured if I ran enough, the feeling of guilt would go away. I was trying to forget about all the crap that I have to deal with every day since you came back from the Black Mountains pack. Then I heard about what happened to Brett, and how we have a new alpha now, and how he was coming here. I couldn't stand it, Sky. I know I was supposed to be at that meeting last night, but I couldn't face anyone again, and I couldn't stand seeing him here. I knew that by him. He meant Gabriel. Almost sadly. You really hate him that much? I asked softly. We looked away, jaw working. We've hated him for so long. I don't know how else to feel. I know we have bigger problems now, but I just can't get over the fact that HES your mate. I know, but there's more to him. As much as I've been around him, there are a couple times I've seen past the surface. Gabriel's a lot deeper than anyone else realizes. Will looked like he wanted to argue, but he resisted the impulse. I don't think I can ever agree with you on that, Sky, but there's one thing I can do. What's that? Apologize. He shifted his body to face me full. Again, I want to say I'm sorry. I know I don't like him, but HES our alpha now, and I never should have said those things about your mate. I nodded, smiling slightly at his heartfelt words. I had enough going on right now. I didn't want to fight with one of my best friends. I could only hope he would warm up to Gabriel one day. I forgive you, Will, of course I do. What are friends for? Will tried to smile, but it looked more like a grimace. He suddenly looked away again, twiddling his fingers. There's something else I wanted to tell you. I'm not sure it's the right time, but I don't think he'll ever really get another chance to say it. My eyebrows furrowed in puzzlement. What's that? He took a deep breath. A lot of the reason I acted like such a dick is because of the way I feel about you. The words practically came out in a rushed mutter, and I had to strain to hear them. The way you feel about me, echoed, confused. I felt my wolf pacing in agitation as if she didn't want to hear what Will was saying. I like you, Skylar. As more than a friend. I have for a long time. I felt my mouth open as I stared at him in confusion. Will had romantic feelings for me. Since when? I remembered the way Gabriel had acted around him. Perhaps Gabriel had been able to tell all along, was I that blind, but... I began to stammer, completely unsure how to respond. I mean... we'd kissed once, and I'd liked him back in the day, but that had been a few years ago. Will held a hand up, stopping me mid-stutter. He was avoiding my gaze. You've been oblivious to it. I know that, and I understand you don't reciprocate my feelings. He sighed heavily. I just wanted you to know. If I ever acted weird or overprotective, well, that's why. Why didn't you say something sooner? although it was like the outcome would be different. I didn't want to ruin our friendship. But now, I figured since I practically have already ruined it. No, you haven't. I shook my head vehemently. Will huffed out a shaky chuckle. Honestly, Skya, I don't expect anything from you. You have a mate now. And in hoping once I find one of my own, it'll be that much easier to get over you. It had my fingers interlaced and I stared down at them. My wolf was not enjoying this. Hey, he said softly, throwing his arm around my shoulders. It felt comforting. As he'd always been touchy with me. Now I wondered if his touchiness had stemmed from more than friendly feelings. Don't feel bad. He glanced down at his arm. And this is not me hitting on you. I couldn't help it, I giggled a bit at that. I just don't want our friendship to change, I said softly after a moment. It won't. I don't expect anything to come out of it anymore. You won't have to feel awkward, he replied firmly. I nodded. My wolf and I still felt a bit uneasy at his confession. But I couldn't lose him as a friend. I would deal with it. And hopefully he'd find a mate who could love him the way I never could. I shifted position and he removed his arm from my shoulders. I turned to the side, resting my back against the arm of the couch, and laid my legs over his lap. It was our customary position when watching movies and not as intimate as the arm over the shoulder. I am curious though, I blurted out before I could help myself. Did this have anything to do with our kiss sophomore year? Will smiled wryly. I was glad I had at least momentarily distracted him from his grief and guilt. It wanted to kiss you for a while, but after we kissed, I realized how much I was into you. A flash of worry suddenly crossed his expression. Please don't tell our new alpha about that. I chewed on my bottom lip, pondering how I should reply. That was the worst possible moment for the front door to be shoved open. It was also the worst possible moment for Gabriel to walk in. I ignored the way my body heated up as I saw him and my wolf yippee in happiness, because the look on his face was downright furious. He took one glance at Will and I, his dark eyes burning, before he snarled loud and clear. I felt Will flinch next to me and quickly scramble to his feet, backing away as fast as he possibly could. Get the hell out, Gabriel snarled furiously, the words distorted through his anger. Will did not hesitate. I saw the way Gabriel's fists were clenched, the way he looked like he was poised for attack. Quicker than lightning, Will darted towards the back door of the house, not wanting to go anywhere near my enraged mate. I stood up slowly, heart pounding as I took him in. How long have? Long enough. Beginning to pace. I could tell he desperately wanted to go after Will and tear him to shreds. Gabriel, it isn't what it looks like. I tried to reason with him. It wasn't like he'd done anything wrong. I knew how it must have looked, but if anything, Will had been completely friends on today. He had his fucking hands on you. Gabriel practically roared. I thought I made it pretty clear that nobody is to touch what's mine. I felt my wolf purring, deep in my chest, and I couldn't help the way my cheeks reddened. He is my friend. I was consoling him. He was upset about an under Maria. Don't bullshit me, Skylar. I heard enough to know your conversation was drastically different. Go to him. My wolf was practically begging. Calm him down. It's your duty. Won't that only make things worse? Can't you see how close he is to shifting and going after Will? She retorted, urging me onward. Hesitantly, I took a few steps closer to Gabriel. I didn't want to make the already distracting mating bond worse, but he was practically in a frenzy. We couldn't afford any altercations in the pack right now. My fellow pack members didn't need to see this side to Gabriel right now. I bit my lip, eyeing Gabriel as I approached. He had frozen and was staring at the ground, fist clenching and unclenching, breathing heavily. I felt the electricity sparking between us as I stopped a mere 12 inches from him, staring up at him nervously. Slowly, he raised his head, and those mesmerizing eyes met mine. What I saw there made my heart throb pain. He was clearly hurting from what Hed heard. Intermingled with the hurt was jealousy and rage, but I saw it nonetheless. I was pretty sure I was in over my head. But being this close to him, I couldn't resist the pull. Besides, I was probably the only one that had any chance of calming him before he did something rash. Tentatively, I reached my hand and slowly slipped it into one of his. Heat immediately spread through my hand and up my arm, my nerve endings coming alive. Gabriel's expression had morphed to one of complete surprise. I gave his hand a soft squeeze and I felt his grip tighten on mine. Closing my eyes, I tried to gather every ounce of reassurance I had, sending it to him through our connection. After a moment, he relaxed, if only slightly. I opened my eyes. He looked confused now, torn, and surprisingly vulnerable. My hand was still encased in his and I was struck by just how perfect it felt. My body was tingling pleasantly and I inhaled his masculine scent. Without giving it any thought, I stood up on my tiptoes, leaning forward and wrapping my other arm securely around his muscular frame. I knew I was being impulsive and not thinking things through, but I desperately craved the comfort of his embrace. Even if it was only for a few seconds. I would probably berate myself for this later. But right now, I wanted this. After a moment of hesitation, I felt Gabriel's free arm slowly come up and around me. His hand splayed out across the center of my back. I buried my face in his shirt, not caring if he noticed that I was inhaling his scent like an addict. Our hands were intertwined and for once, it felt like we were a real mated couple, as if we were acting like a normal mated couple would. His hand moved upwards to the top of my tank top, and then his fingers brushed against my bare flesh near my shoulders. Tingles immediately burst from his touch and spread across my skin, and I stiffened noticeably. My wolf whimpered with pleasure at his touch. I felt Goosen's rise on my arms. I was sure HED noticed my reaction, but his hand continued to wander across the exposed skin that my tank top did not cover. Slowly, I let my hand fist into the back of his shirt. Gathering the thin fabric, Gabriel's hand abruptly moved downwards along my side, and I belatedly realized my tank top had ridden up slightly when I had reached upwards to hug him. Now a thin strip of skin was exposed just around my midriff. Gabriel's fingers slowly, easily trickled along my side until they brushed that section of skin just above the line of my shorts. My wolf purred and I shuddered despite myself, immediately pressing my body even closer to his. I felt Gabriel growl huskily, low in his throat. The heat between our bodies was incredible. Just when I thought Gabriel was going to act on his hormones, his hand abruptly dropped mine and he released me from the hug, stepping away from me. I suddenly felt cold with the absence of my mate's touch. He put a distance between us and looked away, jaw clenching. It appeared as if he were trying to get a hold of himself. I knew it was the right thing to do before one of us made a hasty decision, but I still felt a pang of hurt. How was it so easy for him to resist me? I could barely keep myself under control around him. Surely that meant there was something about me that he found undesirable. My own mate was not supposed to be able to just step away from me like that. I looked down at the ground, feeling somewhat ashamed that I acted like a hormone-ridden idiot. I should have just held Gabriel's hand and let that be the end of it. I wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing that my mother chose to rudely intrude in my mind in just that moment, her loud and chipper voice causing me to jump in surprise. "Your father is awake," she practically screamed with excitement, and I gasped, my mouth curving upwards. Gabriel was staring at me and I refocused on him. Whatever emotion had been on his face, he quickly masked. Before he could ask me what was going on, I cut him off. "My father is awake." My voice was breathless, although some of that could have been due to my encounter with my mate. He nodded, once, the odd expression still on his face. "Let's go to him. Then," and I was slightly disappointed that his cold and detached voice was back. My wolf was sad we hadn't continued our little moment, but thinking about it now made me blush profusely. As the embarrassment at my rash actions started to kick in, I tried to brush it aside. My father was now my top priority. I practically sprinted to the infirmary, brushing by Eva, who was standing outside, looking tired. I knew I'd have to forget my animosity and thank her sometime. She had practically saved his life. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I bursted into the large room to see a very welcoming sight. My father, sitting upright in bed, looking pale but okay. My mother had his hand in a death grip and was smiling ear to ear. Dad. I cried excitedly, and as he turned to face me, his eyes lit up. I barreled over to him and tried not to crush him when I hugged him. In just that moment, caught in an enveloping embrace with my family, everything felt right in the world. Several hours later, my father was up and about thanks to his superb immune system and the absence of silver from his veins, although he still moved a bit shakily. We had caught him up to speed on everything that had happened, including Inna's death and Brett's rash decision-making. It had definitely been awkward to recount the tale, especially with Gabriel looming in a nearby corner. I could feel his gaze burning into me while I spoke, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was because of our little moment in my house. I felt a bit pathetic for acting so desperately, but it had worked to calm him down. I could only hope he wasn't angry at me for being so touchy-feely, especially since I had yet to make a decision, much to my wolf frustration. I already knew it was difficult for us to be around each other in our current situation, but I just couldn't resist. My level of physical attraction to my ridiculously attractive mate was hard to control. Gabriel had left a couple of hours ago, probably to take care of some things here and there. Now, the purge ceremony was only a couple hours away and I was feeling nervous. My feelings of a loaf beaver, and the just kept coming and going. I wanted to ask my father about it, but I felt like he had been through enough already today. I would mention the symptoms to him tomorrow, that is, unless I had a fainting spell again. Another thing we had learned was that Inna's funeral would be the next morning after the purge. Maria had come to check up on my father and delivered the news. Along with the news that her father, though no longer Beta, had been put in a pretty high position of authority by Gabriel. I was grateful Jack generally made good decisions. Maria and I were heading over to my house now. She'd insisted on helping me pick something to wear for tonight. I hadn't considered my attire for the purge. I didn't even know if it was a formal event. However, Maria was sad and downtrodden, her eyes red, rimmed, and I would be willing to do anything to help distract her from her torment. What are you wearing? Breaking the silence as I threw my closet door open and began to rummage through everything. She shrugged daintily. My father said we should dress nicer. It is a pretty formal ceremony. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I guess he'll wear a dress or skirt. Does it involve shifting? I didn't want to get my clothes dirty. Well, my father didn't know at first. He had to call some of the guys he knows from other packs to find out exactly what a purge ceremony entailed, since we've never had one. I'm assuming Alpha Gabriel had to do his own research as well. I tried not to stiffen at the term Alpha Gabriel. It still sounded foreign to my ears. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His friend said that a shift does happen, but it's at the very end. The whole pack is supposed to go on a run together. Not sure that it'll happen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With everything that's going on, Maria trailed off, dark eyes clouding with sadness. I leaned forward, pulling my friend in a tight embrace. We stayed like that for a moment as she clutched me tightly. There was nothing left to be discussed. We had already cried our eyes out together, and I was sure we would again tomorrow at the funeral. After a bit, Maria pulled away and attempted a smile. Enough of that. Voice coming out a bit shaky. Let's get you something to wear. As she had done so many times before, Maria made her way into my closet, ruffling through my admittedly modest collection of outfits. I sat on the edge of the bed, hoping she would pick something half decent. My best friend was muttering to herself as she examined my dresses and skirts, and after a few minutes she finally decided on something. The irony of this dress. She pulled out the dress in question, turning around with a grin on her face. It's perfect. I definitely disagreed with Maria's statement. I had never been a huge fan of dresses, and I felt oddly formal in this one. Even though the dress wasn't exactly fancy. It was a pure white color. I had not wanted to wear it because it reminded me of the human wedding I had been to once. But Maria insisted that it was perfect for the ceremony. We were getting a new alpha and trying to start anew. Hence white was the perfect color. She wouldn't take no for an answer. It was a halter, style and fell a few inches above my knees. It was gathered in just the right places to make my small chest look slightly larger. I had worn it once or twice when we went to town in the middle of the summer. It was still summery weather, but I could tell by the slight chill in the air that fall was not far away. Thankfully, my werewolf nature made me practically impervious to cold. Maria was in a dressy red top and a black skirt that emphasized her curves. Both of us were barefoot, which was customary for werewolf dress. I was sure it looked weird to have a nice sundress without any sort of foot attire. I felt odd, strolling through the packed village in such formal get-up, but glancing around, I saw that most of the other pack members were dressed in similar fashion. I supposed it made sense our formal ceremonies were rare but important, and I couldn't think of anything more important than this. I would just have to suck it up. We made our way to the large clearing near the village where our pack meetings were held. The path was well worn down from hundreds of paws and feet trampling it. The clearing contained a cluster of rocks, where the alpha had used to stand, that several years ago some of the pack members had built a large, flat wooden platform with steps leading up to it on either side. This made the alpha address the pack from a much higher vantage point. It gave him an aura of power. Not that Gabriel had ever lacked that. I was surprised that the remainder of the ceremony was occurring here. Then again, I suppose the rest of the Black Mountains pack didn't have to be present for the ceremony to occur. It would be difficult to get everyone in one place since our territories were so spread out. I wondered how Gabriel would address that. My pack members were slowly gathering, forming tiny huddles and conversing in hushed whispers. Maria and I were some of the later ones there, and my parents waved me over as soon as I arrived. My father was leaning his weight against a tree, looking tired. I hugged him gently, standing near him as Maria's father approached us with a nod. "What exactly is going to happen?" my mother asked curiously. Jack shook his head. "Honestly, I don't know a lot of specifics. It's a bunch of formalized words and some blood sharing. That sounded like most of our ceremonies, but I felt my heartbeat increase anyways. Blood sharing. With Gabriel, I was sure how exactly my body would handle that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My blood yearned for him, but we hadn't completed the mating yet. There was no way of knowing how I would react. I didn't know why I was surprised. Blood was the commonality of all werewolves. It held the essence of everything it meant to be a wolf. All of our ceremonies came down to blood. Well, blood and ancient words. Nobody really knew the exact origination of the words that made our ceremonies happen. All I knew was that our rituals were connected to the world around us. It was like the affinity that the pack doctors inherited. It couldn't be described through modern science. It was something old and powerful that ran through our veins, and nobody could describe. All we knew was that our rituals worked, and that was all that really mattered. My train of thought was broken as I heard my mate's deep voice from the wooden platform. More than 60 pairs of eyes traveled upwards and fixated on him as he stood, tall and proud, alone from his high vantage point. I spotted Ava and the other members of the Black Mountains pack standing at the bottom of the platform. Glancing around, I locked eyes with Will. He was standing at the back of the group, furthest away from Gabriel. I tried to send him a reassuring smile as Gabriel spoke. "Tonight we will complete the purge and you all will be mine, linked with me permanently. When in wolf form, you will be able to communicate with both me and the rest of my pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You will officially be members of the Black Mountains pack." I saw many wolves stiffen, not liking being part of their enemy pack. It definitely was a lot to take in. I suppose we couldn't have kept to different pack names forever, but it still was going to be strange not identifying myself as Woods. All of you form a single file line on this side of the platform. The blood sharing takes place individually. There was a scattering of murmurs as everyone did as they were told, shifting position and relocating to the far side of the clearing. Trying to swallow my nervousness, I followed my parents as they headed towards the forming line. My father turned around, stopping me in place. "You should go last, Skylar." I stared at him blankly. "What?" Why, he frowned contemplatively. "Yes, your mate. And you haven't been marked." His eyes zeroed in on my neck as he said that, and I couldn't understand his expression. The blood sharing for you might be different. It could be distracting for the Alpha, too. There's no telling how his wolf will react. I've never seen a situation like this. "Okay," I said softly, my nervousness increasing tenfold. "I think it's safest that way." He tried to smile at me reassuringly. "Don't worry." I nodded, hanging back as the others continued to join the line. I was thankful for Maria, who held back next to me. After a moment, I saw Will approaching us, although he stopped a safe distance from me. I noticed Maria's cheeks reddening and she pointedly looked away from him. Will's expression looked upset as he sighed, joining the last group of wolves at the back of the line. Maria went in front of me, leaving me last, my throat feeling incredibly dry. I glanced up at Gabriel as he spoke again. "Bring it up here." And the redhead complied. I zeroed in on her as she climbed the steps. She held a long wooden bowl in one hand and what looked like a knife in the other. I gulped as she handed the items to Gabriel. Gabriel placed them on the rail of the wooden platform next to him before turning to face us. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Will was acting strangely. He was shifting from foot to foot uncomfortably and his head was tilted up at an odd angle. I stared in puzzlement. Was he just frightened of Gabriel or... My thought process was halted as my mate commenced speaking. "Tonight, I join with you as your new Alpha through this ceremony. I claim the rights to the Alpha position from your former Alpha, as he has relinquished his position to me and to any heirs I may birth in the future. I promise to protect this pack with my life and make choices regarding the pack's best interests. I will lay down my life for this pack if the need arises. The pack's well-being will always be top priority. In return, this pack will respect the wishes of my wolf and will obey my every command. As our blood is shared, let your wolves recognize mine as your new leader, and let our minds be linked as one. Let this scar be a reminder of what I am undertaking for your pack." Again, I recognized some of the words from the first part of the purge. The whole part about the scar surprised me, as werewolves healed completely from almost all wounds and did not retain scars. However, in a ceremony like this, perhaps the ritualistic side of it prevented the scars from ever fading. I tried to snap to attention as I realized Gabriel had completed whatever else he was saying and had lifted the knife to his chest. With a smooth jerk, he slashed the knife across his palm, similar to the way he had done with Brett, although this time it was his hand instead of his chest. I winced slightly as I felt a faint stab of pain across my own hand, and Maria glanced at me with concern. With a nod of his head, Gabriel indicated the first pack member come up to the platform. I realized that it was Jack who had made his way to the forefront. It made sense if he was going to be in charge. Their words were muffled, but to me it sounded like Jack stated his full name and a series of words before Gabriel handed him the knife. Jack brought the knife across his own palm. If it hurt, he did a good job of concealing it as he and Gabriel reached out and clasped hands. I realized now that their clasped hands were positioned over the bowl that Ava had brought. A few drops of the scarlet liquid fell into the bowl and intermingled. To an outsider, the process might have looked grotesque, but to me it was entrancing. Combining our essence was one of the most powerful things we werewolves could do. The process began to repeat over and over again for each wolf that came up to the platform. I hoped that Gabriel was okay, because he had to have cut himself pretty deep for the blood to still be flowing. But then I realized I was just being stupid. He was strong enough to survive a small gash on his hand. As the line moved, I felt my nervousness compounding. To distract myself, I focused on Will, who was still behaving strangely. To where agent extraordinaire, Welin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hissed at him. He turned over his shoulder and I saw that his blue eyes were confused. Distracted. What's wrong with you? He shook his head. I'm not sure. When I first got here there was this wonderful smell. But now it's gone, he trailed off. Looking sad. Hearing about a wonderful smell instantly reminded me of when I first caught Gabriel's scent. My eyes widened, but it was here that what had never smelled before. The answer hit me like a freight train, Ava. My eyes frantically scanned the area for her, but to my shock I saw that she had disappeared from her position from the platform. There was no way she could be Will's mate. That was just too coincidental. But why else would he be catching a magical scent that he had never encountered before? As my mind tried to wrap around the concept, I continued to observe Will. After a few more moments, as he neared the front, he appeared to calm down. I wasn't letting this go though. I had to see the two of them in close quarters. I had to know if they were mates, although I had no clue how to feel about it. I needed to focus my attention on the purge again. There were only a few wolves before me now. The others were huddled on the other side of the clearing, waiting for the rest of us to finish. My heartbeat picked up its pace as my eyes focused on Gabriel. What would it feel like sharing blood with my mate before he marked me? I knew the marking actually involved a bit of blood sharing, but this was different. This was so intimate. At least for me it was going to be. You hey? Maria whispered. I nodded mutely but didn't respond. I noticed that it was Will's turn, and I did not miss the anger and dislike that flashed in Gabriel's eyes as they fixated on my friend. Will seemed incredibly nervous as he made his way to the platform. Thankfully, my mate seemed to be holding it together, although he spoke a bit harsher than necessary. As Will cut his hand, I noticed him shaking a bit. Gabriel roughly grabbed his hand harder than required and squeezed. I winced as I saw Will's face tighten in pain. Looking down on the ground, I felt a wave of guilt. My mate hated one of my best friends and it was all my fault. Maria's turn was uneventful, though I practically cowed and watched as I realized how close I was to going up there. When she was done, it almost felt like the world had stopped. Everyone was on the other side of the clearing, staring at me intently. I wondered if they suspected the blood sharing would be different for me. Their eyes burned into my skin as I took a deep breath and swallowed hard. Gabriel had finally looked over to me and his near, black eyes were unfathomable. Trying to prevent myself from shaking, I slowly ascended the steps to the platform. My palms were clammy. My wolf was growing excited at the prospect of such interaction with her mate. My skin was heating up again, although I was sure if it was the fever or the proximity to Gabriel that was causing such sensations. Finally, I stood in front of him, daring to look up and meet his eyes. The clearing seemed deathly quiet. All attention on us. I tried to straighten up and seem brave. Why was I so nervous? It was my mate. For crying out loud. State your name and heritage. Skylar, daughter of Alexander and Renee, born on the 8th moon. 20 summers past. Werewolves identified ourselves differently than humans. We didn't tend to use last names. Although I technically had one in high school when we were in interaction with humankind. Skylar. He began, and I tried not to visibly shudder. Do you recognize me as your new alpha? Do you promise me your allegiance and loyalty? Do you accept my blood as commencement of the formation of our mind, Link? Coming from my mate, the words seemed so much heavier, more intense somehow. It didn't help that his eyes were boring into mine and my wolf was frantically chanting yes, yes. I could almost see a series of questions and emotions lingering in their dark depths. I felt my skin prickling as the electricity between us crackled. It almost seemed like Gabriel had more to say, but he was holding himself back. I do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rather breath ILY to my embarrassment. Gabriel's eyes darkened even further. To my surprise, I thought I detected a note of concern in his expression. My skin was growing hotter by the second and I hoped I wouldn't faint again. "Let your blood be testament to this promise," he replied, handing me the knife. Our fingers brushed slightly and I jolted as I held the knife. I held my hand. "Calm up," taking a deep breath. "It was just a cut. No big deal." I tried to reassure myself. Gritting my teeth, I slid the knife smoothly across my skin. I prided myself in holding back the flinch of pain as the blood welled up freshly from the wound. It trickled across my pale flesh, dripping down onto the ground. And now it was time for the blood sharing. Tentatively, my eyes crept up Gabriel's body until we held eye contact again. Slowly, he held out his already bloodied palm. His eyes were absolutely burning now, and I was sure my expression mirrored his. My wolf was feeding incredibly lustful impulses, and I was barely able to hold her back as she scratched at the surface. Sucking in a deep breath, I thrust my hand out and wrapped it around his, hovering above the bowl. I felt our blood intermingle and he trushed up my arm, all of the hairs on my body standing on end. I felt a burst of desire low in my body and I gasped, feeling my face heat up. Gabriel was obviously feeling the same thing, for he was growling, low in his throat, his eyes lustfully staring into mine before they began to roam my body. I was pretty sure he liked what he saw, for his growl deepened, but I had no time to react. My levels of lustful desire were skyrocketing, but that wasn't what I noticed most. It was the burning heat. It exploded out from under my skin. My mouth open closed as I felt the fever searing across my body in a not-so-pleasant manner. Suddenly, I felt incredibly dizzy again, and my desire for Gabriel was forgotten. I released his hand abruptly and staggered backwards, hoping the sensation would abate, but didn't. It was like my spell near the infirmary, but this time it was worse and it was not lessening. I felt my knees give out and I dropped to the platform, gasping. I heard Gabriel call my name in concern, but I could scarcely register what he was saying through the blood rushing in my ears. I began to claw at my arms and legs, feeling like I was about to explode in a million pieces from whatever sickness was tearing around under my skin. My wolf was howling. I felt like I was about to burn alive. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I cried out in agony, my voice coming out distorted. Then there was one last surge of heat in my body and mind couldn't take it anymore. The world began to spin around me and, with one last gasp of pain, I let the last of my strength escape me. I felt something warm and strong wrap around my body just as my world went black.